When Yu Sheng received the call from Ji Chang, she was momentarily taken aback, initially mistaking it for a telemarketing call. The phone rang several times before she realized it was not. Upon answering, the moment she heard the voice on the other end, she felt somewhat disoriented. Yu Sheng, Ji Chang's voice was deep and resonant, reminiscent of 4 years ago. Ji Chang. Yu Sheng could only hear a soft chuckle. You didn't even say a word upon your return. Yu Sheng was surprised. I just got off the plane and haven't settled in yet. A moment later, as if realizing something, she inquired, how did you know I was back? The chuckle became more melodious, and Yu Sheng could almost envision the slight upward curve of his lips. Surprised? Yu Sheng remained silent, conceding. If I were unaware of such trivial matters, my time in the capital would have been in vain. Ji Chang's words sounded somewhat arrogant. Yu Sheng felt a twinge of irritation. I thought you had someone spying on me. After a brief silence, Ji Chang's deep voice came through again. I just saw you on the plane. We were on the same flight, sitting right in front of you. Yu Sheng chuckled softly, recalling the scene on the aircraft. Her colleague, He Huan, who was also on the same flight, returned from the restroom looking utterly flustered. Yu Sheng, there's an incredibly handsome guy sitting in front of us. He Huan whispered excitedly in her ear, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Truly, he's stunning, far more attractive than the flight attendant. Yu Sheng was amused she had seen the flight attendant upon boarding, who was undeniably handsome, with features that surpassed many youthful celebrities in the entertainment industry. In her 20-plus years of life, she had rarely encountered someone so strikingly handsome. She even noticed several women asking for his contact information, including He Huan, who was contemplating doing the same. Little did she expect that a mere trip to the restroom would lead to such a betrayal. Is he truly that handsome? Yu Sheng asked, half in disbelief. He Huan affirmed earnestly, absolutely. I swear, if I'm lying, may I be cursed. Then she lamented, unfortunately, my phone was off, so I couldn't take a picture. Why don't you pretend to go to the restroom and take a look? He's sitting by the aisle, He Huan suggested. Yu Sheng shook her head, genuinely uninterested. No thanks, I prefer not to move. She donned her eye mask in preparation for sleep. He Huan, understanding her disposition, conceded, all right, you are taken. After that, the conversation ceased, and He Huan fell silent as well. However, when the plane landed, Yu Sheng heard a low conversation from the front row. It was the flight attendant requesting contact information from a passenger, who declined. He Huan nudged her with her elbow. Did you hear that? His voice is delightful. It was indeed pleasant and strikingly familiar, reminiscent of Ji Chang. Initially, she assumed it was merely a different individual with a similar voice, but to her astonishment, it was indeed Ji Chang. I didn't expect Chairman Ji to be so down-to-earth, sitting in economy class. Yu Sheng remarked with a smile. I am just an ordinary person. What's so surprising about flying economy? Ji Chang replied. Nothing much. One might think that Jingrong Group was facing financial difficulties. Ji Chang simply smiled in response that I intended to greet you, but before I knew it, you had vanished, he remarked. There's no need for a greeting, Yu Sheng replied indifferently. We're not that familiar. After a prolonged silence, Ji Chang remained unresponsive. Just as Yu Sheng was about to hang up, she heard his voice once more. Now that you're back, when do you plan to return home? This time, it was Yu Sheng who fell silent. She had no intention of going back. They'll return once I've settled everything here if time permits. They'll visit uncle and aunt. She mentioned uncle and aunt, omitting him entirely. Ji Chang could hardly miss this implication. With a self-deprecating smile, he said, it would be better to return sooner, everyone. Mrs. Yu, Yu Sheng retorted with sarcasm. Really? I find that hard to believe. You all would prefer I disappear forever. No one wishes for your permanent absence, Yu Sheng. At least not me. Yu Sheng was reluctant to delve into such matters over the phone. My return would only cause trouble for everyone. That's not true. You wouldn't be a burden, Ji Chang insisted stubbornly. Yu Sheng found this somewhat surprising. I wouldn't be a burden, but my mere presence is itself a complication. Having said this, she wished to end the conversation and hung up before Ji Chang could respond. Yu Sheng felt that after 4 years apart, Ji Chang had undergone quite a transformation. He had never been this warm before, let alone initiated a phone call. Even while living under the same roof and sharing a table, he seldom exchanged pleasant words. He was always rather indifferent, sometimes even cold. His attitude towards her had been dismissive at best, with only a few years at the beginning of their acquaintance where he had shown her some care. In those earlier years, she was naive, interpreting any semblance of kindness as affection, leading her to unwittingly fall deeper. In retrospect, such gestures were merely the basic courtesies and consideration typical within their social circle, seemingly thoughtful, but fundamentally superficial. Beneath that veneer lay indifference, even disdain. Otherwise, for years ago, when she was cast out from the G household, he would not have displayed such a detached and unconcerned demeanor. Yu Sheng had witnessed what it looked like when he truly cared for someone, attentive, gentle, and quietly protective. Regrettably, all of that affection had been bestowed upon Yang Qingshan. Thinking of Yang Qingshan, Yu Sheng once felt envious of her, the embodiment of adoration, a princess adored by many, who grew up with everything handed to her. She had received it all, including Ji Bochang's entire love. During the 4 years of her exile, sleepless nights were spent in restless reflection, grappling with her anguish. In those moments, she ceased to envy her. The disparities between individuals may have been predetermined from the outset. Regardless of her efforts back then, Ji Bochang's affections had never been hers. She had long since come to terms with reality. To her surprise, as soon as she returned to the capital, she received a call from him. The tone of his voice was strikingly different from the indifference he had displayed 4 years ago. It was indeed rather unusual. Ji Bochang showed concern for individuals other than Yang Qingshan. One could not help but marvel at how time could truly transform so much. Dismissing such thoughts, Yu Sheng bid farewell to Yihuan. Yu Sheng, where are you headed tonight? Do you have any plans? Yihuan inquired. I'm going to a friend's place. I had already messaged her before boarding the plane. Yu Sheng replied with a smile. Having friends is wonderful. I'm left with no choice but to stay in a hotel, Yihuan lamented. Didn't you rent an apartment in advance? Don't remind me. The landlord called to say that I can't move in for another couple of days. The previous tenant left the place in a terrible state, and he needs to have it thoroughly cleaned and disinfected, Yihuan complained. Yu Sheng reassured her. At least the landlord is quite responsible. That's true, but hotels in the capital are exorbitantly priced. Living in Chang'an is not easy. Yu Sheng chuckled. Then you should earn more. At least the salaries here are higher than in the East City. That's a valid point. After bidding farewell to Yihuan, Yu Sheng soon awaited the arrival of Xiao Yinyan. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, Xiao Yinyan waved vigorously. Over here, Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng hurriedly walked over, pulling her suitcase. I miss you so much, Xiao Yinyan exclaimed as she embraced her, almost lifting her off the ground in excitement. You arrived so quickly, I thought you'd take longer, Yu Sheng remarked with a smile. Xiao Yinyan replied. Don't even mention it, I could have arrived half an hour early. But who knew today would be such a mess? I encountered a car accident on my way to the airport. What happened? Yu Sheng asked. I'm not entirely sure, but I heard it was a case of a husband with his mistress being chased by his wife, who then crashed the car. Apparently, the mistress died on the spot, and the husband was severely injured. It was horrific. When I passed by, the ground was covered in blood, Xiao Yinyan recalled, still shaken by the scene. Yu Sheng was equally taken aback. That's terrifying. Indeed, Xiao Yinyan agreed. Let's not dwell on this, let's head back. She took Yu Sheng's hand and led her toward the parking lot. Once in the car, Xiao Yinyan asked, how many times have I told you to return to the capital? Yet you refused? Why are you so obedient this time, coming back on your own accord? Yu Sheng explained, the branch office in E-City has closed down, and finding work has become difficult. Coincidentally, my boss offered me a position at the headquarters with salary standards matching those of the headquarters, so I returned. Hearing this, Xiao Yinyan felt a twinge of anger. You pragmatic woman, I thought you finally had a change of heart and missed me. As she spoke, she drove with one hand and playfully pushed Yu Sheng with the other. Yu Sheng grasped her hand in return. Of course I miss you. When did I ever say I didn't? Xiao Yinyan, still somewhat irked, remarked. Oh, come now. It seems to me that you are more interested in money. I've been eagerly anticipating your return for so long. Yet you refuse to come back unless your boss offers a salary increase. Yu Sheng sighed in resignation. There's nothing I can do. I'm rather impoverished, as you well know. I rely solely on this meager salary to make ends meet. I cannot afford to live on nothing. Having known her for many years, Xiao Yinyan understood the situation and let out a sigh. Does the Ji family have any objections to your return? She ventured to ask. Yu Sheng chuckled softly. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't mentioned it. However, Ji Bochang just called me. Xiao Yinyan frowned. Ji Bochang? How did he know you were back? Did you tell him? Yu Sheng turned her head. Do you really think I would? Xiao Yinyan immediately shook her head. With your stubborn disposition, you wouldn't tell him even if you spoke to anyone else. But how did he find out? Xiao Yinyan was puzzled. We happened to sit near each other on the plane. He was right in front of me. Yu Sheng replied nonchalantly. Xiao Yinyan was astonished. He actually flew economy class? Is Jingrong Group going bankrupt? I saw in the news just a few days ago that they acquired Luyang Group for a staggering sum. Yu Sheng shook her head. Who knows? Perhaps he prefers to keep a low profile. Xiao Yinyan sighed. Indeed, the mindset of the wealthy is quite different from ours otherwise. How could he be poised to take over as chairman? But what could he want by calling you? Yu Sheng shrugged. I'm not certain, but his demeanor was significantly improved. He even asked when I would return. Is that for real? Is he out his mind? He was the main culprit behind your expulsion from the Ji family, and now he's feigning concern by calling you, Xiao Yinyan exclaimed. Yu Sheng dismissed her concerns. He probably thinks I still have feelings for him, and is worried that my return might cause him trouble, so he's merely testing the waters. Having maintained close contact with Yu Sheng over the past 4 years, Xiao Yinyan was quite aware of her sentiments. He must be quite narcissistic, she commented. Despite her unease, she turned to Yu Sheng at a red light. Tell me honestly, do you still have feelings for him? Yu Sheng chuckled lightly. How foolish would I have to be? I was young and naive back then. It has been 4 years. Surely, I have matured by now. Besides, I have a boyfriend. Xiao Yinyan responded with delight. A boyfriend? How wonderful. When did you start dating without telling me? Thinking of her own boyfriend, Su Xiangqian, Yu Sheng couldn't help but smile tenderly. Not long ago, just a few months, we were in contact, uncertain about whether we would truly be together, so I didn't say anything. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinyan realized that she was being serious. Indeed, if you're in a relationship, it signifies that you've genuinely moved on. Yu Sheng smiled. I moved on long ago. What does he do? Is he handsome? Xiao Yinyan inquired with curiosity. Yu Sheng playfully pushed her. You superficial person, you ask nothing but about looks. Xiao Yinyan laughed. What can I say? If someone is not good-looking, it truly affects my mood. As the saying goes, no one wants to delve into your inner self through a shabby exterior. No matter how profound one may be, they must first be presentable, right? Yu Sheng found this somewhat exasperating, but still retrieved her phone to show her a picture. Take a look for yourself. I personally think he's rather good-looking. Xiao Yinyan parked the car and took the phone to view the image. To be honest, compared to an average person, he is indeed quite handsome, but you know what I mean? When compared to Ji Buchong. Yu Sheng made a gesture to stop her. Stop. I am seeking a boyfriend for love and marriage, not participating in a beauty contest, she retorted. Xiao Yinyan continued driving, and merely stating the facts. But you still haven't told me what he does for a living. He's a programmer. Xiao Yanyan's eyes widened. Then how does he have so much hair? Yu Sheng chuckled. Do you think all programmers are bald? Look at Lei Jun. He's a programmer and has quite a full head of hair. Just for having a good head of hair, I wholeheartedly support you, Xiao Yinyan exclaimed. You returned to Beijing. How is this long-distance relationship going to work? Xiao Yinyan couldn't help but express her concern. Even the best of relationships can falter under the strain of distance, especially since they had just begun. Yu Sheng replied. His family is also from Beijing. He was originally working there, but was temporarily assigned to the East City. He'll be back in a few days. Xiao Yinyan playfully pinched Yu Sheng. Ah, now I understand why you returned so quickly. It's all because of this. You, who prioritize romance over friendship, I see your true colors now. Yu Sheng quickly reassured her. No, it's also because of financial reasons. Oh, and you? Xiao Yinyan feigned anger. Don't explain. The more you explain, the more you reveal your true intentions. You simply prioritize romance over friendship. You claim it's for money. I might reluctantly forgive you. But what about my face? You've made me lose it all for a man. I unilaterally declare a 3-minute cessation of our friendship. Yu Sheng urged her again. All right, I was wrong. Is that sufficient? Please forgive me. This once he'll treat you to dinner tonight as penance. Okay? I want a grand feast. Without a sumptuous meal, I cannot be appeased. Fine, what do you wish to eat? Choose your favorite restaurant, and I'll foot the bill. That's more like it. Chapter 3. Does this not show that I value you? After finishing their meal, Yu Sheng and Xiao Yinyan returned to her residence together. Xiao Yinyan lived in a fully rented small apartment, replete with a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, all exquisitely decorated. Yu Sheng observed the apartment and remarked, "This place must not come cheap." Xiao Yinyan opened the refrigerator, took out 2 bottles of yogurt, one for herself with a straw, and one for Yu Sheng. She then flopped onto the sofa and sighed. It cost me a third of my salary. Yu Sheng gasped. Is it really that expensive? Calculating her own earnings over the past few years, she realized that her meager income would scarcely suffice to cover 2 years' rent. What did you expect? Indeed, living in Chang'an is costly, Yu Sheng lamented. Xiao Yinyan chuckled. Then earn more money. What else can we do? Life must go on. You can stay here at ease. Even though my income is modest, I can certainly accommodate you. Yu Sheng, ever grateful and considerate, naturally refused to take advantage of her friend. I will pay you rent. She insisted. Xiao Yinyan quickly waved her hand. No, there is no need for that. We've been good friends for so many years. Accepting your money would be inhumane. Even if I were to chase after money, I wouldn't stoop to such a level. One must maintain a basic principle. Seeing her friend's steadfastness, Yu Sheng understood she would surely reject any monetary compensation. She thought to herself that perhaps she could buy something she noticed was lacking in the apartment later on. Xiao Yinyan's refusal to accept money was a testament to her loyalty, and Yu Sheng felt it would be ungrateful not to recognize her kindness. After taking a shower, the two lay on the bed, chatting. Although they had communicated a great deal over WeChat and phone calls in recent years, it could not compare to face-to-face interaction, and both felt a surge of excitement. They found it hard to contain their enthusiasm. As the clock approached 3 in the morning, Xiao Yinyan glanced at her phone and pulled up the quilt. We can't continue talking. I have work tomorrow. If we keep this up, dawn will break. Yu Sheng closed her eyes. For years after returning to the capital, an indescribable sensation washed over her. Lying in bed with her thoughts adrift, she listened to Xiao Yinyan's rhythmic breathing as sleep gradually overtook her. The next morning, Yu Sheng was awakened by the blaring alarm. Xiao Yinyan nudged her. Get up quickly. I'll drive you partway. Yu Sheng had already checked the route to her company. There was a subway station nearby, and it required only 2 transfers to reach her destination. No need. I can take the subway, she replied. Xiao Yinyan swiftly completed her morning routine, applied her makeup, and grabbed her bag, ready to dash out. There's milk in the fridge. Take a bottle for breakfast. There's also a place downstairs selling breakfast. I must leave now. I'm about to be late, and I have an early meeting at 9. All right, Yu Sheng responded. Once Xiao Yinyan departed, she tidied up and followed suit. Downstairs, she indeed spotted a breakfast stall and purchased a pancake roll, eating it as she made her way to the subway station. The headquarters began work at 9. And just as Yu Sheng arrived at the company, she received a WeChat message from the HR department inquiring about her arrival. She promptly replied that she had arrived. Before long, a young lady from HR entered the meeting room to assist her with the necessary procedures. Although she was transitioning from the branch office to the headquarters, the required formalities still had to be observed. As she filled out the paperwork, Iwan pushed the door open and entered. The HR lady smiled and said, Quickly fill out your information. Soon I will take you on a tour. Among the two who had come from the East City branch to the headquarters, they swiftly completed the paperwork. The HR lady first guided them on a brief tour of the headquarters to familiarize them with the company's basic operations. Afterward, she escorted them to their designated department, where the department head, Lu Lan, was already waiting. The lady said to Lu Lan, Manager Lu, these are the 2 lovely ladies, Yu Sheng and Ihuan, personally assigned by General Manager Chun from the branch. They will be our comrades in arms moving forward. Hello, Manager Lu. Hello to you both. General Manager Chun mentioned to me half a month ago that he was eagerly anticipating your arrival. Is it true that the East City has particularly good feng shui, considering how beautiful you both are? Lu Lan teased, effectively easing the initial awkwardness of their acquaintance, prompting laughter from everyone. Yu Sheng felt a slight relief. She sensed that Lu Lan would be an approachable superior, making her future work much easier. Once the HR lady had made the introductions, she departed, leaving Yu Sheng and He Huan at their workstations, where Lu Lan provided them with some materials. Since you're new, I won't assign you any duties just yet. Take your time to get acquainted. The two perused the materials for a while before heading to the food court on the basement level for lunch. He Huan returned with a bowl of clay pot rice and remarked, The prices here are truly steep. Yu Sheng chuckled, But our salaries have increased, haven't they? He Huan sighed, True, but I've only visited the capital once during my university years. I didn't know what to expect coming to headquarters. This morning, I observed everyone seemed so competent, and I worry I won't measure up and will have to return to East City. Yu Sheng reassured her, take your time. Since we are here, we should settle in. The pressure here is certainly greater than in East City, but so are the opportunities. Weren't you always complaining about the lack of chances? Huan acknowledged, that's a valid point. The reason she had agreed to come to the capital during the branch's dissolution was precisely for the abundant opportunities, hoping for a change of scenery. Life in East City was devoid of pressure, but it was also too comfortable, unfit for pursuing a career. I hope the capital can fulfill my dreams. Huan expressed with anticipation. Yu Sheng inquired, what dreams? To make a fortune and become a wealthy woman. Yu Sheng laughed, that is definitely achievable. I hope so. But if I happen to meet a wealthy man, that wouldn't be such a bad deal either. I could leap straight into being a rich lady. After saying this, she seemed to find her own words amusing. I certainly can't, but Yu Sheng, you are quite beautiful. Perhaps you could. Yu Sheng took a sip of her soup and replied, I'll rely on my own efforts. There are so few wealthy individuals, I might not even have a chance. Huan, aware of her romantic life, teased, don't dismiss the possibility. Your boyfriend might just be a hidden gem. Just think about it. Having a household registration in the capital already puts him ahead of many. Yu Sheng chuckled softly. He is just an ordinary person. The two continued their light-hearted conversation, and after finishing their meal, they headed upstairs. The pace of work at headquarters is rather brisk. While in the East City, one could indulge in a brief midday slumber after lunch. However, upon returning to the office, Yu Sheng noticed that those who were back had hardly taken a moment to rest. Indeed, living in the capital is no easy feat. The afternoon was spent poring over documents, and just before the end of the workday, Manager Lu sent a message in the departmental group chat. An evening gathering was planned to welcome our new colleague, and even General Manager Chun would be in attendance. Yu Sheng was somewhat taken aback, and even Huan expressed surprise, discreetly messaging Yu Sheng. This seems quite extravagant. Even the big boss is coming. Yu Sheng replied, this is simply a sign of their regard for you, and for you as well. Chapter 4. The Little Heart Can No Longer Endure. The dining venue was a business restaurant located near the company, specifically catering to local business receptions. Its decor was characterized by a new Chinese style, with an artificial mountain greeting guests upon entry, and a pond beneath it where numerous goldfish swam gracefully. The ambience was quite sophisticated. Huan gazed at the decor, unable to suppress her admiration, and discreetly tugged on Yu Sheng's sleeve. Is the headquarters really this affluent? Is it customary to dine in such an extravagant restaurant for a simple meal? Yu Sheng was equally taken aback. She had anticipated a casual hot pot or skewers at a nearby mall, never expecting a restaurant of this caliber. Such venues were typically reserved for business receptions, though they were not entirely inaccessible, merely not the most cost-effective choice, especially with a number of attendees present. I have no idea, Yu Sheng replied, bewildered. Huan sighed, indeed. It's quite different in the capital. The company owner, Chun Kai, soon arrived, prompting everyone to rise in greeting. As this gathering was specifically arranged to welcome Yu Sheng and Huan, they received considerable attention, particularly from Chun Kai, who warmly addressed the two new employees. Welcome to our headquarters, esteemed colleagues from the East City Division. From now on, we shall meet daily. Should you encounter any work-related or personal issues, do not hesitate to approach me. I wholeheartedly encourage open communication with my employees. His approachable demeanor was pleasantly surprising. Yu Sheng and Huan quickly expressed their gratitude, pledging to work diligently and not disappoint the company's investment in them. The department head, Lu Lan, jested about the sudden influx of two beauties, which elevated the department's overall charm. Others chimed in with playful banter, creating a lively atmosphere at the table. As the meal progressed, laughter filled the air, and conversations flowed freely as colleagues toasted one another. Huan leaned closer to Yu Sheng. Shall we visit the restroom? Eager for a breath of fresh air, the two women stood and exited. After washing their hands, they lingered in the corridor, engaging in light conversation. I never expected the atmosphere to be so pleasant. After a day of anxiety, I can finally relax a bit, Huan admitted, her demeanor visibly more at ease. Yu Sheng, too, had not anticipated this. It truly is delightful. Last night, as I lay in the hotel, I couldn't help but worry about fitting in at headquarters. I I was so anxious that I barely slept, plagued by nightmares. Upon hearing this, Huan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing she had been overly concerned. Observing Yu Sheng's calm demeanor, she remarked, "I truly envy your composure. You always seem so unflappable." This opened the floodgates of conversation. You may not know this, but when you first arrived at the East City branch, we were all hesitant to approach you. We secretly referred to you as the cold beauty, as you seemed distant and composed in every situation. We thought you were quite unapproachable, Huan reminisced. As time passed, I gradually became familiar with you and discovered your remarkable kindness and sincerity, far superior to those who present one facade while harboring another beneath. Yu Sheng was genuinely taken aback to realize the impression she left on others. At that time, she was not aloof. She had merely been sent back to East City by the Ji family, her spirits dampened and her desire to converse diminished. Reflecting on her early days in East City, Yu Sheng felt utterly forsaken by the world, engulfed in a daily struggle with anguish and despair, as though the sky itself were shrouded in darkness. However, she had since traversed through it all and found that, in truth, it was not so grave. Unable to suppress a smile, she laughed softly. Huan, captivated by her smile, remarked, "You should smile more often. You have no idea how beautiful you look when you do." Yu Sheng was at a loss for words in response to her comment. "Shall we head back?" The two of them turned to retrace their steps. But as they passed the third private room, Yu Sheng suddenly halted. Huan, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong?" Yu Sheng replied nonchalantly, "Nothing, let us go." It seemed she had just caught a glimpse of Ji Buchang's voice, though perhaps it was merely her imagination. Such a coincidence was unlikely. Returning the very next day for a meal and encountering him amidst the multitude of restaurants in the capital was improbable. Upon their return, the atmosphere at the table remained lively, with everyone appearing at ease. As they entered, a colleague approached them, raising a toast. Yu Sheng had already declared her abstention from alcohol, and her colleagues were understanding, allowing her to enjoy a soft drink instead. Lulan, seated beside Yu Sheng, had indulged in a fair amount to drink and began discussing the local culture of East City with her. Yu Sheng found her new superior quite amiable, devoid of any pretentiousness. Lulan had traveled extensively and spoke vividly and engagingly about the customs of East City. Yu Sheng, having grown up there, realized there were even places she had yet to explore herself. Lulan chuckled at this revelation, saying, "Had you not mentioned it, I would have thought you were a faux East City native." Yu Sheng replied, "I left East City for the capital at 13 and later returned." Lulan was surprised to learn that she had lived in the capital. "How long did you reside there?" "Until I graduated from university at 21, nearly 8 years." Yu Sheng responded. Lulan marveled, "I didn't realize you were also from the capital. Living here for so long, you must have a household registration, otherwise schooling would have been problematic." "East City is still home to me, and I feel a sense of belonging," Yu Sheng said. "Indeed," Lulan agreed. "The place where one grows up holds deep emotional ties." As the two conversed, an unexpected hush fell over the entire table, punctuated only by the voice of their boss. "Chun Kai, Mr. Ji, is it truly you? I thought I was mistaken." Chun Kai hurried over to the man, surrounded by admirers, wearing a smile. They were not in a private room, but seated in a prominent hall area, close to the corridor, allowing anyone exiting the private rooms to catch a glimpse of them. The man exuded an air of refined elegance, radiating the presence of someone in a position of power, clearly not an ordinary individual. Everyone present, drinking, chatting, or engrossed in their phones, could not help but pause and gaze in his direction. Yu Sheng lifted her head, and her eyes met Ji Buchang's in a moment of mutual recognition. She paused for a moment, surprised by his keen perception. She averted her gaze. Ji Buchang frequently glanced at Chun Kai. "A gathering?" Chun Kai replied with a smile. "Indeed, 2 employees from the East City branch have arrived, and it is only fitting to extend our hospitality." As he spoke, he gestured towards the seats occupied by Yu Sheng and Huan. Huan's eyes widened upon seeing Ji Buchang. Wasn't he the handsome man she encountered on the plane? Unable to contain herself, she seized Yu Sheng's arm, signaling her to look over. Yet, Yu Sheng did not raise her head again, merely fiddling with the cups on the table. Ji Buchang redirected his attention, remarking, "Mr. Chun is a commendable boss." Chun Kai quickly smiled in response, Not at all. Mr. Ji, you are too kind. Ji Buchang's gaze wandered once more to Yu Sheng's position. Mr. Chun, please continue. I shall take my leave. Certainly, Mr. Ji, I shall escort you to the door. Saying this, he disregarded Ji Buchang's willingness and followed closely behind him as he exited. Once Ji Buchang departed, the dining table returned to its usual state, with hushed whispers resounding among the guests. Who is he, exuding such a commanding presence? I have never seen Mr. Chun so warm towards anyone. He Huan once again grasped Yu Sheng's arm. Yu Sheng, did you see? It's that incredibly handsome man, the one who sat in front of us on the plane. Oh my, he was striking yesterday, but today he has reached a new level of charm. I can hardly take it. My heart is racing. Chapter 5. Must you insist? After Chen finished seeing off Ji Buchang, the group had not lingered long before dispersing. Yu Sheng and He Huan made their way together to the subway entrance. He Huan was still engulfed in the astonishment from their recent encounter with Ji Buchang, hardly believing they would meet again. I had only thought he was handsome. I never realized he possessed such an imposing presence. What is his true identity that even Mr. Chen treats him with such deference? Yu Sheng chuckled regardless. He is beyond our reach. He Huan's initial excitement gradually waned. You are right. Individuals like him are clearly not ordinary. Yu Sheng continued, indeed. He is not one of us. He Huan, still somewhat infatuated with appearances, remarked, but he is truly striking. I wonder what kind of woman could capture the heart of such a man. Yu Sheng thought of Yang Qingshan, the woman who received all the tenderness and patience from Ji Buchang, showered with affection. Certainly, we are not the type, Yu Sheng laughed. He Huan felt a tinge of disappointment, still grappling with her emotions. Could you refrain from stating the truth so bluntly? At least allow me a sliver of fantasy. Yu Sheng understood her sentiment well. All right, let us head back. You should get some rest. Dreams can be wondrous. He Huan playfully nudged her. How can someone with your icy demeanor utter such cold words? The two continued toward the subway entrance. As they crossed the street, Yu Sheng looked up and noticed a Maybach parked not far away. He Huan clearly spotted it too. Look, a Maybach. Do you suppose the person inside is an incredibly handsome and wealthy man, even more so than Mr. Ji? Yu Sheng paused at the sight of the license plate. Never mind. Let us go. It has nothing to do with us. He Huan replied, I suddenly feel a bit hungry. I think I'll grab a late-night snack. You go ahead. He Huan recalled that Yu Sheng had barely touched her food earlier. I noticed you didn't eat much. Was it not to your taste? She quickly added, well, I'll take my leave then. You should return early. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. He Huan entered the subway station, and Yu Sheng stood by the roadside. The Maybach slowly rolled forward, and the rear window descended gradually. Indeed, it was Ji Buchang. Get in, he said. Yu Sheng chose to ignore him. Is there something you need, Mr. Ji? Did you wait here for long? Ji Buchang continued. Get in. I'll drive you home. Yu Sheng shook her head. If there's nothing urgent to discuss, I'll be on my way. The car door opened, and Ji Buchang stepped out, blocking her path as she attempted to walk toward the subway entrance. Yu Sheng, must you insist on this? Ji Buchang grasped her arm. Yu Sheng, however, smiled and looked up at him. Mr. Ji, if you have something to say, please do. If not, I'll take my leave and not waste your time. Where did you stay last night? Yu Buchang inquired. Yu Sheng replied with a faint smile. Is that what you were waiting to ask? At a friend's place. Xiao Yinyan? Although Ji Buchang's words were rhetorical, his tone exuded certainty. Yu Sheng lifted her gaze towards him, saying, There's no need to report this to President Ji. Is there? Ji Buchang replied. Yu Sheng, you know that's not what I mean. Yu Sheng chuckled. What you mean is of no interest to me. Nor do I wish to know. I must catch the subway and won't take up any more of your time. With that, she turned to leave. However, Ji Buchang grasped her arm. Yu Sheng, after 4 years, must you speak to me in this manner? Amused, Yu Sheng retorted. How should I address you then? Brother. At the sound of her calling him brother, Ji Buchang stiffened. With a hint of mockery, Yu Sheng shook off his hand and walked straight towards the subway entrance. It was only after she had disappeared into the subway station that Ji Buchang came to his senses. The driver cautiously exited the vehicle and addressed him. President Ji, what do you think? Ji Buchang stood in silence for a long moment before turning to board the car. Let us go, he murmured, closing his eyes. Yu Sheng quickly adapted to her life at headquarters. The tasks assigned by Lu Lan became increasingly manageable, and everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. One day, as closing time approached, Huan returned from the restroom and stealthily engaged her in conversation. I discovered that on the upper floor. There's a company whose purpose I'm unaware of, but it's filled with handsome men. Their office is on the 5th floor, just below the 7th. You went to the upper restroom again? Yu Sheng inquired. Huan sighed, what can I do? Our floor's restroom is too popular. Normally, I could snag a spot on the 6th floor, but today as closing time neared, even though it was crowded, so I ventured to the 7th. In terms of amenities, their office building was quite satisfactory, yet the sheer number of people made it inconvenient, especially during peak hours. Lulan overheard, the 7th floor? Are you referring to Ruiyin? Huan eagerly nodded. Yes, that seems to be the name, filled with handsome men. Lulan laughed. Not only are there many attractive men in that company, but they're also exceptionally wealthy. I've heard the boss is quite dashing, seemingly in his 30s. Is that true? Huan queried. Lulan zet. What's there to doubt? Their company deals with investments, handling money daily. If they were not affluent, one might as well say there are no rich people in this world. Huan remarked, it's surprising. Their company doesn't seem larger than ours. Lulan Chukka. We cannot compare ourselves to them. They engage purely in financial endeavors, earning through intellect, dealing with banks, industry newcomers, and large entrepreneurs, while our company is labor-intensive, merely scraping by. Their primary focus is on marketing activities and brand planning. Although their investment costs are not high, they still earn through hard work, Lulan continued. Moreover, they all receive annual salaries, often exceeding $1 million, which is quite effortless for them. Huan gasped. Indeed, one cannot compare people to one another. Yu Sheng suggested. They must know numerous large enterprises. Perhaps we could approach them for a collaboration and see if they can introduce us to some projects. Lulan gazed with admiration. Indeed, Yu Sheng possesses remarkable ideas. They undoubtedly hold numerous project resources and are in contact with the executives of various enterprises. If they were inclined, they could certainly facilitate valuable connections for us. The question remains whether they would be willing. Yu Sheng pondered this and concurred. It seems likely that they disdain to earn such laborious profits. Otherwise, connections would have been established long ago. Yet, dreams persist. Who knows what might come to fruition? Yu Sheng jested, eliciting laughter from the group. Huan chimed in with a smile. Indeed, we might as well frequent the upper floors more often. Perhaps it will yield results. I suspect your true intention lies not in seeking projects, but rather in admiring handsome gentlemen. You speak nothing but the unvarnished truth. Chapter 6. Where did the brother come from? As she stepped out after work, she encountered an Audi parked beside her. Upon noticing her halt, the car door swung open, revealing a man, Song Yang, the assistant to Ji Buchang, his right-hand man and most trusted confidant. Yu Sheng had seen him numerous times before leaving the Ji household. He was a remarkably capable individual. Miss you, he greeted. Yu Sheng turned to him, Assistant Song. With a courteous smile, Song Yang replied, I didn't expect Miss you to remember me. Yu Sheng nodded politely. Is there something you wish to discuss, Assistant Song? Noticing her formal demeanor, Song Yang couldn't help but sigh internally. Miss you, might you spare a moment for a private conversation? Yu Sheng regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. I assure you, no one you wish to avoid will be present. Surveying the surroundings, she acknowledged the bustling after-work crowd. Lingering here would indeed invite the scrutinizing glances of her colleagues. Averse to unnecessary trouble, she acquiesced. Following Song Yang, they boarded his vehicle and made their way to a nearby CAF. As they settled in, with coffee yet to be served, Yu Sheng addressed him directly. If you have something to say, please do so. Song Yang observed her, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Miss you, you have changed considerably since 4 years ago. I recall you used to smile quite often. When the coffee arrived, Yu Sheng took a sip before placing her cup down. I presume your visit is not merely to reminisce. With a resigned expression, Song Yang spread his hands. Very well. He then produced a set of keys and a card, sliding them across the table towards Yu Sheng. She refrained from taking them immediately, instead casting her gaze upon him. This, he smiled, is the key and card for an apartment in the nearby Wanha Garden, conveniently close to your workplace, sparing you the need to endure the subway commute. Is it rented by Ji Buchang? Yu Sheng inquired. Shaking his head, Song Yang clarified. No, it belongs to President Ji. It has remained vacant until now. Yu Sheng promptly declined. No, thank you. I am quite comfortable staying with a friend. Sighing, Song Yang implored. Why must you be so obstinate? You know, President Ji is only acting out of goodwill. As a young woman, it is arduous to commute for over an hour daily. Yu Sheng replied coolly. I do not find it burdensome. Moreover, I believe in not accepting favors without merit. I share no familial ties with Ji Chang. Residing in his property would weigh on my conscience. Should I be asked to leave one day, I would have nowhere to go. Seeing her resolute expression, Song Yang rubbed his forehead in frustration. Miss you, why must you be this way? Regardless of the circumstances, President Ji is still your brother. Yu Sheng's eyes narrowed sharply. Brother? I am my parents' only daughter. There is no brother. Rising to her feet, she continued. Please convey to Ji Chang that from the moment I was cast out from the Ji family 4 years ago, our connection ceased to exist. His feigned concern is unnecessary and could lead to misunderstandings. Without a backward glance, she departed. At Jingrong Group, the workday had long concluded, yet the lights in the chairman's office remained aglow. Song Yang knocked on the door. Gumin, a voice emerged from within, belonging to Ji Chang. Song Yang pushed the door open. Mr. Ji, she acknowledged as he lifted his gaze from the documents he was perusing. Back so soon? Song Yang remained silent, standing at the desk, extracting keys and a room card from her pocket. He took them from her. Ji Chang set aside the materials in his hands. Song Yang nodded slightly. Miss Yu mentioned that one should not receive rewards without merit and express concern. Her words trailed off abruptly as she realized she had overstepped her bounds. Ji Chang raised an eyebrow. Concern about what? Aware of her blunder, yet understanding the necessity of honesty, Song Yang cast a furtive glance at Ji Chang. Concerned that one day we might be ousted again. Instantly, Ji Chang's demeanor shifted to one of cold detachment, emanating an aura that discouraged any further approach. Song Yang, perceptive to the shift, chose to remain silent. The office fell into a profound stillness, with Ji Chang continuing to hold his silence. Unable to stifle her sympathy for her boss, Song Yang yearned to offer words of comfort, but found herself at a loss. Ji Chang's gaze lingered on the keys and room card on the desk, yet he remained mute. Regret washed over Song Yang for her indiscretion. She should have simply stated that Yu Sheng had declined, without delving into those painful sentiments. After a prolonged silence, Ji Chang finally spoke. Did she truly say that? Without waiting for a reply, he let out a light chuckle. She must despise me. Unable to resist, Song Yang interjected. Miss you might have merely spoken in jest. Even she held little conviction in her own words, let alone Ji Chang. Ji Chang waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. Still somewhat concerned for him, Song Yang hesitated before turning to exit. Once alone in the office, Ji Chang leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples, before rising to approach the window. The city outside was aglow with countless lights, the night sky profound and lonesome. Time slipped away, and eventually the phone rang. Ji Chang retrieved his mobile device. Glancing at the caller ID, Yang Qingshan. After several rings, he finally answered. Chang, are you still at the office? Have you finished work yet? Yang Qingshan's voice came through quickly. Not yet. Is there something you need? Ji Chang's tone remained nonchalant. We're at the Park Hyatt. Would you like to join us? Li Cheng and Liang Tian are here too. Ji Chang frowned slightly. You all enjoy yourselves. I won't be joining. Yang Qingshan pressed. Are you still angry with me? Ji Chang replied. Not at all. All right, I apologize. I admit I was a bit irritable on my birthday. I didn't intend to be upset. You gave me an Hermes bag for my 25th birthday, which felt rather lackluster. Look at Xiao Shuang. Her husband commissioned a sapphire set for her 27th birthday, complete with a personal engraving. Now that it's a birthday gift, your bag lacked any surprise. Please forgive me. Even my mother has reprimanded me. Ji Chang stated. I'm not angry. There are matters at the office. You all have fun without me. A hint of frustration crept into Yang Qingshan's voice. What matters? You always say you're busy when we invite you. You were not as busy before. Now that you have become the chairman, you have a whole team beneath you. Let them handle the work while you step out. Ji Chang frowned. I won't be going. You have increasingly become a recluse over the past few years. If this continues, you will turn into an old bureaucrat, disinterested in everything, avoiding all events, and might as well consider renouncing the world. Yu Sheng replied indifferently. No need to discuss this further. Fine, fine, you may hang up, Yang Qingshan said, somewhat dispirited and displeased. After ending the call, Ji Wuchang returned to his desk, picking up the documents before him to continue reading, yet his focus had waned. He glanced at the keys and room card nearby. Ultimately, he retrieved them and placed them in his pocket. Chapter 7. Her return will indubitably cause a storm. The mobile phone rang once more. It was Li Sheng. Ji Wuchang answered the call. Hey, Jigo, are you really not coming? We're all at the Park Hyatt, and it's rare for everyone to be gathered here. Even Liang Tian has joined us. Ji Wuchang replied, I'm not going. You all enjoy yourselves. Li Sheng sighed. You can't blame me for not warning you. If you continue like this, Yang Qingshan might just run off with someone else. He then spoke mysteriously. Recently, a man has been pursuing her quite fervently, and he is also at the Park Hyatt now, being exceptionally attentive. Ji Wuchang remained unfazed. It's fine. I'm hanging up. Wait, are you really indifferent to this? After ending the call, Ji Wuchang gazed around his spacious office, lacking the motivation to continue reviewing documents. He shut down his computer and left the office. By this time, the rush hour had subsided. The driver, who had been waiting, approached him, surprised to see him leaving so early. Ji Wuchang said, You can head back. I'll drive myself today. The driver sensed something unusual about him, but concluded that leaving work early was ultimately a positive development. As Ji Wuchang drove away from the Jingrong building, his phone rang again. It was Liang Tian. He donned his headphones to answer. Wuchang, are you truly not coming? Liang Tian's gentle voice resonated. Ji Wuchang responded, I'm not going. You all have fun. Liang Tian, being a perceptive individual, detected a slight discord in his tone. Is something bothering you? Ji Wuchang chuckled. What could possibly trouble me? True, there is hardly anything that could challenge you in your work. But in life, is there really nothing? Liang Tian teased. Ji Wuchang could hear the music and clamor of drinking and toasting in the background, making Liang Tian's voice somewhat indistinct. Realizing the distraction, Liang Tian said, Hold on a moment. He stood up and stepped out of the private room, the noise immediately diminishing. Is Yu Sheng's sister back? Liang Tian inquired. Ji Wuchang tightened his grip on the steering wheel. How do you know? Liang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. The only thing that could make you act so out of character would be her. Besides, it's been 4 years. She ought to return. Ji Wuchang offered a faint smile, acknowledging the implication. When did she come back? Liang Tian asked. Last week. You've kept that under wraps quite well. She has been back for a while, and you didn't mention it, Liang Tian remarked. Ji Wuchang replied. When the time is right, the truth will naturally come to light. You must be prepared. Her return will surely bring a tempest, Liang Tian cautioned. Let alone anything else. Your mother may not take it well. Ji Wuchang snorted softly. Liang Tian, it's no longer 4 years ago. Liang Tian paused, then sighed deeply. Wuchang, sometimes I truly envy you. The conversation lapsed into silence before he hung up. Liang Tian did not return directly to the private room. Instead, he stepped outside to smoke a cigarette before rejoining the group. The atmosphere inside remained lively and boisterous, with Li Sheng passionately belting out a popular rock song, his voice woefully out of tune, leaving him hoarse by the end of the performance. Yang Qingshan sat quietly alone, her expression somewhat displeased, while the man beside her endeavored to cheer her up. Upon his return, Li Sheng cast aside the microphone. Whom did you call for such an extended period? Which lovely lady? Yang Qingshan turned her gaze toward him. Liang Tian suddenly found the situation rather dull, rising to retrieve his coat. I shall take my leave now. Li Sheng was taken aback by his abrupt departure. Hey, don't go just yet. It's still early. When he realized he couldn't dissuade him, he lamented. With Bochang not here, what is the point of gathering if you leave now? Noticing Yang Qingshan's displeased demeanor, he hastily corrected himself. No, it's still enjoyable. We have Qingshan here. As he spoke, he attempted to clink glasses with her. Yang Qingshan had been in a slightly better mood after being coaxed, but felt her spirits sink again at the mention of Ji Wuchang. Reluctantly, she took a sip, grabbed her Hermes bag, and stood to leave. Since she intended to depart, the man who had been trying to console her followed suit, leaving only a few individuals in the private room. Li Sheng, exasperated, remarked, If both of you leave, what are we to do? I'm truly exasperated with you lot. A perfectly good gathering has turned cold and quickly disbanded. Saturday brought no work obligations. Yu Sheng and Xiao Yinyan slept in until nearly 10:30. Upon waking, Xiao Yinyan suggested, "Let us go out for a stroll. It has been ages since I've visited the mall, and I need to shake off the work atmosphere." Yu Sheng, having no pressing matters, readily agreed. She too had not shopped in a long while, and, after 4 years away, she was curious to see the significant changes in the capital. The two changed their attire, with Xiao Yinyan adorning herself in an elaborate full makeup look, more extravagant than for work. Yu Sheng chuckled. "We're just going shopping. Must it be so grand?" Xiao Yinyan waved her index finger. "No, no, no. Shopping is for self-indulgence, while work is to please bosses and clients. One is for personal joy, the other for survival. If you were in my shoes, what would you choose?" Yu Sheng replied, "Undoubtedly to indulge myself and shine." Xiao Yinyan beamed. "Precisely." With that, she selected her favorite bag, donned sunglasses, and linked arms with Yu Sheng as they stepped out. They first strolled through the shopping mall, where Xiao Yinyan purchased a complete outfit and several accessories, all quite fitting for her. Noticing Yu Sheng had bought nothing, Xiao Yinyan inquired, "Didn't you find anything appealing? That last piece looked splendid on you, especially flattering your figure." Yu Sheng shook her head, not because she found nothing appealing, but rather that the prices were exorbitantly high and not worth it. "Let us go eat," she suggested. Xiao Yinyan insisted. "You truly didn't like anything? Don't fret over the cost. If you genuinely like that piece, I'd buy it for you." Yu Sheng tugged at her. Let us go. Let us go. I'm not interested." "Oh, come on. Don't worry about money. I received a bonus last month. Though it's not much, I can certainly treat you to a piece of clothing," Xiao Yinyan laughed. Yu Sheng remarked, "Let us depart. I truly dislike this place, and the price is exorbitant, not worth the cost. I shall peruse the internet later. Surely, there are similar offerings available online." Xiao Yinyan chuckled. "You certainly know how to enjoy life these days." Yu Sheng replied, "One must adapt. Earning money is no easy feat," he continued. "Come now. I shall treat you to a meal. I recently discovered a restaurant specializing in boiled fish that has received excellent reviews. Let's give it a try. We must go. I also wish to order some spicy chicken and spicy hot pot." Xiao Yinyan's eyes sparkled at the mention of Sichuan cuisine, which she adores. "Absolutely, I too have a craving for spicy hot pot. There is a Sichuan restaurant in East City known for its exceptional spicy hot pot. I wonder how this one compares." "We shall find out through tasting," Yu Sheng replied. Chapter 8. The Sichuan restaurant was located on the 5th floor of a shopping mall. The two of them took the elevator up without needing to wait in line, and they were promptly seated. As Yu Sheng glanced around, she noticed that nearly all the tables were occupied. She smiled at Xiao Yinyan and remarked, "The food must be quite good, given the crowd." Xiao Yinyan nodded in agreement. After placing their orders, the dishes arrived swiftly. Yu Sheng picked up a piece of duck blood from the spicy hot pot. It was smooth and tender, with a delightful flavor. "Delicious," she exclaimed with a smile. Xiao Yinyan also savored a piece of spicy chicken, nodding in approval. "We made the right choice coming here. We should return next time." Having skipped breakfast that morning and spent hours shopping, both women were famished and eagerly dug into their meals. After reaching a satisfying fullness, Yu Sheng set her chopsticks down and picked up a cup of barley tea, taking a sip. So refreshing. Xiao Yinyan had also nearly finished her meal, and they began to chat. Their conversation revolved around trivial matters of work and life, as well as amusing incidents they had recently encountered, serving to pass the time. Midway through their conversation, Xiao Yinyan stood up. "I've had too much to drink. I need to visit the restroom." Upon exiting, she walked past the snack area where free beverages and fruits were being distributed, with a queue forming. Spotting cherries among the fruit, she joined the line. After collecting a plate of fruit and a cup of freshly squeezed orange juice, she hurried back to her seat. However, as she turned a corner, she collided head-on with someone, sending fruit scattering everywhere and spilling most of her orange juice. Fuming, Xiao Yinyan noticed that she was wearing a white sweater, and although most of the juice had splattered on the other person, her own sweater bore its share of stains. "Are you blind? You just ran into me," she angrily accused the man in front of her. Li Sheng looked down at his shirt, now stained with orange juice, then glanced at Xiao Yinyan's striking face. Assuming she was merely trying to flirt, "I was walking perfectly fine. It was you who threw yourself at me. If you want to flirt, just say so. There's no need for these old tricks," he retorted with a scoff. Xiao Yinyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Flirt? Who do you think is flirting? Li Sheng scrutinized her with a look of disdain. Who else could it be? Xiao Yinyan's anger surged. I was born beautiful, and I have plenty of men pursuing me. Why would I need to flirt with you? You must think too highly of yourself. Her tone dripped with contempt, her eyes blazing with fury. Besides, if I were to flirt, I would seek someone tall, rich, and handsome. At the very least, a charming young man. Not someone like you. Li Sheng, accustomed to compliments about his looks, found himself taken aback, facing someone who was unimpressed by his appearance. What do you mean? He asked, perplexed. Xiao Yinyan coldly replied, I mean exactly what I said. I find you ugly. Laughter erupted from those nearby. Li Sheng's expression shifted, a flicker of anger crossing his face, but then he seemed to recall something, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. Xiao Yinyan felt a wave of unease wash over her and instinctively took a step back. What are you laughing at? She inquired, sensing trouble. Li Sheng's smirkdapanat. Were you doing it on purpose? Deliberately proclaiming my unattractiveness to draw my attention. Are you? You, Shenggu, have seen far worse. Spare me this charade. Xiao Yinyan is nearly laughing in exasperation. Who do you think you are? Are you currency, adored by all, irresistible at first glance? Have you taken a moment to reflect on your own appearance? Are you more handsome than Wang Yibo or wealthier than Xiao Zhan? I might not even consider them, let alone someone as unremarkable as you. Li Sheng has finally realized he misjudged the situation. However, trapped in this predicament, admitting his error would be too embarrassing. Very well. I am a man and shall not stoop to a woman's level of pettiness. Xiao Yinyan scoffs. It seems you're the one at fault. Who was it that narcissistically assumed I was trying to flirt? With that, she attempts to leave, only to be halted by Li Sheng. Xiao Yinyan looks up at him. What is this? Did you not just claim you wouldn't stoop to a woman's level? Regretting it now? Li Sheng tugs at his shirt, stained with orange juice. I may not engage in such trivialities, but you have sullied my clothing. Surely, there must be some resolution. Xiao Yinyan, growing impatient, replies, Fine, I will compensate you. It's merely a piece of clothing. I shall pay. Li Sheng smiles slightly. This shirt costs 6,900. Shall I accept payment via WeChat or Alipay? Xiao Yinyan's sharp voice rings out in the restaurant. How much? 6,009? Why don't you go rob a bank? Misunderstood as flirting, Xiao Yinyan remains unfazed, but the price of a shirt undoubtedly takes her aback. Li Sheng, however, appears completely unruffled. Didn't you say you would compensate me? What? Now you're having second thoughts. By this time, the diners in the restaurant have turned their attention to the commotion, with several gathering around. Yu Sheng, who initially had no intention of joining the fray, recognizes the shift in atmosphere upon hearing Xiao Yinyan's voice. She stands and makes her way through the crowd. Sure enough, she finds Xiao Yinyan, visibly furious, surrounded by Li Sheng. Li Sheng? Yu Sheng exclaims. Upon hearing her voice, Li Sheng looks up. Little sister Yu Sheng? Xiao Yinyan, astonished, asks, You two know each other? Yu Sheng approaches, observing the disheveled Li Sheng and Xiao Yinyan, along with the scattered fruit on the floor. What on earth happened here? She inquires softly. With Yu Sheng's acquaintance providing her confidence, Xiao Yinyan retorts, Don't even get me started. I merely want to fetch some fruit and orange juice. And he carelessly bumped into me, insisting I deliberately threw myself at him to flirt and demanding I pay for his shirt. 6,009? Is it made of gold? Li Sheng stands his ground. I purchased this shirt only last month from a specialty store in this mall. If you don't believe me, we can go to the store and you can ask the staff. You're making it seem like I'm trying to swindle you. Ask little sister Yu Sheng when I've ever attempted to deceive anyone. Just then, he spots two familiar faces, Ji Buichong and Liang Qian. Li Sheng is the first to greet them. Ji Gu, Liang Qian. Yu Sheng, upon hearing him call out, feels a pang of apprehension and looks up to see the approaching duo. Xiao Yinyan was unfamiliar with Liang Tian, yet Ji Buichong was well acquainted with him. Ji Buichong remained silent, merely directing his gaze towards Yu Sheng. Li Sheng approached to greet. What brings you out here? Liang Tian replied with a smile. With the commotion you've stirred up, how could one not come to see? He then turned to Yu Sheng. When did you return? Yu Sheng? It has been 4 years since we last met. Yu Sheng returned his smile, brother Liang Tian. She cast a glance at Ji Buichong, yet hesitated to address him, remaining silent. Liang Tian surveyed the surroundings, his eyes landing on Li Sheng's attire and the disarray on the ground, quickly piecing together the situation. What a fortunate coincidence to encounter you today, Yu Sheng. Would it be convenient for you to come to our room? I have missed you dearly after these 4 years, he said with a warm smile. As the surrounding crowd dissipated upon losing interest, Ji Buchong turned to Yu Sheng. Just as she was about to respond, Xiao Yinyan intervened, blocking her words. Chapter 9. Unexpectedly. He still remembers having finished our meal. We were about to depart. Xiao Yinyan cast a sidelong glance at Ji Buchong and Liang Tian, tugging at Yu Sheng as she made to leave. However, Li Sheng was unwilling to let her go. He grasped Xiao Yinyan's arm, exclaiming, "You cannot leave. If you do, who will compensate for my clothes? Are you secretly planning to escape? Let me tell you, just because you know Yu Sheng doesn't mean this is over. Though I bought this outfit last month, today is its inaugural wear, and your glass of orange juice has rendered it useless." While Li Sheng addressed Xiao Yinyan, his peripheral gaze remained fixed on Ji Buchong. Provoked by his words, Xiao Yinyan's previously quelled irritation surged anew. "Who told you I would shirk my responsibilities? It's merely a ragged garment. I shall pay for it." Li Sheng promptly opened his phone to display the payment code, ready to collect his dues. Yet, Xiao Yinyan countered, "You claim it costs 6,009. How am I to know if that is indeed true? What evidence do you possess to prove you spent 6,009? Do you have a receipt?" Li Sheng paused. Who retains a shopping receipt after purchasing clothes? Xiao Yinyan crossed her arms defiantly. "Well, I'm afraid without evidence. I refuse to reimburse you." Li Sheng, exasperated yet amused, replied, "Didn't I just mention that this mall has a dedicated store? If you doubt me, we can descend together and have the staff verify whether this garment belongs to their collection. You needn't transfer the money. Simply buy me an identical piece. What do you say? Are you brave enough?" Xiao Yinyan scoffed. "I have nothing to hide. I fear no confrontation. I am eager to see what kind of garment warrants a price of 6,009. The two of them were resolute, and Yu Sheng found herself powerless to intervene. She rubbed her temples. She was all too aware of the brand of clothing Li Sheng wore. 6,009 was considered a bargain, as items from this brand often ranged from 10 to 20,000. In truth, it was unnecessary to purchase a new piece. If Li Sheng simply removed the garment, Xiao Yinyan could have it dry cleaned. Given Li Sheng's character, he would likely agree. However, both were too caught up in their tempers, exchanging barbs without leaving room for retreat. Watching their receding figures, Liang Tian shook his head. What had gotten into Li Sheng today? Turning to Yu Sheng, he lamented, "You returned and didn't even inform me. After all, back in the day, I brought you along every day. For years have passed, and you seem estranged from me." Yu Sheng felt a pang of guilt at his words. She had been preoccupied with adapting to her new work environment upon her return. "I apologize. I've been so caught up with work that I haven't had the chance to catch up," she explained. Though she spoke thus, the underlying circumstances were well understood by all. It was simply awkward to reconnect after such a long absence. "How are you adjusting to your work? The pressure here in the capital is greater than in Dongqing. Fortunately, my colleagues are quite considerate, and I am gradually getting accustomed to it." Yu Sheng smiled. "That is good to hear. If you truly find it challenging, it's no concern. You can head to Jingrong and let your brother Buchong arrange a more relaxed position for you. He is now the chairman, and his word carries significant weight, more so than Uncle Ji's." Yu Sheng cast a glance at Ji Buchong, smiled softly, and refrained from speaking, her attention drawn to the ring adorning Liang Tian's ring finger. "Are you married?" Yu Sheng inquired, astonishment evident in her voice. Liang Tian raised his hand, forcing a smile. "Yes, we tied the knot last winter." A thought crossed Yu Sheng's mind. "Is it Xiao Shuangjie?" Liang Tian's expression stiffened, a hint of discomfort flashing across his face. "Ye Buchunk interjected. Xiao Shuang married 3 years ago." Liang Tian, upon hearing this, could only manage a wry smile. Yu Sheng hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, Brother Liang, It's all right. When you left, we hadn't officially broken up. It's understandable that you were unaware of the circumstances," Liang Tian replied, a knowing look in his eyes. Yu Sheng sensed there was much more beneath the surface, but the current setting was hardly appropriate for such discussions. Liang Tian seemed equally reluctant to delve into the matter. "I still need to ask you, did you delete my WeChat and phone number?" Yu Sheng felt a pang of awkwardness. When I got married, I wanted to send you an invitation, but when I sent it on WeChat, a notification popped up indicating that I was a T on your friend list. As for the phone, it had been perpetually busy. Indeed, Yu Sheng had deleted his contact. When she left, she had no intention of returning. It wasn't just Liang Tian's contact that she had erased. She had also removed Ji Buchang's. Otherwise, upon her return to the capital, she would have mistaken Ji Buchang's call for a nuisance. At this thought, she glanced at Ji Buchang, who was coincidentally looking her way. She quickly turned her head. Liang Tian had already taken out his phone to scan a QR code. Come, let us re-add each other. Since we're both in the capital now, it's good to have someone to rely on. Yu Sheng had no choice but to open her WeChat's QR code. The request to add Liang Tian as a friend came through swiftly, and she clicked to accept. Soon enough, Liang Tian sent over his contact details. Yu Sheng glanced at the phone number, checking her blacklist. It was identical, confirming that the number had not changed. She promptly removed him from the blacklist. Liang Tian, still a bit anxious, made a call to ensure she could receive it before he was satisfied. Please don't delete me again, Liang Tian cautioned earnestly. Yu Sheng could only nod in resignation. All right. Ji Buchang, who had been silent until now, remarked, I should add you back as well. Yu Sheng lifted her gaze to him. His demeanor was calm and indifferent. For years ago, when she departed, she had turned back one last time to see him just like this. Now, after 4 years, he seemed unchanged, still exuding an air of superiority, looking down upon the world. Yu Sheng felt a twinge of reluctance, but knew that not re-adding him would be inappropriate. So she acquiesced, expecting to scan a code again. She was surprised to find it unnecessary. Ji Buchang's friend request arrived shortly thereafter. After all, he could simply search by phone number to add her. She saved his number anew. After 4 years of silence, their connection was rekindled. Yu Sheng tucked her phone back into her pocket, her gaze drifting outside. Why hasn't Xiao Yanyan returned yet? At that moment, Liang Tian's phone rang. From his tone while answering, it seemed to be his wife. She wondered which young lady could have taken Xiao Shuangjia's place as his spouse. Yu Sheng pondered, wondering what emotions Xiao Shuang experienced when they parted ways. Back then, they were undeniably in love, a model couple in the entire circle. After hanging up the phone, Liang Tian remarked, I must take my leave. My wife has commanded that I return with the cake before 3 o'clock, and it is already 10 past 2. He then glanced at Yu Sheng and then at Ji Buchang. Before departing, he patted Ji Buchang on the shoulder. Liang Tian's figure swiftly vanished into the throng. Yu Sheng redirected her gaze. At that moment, Ji Buchang stood beside her, and she contemplated the quickest way to depart. However, unexpectedly, Ji Buchang initiated conversation. Didn't you say you would return home once everything was settled? Why haven't you gone back yet? Yu Sheng paused, having completely forgotten about that matter. Her previous remarks had merely been a formality, yet she was taken aback that he still remembered. Chapter 10. Have you not settled down yet, returning with such deep emotions? Before Yu Sheng could respond, Ji Buchang inquired first. Yu Sheng cast him a glance, tacitly acknowledging his question. Ji Buchang continued. Is it that you fundamentally do not wish to return? Yu Sheng raised her head once more. We both understand what lies beneath. Why must we articulate it so openly? Ji Buchang fell silent for a considerable time. Why do you not accept the apartment I offered you? Yu Sheng replied with a half-smile. Why should I? It is not mine. To accept it rashly would incur a cost. Ji Buchang sighed. Sheng, you could reside there indefinitely. No one will ever drive you away again. Yet, Yu Sheng remained dismissive. I would rather find a place to rent. I do not wish to owe you a favor without merit. Ji Buchang sighed again. Why must you utter such bitter words? Yu Sheng turned her head away, no longer wishing to engage with him. Just then, Xiao Yanyan returned in a huff, accompanied by Li Sheng. Yu Sheng noticed his attire, free of dew stains and seemingly new, likely a recent purchase. Xiao Yanyan appeared to be seething, ready to explode at any moment. Meanwhile, Li Sheng stood nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets. I told you earlier, did I not? You insisted on accompanying me. Look at this new outfit. It feels wonderful to wear. The 6,009 was worth it. Thank you. Xiao Yanyan, having suffered such a significant loss, could hardly tolerate the smug expression on his face. You're impressive. You're noble. Spending 6,009 on clothing, we cannot contend with that. She strode up to Yu Sheng. Let us go. She cast a glance at Jibwachong. Us poor folks ought to keep our distance from the wealthy. Who knows when we might be ensnared? We might not even be able to repay our debts. Li Sheng, oblivious to her underlying insinuation, attempted to argue. It was you who said you would compensate. Not me, he faltered upon meeting Jibwachong's gaze, instantly extinguishing his fire. Truthfully, it is not that I expect you to pay. I merely spoke in anger. Li Sheng mutarat quietly. Having incurred such a loss, Xiao Yinyan was not inclined to accept his superficial reassurances. She perceived his words as a self-serving excuse, now that he had spent the money, declaring that no reimbursement was necessary. Thank you for your kind intentions. We dare not take advantage of your generosity. How noble of you, spending 6,009 on a single garment, while we mere mortals make so little in a month. We would not dare to accept your charity. Who knows? We might one day fall victim to a midnight robbery, and it would be our own doing. Li Sheng was left nearly speechless by her verbal onslaught. Yi Xiao Yinyan scoffed. What is wrong with me? You've spent so much of my money, and I cannot voice my thoughts. Is it that the wealthy have become so arrogant as to strip others of the right to speak? Today has not gone well. Yu Sheng, let us leave. With that, she took Yu Sheng's hand, leading her away. Until she had driven out of the shopping mall, Xiao Yinyan remained fuming. Yu Sheng could not help but comfort her. You're still upset. It was better left unsaid. For the moment she spoke, Xiao Yinyan's irritation intensified. Forget it. A worthless piece of clothing cost me 6,900. What a ridiculous item. I couldn't even decipher the brand. I had never even heard of it. Yu Sheng replied, that brand is quite renowned. It has been featured in fashion weeks for several years, making it one of the more distinguished names in menswear. Xiao Yinyan scoffed. It's outrageously expensive. My 6,009 just vanished without a trace. I feel utterly pained. To think that I merely held a glass of juice and lost 6,009. What a tremendous loss. It's tragic. I shouldn't have left the house today. I would have been better off lying at home. Unable to contain her laughter, Yu Sheng remarked, why must you confront Li Sheng? He asked someone who responds better to gentle words. A few kind remarks, and this matter would be forgotten. Xiao Yinyan now harbored a deep disdain for Li Sheng. The mere thought of flattering him made her feel ill. No way. Sweet-talking him is a task for the next lifetime. I finally comprehend your sentiments. The affluent are indeed beyond our reach. A single garment or piece of jewelry for them could equate to months of frugality and toil for us ordinary folk. It's best to keep our distance from them. Yu Sheng chuckled. Who was it that wished to marry a wealthy man and lounge at home like a rich lady every day? Xiao Yinyan could no longer bear to hear about money. No, I've changed my mind. I truly have. I no longer wish to marry a wealthy man. Yu Sheng recalled the piece of clothing Li Sheng owned. In truth, there is no need to purchase a new item for him. Simply have him remove it and send it to the dry cleaner, which wouldn't even cost 100. Suddenly, the car came to a halt, and Xiao Yinyan's eyes widened. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Goodness, I've suffered a great loss. How could I be so foolish, spending 6,009 on something that could be resolved for just a few dozen? As she spoke, she grasped Yu Sheng's arm. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Yu Sheng sighed. I was just about to mention it. But you both had already descended to make the purchase. Xiao Yinyan slapped her forehead. My heart bleeds. My 6,009. I truly feel like crying. She fiercely embraced Yu Sheng. Next time you must stop me. Otherwise, I'll slap my own face. I can't afford to be at odds with money. Yu Sheng patted her shoulder. All right. The car resumed its journey. Yu Sheng continued. Actually, Li Sheng is quite decent. He is rather simple-minded and doesn't place much significance on a piece of clothing. Perhaps I should speak to him later. Suggest he send you a generous red envelope to mitigate your loss. Xiao Yinyan felt somewhat tempted, but ultimately prioritized her pride. Let us just forget it. It's already spent, and doing so again would be too embarrassing. I can't afford to lose face like that. Yu Sheng teased. Didn't someone just say that she can't afford to be at odds with money? Xiao Yinyan wore a look of sorrowful despair. Alas, let's not dwell on it, for it brings sorrow. You, forever concerned with appearances, suffer needlessly. Henceforth, let us abandon this topic, as Xiao Yinyan recalled other matters. Just now when I descended with Lu Qianjiu, what did you say to Jibwachong? He appeared rather unwell. Yu Sheng replied nonchalantly. It It was nothing of consequence, merely a mention of the past. He previously had his assistant, Zhao Yang, deliver a set of apartment keys for me to occupy, which I declined. He inquired as to my reasons for refusal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinyan paused momentarily. When did this occur? Just a few days ago. The apartment is situated near the company. Xiao Yinyan remarked. What has prompted such unexpected kindness from him? Who can say? Is he now filled with regret? For years ago, he was so heartless, yet now he returns feigning deep sentiment? Chapter 11. Do not indulge in sentimentality. Reflect on the past. Whether others regret their choices remains uncertain. Yet, Jibwuchang is not one to harbor regrets, as Yu Sheng remarked with a hint of detachment. Having cohabited under the same roof for 8 years, she possesses an intimate understanding of his character. He is the type who is acutely aware of his desires and relentlessly pursues them, impervious to external influences and never remorseful over trivial matters. Xiao Yinyan turned to her and said, You are absolutely right. There is no reason to claim his property unjustly. Living under someone else's roof, one can never predict when complications may arise. Yu Sheng smiled in agreement. It seems we are of one mind. Xiao Yinyan chuckled. You can stay with me comfortably. Although my place is modest, it is more than sufficient for the two of us. We can chat, shop, dine, and enjoy each other's company. Yu Sheng embraced her. You are truly wonderful. Your kindness towards me is immeasurable. Xiao Yinyan relished the affection, her face lighting up with joy. Drive carefully. We wouldn't want to attract the attention of the traffic police, Yu Sheng warned, releasing her embrace and sitting upright, a smile spreading across her face. That said, Xiao Yinyan continued, now that you are back, you cannot avoid interacting with those people. Exercise caution. Yu Sheng nodded, I understand. Those individuals are merciless. Do not let sentiment cloud your judgment. Remember the past. Indeed, she replied, her expression turning serious. Yu Sheng had arrived in the capital at the tender age of 13. Prior to her arrival, she had spent 5 years in an orphanage in the Eastern District. Her mother, strikingly beautiful, had fallen in love with her father during a visit to the East. At that time, her father was a poor young man, opposed by his family. Nevertheless, her mother resolutely abandoned everything to be with him. As the saying goes, love is merely a fleeting surge of hormones. Once that fervor subsided, her parents found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Her father, though impoverished, lacked ambition, forever dreaming of unearned success. Having deceived her mother into a relationship, he regarded it as a testament to his allure, failing to cherish her, instead flaunting his conquests and even flirting with others. After Yu Sheng's birth, the household echoed with discord, her parents perpetually embroiled in quarrels. Even the most trivial matters could ignite their disputes. Yu Sheng was bereft of a grandfather, with only her grandmother remaining. Her grandmother indulged her son, favoring males over females, and looked down upon Yu Sheng for being a girl, harboring disdain for her mother as well. This atmosphere further fueled her father's contempt for her mother. Isolated and unsupported, her mother had severed ties with her own family to be with her father, rendering her unable to seek help. She bore the weight of injustice alone, juggling the demands of work and caring for Yu Sheng, while shouldering all household responsibilities. Her father was often absent, and when he did return, it was only to extract money. Initially, her mother would comply, but as time passed, she ceased to do so. Accustomed to a life of ease, her father would cause a scene, arguing and resorting to violence, compounded by her grandmother's snide remarks regarding her son's abuse of his wife. She has never offered any counsel, instead adding fuel to the fire, fearful that her son might not strike vigorously enough. On numerous occasions, the mother returned home battered and bruised, unable to rise from her bed. The grandmother, reveling in her misfortune, mocked her, claiming it was a punishment for her inability to bear sons. Yu Sheng has heard her mother weeping alone in the dead of night more than once, and she has witnessed her clench her teeth in silence. She endured day after day, year after year, until the year Yu Sheng turned 8, when her mother could no longer tolerate it. That year, the grandmother passed away. The father, who had long desired a son, brazenly brought home a pregnant woman, rumored to be carrying a boy. Overjoyed, he welcomed her into their home, vacating their bedroom for her and forcing Yu Sheng and her mother to reside on the balcony of the living room. He even compelled her mother to cook and attend to the woman daily. The once resilient mother could withstand it no longer. One night, seizing the opportunity while the father and the woman slept soundly, she pushed open the bedroom door. The father, having lost too much blood, died on the spot. The woman fainted in terror, and the child was lost. In the dead of night, the mother climbed to the rooftop and leaped from the 20th floor. Yu Sheng had been sent earlier to the home of Aunt Shun, a neighbor in the same community, and did not witness the horrific scene. By the time she learned of it, the police had already arrived. The subsequent events were a blur, and when her consciousness returned, she found herself in an orphanage. Overnight, she became an orphan. Yu Sheng spent 5 years in the orphanage. One day, she encountered a middle-aged man who smiled and extended his hand. "I'm Uncle G, a good friend of your mother. Would you like to come home with me?" By then, Yu Sheng was 13, beginning to grasp the intricacies of society. Having grown accustomed to the fickleness of human emotions during her time in the orphanage, she was remarkably mature for her age. She looked up at Ji Feng, a refined man. His eyes bore no judgment as if appraising merchandise, nor any lewd malice, only kindness. He was a good man. She nodded and followed Ji Feng out of the orphanage, leaving Dongsheng for the capital. In truth, had it not been for the subsequent events, life in the Ji family would have brought Yu Sheng immense happiness. Especially upon her arrival, she felt as though she were living a dream. There were no endless arguments, no hysterical despair and breakdowns, nor the indifference of the orphanage. Madame Ji treated her with great kindness, braiding her hair, buying her new clothes, and introducing her to social circles. She felt like a little princess, with the ladies at gatherings gently touching her face and holding her hand. Yu Sheng's previous life had been akin to that of a mouse dwelling in a dark, despairing cave. Now, for the first time, she was growing up in the sunlight. It was overwhelming and even terrifying. She felt unworthy of such a splendid life. It was during this time that Ji Chang, 5 years her senior, began to appear frequently. He seemed to sense her discomfort and approached her, saying, "You must be Yu Sheng. I am Ji Chang, your elder brother." The first 3 years of the Ji household were guided by Ji Chang, who helped her gradually acclimate to her new life. In the presence of a crowd, he would take her hand with a reassuring grip, whispering, "Do not be afraid." When ridiculed by those within his circle, he would retaliate without hesitation, asking, "Care to repeat that?" At merely 18, he exuded an undeniable aura that commanded attention. No one dared to mock or bully Yu Sheng any longer. Instead, they sought to ingratiate themselves with him through Yu Sheng. Under this protection and indulgence, Yu Sheng gradually grew bolder, shedding her former timidity and gloominess from Dongsheng, blossoming into a bright and gracious young woman, akin to a true noble lady, the daughter of the Ji family. Those days were filled with the exhilaration of spring. When did everything change? Yu Sheng chuckled softly to herself. Chapter 12. I knew you didn't like me. Yu Sheng was unaware of the exact moment she began to harbor feelings for Ji Chang. By the time she realized it, her gaze had become almost permanently affixed to him. Yu Sheng pondered whether this was a manifestation of the imprinting phenomenon. In an unfamiliar environment, one inevitably falls for the first person who extends kindness. Initially, Ji Chang seemed oblivious to her affections. He was engrossed in his university studies and later took on the responsibilities of managing the family business. Nevertheless, regardless of his busy schedule, he always answered her calls. Even during those sleepless nights when Yu Sheng found herself wide awake, he would chuckle on the other end, teasing, "Have you stayed up late watching horror films again?" However, gradually, he began to answer her calls less frequently and returned home even more seldom. It was around this time that Madame G's demeanor towards her shifted. She began to nitpick at Yu Sheng, whether intentionally or unintentionally, making cutting remarks. Most notably, she would frequently bring up Yu Sheng's mother, regardless of the setting. On one occasion, while dining, Yu Sheng found herself choking on a fish bone, struggling to dislodge it. Previously, Madame G would have expressed concern, but this time, she merely regarded Yu Sheng with a cold gaze, a sneer playing on her lips. "Has your mother never taught you anything? How can you choke on a fish? You clearly lack any manners." Yu Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of shame, as if the ground had opened beneath her. Ji Feng, seated beside her, came to her defense. "She is just a child. Choking on a fish is perfectly normal. Why say such things? Upon hearing his words, Madame G exploded with fury. Almost an adult, and still a child? In your eyes, she can do no wrong, and her mother is the epitome of virtue. We are nothing but weeds, understand? With that, she slammed her chopsticks onto the table, stood up, and stormed off. Yu Sheng was taken aback by the magnitude of the trouble she had inadvertently caused and felt utterly lost. Ji Feng reassured her, "It's all right. Your aunt has been in a bad mood lately. It's not aimed at you." Yet Yu Sheng, no matter how naive, could not believe that it was not personal, especially given the mention of her mother. That evening, feeling parched, Yu Sheng descended to the kitchen for a glass of water. As she passed by Uncle Ji and Aunt Ji's bedroom, she overheard their argument. Though she could not discern the specifics, Aunt Ji repeatedly referred to her, labeling her a nuisance, a burden, and a harbinger of misfortune. Uncle Ji, seemingly concerned that she might overhear, lowered his voice, yet Aunt Ji remained relentless. A myriad of emotions swirled within her. Initially intent on quenching her thirst, she turned back midway and retreated to her room. She contemplated calling Ji Buchang, yearning to share her troubles as she once did. However, her calls met with silence, unanswered. That night, Yu Sheng lay awake until dawn, feeling as if she had returned to her early days in the orphanage, isolated, devoid of family, and surrounded by an atmosphere fraught with peril. A few days later, Ji Buchang returned. Yu Sheng instinctively rushed forward to embrace him as usual, only to have him evade her. He did not even cast a glance in her direction. Standing there, Yu Sheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her face flushing crimson. To harbor affection for someone may remain unspoken, yet one's eyes betray the truth. Even though Ji Buchang no longer paid her any heed, Yu Sheng could not refrain from observing every aspect of his life. She kept track of the friends he made, the activities he engaged in, the people he met, and the work he undertook, even whom he might have developed feelings for. She scoured his social media posts countless times each day. The absence of updates left her despondent, while any new activity brought her joy, more often than not. However, Yu Sheng found herself disheartened, for he rarely shared anything online. Soon, her disappointment deepened further when a woman appeared amidst his sparse posts. Yang Qingshan, the daughter of a Yang family. She and Ji Buchang had grown up together, a fact Yu Sheng was well aware of. She was vivacious, lively, spoiled, confident, and beautiful, akin to a rose blooming fiercely under the summer sun. Yu Sheng had never witnessed Ji Buchang display such patience with anyone else. His gaze was perpetually fixed upon her. For Yu Sheng, encountering him had become increasingly challenging, as she was always waiting and hoping. Yet, a mere phone call from Yang Qingshan could summon him at any time. After graduating from university, Ji Buchang had promised to attend her graduation ceremony. She waited, enduring the darkness of the night, but he never appeared. Instead, she stumbled upon a photograph of the two of them in Yang Qingshan's social media feed. In that moment, despair enveloped her, and her heart plummeted into an abyss. At 21, Yu Sheng graduated from university. The hottest summer heralded Ji Buchang's 26th birthday. Madame Ji organized a grand birthday celebration, attended by numerous friends and family, including Yang Qingshan, who appeared quite intimate with Ji Buchang. Yu Sheng overheard a conversation between Madame Ji and Yang Qingshan's mother, where they exchanged compliments about each other's parenting, subtly hinting at hopes for a union. Yu Sheng felt as though she had plunged into an icy chasm, summoning an unexpected courage. That evening she stole a kiss from Ji Buchang while he was intoxicated. Immediately, the sharp gasp of Madame Ji pierced her ears. She had witnessed the act. Ji Buchang, too, awakened at that moment. The Ji household was ablaze with light until the deep hours of the night. Alone in the living room, Yu Sheng awaited the impending judgment. From upstairs, the sounds of an argument between Ji Feng and Madame Ji echoed, accompanied by the clattering of objects being thrown. Occasionally, Ji Buchang's voice could be discerned, though Yu Sheng could not make out the words. Strangely, her heart calmed amidst the chaos. After an indeterminate span of time, the commotion above ceased. Madame Ji descended the stairs and approached her, followed closely by Ji Feng. Yu Sheng lifted her gaze to meet theirs, bracing herself for the final decree. Madame Ji declared, "You have lived in our home for 8 years. and such conduct is unbecoming. I shall arrange for your return to Dongsheng. Do not return here again." Unable to restrain herself, she continued, "After all these years of nurturing you with great effort, is this how you repay me? By enticing my son? How could you be so despicable? Just like your mother?" Yu Sheng's complexion paled, overwhelmed by shame. Ji Feng intercepted her, exclaiming, "Be silent." Lady Ji turned and departed. Ji Feng approached Yu Sheng and said, "It is my uncle's fault. You should return to Dongsheng. That is your hometown, where relatives and friends reside, and you will have support." Ji Feng averted his gaze from her. Yet, Yu Sheng could not suppress a soft laugh. Her parents had long since passed away, and she had been sent to an orphanage at the tender age of 8, where, then, were her relatives and friends. This was merely an excuse to drive her away. After Ji Feng left, Yu Sheng remained seated in the living room, her head bowed in silence. Time slipped away, and eventually, a pair of shoes appeared before her. Yu Sheng lifted her gaze to find Ji Buchang standing before her, his expression colder than usual. She recalled the moment she had stolen a kiss from him, and a wave of despondency washed over her. The affection she had harbored for so many years seemed to evaporate in an instant. She felt utterly ridiculous, a jester in the grand theater of her own life. With a defiant smile, she asked him, "Ji Buchang, do you like me?" "Ye Buchankis Bodhistifinet." And he remained silent. Yu Sheng's smile widened, and tears began to fall. "I have long known that you do not love me." She rose, turned, and walked past him, ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the top, she glanced back at him. Ji Buchang remained in the living room, frozen in place, his posture unchanged. She let out a soft laugh, then turned and returned to her room to gather her belongings. The following morning, she boarded the vehicle arranged by Lady Ji, departing from the Ji residence, where she had spent 8 years of her life. Chapter 13. What progress have you made? After a night filled with unsettling dreams, Yu Sheng awoke with a throbbing headache, nearly missing her alarm. Noticing her pallid complexion, Xiao Yinyan inquired, "Why do you look so unwell?" Yu Sheng shook her head. "I had a nightmare." Xiao Yinyan chuckled. "What kind of nightmare? It's not about Ji Buchang, is it?" Yu Sheng turned to her. "How did you know?" "Just a guess. You should put on some makeup to cover up. Your complexion is quite poor." "Agreed." After applying her makeup, Yu Sheng departed with Xiao Yinyan, who had to take the subway with her today due to vehicle restrictions. "I always feel overwhelmed every Monday morning," Xiao Yinyan lamented, appearing utterly drained. Yu Sheng rubbed her temples. "We should try to sleep earlier next time. We say that every time, yet we never manage it. Oh, when will I have enough money to avoid working? This job is truly exhausting." The two women found themselves jostled in the cramped subway, struggling to maintain their footing as breathing became a challenge. Yu Sheng needed to transfer trains, so she squeezed the exit to stop early to bid farewell to Xiao Yinyan. Once outside, she released a long sigh of relief. Upon arriving at the office, she plunged into a day of busyness. As the workday neared its end, the rental agency she had previously contacted reached out, presenting a few available properties for her to consider. Yu Sheng requested the location and took a bus to the site. Living indefinitely with Xiao Yinyan was not a viable long-term solution, and Yu Sheng recognized that she must eventually find her own place. Since she had settled into her job, it seemed practical to rent an apartment near the office for convenience. After viewing several properties, none caught her fancy. Either they were too far from the subway, making her commute problematic, or they were prohibitively expensive beyond her modest earnings. The agent insisted that these were among the most cost-effective options available, implying that if she hesitated, they would soon be snatched up by others. Nevertheless, Yu Sheng resolved to continue her search, believing that choosing a place to live was a significant decision that warranted careful consideration. A hasty choice could lead to endless complications later. Upon returning and sharing her experience with Xiao Yinyan, she agreed, "It's indeed essential to choose wisely." Then she added, "Honestly, it's perfectly fine for you to stay with me. There's no rush." Yu Sheng smiled. "That's true, but commuting from your place is rather distant." Xiao Yinyan scoffed. "I suspect you find it convenient for rendezvous with your boyfriend." Before Yu Sheng could respond, Xiao Yinyan patted her shoulder, saying, I understand, passion ignites. We all comprehend." Yu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. "What does that even mean? I'm merely looking for an apartment." Xiao Yinyan rolled her eyes. "Spare me. Let me ask you, How far have you two progressed? Have you taken it to the next level? Yu Sheng pushed her away playfully. Get out of here. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Yinyin couldn't suppress her laughter, so it's settled then. You haven't have you? She continued, oh, why are you so shy? We're adults. It's perfectly natural for love to flourish. However, I must caution you not to be easily seduced in a bed. Men can be rather fickle, often failing to cherish what they have once they possess it. The more reserved you are, the more respect they will afford you. Yu Sheng paused for a moment and nodded in agreement. As for the house, there is no need to rush. Take your time to find the right one. You may stay here for the time being. A good home is not easily found. It took me 2 to 3 months to discover this one. Yu Sheng glanced around her abode once more and nodded, acknowledging that haste is indeed unwise. On the weekend, while Xiao Yinyin was working overtime, Yu Sheng ventured out alone to explore the nearby shops. Passing by a women's clothing store, she decided to browse. To her surprise, she encountered a familiar face. Yu Sheng? Liang Tian approached with a smile, accompanied by 2 ladies. One was Madame Liang, an elegant elderly woman whom Yu Sheng had often seen before. The other, whom she had not met, was young and beautiful, affectionately linking her arm with the elderly ladies. She must be Liang Tian's wife. Yu Sheng blinked and greeted them with a smile. Brother Liang, are you out shopping too? She then turned to the others, saying, Auntie Liang, sister-in-law. The young woman chuckled at the mention of her title and turned to Liang Tian, inquiring, who is this? However, Madame Liang took the lead, grasping Yu Sheng's hand. You must be Yu Sheng. It has been years since we last met. You are more beautiful than ever. Yu Sheng replied with a smile. Auntie Liang, you're looking younger as well. Madame Liang beamed at the compliment. You sweet-talking child. I have aged, not young at all. The young lady quickly chimed in, Mom. You are not old. How could you be? The last time we went shopping together, everyone said we looked like sisters. Madame Liang laughed heartily. Oh, you were just saying that to flatter me. Ask Liang Tian. When we go out, who doesn't praise how youthful I look? The young lady glanced at Liang Tian, who merely smiled, choosing not to respond. The lady's expression faltered slightly. Madame Liang, undeterred, turned her attention back to Yu Sheng. When did you return? Yu Sheng replied. I just got back as well. The branch office closed down, so I came to the headquarters. Madame Liang remarked, it's good that you're back. You can spend some time with your uncle and aunt. Yu Sheng hesitated, recalling how she had been cast out of the Ji family, wondering how Madame Ji had explained the situation to others. Yet, in their social circle, even if they masked the truth with pleasantries, the underlying circumstances could likely be inferred. However, the upper class is always concerned with appearances, speaking with discretion to avoid embarrassment. Madame Liang continued, since you're back, have you visited them? The them referred to the Ji family. Yu Sheng shook her head, not yet. Madame Liang pressed, why not? After all, your uncle and aunt raised you. No matter what, you should pay them a visit. You young people should not always chase after freedom, believing that everything outside is better. Nothing compares to home. As she spoke, her eyes subtly glanced at Liang Tian. Liang Tian smiled wryly, saying, Mother, why are you saying all this? Yu Sheng has only just returned and hasn't settled in yet. Once she does, she will leave. Mrs. Liang chuckled. That is indeed a good child. Yu Sheng has always been well-behaved since childhood. Yu Sheng forced a smile in response. It was a rare encounter, and Mrs. Liang wanted Yu Sheng to select a few pieces of clothing she liked as a gift. Yu Sheng repeatedly declined. Mrs. Liang, somewhat displeased, insisted, choose what you like. It is merely a piece of clothing. We haven't seen each other for several years, and I must present you with a token of our reunion. Unable to resist, Yu Sheng chose a moderately priced khaki coat. Mrs. Liang then asked the shop assistant to pair it with a skirt and shoes, all wrapped up and paid for. After their shopping, Mrs. Liang invited Yu Sheng to dine with them, but Yu Sheng politely declined. After all, it was a gathering for their family of 3. She did not wish to impose and merely cited prior commitments. Mrs. Liang did not press further, bidding her farewell as they departed. Watching their retreating figures, Yu Sheng suddenly realized that Liang Tian had not introduced her to his wife at all, not even mentioning her name. Chapter 14, having nurtured you for so many years. Upon encountering Mrs. Liang, Yu Sheng felt an inkling that Mrs. Ji would undoubtedly reach out to her. As expected, just before the end of the workday on Tuesday, her phone rang. It was a call from Mrs. G herself. "Auntie," she greeted politely. Mrs. G was momentarily taken aback. "You've returned to the capital?" Yu Sheng replied nonchalantly. "Yes, work necessitated my return." She placed particular emphasis on the last 5 words, which Mrs. G did not fail to notice. In fact, Mrs. G felt a twinge of irritation due to Yu Sheng's demeanor. This woman was quite contradictory. If Yu Sheng were overly cordial, as she had been in the past, Mrs. G would suspect her intentions regarding her son. Conversely, if Yu Sheng adopted a more businesslike attitude, she would feel disrespected. "You return without even visiting home or making a call. I have to hear about it from others. After all these years, you show such a lack of decorum." Yu Sheng remained silent. "Make sure to visit this weekend. Don't let others mock you," Mrs. G concluded before hanging up. Yu Sheng chuckled softly, placing her phone back in her pocket, returning to her workstation. That evening, while Yu Sheng was savoring hot pot with Xiao Yinyin in the living room, she received a call from G phone. "I heard from your aunt that you've returned to the capital?" Yu Sheng replied politely, "Yes, I just got back. Now that you're here, do visit home more often. After all, the G family is your family." Yu Sheng responded, "I'll return this weekend." "Good. I'll have a housekeeper prepare your favorite dishes." "Thank you, uncle. Why are you still so polite with me?" Yu Sheng replied, "It's only proper. I mustn't be ungrateful." Ji Feng sighed, conversing for a few more moments before hanging up. Xiao Yinyin set down her chopsticks. "Did they find out?" Yu Sheng nodded. "A few days ago, I ran into Liang Tian and his mother at the mall. I suspect it was Liang's mother who informed them." Xiao Yinyin picked up her chopsticks again, slowly savoring a piece of lotus root. "They are truly shameless. They once insisted you shouldn't return, and now, for years later, they suddenly want you back." Yu Sheng placed a slice of tripe into the pot, feeling the pressure of appearances, having been spotted by others. Xiao Yinyin smirked. "Then go back. After all, it's not you who is seeking them out. They extended the invitation, so it doesn't count as breaking your word." Yu Sheng lifted the tripe to her bowl and took a bite. In the brief moment of conversation, the tripe had become slightly overcooked. Since she was indeed going back, it would be remiss to go empty-handed. On Saturday, after breakfast, Yu Sheng ventured alone to the mall to purchase some gifts. For Mrs. G, she chose a silk scarf from a luxury brand, while for Ji Feng, she selected a case of health wine. As for Ji Buchang, she hesitated but ultimately decided against buying anything. She feared that Mrs. G might overthink it, suspecting she still harbored feelings for him. Not gifting anything might be considered impolite, yet gifting could lead to endless complications. After completing her shopping, Yu Sheng glanced at the time. It was still before 11 o'clock. She planned to return home for lunch, which the Ji family typically had at 12:30, leaving her ample time. Ji Buchang called. Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment before answering. "Hello, have you left? I'll come and pick you up." Ji Buchang's voice came through. Yu Sheng replied, "No need to come. I'm shopping at the mall, and we'll take a taxi back later." Ji Buchang inquired, "Which mall? Send me your location. I could drive over. I'm nearby your place." Yu Sheng was taken aback. "How do you know where I live?" Ye Buchang responded, "Do you think it's difficult to find out where an ordinary person lives in the capital?" Indeed, it was not difficult. After all, he was Ji Buchang. Yu Sheng chuckled. "I'll just take a taxi." "Send me your location," Ji Buchang insisted. "It's not a good time to hail a cab. The traffic is already congested." He added. Yu Sheng countered, "Then it's even more of a hassle for you. If there's traffic, I'll be quicker taking a taxi." Ji Buchang sighed. Sheng, don't be so stubborn. You know I mean well." "No, I'll take a taxi home." Yu Sheng persisted. It was her first return after 4 years, and she wondered how Mrs. G would react if she saw her in Ji Buchang's car. After saying this, she hung up and booked a ride online. Ji Buchang was right. The traffic was indeed heavy, making it difficult to get a cab. The driver took over 10 minutes to cover less than a kilometer. Once in the car, the driver remarked, "There are people everywhere. It's impossible to move. Is this delay bothering you, young lady?" Yu Sheng smiled. "Not at all. Take your time. Safety first." The driver, a talkative elder, was quite cheerful. "Right. It's rare to meet such an understanding passenger like you. Don't worry, I'll get you there by noon. After this stretch, the traffic should ease up." Yu Sheng replied, "Thank you, driver." The driver glanced at Yu Sheng through the rearview mirror, noticing her beauty and the hint of a Beijing accent, as well as the upscale destination, forming a rough judgment in his mind. "You're quite fortunate," he remarked. Why do you say that? Never mind how I know. I can read faces, and yours radiates good fortune. Yu Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you have a car? In the capital, everything is great except for transportation. Having a car would be more convenient. Yu Sheng explained, as an office worker, owning a car is an expense. Taking a taxi or the subway is simply more convenient. The driver gave her a thumbs up. You're a smart girl, living wisely. Just because your family has money doesn't mean you squander it. Only then did Yu Sheng realize that the driver probably assumed she was from a wealthy family. She considered clarifying, but decided it was unnecessary. In this fleeting encounter, explanations held little significance, so she let it go. The driver then shared stories about his family, his children's university, where they lived, and how much they received from the relocation compensation. Yu Sheng listened with great interest. Upon reaching her destination, Yu Sheng stepped out of the car, and the driver seemed reluctant to end the conversation. Please give me a good review. Yu Sheng agreed, and the driver drove off. Entering the Ji family's gate, she spotted Ji Buchong's Maybach parked in the garage. He had already arrived home. As she ventured further, passing through the garden, she beheld the industrious figure of Mrs. Ji, accompanied by Ji Buchong. He had removed his outer coat, donning only a shirt with its sleeves casually rolled up. Such a sight was rare for Yu Sheng. She could only recall a time when she had first arrived at the Ji household, when he would often dress similarly and invite her along. However, as his university studies consumed him, and later, as he entered the corporate world, they gradually grew apart, and she seldom saw him. Upon noticing her return, Mrs. Ji inquired, "Why have you come back alone? Just moments ago, I was mentioning to Buchong that he should have come to fetch you." Yu Sheng smiled softly. There was traffic on the road, so I didn't want to trouble my brother. Hearing her address Ji Buchong in such a manner and observing her tranquil demeanor, Mrs. Ji felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Come, let us go inside. Your uncle is waiting." Chapter 15. Forgive my past follies. Ji Feng looked upon Yu Sheng with delight. Surveying her from head to toe, she had grown more beautiful and mature. Yu Sheng presented the gifts she had purchased to them all. Mrs. Ji remarked, "You return and bring gifts? It's unnecessary." Yet, she accepted them with evident joy. In their eyes, the gifts Yu Sheng bestowed were not extravagant. However, their value lay in the thoughtfulness they represented, a testament to her understanding of propriety. Mrs. Ji noticed that there were only 2 gifts, a silk scarf for herself and a health tonic evidently intended for Ji Feng, with no gift for Ji Buchong. Raising her gaze to Yu Sheng, she observed her poised demeanor and noted that Yu Sheng's gaze toward Ji Buchong was unflinching. Clearly, the past was behind them. Just as she began to relax, a slight unease crept back in. Ji Buchong's expression shifted as he regarded the gifts, his eyes turning toward Yu Sheng. She offered him a warm smile in response. Mrs. Ji chided, "Since you have returned, why not come home for a visit? I had to hear it through Aunt Liang. Otherwise, one might think we have treated you poorly." Yu Sheng did not argue. Instead, she responded calmly, "It was my fault. It won't happen again." Her straightforward admission left Mrs. Ji with little to say. Seizing the moment, Ji Feng remarked, "Regardless, it's a good thing that Yu Sheng is back." He inquired, "How have you fared in Dongxing these past 4 years?" Yu Sheng smiled. "Quite well. It's my childhood home, filled with familiar faces. I adapted easily." Speaking of her childhood home, Ji Feng's thoughts drifted to her mother, a shadow of guilt enveloping him for past events. "Where have you been residing?" Ji Feng asked again. Yu Sheng replied, "At Aunt Chen's house. She took good care of me when my mother was around, and after the incident, I stayed with Aunt Chen." Ji Feng paused. "Is it still the same neighborhood?" Yu Sheng clarified, "No, it's a different one. Aunt Chen moved away." Ji Feng nodded. "Moving is for the best." Yu Sheng continued, "Aunt Chen's son works out of town, and she insisted I stay with her for companionship and proximity to her workplace." Ji Feng inquired, "I heard your branch office was closed." "Indeed," she confirmed, "the economic climate is unfavorable, and it has been operating at a loss." Ji Feng sighed, "Since you're back, make the most of it. In the capital, your uncles and aunts are here. They will look after you, no matter how good it is elsewhere. It cannot compare to home." Yu Sheng smiled in agreement. Ji Feng noted her polite demeanor, a stark contrast to the vivaciousness she once exhibited in their home, leading him to ponder the distance that had grown between them. "The matters of the past were due to my and your aunt's oversight," he lamented, glancing at Ji Buchang with a sigh. However, Yu Sheng interjected courteously, "Uncle, please do not say that. I was young and foolish back then. I have always been grateful for your nurturing. My parents passed away early, and since coming to the Ji family, I have regarded you as my own parents." Turning to Ji Buchang, she added, "I owe you an apology as well. Forgive my past caprices." Ji Buchang looked up at her, noticing her clarity of expression as her gaze shifted elsewhere. Ji Feng was taken aback by her own initiative in broaching these matters and let out a sigh. After all, it was a child she had nurtured for 8 years. He felt a twinge of sentimentality. Why bring this up within a family? Madame Yi, relieved, finally set her heart at ease. She too felt a pang of nostalgia regarding the events of yesteryears. Andy had erred in certain aspects. Do not blame me. You know well that for families like ours, such scandals are quite unbecoming. Yu Sheng smiled and replied, "Annie did nothing wrong. It was my immaturity." Madame Ji sighed again. "Let us not dwell on this any longer. Since you have returned, stay in the capital from now on. Uncle, and I have no intention of sending you away. After all, this is the capital. Everything is more convenient here, and there are more opportunities than in East City." Yu Sheng responded with a smile. "However, traffic jams can be quite bothersome." Ji Feng chuckled. "In a big city, how can one escape traffic?" Then, recalling her work, he inquired, "Where is your company located?" Yu Sheng provided the address. Ji Feng remarked, "That location is rather far. Where are you residing?" "At a friend's place," she replied, mentioning the neighborhood where Xiao Yinyan lived. Ji Feng noted, "The commute from there is not short. It must take around an hour." Yu Sheng nodded. "I've grown accustomed to it. In the capital, that is considered quite close." Ji Feng suggested, "If you don't want to stay here, let old Chen drive you to work each day to spare you the daily ordeal of squeezing onto the subway." Madame Ji, who had been listening, chimed in with a smile. "Living at home is farther. While old Chen driving is more convenient, it doesn't save much time compared to your commute." Yu Sheng responded, "Auntie is right. Home is too far, and relying on Uncle Chun isn't appropriate, as he is your driver and may be delayed by your needs." To deter Ji Feng from insisting further, Yu Sheng added, "I'm also looking for a place near the company. Once I find it and move, it will be much more convenient." Ji Feng pondered for a moment and said, "That's fine. Do come back often and do not be like your brother, who only shows up when he feels like it." He cast a glance at Ji Buchang, who seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed elsewhere, lost in thought. As they conversed, the meal was ready, and the family headed to the dining room. Yu Sheng surveyed the table, laden with an abundance of dishes truly befitting a guest reception. She noticed several of her favorites among them. The housekeeper, seeing her, beamed, "Miss Yu, you have finally returned. You used to adore my cooking." Yu Sheng smiled. "Thank you for your hard work today." The housekeeper replied, "It was no trouble at all. It is my duty." Having served the Ji family for many years, she had earned their respect. It was not common for her to personally cook and serve, but today was special with Yu Sheng's return, and it was clear she was genuinely delighted. Yu Sheng had not felt such warmth in a long time, and unable to resist, she indulged in an extra half bowl of rice. After the meal, the housekeeper brought forth a bowl of freshly made milk tea. The tea was enriched with her favorite mango and bird's nest, served with a warm and welcoming smile. "Drink more. Consuming bird's nest can enhance beauty and charm, making one increasingly lovely." Yu Sheng had just indulged in a hearty meal, and now faced with a large cup of milk tea, she found it quite difficult to partake further. Yet, she felt reluctant to dismiss the housekeeper's kind intentions and forced herself to take a few sips. Ultimately, she could no longer continue. Yu Sheng gently pressed her hand against her distended stomach, observing that she was not merely being polite, but genuinely unable to eat more. The housekeeper felt a pang of sympathy for the precious bird's nest. Her gaze then shifted to the ever-silent Ji Buchang beside them. Why not let Buchang finish the remainder? Such a delightful delicacy should not go to waste. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng frowned, ready to interject, but she soon witnessed Ji Buchang lifting the bowl and consuming the leftovers, using the very spoon she had just employed. Yu Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, but chose to remain silent, pretending not to notice. Chapter 16. Where is my gift? After finishing dinner, Yu Sheng prepared to return home. Mrs. Ji called for the driver, Uncle Chun, to take her back. Yu Sheng politely declined, saying it's not far. I wouldn't want to trouble Uncle Chun. Mrs. G insisted, but then Ji Chang interjected, I happen to be going back as well. I can give her a ride. Mrs. G hesitated, her gaze shifting between the two. Very well, Yu Sheng. Please send me a WeChat message when you arrive. She finally relented. Yu Sheng understood that this was not merely concern. Mrs. G likely wished to avoid leaving her alone with Ji Chang. Sure, Auntie, she replied, smiling. Before turning to Ji Chang, I appreciate your kindness, brother. Ji Chang's expression shifted slightly as he said, Let us go. Mrs. G accompanied them to the garage, reminding Yu Sheng to visit often. Yu Sheng recognized this was a mere formality, yet she complied verbally. The journey from home to the city was quite lengthy. Yu Sheng had overeaten and felt drowsy as soon as she got into the car. Not particularly inclined to converse with Ji Chang, she decided to close her eyes and feign rest. The drive was smooth, and the atmosphere inside the vehicle was tranquil. Initially, she merely dozed off, but eventually, she fell into a deep sleep. When she awoke, she discovered the car had already come to a stop. Yu Sheng immediately sat up and looked out the window, realizing they were at the entrance of the Shao Yinyan community. She hurriedly unfastened her seatbelt and turned to Ji Chang, saying, We've arrived. Why didn't you wake me? Ji Chang replied, Seeing you sleep so soundly, I didn't want to disturb you. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yu Sheng forced a polite smile. Thank you for bringing me back. I'll head inside now. She reached for the car door, only to find it locked. Turning back to Ji Chang, she silently questioned him. He understood her unspoken inquiry and simply smiled faintly. Don't you have something to say? Yu Sheng was taken aback. What should I say? Ji Chang chuckled softly at her response. You've grown distant from me, Sheng. You used to follow your brother everywhere, with endless chatter. The mention of their past made Yu Sheng feel somewhat awkward. She rarely thought about those times anymore. Even if she did, it felt like a distant memory, as if it had occurred in a previous century. The affection she once harbored for him seemed dreamlike after spending 4 solitary years in East City. Suddenly confronted with these memories by Ji Chang, she felt a wave of embarrassment and was unsure how to respond. She managed a strained smile. Why bring up the past? I was young and naive back then. I'm 25 now. I can't behave like that anymore. The implication was clear. Ji Chang fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Where's my gift? Yu Sheng was taken aback by his abrupt change of subject. What? Ye Bohang repeated. Where's my gift? She felt a twinge of embarrassment once more. I thought you didn't need it. Ji Chang rolled down the window. I don't need it. Who told you that? Yu Sheng replied. You've seen everything there is to see since childhood. Why would you need me to buy you something? Ye Bohang kontered. Are you implying that our parents have never seen it? Yu Sheng chose to speak candidly, expressing her reluctance to continue the debate. I believe it is inappropriate to gift you anything, hence I refrain from purchasing. She further remarked, moreover, you are not in want of gifts from others. Why should my decision matter? After speaking, she once again grasped the door handle to exit the car. The door remained shut on her first attempt. With renewed resolve, she pulled down once more, and this time, the door opened. Yu Sheng alighted from the vehicle and, without looking back, made her way into the residential complex. Upon entering her abode, she found Shao Yinyan reclining on the sofa, casually scrolling through her phone while indulging in fruit. Surprised by Yu Sheng's early return, she inquired, Why are you back so soon? Yu Sheng changed her shoes, removed her outerwear, and settled onto the sofa, popping a strawberry into her mouth. The berry's tartness made her squint. So sour, she remarked, leaning back against the sofa. It was merely a meal. It hardly warranted such an extensive duration. Shao Yinyan sat upright, saying, I assumed they would invite you to stay the night, considering you hadn't returned in 4 years. Yu Sheng chuckled. They did extend the invitation, but I declined. It felt uncomfortable. Your company is far more agreeable. Shao Yinyan playfully nudged her. Oh, come on. That is a luxurious villa, complete with a private entrance and opulent chambers. How many would envy such a place? Yu Sheng replied, no matter how splendid the setting, if one is unwelcome, it feels like sitting on pins and needles. Shao Yinyan's expression turned serious. What happened? Did they subject you to any embarrassment? Yu Sheng shook her head. Not at all. They were quite courteous. Yet, you understand the superficiality of high society. What they profess and their actual demeanor are often worlds apart. Shao Yinyan sighed. What do you mean? Yu Sheng reached for another strawberry. This one's sweeter. They fear I might still harbor feelings for Jibuchang, hence their cautious demeanor. They welcome me back in words, but in reality, they're apprehensive I might still cling to Jibuchang. Xiao Yanyan scoffed. What sort of reasoning is that? You have been cast out for 4 years. Why would you still be concerned about their son? Have they lost their senses, thinking there are no other men in this world? Yu Sheng shrugged. What can I say? Jibuchang possesses his charm. Xiao Yanyan, who had been about to recline again, suddenly remembered something and sat up. By the way, has Jibuchang returned as well? Yu Sheng nodded. Yes, he has. What was his reaction? Yu Sheng pondered. It was much the same as before. No significant reaction, and he remained silent. Xiao Yanyan frowned. Then why did he return? Yu Sheng found her inquiry amusing. Oh, my dear sister, that is his home. What do you expect him to do upon returning? Xiao Yanyan chuckled and reclined once more. It's curious, isn't it? When you first arrived at his house, he was attentive to your every need, as if he were a caring older brother. Then, upon your developing feelings for him, he suddenly grew distant. After you were cast out, he neither persuaded nor assisted you, merely watching you leave. Now that you have returned, he approaches quietly, making calls and offering gifts. What is he truly thinking? Yu Sheng shook her head, seemingly indifferent. How would I know? I'm not a mind reader. His thoughts are of no concern to me. She added, indeed. Yu Sheng felt a bit parched, so she grabbed a cup and stood up to fill it with water from the dispenser. By the way, why didn't you go out today? Xiao Yanyan scoffed, saying, Go out? If I encounter another 6009, I might as well declare bankruptcy. Staying at home ensures my safety. Yu Sheng was amused by her words. It's unlikely to be unlucky every time. Perhaps today, if she ventured out, she might stumble upon some money. Staying indoors, feeling lethargic, scrolling through her phone and ordering takeout. What bliss! It would even cost 100 yuan. Let us cook dinner tonight. Eating takeout all the time isn't healthy. Plus, we could take a stroll while we're at it. Sound good? What do you feel like eating? Honestly, I'm not craving anything. I had too much for lunch, and my stomach is quite full. Then let us browse the supermarket. Whatever catches our eye, we can buy a little to cook. All right, I'll do the cooking. It's been a while since I've been in the kitchen. I'm not sure if my culinary skills are still intact. It doesn't matter if they are or not. We're the ones eating it anyway. I'll assist you. Good. Chapter 17. It turns out to be love. Yu Sheng returned to the Ji family, and news spread swiftly. The circle was small, allowing information to travel rapidly. Just as the Ji family learned of her encounter with Madame Liang, her mere presence at a meal was tantamount to a declaration of her re-entry into the social scene. During this time, both Liang Tian and Li Sheng had reached out to her, expressing a desire to gather for a reunion. She graciously declined, citing her busy work schedule as a reason for her unavailability. Days later, Yang Qinshan took the initiative to organize a gathering, inviting everyone to join. Upon hearing that Yu Sheng had returned, she promptly sent an invitation, complete with details of the time and location. However, upon realizing it was Yang's gathering, Yu Sheng felt a tinge of reluctance and was even less inclined to attend. It was only when Zhao Xiaoshuang made a special call to her that her resolve began to waver. Yu Sheng was pleasantly surprised to receive Zhao Xiaoshuang's call. Before her departure, they had shared a close relationship. Zhao Xiaoshuang was exceptionally gentle, akin to an older sister, always looking after her. Back then, when she was still Yang Tian's girlfriend, Yu Sheng would chase after her, calling her sister. Zhao Xiaoshuang would playfully cover Yu Sheng's mouth to silence her, while Yang Tian would simply smile, not minding the endearment. Little did they expect that both would eventually marry others and not end up together. Yu Sheng was aware that Madame Liang had looked down upon Zhao Xiaoshuang, deeming her unsuitable due to her humble origins. However, witnessing Liang Tian's profound affection for Zhao Xiaoshuang, she had believed he could persuade Madame Liang. In hindsight, it seemed he had not succeeded. Their once perfect and loving relationship had taken divergent paths, leaving a sense of melancholy. Sister Xiaoshuang, I can't believe it's really you. Yu Sheng exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Zhao Xiaoshuang's voice remained as gentle as ever. When did you return? Why didn't you give me a call? I only found out you were back through Li Sheng. Yu Sheng felt a pang of guilt. I just returned not long ago and haven't had the chance to reach out. The moment the words left her lips, she felt an even deeper sense of remorse. for they were not entirely truthful. Zhao Xiaoshuang chuckled softly, seemingly oblivious to her fib. You're not leaving this time, are you? Yu Sheng replied, for the time being. It seems I won tea. That's wonderful. We can enjoy afternoon tea together again. Yu Sheng smiled. I have been reminiscing about the delightful pastries you make. That's easy enough. Now that we're meeting, I'll prepare some to bring for you. Zhao Xiaoshuang continued. Join us for the gathering the day after tomorrow. You can't avoid these events forever. We're all in the same circle and will inevitably meet. If there are people you'd rather not interact with, simply ignore them. But we, as sisters, must see each other. It's been 4 years since I last saw you, and I've missed you dearly. Yu Sheng pondered this and agreed. All right. Zhao Xiaoshuang laughed softly. Let's make a promise then. You must come, and I'll bring you some pastries. Agreed. Thus, it was decided that she would attend the gathering. The event was set to take place at a clubhouse in the evening. By the time Yu Sheng arrived, most guests had already gathered. Jibwuchang was also present, seated in an inconspicuous corner. He glanced up momentarily as she entered. Yu Sheng averted her gaze and scanned the room, noticing that Yang Qingshan was seated at a considerable distance, accompanied by a man. Their closeness was unmistakable, as he leaned in toward her, creating an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Glancing at Jibwuchang, she was astonished to see his complete lack of reaction. It was truly an eye-opener. Zhao Xiaoshuang caught sight of her and waved. Yu Sheng, over here. The others turned their heads, drawn by her call. Particularly curious, since Yu Sheng had not appeared in 4 years, and her public presence sparked intrigue. Even Yang Qingshan set her cup down to take a look. Yu Sheng offered a nod to acknowledge everyone before making her way to sit beside Zhao Xiaoshuang. Zhao Xiaoshuang took her hand, scrutinizing her from head to toe. You look even more beautiful. Is East City treating you well? Your skin is so fair and tender, it seems almost flawless. As she spoke, she couldn't help but pinch Yu Sheng's cheek. Caught off guard, Yu Sheng protested, Sister Xiaoshuang, why are you still so fond of pinching me? Zhao Xiaoshuang laughed heartily. Who could resist when our Yu Sheng is so stunning? Yu Sheng's gaze shifted to the man beside Zhao Xiaoshuang, a middle-aged gentleman around 50, exuding an air of cultured elegance and quiet authority. Sitting with them was an adorable little boy, around 3 years old, with large, blinking eyes that were irresistibly cute. Who is this? Yu Sheng had an inkling, but still inquired. Zhao Xiaoshuang beamed. I haven't introduced you yet. This is my husband, Lu Hongzhang, and our son, Lu Haoyu, who is not yet 3. Lu Hongzhang? The Lu family? If her conjecture was correct, he was indeed a prominent figure often seen in the news. Yu Sheng was taken aback, realizing that Sister Xiaoshuang had married someone so influential. With respect, she greeted, Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Hongzhang regarded her with a fleeting glance that seemed to penetrate her very being. Then, with a gentle smile, he replied, Hello, I've heard much about you from Xiaoshuang. No need for such formality. I'm merely here to accompany her for a while. Zhao Xiaoshuang playfully nudged Lu Hongzhang and turned to Yu Sheng. You needn't mind him. He can be quite dull. Lu Hongzhang, unfazed by his wife's teasing, smiled indulgently, clearly accustomed to her playful demeanor. Yu Sheng formait de favorable impression. It seemed Sister Xiaoshuang had made a splendid choice in her marriage. Turning her attention to Lu Haoyu, who gazed at her with wide eyes, she felt a growing fondness for his adorable demeanor and reached out to ruffle his hair. Hello, little Haoyu. Lu Haoyu, well-mannered, looked up at Zhao Xiaoshuang. Zhao Xiaoshuang explained, This is your Aunt Yu Sheng, a good friend of your mother's. In a sweet, childish voice, Lu Haoyu responded, Hello, Aunt Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng's heart melted instantly. Hello there. Zhao Xiaoshuang smiled as she spoke to Yu Sheng. Do not be deceived by his obedient demeanor outside. At home, he is quite the little tyrant. Lu Haoyu, displaying signs of maturity beyond his years, furrowed his brow upon hearing his mother's playful critique. Mom. Zhao Xiaoshuang gently ruffled her son's hair, saying, all right, I shall refrain from further commentary. Aunt Yu Sheng is not a stranger. Yu Sheng found herself utterly charmed by his adorable demeanor, her heart swelling with affection. Zhao Xiaoshuang continued, If you like him, perhaps you should consider having one of your own in the future. Yu Sheng paused for a moment before replying. That is still quite distant. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoshuang sensed an intriguing development. Do you have a boyfriend? She inquired, to which Yu Sheng nodded. Zhao Xiaoshuang, aware of the circumstances from 4 years prior, felt a surge of joy at this revelation. She cast a glance at Ji Buchang in the distance. How delightful! No wonder she has become increasingly beautiful. It seems she is in love. Yu Sheng's thoughts drifted to her boyfriend Su Xiangqian, eliciting a smile that she could not suppress. Chapter 18. Their relationship lacks romance. Yu Sheng and Zhao Xiaoduan engaged in cheerful conversation, occasionally sipping water and glancing around the venue. Unfortunately, their eyes met with Liang Tian's. She smiled at him, but he merely raised his glass in response. Yu Sheng turned her gaze towards Xiaoduan's family and sighed inwardly, observing Xiaoduan's demeanor. It was evident that she found contentment in her life. One couldn't help but wonder if Liang Tian harbored any regrets. Nevertheless, such thoughts were inconsequential now. Yu Sheng lowered her head, took a sip from her glass, and began to entertain little Hao Yu. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly called out, "Ji Buchang," capturing the attention of everyone in the room. Unable to resist, Yu Sheng looked over and saw Yang Qingshan seated next to Ji Buchang, wearing an expression of fury. It was unclear what had transpired, but her eyes seemed to blaze with anger. Ji Buchang, on the other hand, maintained his usual calm demeanor, exuding an air of tranquility. Yu Sheng quickly diverted her gaze, choosing not to dwell on the unfolding drama. Others around began to whisper among themselves. Yang Qingshan likely hadn't anticipated her outburst would attract such attention, and now she spoke in hushed tones. Zhao Xiaoduan, taking a bite of cake, smirked in amusement. Yu Sheng glanced at her, and Zhao Xiaoduan set down her spoon, remarking, "Yang Qingshan is throwing another tantrum." The use of another piqued Yu Sheng's curiosity, suggesting this was not an isolated incident. Having been away for 4 years, she was unaware of the details. But it seemed that Yang Qingshan and Ji Buchang had been embroiled in quarrels for quite some time. Yu Sheng remarked nonchalantly, "It's quite normal for those in love to argue." Zhao Xiaoduan, however, shook her head, indicating otherwise. She pointed to a man seated nearby, who had recently been quite close to Yang Qingshan, often appearing together in public, which raised questions about their private interactions. Yu Sheng chuckled. Perhaps he is merely a pawn, intentionally provoking Ji Buchang. Zhao Xiaoduan regarded her with admiration, affirming her insight, yet added, "But it seems futile." Noticing Yu Sheng's curiosity, Zhao Xiaoduan continued, "Yang Qingshan has brought that man around multiple times, yet Ji Buchang remains unfazed, as if nothing were amiss." Yu Sheng reminisced about the past, unable to suppress a sigh. He once held such affection for Yang Qingshan. Zhao Xiaoduan, thinking she had touched a sore spot, instinctively grasped Yu Sheng's hand. However, Yu Sheng smiled nonchalantly in response. Zhao Xiaoduan remarked, "It's refreshing to see you this way. There are plenty of men out there. Why cling to just one branch?" Yu Sheng couldn't help but glance at the silent Lu Hongzhang beside her, uncertain of how to respond. Nevertheless, observing Lu Hongzhang's composed demeanor as he poured tea for Zhao Xiaoduan only deepened her admiration for him. Yu Sheng began to comprehend the reasons behind Liang Tian's shortcomings. Zhao Xiaoduan resumed her gossip, noting that Yang Qingshan was quite an intriguing character. Initially indifferent towards Ji Buchang, finding him dull, yet he remained consistent, always responding to her calls, only to sit quietly in a corner, drinking alone. Zhao Xiaoshuang seemed to recall something, unable to suppress a sardonic smile. Previously, Yang Qingshan had been aloof and proud, never deigning to approach Ji Buchang. However, for reasons unknown, she had suddenly become enthusiastic over the past 2 years, making advances towards Ji Buchang. When he ignored her, she would become incensed, only to return to him once more, creating quite a spectacle. This was the first time Yu Sheng had heard of such antics, and couldn't help but glance at Yang Qingshan. Yang Qingshan remained beside Ji Buchang, her gaze fixed upon him, unaware that he was seemingly oblivious to her words. Yu Sheng noticed that the smile on Yang Qingshan's face was barely maintained, and she appeared on the verge of losing her temper yet again. After scanning her surroundings, she managed to hold back her frustration. It was indeed quite amusing. Yu Sheng thought, "You wouldn't believe how lively it had been just last month." What had transpired? Zhao Xiaoshuang explained. Last month, Yang Qingshan celebrated her birthday with an extravagant party, inviting everyone she could think of. It seemed Ji Buochang gifted her a Hermes bag, but she was dissatisfied and, in her anger, refused to cut the cake, crying in a most pitiful manner. Yu Sheng remarked, how could she not be pleased with a Hermes gift? That cost several $100,000. Perhaps she deemed it inadequate, thinking it lacked sincerity. I heard Ji Buochang had Song Yang purchase it. Maybe she desired a gift that was personally chosen and presented, for who wouldn't he wish to feel unique? Yu Sheng lifted her glass to take another sip of water. Zhao Xiaoshuang sighed. She may be waiting in vain. Given Ji Buochang's temperament, he is unlikely to play the role of sycophant. One cannot help but admire her confidence in life. Zhao Xiaoshuang could indeed empathize with Yang Qingshan's mentality. Having been raised in an environment where she was the center of attention, she had become accustomed to indulgence. Everything had to be extraordinary, and what was merely a luxury for most was seen as commonplace to her. They insisted on something distinctive. Otherwise, it seemed as if they were not valued. Yu Sheng wholeheartedly concurred with Zhao Xiaoshuang's sentiments. Coming from a modest background, Zhao Xiaoshuang had not known comfort, having spent 5 years in an orphanage. Such a formative experience left them without the confidence to stand tall. With no one to rely on, they had to depend solely on themselves. And even a minor mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. The last 4 years were a prime example of this. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoshuang replied softly, they were born into abundance. While we must toil for ages to acquire just a couple of things they discard. And those very items we obtain, we cherish with great care because they come at such a high cost. Yu Sheng then grasped her hand in solidarity. Zhao Xiaoshuang smiled gently. It's all right. Lu Hongzhang, who had been silent beside her, finally spoke up. If you desire anything, just let me know. There is nothing unattainable. Yu Sheng was taken aback by such sweet words, feeling a surge of emotion. Yet she watched as Zhao Xiaoshuang flashed a warm smile at her husband. Thank you, dear. Yu Sheng couldn't help but shiver. Indeed, this was an overwhelming display of affection. Yu Sheng quickly turned her head, pretending to be blind and deaf, perceiving neither sight nor sound. Subsequently, she refrained from engaging in conversation with Zhao Xiaoshuang, opting instead to play games with the young Lu Haoyu. As the gathering progressed, Lu Haoyu began to feel somewhat drowsy, prompting the Zhao family to take their leave. Before departing, Zhao Xiaoshuang presented Yu Sheng with a small box. These are the treats I made. Do try them. Should you wish for more, feel free to call me anytime, she said. Yu Sheng smiled in gratitude, watching them depart. After Zhao Xiaoshuang left, Yu Sheng found herself sitting alone, feeling a sense of ennui. Li Sheng and Liang Tian arrived, providing her with some company for a while. Yu Sheng observed Liang Tian's expression. He appeared rather somber this evening, lacking his usual grace and charm. Reflecting on Zhao Xiaoshuang's recent words, Yu Sheng realized that while Zhao Xiaoshuang had moved on, she herself had not. A fateful entanglement lingered. Chapter 19. My boyfriend comes to pick me up after a while. Yang Qingsan Arifed. Yu Sheng greeted her with a smile. Sister Qingshan. Yang Qingshan appraised her from head to toe, making Yu Sheng feel somewhat uneasy, prompting her to avert her gaze. You have grown increasingly beautiful, Yang Qingshan remarked lightly. Yu Sheng politely replied, Sister Qingshan is the one who truly shines. You are the main attraction today. Flattered by the compliment, Yang Qingshan chuckled. You've become quite charming over the 4 years we've been apart. You used to be so quiet. Recalling how Yu Sheng had been when she first arrived, Yang Qingshan continued, I still remember the first time I met you. You were just a little thing, hardly spoke, always trailing behind Ji Buochang like a little shadow. Yu Sheng lowered her head to sip her drink and set the cup down. Sister Qingshan still has an excellent memory. Yang Qingshan sighed, glancing at Ji Buochang, who was approaching. It's not that my memory is good, but rather it's rare to see Ji Buochang be so patient with a woman. Yu Sheng's expression stiffened. She couldn't decipher the underlying meaning of Yang Qingshan's words. When she looked at Yang Qingshan, she found her gaze returned, as if they shared an unspoken understanding. I am merely his sister. Yang Qingshan paused before bursting into laughter. Upon seeing Ji Buochang had arrived, she remarked, Yu Sheng, after 4 years, you've become so much more sensible. However, Ji Buochang did not respond, merely gazing at her with deep, inscrutable eyes. Li Sheng and Liang Qian exchanged glances, each pondering silently. Meanwhile, Yang Qingshan took hold of Yu Sheng's hand, smiling as she said, "Yu Sheng, you must be 25 now. Have you found a boyfriend? Would you like me to introduce someone to you?" Yu Sheng distantly and politely smiled. "I already have one." This revelation astonished everyone except Ji Buchang, particularly Yang Qingshan. "That was quick. I was still planning to introduce someone to you. Where's your boyfriend from, and what does he do?" Yu Sheng replied, "He is just an ordinary person. A local from the capital." Yang Qingshan was taken aback to hear she had chosen an ordinary individual. It was rare in their circle to find someone so unremarkable. And even if one did, the outcomes were often unsatisfactory. Liang Qian and Zhao Xiaoshuang were prime examples. Yet, no one could have predicted that Zhao Xiaoshuang would eventually catch Lu Hongzhang's eye. Yang Qingshan smirked. "Just be wary of being deceived. You have no idea how many impoverished young men are fixated on us. If they succeed, they could skip decades of hard work." Yu Sheng chuckled lightly, taking it as a response. Sensing the atmosphere shifting, Li Sheng interjected, "How can you assume he is an impoverished young man? It was mentioned he is also a local." He then turned to Yu Sheng, asking, "Sister Yu Sheng, your willingness to return isn't solely because of him, is it?" Yu Sheng replied, "Of course, there is also work." Her response indirectly acknowledged the influence of her boyfriend. Li Sheng glanced at Ji Buchang, who remained expressionless, feeling a sense of astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that Yu Sheng was still so captivated by romance. As the gathering approached 11 o'clock, everyone began to prepare to move on to the next venue. Yu Sheng firmly declined, stating, "You all go ahead. I have work tomorrow, so I want to join." Li Sheng scuffed. "What kind of pathetic job do you have that leaves no time for fun? You might as well quit and let Bo Chong arrange a relaxed position for you at Jingrong. After all, it's the family business." Yu Sheng dismissed his remark as mere jest, not taking it seriously. Upon exiting the club, Yu Sheng waited by the roadside. Li Sheng drove up, with Liang Qian in the passenger seat, halting before her. "Are you truly not coming?" Yu Sheng shook her head, her resolve unwavering. "Then how will you return?" She raised her phone. "My boyfriend will be here to pick me up shortly." Intrigued, Li Sheng, having never met Yu Sheng's boyfriend, decided to linger. The Maybach driven by Ji Buchang approached, the passenger seat conspicuously empty, devoid of Yang Qingshan. He rolled down the window and instructed Yu Sheng, "Get in. I'll drive you home." Yu Sheng shook her head, and Li Sheng exited the vehicle. "Bo Chong, my sister doesn't need your ride. Her boyfriend will arrive any moment." Ji Buchang's expression turned solemn as the car remained stationary, and, fortunately, it was late at night, with few passers-by to voice any concerns. Yang Qingsan approached, intending to ride in Ji Buchang's car. "Bo Chong, may I join you? I had a bit to drink and cannot drive." Unbeknownst to Yu Sheng, the man who had been with her had vanished. Li Sheng teased, "Qingshan, where is your little boyfriend? Why isn't he here?" Yang Qingshan shot him a glare. "Who said he is my little boyfriend?" Li Sheng chuckled. "Then why not bring him along?" Yang Qingshan glanced at Ji Buchang. "If I feel like it, why should you care?" Li Sheng laughed. All right, it's your choice." He then turned his attention elsewhere. Just then, a white car pulled up behind Ji Buchang's Maybach. The vehicle was rather ordinary, the kind suited for family use. Initially, no one paid it any heed until they saw Yu Sheng smiling as she strode towards it. The door swung open, revealing a young man who appeared to be of similar age to Yu Sheng, her boyfriend, Su Xiangqian. Yu Sheng quickened her pace, and Su Xiangqian naturally embraced her. "Have you been waiting long?" she inquired with a smile, to which he replied, "Not at all. It hasn't been long." Su Xiangqian glanced at the two luxury cars beside Yu Sheng, along with Ji Buchang, Li Sheng, Liang Qian, and Yang Qingshan, who had just alighted. It was evident they belonged to a different echelon. Understanding the situation, he shifted his gaze back to Yu Sheng and said, "Let us get in the car." Yu Sheng opened the door and entered, and the car drove off into the night. Once they departed, the remaining four fell into a brief silence. Li Sheng was the first to disrupt the quietude. "Why didn't Yu Sheng even say goodbye? She just left." No one responded to his complaint. Ji Buchang continued to gaze in the direction where Yu Sheng had just left, remaining largely silent. The nearby Liang Tian approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Li Sheng, feeling ignored, expressed his displeasure. Why is everyone so silent? However, he couldn't help but think that Yu Sheng's boyfriend was rather unremarkable. The image of Su Xiangqian's Honda Accord, A quintessential family sedan flashed through his mind. Yang Qingshan chuckled. They are in a relationship of their own choosing. Why should it matter whether he is ordinary or not? Li Sheng retorted, but you didn't say that just a moment ago. Yang Qingshan tossed her hair playfully. Women are fickle. Aren't you aware? With that, she turned to Ji Buchong. Buchong, shall we be off? Ji Buchong withdrew his gaze and replied indifferently. You all go ahead. I'm heading back. Without Aknwood Ging Yang King-san. He simply got into his car and drove away, leaving Yang Qingshan momentarily furious. Ji Buchong, you are being utterly unreasonable. Chapter 20. A wild night with a beautiful woman. Yu Sheng sat in the passenger seat, while Su Xiangqian drove. As he recalled the individuals and luxury cars he had just seen, he couldn't help but inquire, what gathering are you attending tonight? So late? Yu Sheng replied, just a casual get-together with friends. Su Xiangqian responded, but where are your friends? Why were you standing alone by the roadside? Yu Sheng paused momentarily. She had never shared details about her family with Su Xiangqian, nor had the Ji family ever been mentioned. Consequently, Su Xiangqian had always assumed she was a child from a less privileged background. She hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth, but ultimately decided against it. After all, she would not be entangled with the Ji family much longer, and, speaking of it, seemed futile. With a smile, she said, those friends are heading to another venue. I chose not to join them. Su Xiangqian mistakenly believed her friends had left her behind. Your friends are rather inconsiderate. They didn't even offer to see you off. Yu Sheng glanced at him and replied, they were simply waiting for you to pick me up. Su Xiangqian chuckled, it's my honor. I shall be at your service for future gatherings. Yu Sheng playfully responded, all right then, thank you, dear boyfriend. Su Xiangqian teased, how would you like to express your gratitude? With a kiss? Yu Sheng looked ahead, noticing the imminent red light, and cautioned, stay focused. The light is about to change. For a brief moment, Su Xiangqian felt a pang of disappointment, but soon his spirits lifted. You've finally arrived in the capital. We could be together forever now. Yu Sheng laughed, so, you won't be traveling for work anymore? Su Xiangqian replied, not much, really. This project is nearly complete and ready for submission. The prospect of frequent meetings brought Su Xiangqian joy. When we first got together, I was always thinking of ways to bring you to the capital. You were so stubborn back then, refusing to come. Now, it's fortunate that your branch office is closed. I know it sounds ungrateful, but I must thank your branch for its demise. Once we are married, I shall raise a toast to your boss. He has facilitated my love. Yu Sheng playfully pushed him. What are you even talking about? By the way, when did you arrive? You didn't even give me a heads up. I was startled when you messaged me. Didn't you say you wouldn't be back for another week? Su Xiangqian replied, I wanted to surprise you. Yu Sheng then asked, did the company grant you leave after such a long business trip? Typically, after extended assignments, companies would offer a few days off as a gesture of appreciation. Su Xiangqian shook his head. Don't even think about it. The company is currently overwhelmed, desperately seeking manpower. I barely escaped being called back. I told them I deserved at least half a day to rest. Even a horse needs time to recuperate. Yu Sheng couldn't help but worry. Are you feeling all right? Su Xiangqian smirked. What are you questioning? You can doubt many things, but not your boyfriend's well-being. Yu Sheng playfully swatted his arm. Oh, stop with the jokes. Su Xiangqian took her hand, bringing it to his lips in a gentle kiss. Indeed, the company may lack humanitarian values, yet there exists a redeeming quality. The employer is generous with remuneration. In light of this financial incentive, the notion of foregoing rest is acceptable, especially since I am saving to marry. Yu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. Su Xiangqian continued, by the way, did you notice the car next to you and those individuals? Yu Sheng felt a flicker of curiosity. What about it? Su Xiangqian replied, they're all luxury vehicles. The one closest to you is a Maybach, the most expensive model, the S680, with a price exceeding $6 million. They are undoubtedly among the wealthiest. Their wealth is theirs. It has no bearing on us, Yu Sheng remarked nonchalantly. Su Xiangqian laughed. While that may be true, in society, one's reputation is often self-earned. Driving a luxury car tends to elevate one's social standing. Yu Sheng, however, found such considerations rather insignificant. How others perceive us is their affair. We should focus on our own lives. We should accomplish what our capabilities allow, and with diligence. Our lives may not be opulent, but will certainly not be lacking. Moreover, those so-called affluent individuals are not as glamorous as they might appear. Su Xianxian sighed. When will I have the chance to drive a Maybach? I wouldn't even demand the S680. I would be quite content with the S450. Just work hard. Perhaps one day you will, Yu Sheng encouraged. Su Xianxian shook his head. In this day and age, hard work alone cannot alter fate. Just look at those wealthy individuals. How many of them have truly amassed their fortunes through effort? At this juncture, he seemed to recall something. By the way, did you notice the man beside the Maybach? There was also a beautiful woman with him. That is Yu Sheng, he continued. What about him? Yu Sheng turned to him. He seems familiar, as if I have encountered him before. Yu Sheng paused. Have you met Yu Sheng? Su Xianqian slapped his forehead, the car taking a turn, and suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. Yu Sheng, startled, admonished, drive safely. Su Xianqian, sheepishly smiling, replied, I was just too excited. I recall who he is now. Su Xianqian, the newly appointed chairman of Jingrong Group. I read about him before. He is quite decisive. Yu Sheng smiled softly. Su Xianqian was lost in his excitement. That is why he seemed so familiar. It turns out to be him. He then turned to Yu Sheng. You missed a billion opportunity, did you know? Yu Sheng looked bemused. You were less than 3 meters away from Su Xianqian. If you had asked for his contact information and secured an opportunity, who knows? We might have struck it rich. Yu Sheng chuckled lightly, dousing the enthusiasm. Why would he offer us an opportunity? Su Xianqian was momentarily taken aback. True. These wealthy individuals rarely act without seeing tangible value. They wouldn't pay us any mind otherwise. Su Xianqian's earlier excitement faded, and he returned to his composed self. Su Xianqian chuckled. You're absolutely right. My girlfriend is truly remarkable, facing Yu Sheng without batting an eyelash. Yu Sheng mused silently. I have been quite indifferent towards him. Curiosity piqued, Su Xianqian inquired, what do you think Yu Sheng is doing out on the street at this late hour? Yu Sheng shook her head. How would I know? Perhaps he is simply idling away, wandering the streets. Su Xianqian laughed. The eccentricities of the wealthy are indeed peculiar. He continued, I noticed they weren't alone. There were several cars and a beautiful woman accompanying them. At this hour, it's unlikely they are engaged in anything serious. Perhaps they are out reveling with that beauty. The thought of reveling with a beautiful woman brought Yu Sheng's mind to Yang Qingshan. After all, they had intended to go to the second venue. It seemed rather fitting. Chapter 21. Do not easily allow a man to succeed upon arriving at the community where Xiao Yinyan resided. Su Xianqian parked his vehicle across the street from the entrance. He surveyed the surroundings of the neighborhood. Is this the place? He inquired. Yu Sheng nodded. The environment here is quite pleasant. Su Xianqian remarked. It certainly appears appealing. Does your friend live here alone? Yu Sheng chuckled. If she didn't live alone, I would feel rather embarrassed to impose. Su Xianqian replied, that is true. However, staying here indefinitely is not ideal. Since my return, I have contacted a real estate agent and viewed several properties, none of which were satisfactory. Residing here is merely a temporary measure. I cannot overstay my welcome. Half jokingly, he suggested, perhaps we should rent a larger apartment together. Yu Sheng paused, taken aback by his proposition. Does your mother approve of you renting a place outside? Given his return to Beijing, it was expected he would return home. Su Xianqian, recalling his mother's temperament, could not help but rub his forehead. We should consider marrying sooner. I truly wish to wake up each day to see your face first. He unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over to embrace Yu Sheng, just as someone knocked on the car window from the outside. Yu Sheng quickly extricated herself from his embrace. Su Xianqian, interrupted and slightly displeased, rolled down the window. Xiao Yinyan's face appeared before them, bending slightly as she smiled at Yu Sheng. I just saw someone who looked like you and wasn't sure. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, she said, squinting her eyes playfully. Su Xianqian and Yu Sheng exited the vehicle. Yu Sheng introduced him. This is my good friend, Xiao Yinyan. Then she turned to Xiao Yinyan and said, my boyfriend. Su Xianqian. Upon realizing she was Yu Sheng's friend, Su Xianqian's earlier annoyance dissipated instantly. Hello, I am Su Xianqian. I appreciate your care for Yu Sheng during this time, he said courteously. Xiao Yinyan discreetly assessed him. Hello, I often hear Yu Sheng speak of you, always mentioning her boyfriend. It's a pleasure to finally meet such a handsome gentleman. Su Xianqian smiled. You flatter me. You have no idea. I urged Yu Sheng to return to Beijing long ago, yet she adamantly refused. Then, out of the blue, she announced her return, and I was puzzled as to what prompted her sudden agreement. Only to discover it was because of you, Xiao Yinyan teased, as my friend for so many years. I find myself overshadowed by you. Su Xianqian felt somewhat bashful. Not at all. It was merely coincidental. Their East City branch was shut down. Or I might not have been able to persuade her to come back. Xiao Yinyan laughed. That may be true, but this fellow seems to prioritize romance over friendship now. Yu Sheng couldn't help but defend herself. I am not as terrible as you suggest. Xiao Yinyan playfully reproached. How many messages and calls have I sent you over the years? Who was it that resolutely refused to return to Beijing? Naturally adept at socializing, Xiao Yinyan had garnered Su Xianqian's admiration within just a few minutes. He spoke on behalf of Yu Sheng, saying that she was quite busy with work in the East City. Xiao Yinyan observed the couple standing together, their compatibility evident in their graceful demeanor. Oh dear, it seems I've been outmatched. Very well, I shall refrain from further comment. I cannot contend with you both, she sighed. Su Xianqian chuckled. Not at all. Yu Sheng remarked. It's quite late, and I have work tomorrow. You should head back. Turning to Su Xianqian, she added, drive carefully on your way home, and let me know when you arrive. Su Xianqian nodded, feeling somewhat fatigued. Then I shall take my leave, he stated before driving away. Yu Sheng and Xiao Yinyan watched him depart until his vehicle was no longer in sight, then turned back. Let us return as well, Xiao Yinyan suggested. Yu Sheng followed her lead. Xiao Yinyan inquired, why did he return early? Did you not mention he would be away for a few more days? Yu Sheng replied, he came back ahead of schedule. Xiao Yinyan nodded. Your boyfriend seems quite decent. He doesn't appear overly restless. We work in technical research, so we engage with technology daily, Yu Sheng explained. Oh, I nearly forgot. You mentioned he is a programmer. Xiao Yinyan said as they swiped their cards to enter the community gate. Xiao Yinyan then asked, now that he is back, are you two planning to meet the parents? Yu Sheng paused. Not so soon. We haven't been together for that long. There's no need to rush. Observe the situation first. Otherwise, it might come off as though you're hastily pushing for marriage, which could diminish your worth, Xiao Yinyan advised. Yu Sheng recalled Su Xianqian's light-hearted mention of renting a place together and shared it with Xiao Yinyan. Xiao Yinyan chuckled softly, that is quite eager. As I've said before, don't let a man have things too easily, or he may come to take them for granted. Yu Sheng had no intention of moving in together, just yet. Su Xianqian's hints were one matter. Her own willingness was another. As they walked, Xiao Yinyan suddenly stopped, nearly causing Yu Sheng to bump into her. What's wrong? Yu Sheng asked. I just remembered. Weren't you supposed to attend Yang Qingshan's gathering tonight? Xiao Yinyan questioned. Yu Sheng nodded yes. Xiao Yinyan frowned. Then why did Su Xianqian bring you back? Did he pick you up from the venue? Yu Sheng confirmed with a nod. Did you run into Jibuchang and the others? Xiao Yinyan's brow furrowed deeper at the thought. I did see them. Why didn't he speak to him? Yu Sheng replied, recalling the earlier encounter. He came after the gathering ended. She added. That's a relief, Xiao Yinyan noted. Have you mentioned your connection to the Ji family to him? No, I haven't, Yu Sheng answered. My advice is to avoid bringing it up until your relationship is more stable. You know how human nature can be. Even someone of the Ji family's stature might develop unwarranted desires, let alone an ordinary person. You haven't seen how some can fixate on the only daughter of a wealthy family, only to turn on you once they've gained what they desire, treating you as nothing more than a stepping stone, Xiao Yinyan warned, recalling alarming tales she had heard about similar situations. The malevolence inherent in human nature sends shivers down one's spine. Yu Sheng had never contemplated this deeply before. After listening to Xiao Yinyan's words, she nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, I will be cautious. Upon arriving at their residence, Xiao Yinyan felt a pang of hunger. Opening the refrigerator revealed nothing but yogurt, with all else long gone. Yu Sheng chuckled. Did you not have dinner? Xiao Yinyan replied. It was unappetizing, so I skipped it. Let's order takeout. She considered ordering takeout herself. But as the hour approached midnight, the delivery fee made her wince. Why is it so expensive? Forget it. This month, with a loss of 6,900. She had already squandered quite a bit. Extravagant spending was no longer an option. As she spoke, she berated Li Sheng once more. Yu Sheng smiled, recalling the delightful snacks Zhao Xiaoshuang had brought her. She retrieved them from her bag and offered them to Xiao Yinyan. Have some of these. They are quite delicious. Upon tasting one, Xiao Yinyan's eyes sparkled with delight. They are indeed tasty. The two settled on the sofa, consuming nearly all the snacks before finally washing up and retiring for the night. By the time they drifted off to sleep, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Chapter 22. A piece of good news. As the noon hour approached, Huan briskly returned from outside, an air of mystery surrounding him. I have news, he declared, instantly piquing everyone's curiosity. With the end of the workday imminent, the staff had already lost their focus on tasks at hand. What news? They urged, eager for details. Huan smiled. I just saw our general manager, Chen, heading upstairs. General manager Chen went to the 7th floor? The crowd exchanged glances, a flicker of excitement igniting their imaginations. Could it be that he was there to discuss potential collaboration? It seems that Yu Sheng's prediction may indeed hold some truth. They had initially thought it was merely speculation. However, judging by the current circumstances, it appeared quite promising. Did he go alone, but did he bring someone along? Who was hosting the meeting? Someone inquired with curiosity. Huan shrugged. You ask me, and I ask whom? I merely made a trip to the restroom. I certainly wasn't included. Laughter erupted among them. Your restroom visit has yielded some impressive intel. Someone complimented. However, they pondered, if a connection were truly established with the 7th floor, the company could potentially attract a wave of high-end clients. After all, those they catered to were affluent individuals. Nurturing even a couple of these relationships could sustain a company like theirs for an entire year. Everyone was in agreement, though the question remained whether their boss could seal the deal. They imagined the lineup of handsome men on the 7th floor. Should collaboration ensue, the benefits would be substantial. Initially, they assumed that even if a partnership were to materialize, the back-and-forth negotiations would take at least half a month. To their surprise, General Manager Chen acted with remarkable swiftness. The following afternoon, upon returning to work, he summoned Lu Lan and Yu Sheng to his office. Are you familiar with Rui Yun on the 7th floor? Shun Kai inquired, a smile gracing his face. Lu Lan and Yu Sheng exchanged glances. Liu Lan Zipli. Just a few days ago, we were discussing when we might have a chat with Rui Yun to explore potential collaboration. Could it be that our dream is coming to fruition? Chen Kai was taken aback by the fact that his employees had broached this topic in private discussions, and his interest was piqued. What were you discussing? Share your thoughts. Lu Lan grinned. Well, wasn't he much? One of our colleagues went to the restroom, and with the 5th and 6th floors full, he ventured to the 7th floor. He happened upon Riyun and remarked that the company is filled with attractive individuals, suggesting that they must be wealthy. He wondered if we could find some common ground for collaboration to secure some business for our company. Shen Kai chuckled. It seems you were spot on. Yu Sheng, since you just arrived at headquarters, you may not be well acquainted with them, but Lu Lan, you should know more. Rui Yun specializes in investments, dealing primarily with large enterprises and promising companies, along with banks. Their network is extensive, and they possess a considerable client base. Previously, I was contemplating how to foster connections, perhaps inviting their leadership for tea to explore collaboration possibilities. Unexpectedly, their leader reached out to me, proposing an offline investment exchange meeting, inviting entrepreneurs, and inquiring if we could host it. Upon hearing this, Lu Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. We absolutely must host it. What incredible opportunity. Even if we are not capable, we must find a way to make it happen. Chen Kai remarked, this is not the reasoning at play. The attendees are all our potential clients, and we must ensure everything is executed flawlessly. He then instructed Lu Lan, you shall take the lead on this matter, and Yu Sheng is to participate as well. I had a brief discussion with their leader yesterday. Shortly, I will provide you with the contact information of their liaison, so you may discuss the details thoroughly. Meanwhile, let us draft a proposal. Liu Lan note that up fi mai si, understood. Chen Kai shared his WeChat with Lu Lan and created a group chat to facilitate communication regarding the specific tasks. Once finished, he continued, according to my contacts at Ruiyun, this event is rather urgent. We must also enhance our efficiency. As this is our first collaboration, we should demonstrate our sincerity. Lu Lan replied, I comprehend. Upon exiting Chen's office, Chen Kai turned to Yu Sheng. It appears we will be working overtime. Yu Sheng anticipated this, recognizing that Chen Kai's earlier comments were indicative of the situation. Back at her workstation, Lulan added Chen Kai on WeChat, and after a brief discussion, she shut her computer. Turning to Yu Sheng, she said, Yu Sheng, let's head upstairs. Surprised, Yu Sheng asked, so soon? Lulan smiled. They emphasize efficiency. We must not falter. Let us go. Lulan led Yu Sheng to the 7th floor, where their counterparts awaited. They were promptly escorted to the conference room, where discussions regarding their requirements ensued, lasting nearly an hour, allowing them to ascertain the client's desires. Lulan stated, we will prepare an initial planning proposal in the next couple of days for your review to ensure it aligns with your expectations, after which we can discuss specifics. The client's liaison responded courteously, no problem. It's convenient for us, being on the same premises. Upon returning to the company, Yihuan had already caught wind of the upcoming collaboration. Is it truly happening? She inquired. Lulan replied with a smile. If President Chen is personally involved, it cannot be untrue. With a clap of her hands, she declared, let us get to work. Everyone, shake off the usual lethargy and prepare for action. The department, comprised of vibrant young individuals, swiftly shed their casual demeanor. Lulan convened a brief meeting to outline the project's details and assign tasks. The company was already a leader in this domain, and the team quickly grasped the situation. After the meeting, they returned to their workstations, fully engaged. Yu Sheng's primary responsibility was to collaborate with Lulan on the planning proposal. Having previously organized similar offline events, albeit not in the investment sector, she needed to scour the company's resource library for past cases that could serve as references, tailoring them to meet the client's needs. After identifying several relevant investment industry examples and discussing them with Lulan, who found them satisfactory, she also provided insights from other sectors. Amidst this fervent activity, they established the fundamental tone of the proposal before the end of the workday. The following morning, they commenced the formal proposal development. Given that the proposal needed to convey the layout and other intricate details, they worked diligently for nearly 3 days to finalize everything. Following this, they engaged in discussions about the proposal, making continual adjustments before moving on to implement specific details. Time was of the essence, and Yu Sheng had been working overtime throughout the weekend, neglecting even the dinner he had promised to Su Xiangxian. After nearly half a month of relentless busyness, the preparatory tasks were finally completed. As it was an offline event, they needed to arrange personnel on-site to assist with equipment adjustments, set up materials, handle unforeseen circumstances, and manage the dismantling of the venue. General Manager Chen was keen to network with the attending entrepreneurs and expand his connections, so he would certainly be present. Additionally, Lulan and Yu Sheng were invited, as they were primarily responsible for the event and were well acquainted with all aspects. In case of any issues, they would be able to respond promptly. Yu Sheng traveled to the venue in Lulan's car, accompanying her to the site. Chapter 23. In such circumstances, one can encounter various individuals. Yu Sheng had visited the event venue numerous times with her colleagues. Returning once more, she was well acquainted with the surroundings. The venue was spacious, capable of accommodating several hundred attendees. Given Ryun's esteemed position in the investment sector, the guest list comprised highly reputable individuals, drawing considerable attention from financial media who arrived early to stake their claim. Yu Sheng took another stroll around the venue, ensuring everything was in order. After a thorough inspection, she settled in a corner of the lounge area. Lulan handed her a bottle of water. Take a sip, he said. Thank you, Yu Sheng replied with a smile, twisting off the cap and taking a drink. The event commenced shortly thereafter, with Yu Sheng and Lulan seated in a corner, listening attentively. Mr. Chen had not yet been spotted since entering the venue, likely engaging with entrepreneurs in the front row. The agenda for such investment exchange meetings was not overly complex. Initially, Ruiyun representatives would present, followed by invited entrepreneurs sharing their insights, culminating in a tea and wine gathering. This segment allowed attendees to network, essentially serving as a platform for introductions. The arrival of this stage typically indicated that the event was nearing its conclusion. Yu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that after half an hour, once the event concluded, she could arrange for the venue to be cleared. She had already contacted the collaborating driver to inform him of the end time and instruct him to come and collect the materials. Just as she hung up, Chen Kai, who had been absent, appeared, spotting Yu Sheng and Lu Lan. He smiled and remarked, "There you are. I was looking for you everywhere." He then urged, "Come, follow me outside. I want to introduce you to a prominent figure." Exchanging glances, Yu Sheng and Lu Lan saw admiration reflected in each other's eyes. Mr. Chen truly lived up to his reputation for swiftly identifying clients. The two followed Chen Kai outside, turning a corner into a small, lavishly decorated hall, clearly designed for private discussions. Inside sat a man, engrossed in his phone, obscuring his features. Beside him stood another individual of similar age. Upon recognizing him, Yu Sheng paused momentarily. It was Song Yang, the assistant to Ji Buchang. The seated man was indeed Ji Buchang. Yu Sheng blinked in surprise. As expected, she heard Mr. Chen greet them with a smile. "Mr. Ji, Assistant Song." Upon hearing the greeting, Ji Buchang set down his phone and rose. "Mr. Chen, was surprised to see you here." Chen Kai responded with a chuckle. "Indeed, it's quite the coincidence. We met Mr. Ji during our last dinner, and now here we are again." He then introduced Lu Lan and Yu Sheng, stating, "These are our key employees, Lu Lan and Yu Sheng. The success of Rayun's event owes much to their efforts." Understanding the context, Yu Sheng smiled. Lu Lan stepped forward respectfully, extending his hand. "Good day, Mr. Ji, Assistant Song." Yu Sheng followed suit, offering her greetings as well. After shaking hands, Song Yang discreetly glanced at Ji Buchang, then flashed a gentle smile at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng returned the nod. Beside them, Chen Kai remarked with a grin, "I just ran into Assistant Song, who specifically inquired about the main person in charge of the event and praised your efforts." Lu Lan, somewhat taken aback, quickly responded, "It's merely part of my duties." Chen Kai seized the moment to boast. Such events pose significant challenges for smaller event companies, but for us, they are hardly a hurdle. Our company boasts over a decade of experience in this domain. Ji Buchang interjected, "Mr. Chen is indeed a capable individual." Surprised by Ji Buchang's praise, Chen Kai felt a surge of excitement. "Not at all. Mr. Ji is overly generous in his commendation. Should Jingrong Group require assistance, I stand ready to respond at a moment's notice." His declaration, delivered with earnest conviction, elicited unexpected amusement from the gathering, even drawing a smile from the typically stoic Ji Buchang. Chen Kai's confidence soared as laughter filled the air. Just then, a knock resounded from outside. "Mr. Ji, Mr. Lu and the others have arrived and are awaiting you." Ji Buchang nodded. "Very well. Please inform Mr. Lu that I shall be there shortly." "Of course." Chen Kai quickly added, "We won't intrude any longer. Mr. Ji is busy." Ji Buchang acknowledged him with a nod and led Song Yang toward the exit. As they were about to step out, he glanced back, his gaze locking with Yu Sheng's. For reasons unknown, Yu Sheng felt her heart skip a beat. "Moments latte." He turned and departed. Once he was gone, Chen Kai patted his chest, exclaiming, "Mr. Ji possesses an overwhelming aura." Lu Lan wholeheartedly agreed. At such a young age, his presence is so commanding. I wonder what remarkable achievements await him. Chen Kai replied, "He is the chairman of Jingrong Group, not a frivolous playboy." Lu Lan teased, "So exceptional, so young, and handsome too. How are we ordinary folks supposed to compete?" His jest elicited laughter from both Chen Kai and Yu Sheng, the former feeling particularly jovial as he clapped Lu Lan on the shoulder. "No worries. Perhaps in our next lives, we'll be fortunate enough to be born into greatness, surpassing even him. I don't want a next life. I only desire this one." Lu Lan lamented with a comically pained expression. Chen Kai waved dismissively. "Then there's nothing to be done." At that moment, he spotted Yu Sheng walking nearby and had a sudden inspiration. Perhaps Yu Sheng has a chance. Yu Sheng looked up, and Lu Lan's curiosity piqued. Chen Kai chuckled. "Yu Sheng is beautiful, possesses good character, and excels in her work. Who knows? She might end up marrying someone as impressive as Ji Buchang." Yu Sheng smiled wryly. "Mr. Chen, please don't jest about me." Lu Lan scrutinized Yu Sheng closely. Although her attire was modest, her demeanor exuded elegance, and her beauty was undeniable. Since her arrival at headquarters, numerous colleagues from other departments had inquired about her. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Lan, well-informed, was aware of the stir she had caused among the men in the company. Had he not known she had a boyfriend, it was likely they would have already flocked to pursue her. "Do not jest. It is indeed a possibility," Lu Lan remarked with a pragmatic demeanor. Yu Sheng, feeling exasperated, replied, "Please, refrain from teasing me. I do have a boyfriend." Chen Kai, however, dismissed her concern nonchalantly, saying, "What does a boyfriend matter? He is not a husband. We can replace him at any time. Let me tell you, Yu Sheng, both Lu Lan and I are seasoned individuals. When seeking a husband, one must be discerning. Men fear choosing the wrong profession, while women dread marrying the wrong man." Yu Sheng found his words both amusing and perplexing. She retrieved her phone to check the time, realizing the material's handler should be arriving shortly. Habitually, she opened WeChat to check her messages. To her surprise, the top unread message was from Yu Sheng, sent just moments ago. The message was succinct. "Wait a moment. Do not leave just yet. I will escort you home." With a light chuckle, Song Jia tucked her phone back in her pocket. Chapter 24. Awakening in his bedroom as the event concluded, Yu Sheng busied herself with the post-event cleanup. All materials from the venue were meticulously packed away. Some equipment was provided by their side and needed to be returned to the company's inventory, while the rented items required repacking for return. There were also various odds and ends to sort through. By the time she finished, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Yu Sheng had been tirelessly engaged in her work, and with the event finally over, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion surged over her like a flood. Seeing her state, Lu Lan suggested, "You should head home first. I can catch a ride back to the company later." Yu Sheng, utterly fatigued, did not refuse. "Then I want to accompany you back to the company." "Thank you for your hard work, Lu Zong." Lu Lan smiled. "It's nothing. Go on, get some rest. You've been through a lot lately." Yu Sheng replied, "It's all for work. Just take a taxi back. The company will reimburse you," Lu Lan added. Yu Sheng nodded in agreement. "All right." Shouldering her bag, she made her way outside the venue. The journey from the event space to the entrance was lengthy, so she had prearranged a ride. Upon reaching the designated pickup point, however, the car had yet to arrive. Standing alone by the roadside, she waited for nearly 10 minutes, but still, no vehicle appeared. When the driver finally called, he apologized. "I'm sorry, but I encountered an accident on the way and cannot pick you up. I will cancel the order, and I kindly ask you to request another ride." After waiting so long, the cancellation left Yu Sheng feeling inexplicably irritated. Yet, her fatigue prevailed, and she decided not to argue with the driver, agreeing to the cancellation. Once more, she attempted to secure a taxi. Perhaps the remote location or the late hour was to blame, but no drivers accepted her request. Standing by the road, watching her order for a vehicle go unfulfilled, she ultimately canceled it. "I might as well try to hail a taxi," she thought, hoping for good fortune to find one. Extending her hand in a gesture to flag down a cab, she found no luck, but a Maybach came to a stop before her. Raising her gaze, she recognized Yu Sheng in the driver's seat. "Get in," he instructed. Instinctively, Yu Sheng hesitated, but her exhaustion left her with little strength to refuse. And with uncertainty about when she might find another ride, she chose to spare herself the dilemma and opened the door. As she settled into the passenger seat, Yu Sheng reminded her, "Buckle your seatbelt." Yu Sheng reached for the belt, but after a thorough search, she couldn't find it. Yu Sheng leaned over to assist her, fastening the seatbelt for her. In that moment, the proximity between them was almost intimate, and she could even feel his breath. Instinctively, Yu Sheng recoiled, trying to create some space by bracing her arms in front of her. Yu Sheng noticed her subtle movements and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yu Sheng felt a tinge of embarrassment for her overreaction and turned her gaze towards the window. The car began to move steadily forward. Yu Sheng remained focused on the scenery outside when she heard Yu Sheng say, "Didn't I send you a WeChat? You shouldn't leave yet. There are hardly any taxis at this hour." Yu Sheng turned her head, suddenly remembering that she had forgotten about his WeChat message. Yu Sheng observed her expression, guessing the truth. Had she forgotten? Or simply neglected to check her messages? Yu Sheng did not respond, tacitly acknowledging his unspoken question. Whether it was forgetfulness or inattention, it ultimately conveyed the same sentiment, one that both she and Yu Sheng understood. Yu Sheng then inquired, "Have you had dinner?" Yu Sheng shook her head, replying no. Her voice was laden with fatigue, each word weighed down, as if she were trying to minimize her speech. She lacked the energy even for a casual conversation. Ji Wuchang refrained from pressing further, saying instead, "You should rest for a while. I'll wake you when we arrive." Yu Sheng glanced at him, and, no longer wishing to resist, closed her eyes. Ji Wuchang drove steadily, the interior of the car enveloped in a tranquil silence. Initially, she intended only to rest her eyes, but unexpectedly, she fell into a deep slumber. This time, it was not her own awakening, but Ji Wuchang's voice that roused her. "Have we arrived?" she murmured, her voice still hoarse as she turned her head to survey her surroundings, realizing she was in a bedroom, not in the car. Startled, she sat up abruptly and, upon further inspection, confirmed that she was indeed in a bedroom. She threw off the covers and got out of bed. "Where am I? How did I end up here?" she asked. Ji Wuchang replied, "At my place. Let us have dinner first. You haven't eaten yet. After you eat, you can sleep." Yu Sheng felt her mind was in a tangle, struggling to comprehend the situation. Ji Wuchang opened the door and stepped out, leaving her alone. After a moment of hesitation, she followed him outside. A few steps later, she turned a corner and saw Ji Wuchang seated at the dining table in the living room. 2 bowls of noodles laid out before him. Upon noticing her, he casually beckoned, "Come and eat." His tone was relaxed and informal, reminiscent of how he used to speak to her when she first arrived at the Ji household. Yu Sheng found this behavior peculiar, as she hadn't seen this side of Ji Wuchang in many years. She contemplated refusing, but her stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. Ji Wuchang must have heard it, as he chuckled softly. Resigned, Yu Sheng decided to accept the situation. She pulled out a chair and sat down. The meal before her was simple yet comforting, featuring mushrooms, one of her favorite ingredients, reminiscent of the dishes prepared by the family's housekeeper. Yu Sheng glanced around, noticing the absence of the housekeeper's presence, and the apartment bore no signs of anyone else having lived there. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Did you make the noodles?" Ji Wuchang set down his chopsticks and replied, "What? Not to your liking?" "Not at all." Yu Sheng shook her head. "It's quite delicious. Very similar to what Aunt Zhao would make." Ji Wuchang smiled, pleased by her compliment, acknowledging her fondness for Aunt Zhao's cooking. "I consulted Aunt Zhao before I made it," he said. "That explains it," she replied, surprised that he could actually cook. After living together for so many years, Ji Wuchang instantly grasped her unspoken thoughts. "I rarely go back to my parents' place," he explained. "Living alone necessitates cooking for oneself." Yu Sheng was taken aback. "You live alone? Not with Sister Qing Shan?" Ji Wuchang chuckled lightly, saying, "She is not someone significant to me. Why should I live with her?" Yu Sheng was taken aback, feeling a twinge of pity for him as memories of his previous attentiveness towards young Qing Shan resurfaced. She had never witnessed him being so readily available for anyone else. Recalling the last gathering and Yang Qing Shan's presence, the dynamics between these 2 individuals seemed truly surreal. However, it was not her place to inquire further. Delving too deep would encroach upon boundaries. She smiled and continued to savor her noodles. Yu Sheng appeared genuinely hungry, finishing an entire bowl, even drinking the broth. Ji Wuchang was pleased and asked, "Was it enough? There's more in the kitchen." Yu Sheng shook her head, replying, "I'm full now." Ji Wuchang had merely intended to keep her company while she ate, and upon her finishing, he set down his own bowl and began to tidy the table for washing. Yu Sheng found herself at a loose end, pulling out her phone to check the time. It was nearly midnight. She needed to head back soon. Xiao Yanyan had already sent her several WeChat messages, inquiring about her delay. She hastily responded, assuring, "I'll be back shortly." Chapter 25. Has he lost his mind? Ji Wuchang emerged from the kitchen just as Yu Sheng stood up. "I should head back," she stated. Ji Wuchang hesitated momentarily, then offered, "Why not stay here?" He quickly clarified, "I have guest rooms, and there's seldom anyone else around." Yu Sheng outright declined, aware that if Mrs. Ji discovered she was staying at his home, even a guest room, there could be unforeseen complications. "No, I'd rather return. Staying at your place would be inconvenient." Ji Wuchang understood the implication in her words and remained silent for a while. "Then let me drive you back," he finally suggested, his voice low and slightly hoarse. Yu Sheng did not refuse, replying, I appreciate your kindness. Hearing her words, Ji Buchang felt a sense of helplessness and melancholy. Sheng, there's no need for such formality with me. Yu Sheng smiled and replied, it's only proper to thank you for driving me home so late and for the late-night meal. Ji Buchang sighed, let us go. The two exited, making their way to the garage. Once inside the car, Yu Sheng suddenly realized the distance they had traveled and how she had arrived at his home while still asleep. The thought of a certain possibility made her feel somewhat embarrassed, her ears warming with a flush. Upon reaching Xiao Yinyan's place, she found her friend still awake, reclining on the sofa with a facial mask. As Yu Sheng entered, Xiao Yinyan sat up, removed the mask, and tossed it into the trash. I thought you might not return for the night. What did you have with your boyfriend at this hour? She assumed, thinking Yu Sheng had been on a date with Su Xianqian. No date. I told you earlier I was busy with a Ruyan event that was held today, and I was at the site, Yu Sheng explained while heading to the bathroom to remove her makeup. Xiao Yinyan leaned against the bathroom doorframe, arms crossed. Isn't that an investment exchange event? The investment scene is so competitive now. Who holds an event until the wee hours? After finishing her makeup removal, Yu Sheng washed her face with warm water. As she dried her face, she responded to Xiao Yinyan's inquiry. It ended before 10. Xiao Yinyan chuckled. I knew it. They can't keep an event running until midnight. That will be disturbing the peace. But why did you return at this hour? It's been over 2 hours. I ran into Ji Buchang and had dinner at his place, Yu Sheng replied. This revelation unsettled Xiao Yinyan. You had dinner with Ji Buchang? At his home? Are you sure? His own home? Yu Sheng nodded. I couldn't get a taxi, so I hitched a ride with him. I fell asleep on the way and woke up already at his place, where I had dinner. Her words were succinct, yet packed with implications. Xiao Yinyan's composure faltered further. You fell asleep on the way? Shouldn't he have driven you back? Why go to his house? And what do you mean you woke up at his place? It can't mean what I think it means. She then exclaimed, has Ji Buchang lost his mind? Yu Sheng also sensed that Ji Buchang had been acting rather irrationally. Since her return to the capital, he seemed increasingly unhinged. However, whether he was losing his mind was his concern. Her immediate priority was to get some rest. Come on, it's time to sleep. What time is it? I have to work tomorrow. Yu Sheng urged Xiao Yinyan toward the bedroom. Xiao Yinyan, still somewhat agitated, replied, how can I possibly sleep? Even if you can't sleep, you must try to rest, Yu Sheng insisted. Upon entering the bedroom, they turned off the lights, climbed into bed, and attempted to slumber. Soon, Yu Sheng's rhythmic breathing indicated he had drifted into a deep sleep. However, Xiao Yinyan found herself tossing and turning, plagued by insomnia. Countless times, she felt the urge to shake Yu Sheng awake and ask him to sit up and chat with her. The investment event hosted by Ruyun had been exceedingly successful, and it was said that their leaders were very pleased. Within a few days, the final payment was settled. Everyone was thrilled to encounter such a straightforward client. He Huan, who had also participated in the preliminary work for the event, couldn't help but exclaim, we need to collaborate with clients who have deep pockets. Others concurred. When the compensation is generous and the process is smooth, with no delays in final payments, it truly feels like a dream client. Laughter ensued among them. Lulan was busy organizing receipts for reimbursement when he looked up and asked Yu Sheng, could you hand me the taxi receipt from that night? I'll submit it for you. Yu Sheng hesitated briefly before responding. There's no need for reimbursement. It wasn't much. Lulan chuckled. What are you being polite for? Every little bit counts. Why should you save the company money? Yu Sheng pondered for a moment and replied, I didn't take a taxi that night. I got a ride with someone. Lulan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly laughed. I see. Your boyfriend picked you up, right? Unable to provide an explanation, Yu Sheng merely smiled, which Lulan interpreted as an affirmation. He Huan, hearing the mention of Yu Sheng's boyfriend, chimed in, Yu Sheng, has your boyfriend returned? Yu Sheng nodded. He came back a few days ago. He Huan chuckled. You two star-crossed lovers have finally reunited. Lulan, curious about his girlfriend's knowledge of the situation, asked, what do you mean? He Huan responded, oh Lu, you have no idea how interesting their story is. They met in East City while her boyfriend was there on a business trip. He kept persuading Yu Sheng to come to the capital, but she was reluctant. As fate would have it, the East City branch closed down, so Yu Sheng moved to the capital, while her boyfriend was left behind due to project delays. Lulan laughed. What kind of star-crossed lovers are they? They just had a brief period of long distance. He added, "You young folks nowadays seem to shy away from long-distance relationships." Someone inquired, "Lu, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?" "Liulan Vudili Zipli." "My wife and I were in a long-distance relationship. We endured 4 years apart during university. I used to scrimp and save to take the hard-seat train to see her, visiting every 2 weeks." He continued, "After graduation, her parents initially disapproved of her moving to the capital, but once they learned about my commitment, they relented. Subsequently, my wife joined me in the capital." Everyone was genuinely surprised to learn that Lu Lan had such a heartfelt story with his wife, and they couldn't help but admire him. "Lu, your love for your wife is truly admirable," they remarked. Lu Lan beamed with pride. "Indeed it is. Every time I have a quarrel with my wife, she forbids me from entering our bedroom. In response, I reminisce about the days of traveling on the green trains, which invariably softens her heart." Lu Lan initially intended to showcase his profound affection, unaware that he would inadvertently reveal his position within the household hierarchy. "Mr. Lu, it appears your standing is rather low, given that you are barred from the bedroom." Others jestingly remarked, "What do you mean you can't enter? There's always the couch. If that fails, there's the floor. Sleeping on the floor is rather inconvenient. Perhaps the balcony offers more space." A group of individuals rarely encounter such an opportunity, each one more witty than the last, eliciting peals of laughter from everyone present. "What are you all so jubilant about? I can hear your laughter from quite a distance," Chun Kai remarked as he approached, smiling. Business at the company has been thriving recently, with impressive performance figures, elevating his spirits immensely. It is no wonder that the team exhibits a lack of discipline at work. He occasionally joins in on the banter to appear more approachable. Chapter 26. In wealth and honor, do not forget each other upon the arrival of the boss. Everyone subdued their demeanor, though they bore little restraint. Chun Kai, with a beaming smile and an unpretentious air, was eager to share some good news. "Everyone gather around," he exclaimed, instantly invigorating the room. "Another piece of good news?" The company seemed to be on a roll with joyful tidings. Chun Kai gestured for silence. "Let us keep it low-key." Yet, the pride radiating from his face was impossible to conceal. "What is this wonderful news that has you so elated, General Manager Chun?" someone inquired with curiosity. Chun Kai adopted an enigmatic expression. "Why don't you all take a guess?" The employees exchanged knowing glances, collectively deducing that it must pertain to a substantial new client. "A major client has approached us? Given Chin's delight, it surely must be an impressive entity, likely a publicly listed company. Don't forget, the event hosted by Ruiyun upstairs attracted a plethora of esteemed entrepreneurs," someone reminded. The mention of Ruiyun's event ignited enthusiasm among the crowd. Another piece of good news so soon. Perhaps it was indeed linked to this occasion. "Come on, General Manager Chun. Stop keeping us in suspense. Just spill it," He Huan urged. Chun Kai glanced at He Huan, chuckling. "You are quite the impatient one." Nevertheless, he eventually relented. "You are all astute. Your guesses are correct." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd lit up with excitement. It was indeed true. Chun Kai leisurely turned his gaze toward Lu Lan and Yu Sheng, who were standing across from him. Lu Lan, being perceptive, immediately conjectured, "Is it Jibuchong from Jingrong Group?" Chun Kai nodded approvingly. "Well done, Lu. You guessed it right away." Yu Sheng, taken aback, did not anticipate it would be Jingrong. Chun Kai then addressed Yu Sheng, who was beside Lu Lan, with a smile. "At the last reunion event, Assistant Song remarked on our professionalism, particularly praising General Manager Ji's recognition of our company. Just then, Assistant Song called to inform Chun that Jingrong Group has a dedicated VR department preparing to launch a new product. They are looking to solicit bids for the launch event, and he encouraged us to prepare." The mention of Jingrong Group sent ripples of excitement through the team. While it was a bidding situation, many opportunities arise from such circumstances. First, one must have the chance to compete before worrying about the outcome. Securing a spot in the bidding could indeed lead to winning the project. It was unexpected that it was Jingrong. Their projects were notoriously challenging to obtain, particularly for extravagant launch events. The last time they dined with General Manager Ji, he left a strong impression, embodying the essence of excellence. The discussion buzzed with fervor, and even Lu Lan appeared delighted. Yet, amidst the laughter, Yu Sheng felt a sense of foreboding. With such a significant client, General Manager Chen would not take any chances and decided to lead the team personally. The following morning, as Yu Sheng arrived at the office, he noticed that Chen Kai was already present. He approached their department's workspace, greeting Lu Lan and Yu Sheng with a smile. Lu Lan, Yu Sheng, we shall visit Jingrong Group together shortly. Lu Lan responded, so soon? Chen Kai smiled and said, let's head out early to demonstrate our sincerity in this collaboration. I have already contacted the person in charge of their VR department. Yu Sheng, unsure if she was being overly sensitive, felt as though Mr. Chan had glanced at her while speaking. All right, what time shall we depart? Lu Lan initially intended to open her computer, but if they left now, it would be unnecessary. Chen Kai replied, let us wait for half an hour. Our appointment is at 10:30. Good. We will meet in the garage shortly. You two can head down directly. I have a few matters to attend to first. After giving his instructions, Chen Kai exited. He Huan, seated in a wheeled office chair, slid over to Yu Sheng's side and whispered conspiratorially, Mr. Chen truly values you. He brings you along for such important clients. And remember the recent Ruiyun event? He had you assist Mr. Liu as well. With a playful pat on Yu Sheng's shoulder, she added, sisters, let us not forget each other amidst wealth and prosperity. Amused, Yu Sheng responded, all right. Elated by her agreement, He Huan beamed, you're so straightforward, Yu Sheng. I'll treat you to a grand meal later. At 9:20, Yu Sheng followed Lu Lan downstairs to meet with Mr. Chan in the garage before heading to Jingrong Group. Jingrong Group, built on the foundations laid by Ji Feng, has since flourished under Ji Buchang's leadership, gaining global recognition. Even in the capital, it stands as a prestigious name. The group owns its impressive skyscraper, which towers into the clouds. Upon arrival, the trio gazed up at the Jingrong brand displayed prominently at the entrance, feeling a profound sense of reverence. Mr. Chen remarked, as expected, this is Jingrong. The VR project at Jingrong Group is an independent initiative cultivated internally, with a dedicated office on the 12th floor. The three ascended in the elevator to the 12th floor, where they were greeted by the project lead, Liang Zhong, who wore black-rimmed glasses and exuded an air of professionalism. Liang was a man of directness, speaking clearly and succinctly without any unnecessary embellishments. He provided them with several new products slated for release, along with relevant documentation and requirements for the presentation event. As they communicated, it became evident that Liang's thought process was exceptionally clear. Collaborating with such a client was indeed the most straightforward. There was no need to second-guess his intentions. Once their discussions had progressed significantly, Liang stated, we have invited 3 companies for this project, and ultimately, we will select the most suitable one. You may return and prepare a proposal. We will reconvene next Friday at 3 o'clock to finalize our collaboration based on your plans. With next Friday's deadline fast approaching, and today being Tuesday, Yu Sheng sighed, realizing she would need to work overtime. Having made the trip to Jingrong Group, Chen Kai seized the opportunity to foster relationships, coinciding perfectly with lunchtime. He made a call to Song Yang, intending to treat them to a meal. Observing this, Yu Sheng and Lu Lan expressed their desire to leave early, particularly Yu Sheng, who was reluctant to meet Song Yang. Chen Kai, having hung up, stopped them, saying, wait a moment. At this moment, Song Yang happened to be on the 13th floor when he received a call from Chen Kai, who asked him to wait a moment. Descending the stairs, Chen Kai approached him eagerly, extending a handshake. Have you finished your discussion with Manager Liang? Song Yang inquired. Chen Kai replied with a smile. Indeed. We just concluded our meeting. I am immensely grateful to Assistant Song for providing us with this opportunity. Since you are here, it is only fitting to express my gratitude. Song Yang glanced at Yu Sheng and quickly averted his gaze. There is no need to thank me. Your company is quite capable on its own. I merely offered a suggestion, he said. Chen Kai insisted, I will forever remember Assistant Song's kindness. Regardless of whether we can collaborate this time, my appreciation for you remains boundless. Song Yang responded, I am merely following orders. I do not deserve such gratitude from you, Mr. Chen. Not at all. It is warranted. I won't take up your time for a meal, as General Manager Ji is still waiting for me in the office, and I have a group investment meeting at noon. Upon hearing this, Chen Kai immediately remarked, then I want to delay you, Assistant Song. When you have the time, I shall treat you to a drink. Song Yang smiled. nodding specifically at Yu Sheng before ascending the stairs once again. Chapter 27. The arrival of my boyfriend upon returning from Jingrong. Yu Sheng and her colleagues were immediately engulfed in work. The project at hand was multifaceted, demanding the creation of visual renderings for the press conference, comprehensive creative concepts, and meticulous details for each segment. Each individual task was substantial in its own right. In the case of ordinary clients, the company would certainly decline to release any proposals without a deposit, as the investment of human and temporal resources was considerable. However, this was Jingrong Group. Securing their partnership could elevate the company to new heights. Everyone understood this principle. Thus, Yu Sheng resumed her rigorous overtime schedule. During this time, Su Xiangqian called several times. "Still working late?" he inquired. Yu Sheng nodded, only to realize he could not see her. "Indeed, we have a pitch next Friday, and the pressure is mounting." Su Xiangqian chuckled. "Since my return, I've noticed your workload has significantly increased. I didn't see you working this late in Dongsheng." Yu Sheng replied, "The pace in the capital is swift, and the pressure is immense. I had hoped that on this rare occasion of finishing early, we could catch a movie or dine together." She added, "But it seems that won't be possible." After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call, and Yu Sheng returned to her desk to continue her work. As she was engrossed in her tasks, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. "Yu Sheng, someone is looking for you." Initially, thinking she misheard, she looked up and asked, "Who is it?" Her gaze fell upon the entrance of the office, and she stood up in surprise. "What brings you here?" It was Su Xiangqian, holding a bag filled with takeout and some fruit. "I came to bring you dinner," he said with a smile. Yu Sheng glanced at the bag, recognizing it as food from a nearby Sichuan restaurant known for its delightful flavors. It was nearly 8 in the evening, and the office was mostly empty aside from those working late. Seeing Yu Sheng accompany a handsome stranger, her colleagues exchanged curious glances. "Yu Sheng, who is this dashing gentleman? Care to introduce us?" Indeed. Yu Sheng smiled and replied, "This is my boyfriend, Su Xiangqian." The group responded with elongated tones of surprise. Su Xiangqian greeted everyone warmly. "Hello, everyone. It's a refreshing change amidst the monotony of overtime. It's truly thoughtful of me to bring dinner. Indeed, now I feel inspired to find a boyfriend too, especially one as handsome as this." Su Xiangqian blushed slightly at the compliments. Yu Sheng led him to the break area where they could dine together. "How much longer do you expect to be here?" Su Xiangqian asked. "At least another hour," she replied. "Then I shall wait for you to finish. I'll drive you home afterward." Yu Sheng nodded in agreement. "That sounds good." Opening the takeout container, she asked, "Have you eaten?" "I haven't tea. I specifically came to share this meal with you," he replied with a grin. Yu Sheng handed him a pair of chopsticks, and they settled down to enjoy their meal. After finishing, Yu Sheng said, "You rest here for a while. I'll come find you once I'm done." Su Xiangqian remarked, "You need not concern yourself with me. Focus on your own tasks." Yu Sheng returned to her work, where her colleagues teased her about the overtime. Lu Lan, noticing her boyfriend's presence, felt it inappropriate to let her work too late. "Yu Sheng, you may leave once you finish your portion for today. It is rare for your boyfriend to visit. Do not keep him waiting." Yu Sheng responded with a grateful smile. "Thank you, Manager Lu. You are exceedingly considerate." Lu Lan replied, "No need for pleasantries." As others expressed their desire to leave, Lu Lan raised an eyebrow. "Have you all completed your assignments?" Instantly, silence fell upon them. Although Yu Sheng felt somewhat embarrassed about leaving early, she shared the fruits that Su Xiangqian had brought, which quelled any further objections. When Yu Sheng sought out Su Xiangqian in the break area, she was surprised to find another person beside him. "Mr. Chun?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Chun Kai chuckled. "I just emerged from the office and was puzzled about when the company had hired such a young fellow. Upon inquiry, I learned he is Yu Sheng's boyfriend." Subsequently, Chun Kai turned to Yu Sheng. "I had heard much about you, but had yet to see you in person. Today, I must say, you are indeed quite impressive. When did you two begin your relationship? So quietly." Yu Sheng smiled. "Not long ago. We just started dating before I moved from Dongsheng to Beijing." Chun Kai replied nonchalantly, "No wonder. Are you off work now?" he inquired. Yu Sheng nodded. "Then you should hurry home. The past few days have been quite taxing. Make sure to rest well." "Thank you, Mr. Chun," Yu Sheng said as she exited the office with Su Xiangqian. Once in the car, Su Xiangqian commented, "Your boss seems rather amiable." Yu Sheng agreed. "Indeed. He is usually quite nice to us." During these overtime days, he has ordered takeout for us. The boss personally orders takeout? Su Xiangqian remarked. That is quite commendable. However, he is rather inquisitive. Su Xiangqian recalled the questions Chun Kai had posed. Inquisitive? Yu Sheng asked. Su Xiangqian laughed. Yes, he inquired about my age, where I work, the number of people in my family, and even what my grandparents did when they were alive. One might think he was conducting a household registration. Yu Sheng could not help but chuckle. Perhaps it is a habit that comes with age. Upon arriving at Xiao Yinyan's neighborhood, Su Xiangqian asked, How is your search for a place coming along? Yu Sheng replied, The agency has shown me several options, though I have yet to view them. One looks quite promising. If I have a weekend off, I shall go see it. Su Xiangqian said, I will accompany you. It seems I will not be working overtime this weekend. Yu Sheng was taken aback. It was surprising that he could have a weekend free from work. That would be wonderful. But please do not change your plans at the last minute. Su Xiangqian chuckled. Rest assured, no matter how important work is, it pales in comparison to my girlfriend. Before departing, Su Xiangqian embraced her, watching as she returned to her community before driving away. In the following 2 days, Su Xiangqian came to pick Yu Sheng up after work. Although Yu Sheng did not converse much with him, they had gleaned a considerable amount of information through Yuan. Upon discovering that Su Xiangqian is a local native and a programmer, a tinge of envy arises. Most of the colleagues in the department hail from distant places, each yearning to establish roots in the capital. However, the reality is that while securing a position here may be attainable, truly embedding oneself is fraught with difficulty. Countless individuals have drifted for over a decade, only to ultimately return to their hometowns. The challenges of housing prices and household registration act as formidable obstacles that not everyone can surmount. Many cannot help but admire Yu Sheng, whose beauty seemingly paves her path more smoothly. Some, in a half-joking manner, inquire of Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, why not ask your boyfriend if he has any eligible friends? If he is single, do introduce me. With a smile, Yu Sheng replies, Sure, I'll ask him for you later. He Huan casts a glance at that colleague, who appears rather ordinary, yet harbors lofty aspirations without remarkable capabilities, preoccupied with the notion of finding a good man. A sense of disdain brews within her. While heading to the restroom together, she confides in Yu Sheng, the person isn't impressive, yet their thoughts are quite fanciful. Yu Sheng chuckles. Who doesn't he wish for a better life? It's only human nature. He Huan retorts, but can people really be the same? They should take a moment to reflect on themselves. Chapter 28. Caught off guard, plans to view properties on Sunday were thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. On Sunday morning, just as Su Xiangqian was preparing to depart, he received an unexpected notification for overtime work. He felt compelled to comply, as a significant bug had emerged in the program that necessitated immediate attention. A twinge of guilt washed over him, prompting him to call Yu Sheng. It's all right, she reassured him. You should focus on your work. Yet, Su Xiangqian felt even more remorseful. I promised to accompany you, he lamented. Work takes precedence, Yu Sheng replied, though a sense of disappointment lingered in her heart. Xiao Yinyan, having completed her makeup and ready to head out, noticed Yu Sheng's low spirits after receiving the call. What's wrong? Can't make it? She inquired. Yu Sheng nodded. I have to work overtime. Xiao Yinyan paused, incredulous. What kind of company is this? Always demanding overtime. Even on Sundays? Are they exploiting you? Yu Sheng chuckled softly. Since Su Xiangqian could not attend, Yu Sheng ventured alone. The properties recommended by the agent were quite appealing, and one in particular, which she had liked from the photos, enchanted her even more in person. It featured a minimalist design, was modest in size but included a kitchen and bathroom, and was conveniently located near her workplace. No need for a roommate. While Yu Sheng was fond of it, she was also acutely aware that such properties seldom came at a bargain. Tentatively, she inquired about the rent, mentally preparing herself for a hefty sum. However, when the agent revealed the rental price, her eyes widened in surprise. Though not inexpensive, it was considerably more affordable than she had anticipated. Furthermore, she could opt for a deposit with 3 months' rent, alleviating the burden of paying an entire year's rent up front. After meticulously reviewing the contract to ensure there were no hidden pitfalls, she proceeded to pay the deposit. With the housing situation settled, a weight lifted from her shoulders. She informed both Su Xiangqian and Xiao Yinyan about the good news, sharing photos of the property. Xiao Yinyan called her, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. How much is it?" Upon hearing the price, Xiao Yinyan was astonished. "So cheap, and with such great conditions? Did you strike gold?" She quickly followed up, "Have you reviewed the contract? Everything is in order, right?" Yu Sheng assured her, "I've examined it thoroughly and found no flaws." Xiao Yinyan laughed. "Your luck is remarkable. How enviable." That evening, they dined together. Yu Sheng had assumed Su Xiangxian would be working late, yet around 4 in the afternoon. He announced that the issue had been resolved and he could leave. Since their return to Beijing, they had not had a proper date. Upon meeting, Su Xiangxian complained, "They made it sound so dire. I thought there was a serious problem, but it turned out to be a minor bug." Yu Sheng replied with a smile, "Isn't that typical of bosses? They always find excuses to impose overtime." Su Xiangxian clarified, "Not our boss. He doesn't concern himself with such trivial matters." "Then who oversees it?" Yu Sheng queried. "The project team leader, who recently joined. She is quite attractive, but has high demands and a lot on her plate." Yu Sheng expressed her surprise. "A woman? It's rare to see females in technical development." In her mind, programmers were predominantly male. Indeed, who can fathom from where the boss recruits such individuals? Many colleagues on the project were quite overwhelmed upon seeing her. Yu Sheng chuckled, "At least she's a beauty." Su Xiang replied modestly, "No matter how beautiful, she pales in comparison to my girlfriend. My girlfriend is the most exquisite person in the world." Yu Sheng playfully nudged him. "Stop being so cheeky. By the way, when are you moving?" Su Xiang inquired. "I'm not quite sure yet, but the sooner the better. I've only paid a deposit. If I don't move in quickly, the agent might find another tenant and lease it to someone else," Yu Sheng explained. Su Xiang offered, "I'll help you move when the time comes." Yu Sheng feigned annoyance, "Just don't end up working overtime again." Su Xiang laughed, "I promise it won't happen this time." The two enjoyed their meal, laughing and chatting, oblivious to Jibo passing by not far away. Accompanying him was Song Yang, who upon noticing the two, shrank back slightly. What luck to stumble upon them during a mall inspection. "Mr. Ji?" Song Yang fentured jiaotiusly. Jibo replied coolly, "Did you not mention working overtime? How is it that you find time to dine leisurely?" Observing Ji's expression, Song Yang was at a loss for words. "Let us go," Jibo said, casting one last glance at the affectionate pair before turning away. Soon, Thursday arrived. After much hustle and bustle, the entire department finally completed the project proposal. That evening, there would be no overtime. As soon as the clock struck 5, Lulan urged everyone to head home. "Rest up. Tomorrow is the big day," Lulan smiled. After nearly 2 weeks of relentless work, the colleagues were buzzing with excitement at the prospect of leaving on time. Yu Sheng coughed lightly, shutting down her computer and gathering her belongings to depart. Lulan expressed concern. "Yu Sheng, how are you feeling? Is your cold any better? You sound worse." Just as Yu Sheng was about to respond, a fit of coughing overtook her. Recently, the flu had been rampant, and with Yu Sheng working late every night, her irregular eating and sleeping patterns had weakened her immune system. Despite her precautions, she had succumbed. "Have you taken any medicine?" Lulan asked, noticing her severe coughing. Yu Sheng nodded yes. "You should head home quickly, get a good night's rest, and perhaps you'll feel better," Lulan advised. That was all she could do. However, after a night's sleep, rather than improvement, Yu Sheng awakened the next morning feeling disoriented. Her throat was parched and burning, rendering her almost speechless. She called Lulan to request a sick leave. Upon hearing her voice, Lulan was taken aback. How'd it get so bad? Yu Sheng swallowed painfully, as if swallowing shards of glass, her throat in agony. "I woke up like this. I won't be able to attend the meeting this afternoon. I need to see a doctor," Yu Sheng said. Lulan promptly approved. "All right, I'll go with General Chen this afternoon. You hurry to the hospital. This wave of flu is particularly severe." Yu Sheng expressed her gratitude. After hanging up, she struggled to rise and made her way to the living room, pouring herself a glass of water from the dispenser. Xiao Yinyan had left early for work, leaving the apartment empty. Illness descends like a mountain. Yu Sheng had not fallen ill for over 6 months, so when illness struck suddenly, she felt utterly unwell. She contemplated calling Su Xiangxian to ask him to take her to the hospital, but ultimately decided against it. He had been working exceptionally late recently. Ever since they shared a meal together last Sunday, they had not met again, only exchanging messages on WeChat. After changing her clothes, she summoned a car and went to the hospital alone. As she was about to leave in the afternoon, Shinkai noticed Lu Lan by herself and frowned. "Where is Yu Sheng? I haven't seen her." Lu Lan replied, "She has influenza A and called me this morning to take a leave." "Influenza? Is it serious?" Shinkai expressed concern. "When I heard her voice this morning, it was barely audible. I urged her to go to the hospital without delay." Shinkai nodded, acknowledging the severity of the situation. "Indeed, it seems quite serious. A visit to the hospital is necessary." After saying this, he fell silent, lost in thought. "Let's go," he eventually said. Anzai, Lulan Zetponde. Chapter 29. This is terrifying. Yu Sheng visited the hospital and returned home to find her phone had run out of battery. She wrapped herself in a blanket and took a nap. Upon waking, she felt significantly better. As she emerged from her bedroom and settled onto the sofa, Xiao Yinyan returned. Seeing her, she exhaled in relief. "My goodness, you scared me. Why didn't you answer your phone?" Yu Sheng suddenly remembered her phone was off. Upon turning it back on, a flood of messages greeted her, overwhelming her with inquiries. Many were from colleagues, expressing concern over her lack of response, while others, including Su Qianxian, asked about her health. Xiao Yinyan had sent the most messages, nearly a dozen, initially asking when she would move, then inquiring about her cold, and finally whether she had taken a leave of absence. Not receiving a reply, she began sending voice messages, one after another, with the latest just a few minutes prior, stating she was downstairs. Yu Sheng furrowed her brow. "How did you know I took a leave?" Xiao Yinyan poured herself a glass of water, took a sip, and sat down on the sofa. "Who else could it be? Jibwa Chong kept asking me about your condition, and that is how I found out." Then, she touched Yu Sheng's forehead. "I left early this morning, thinking it was just a slight cold. How did it become so serious? Did you go to the hospital?" Yu Sheng chuckled. "I went this morning and took a nap afterward. I feel much better now." Xiao Yinyan felt her forehead, noting it was not hot, though her complexion appeared pale and her voice was hoarse. Upon hearing Jibwa Chong's name, Yu Sheng was taken aback. "How did Jibwa Chong know I was sick and took a leave?" Xiao Yinyan replied, "How would I know? I don't have his contact information. I was surprised when I received his call." She added, "Check your missed calls. He said he tried to call you, but your phone was off." Yu Sheng had not noticed the missed calls earlier, but upon checking, she found several from Jibwa Chong. Looking at her unread messages, there were indeed texts from him. "You're ill. How are you now? Are you feeling better? Is it serious?" The last message came several minutes after the first two. Seeing that she hadn't replied, he decided to call. Yu Sheng was astonished at how he found out about her illness. Upon seeing the messages of concern from General Chen and Lu Lan, she began to piece things together. Given General Chen's character, he likely inquired about her absence at the meeting, which would have led to Song Yang asking, and consequently Jibwa Chong would know. The timing of the messages and calls also aligned. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Sheng decided to reply to Jibwa Chong. "I visited the hospital and am feeling much better. Thank you for your concern." Almost immediately after sending the message, Jibwa Chong called her. "How are you now?" he asked. "Much better," Yu Sheng responded, her voice still slightly hoarse. Jibwa Chong frowned. "Let me ask, Doctor Chen to take another look at you." Dr. Chen was the family doctor for the Ji family and a highly respected chief physician in the industry. Felt that it was somewhat excessive for someone like him to attend to a mere cold. "It's unnecessary. I'm already feeling much better," she declined. Seeing her insistence, Jibwa Chong ceased to press the matter. After hanging up, Xiao Yinyan remarked, "Jibwa Chong truly cares about you. Such a fuss over a cold." Was a loss for words. Perhaps he had been rather idle lately, attending to such trivialities. Xiao Yinyan cast a glance at her, hesitating to speak, ultimately saying nothing. After more than half an hour passed, the two were seated on the sofa, deliberating on what to eat when the doorbell rang. Xiao Yinyan, puzzled, wondered who could be visiting at this hour. Started to rise to answer the door, but Xiao Yinyan stopped her, saying, "I'll go. You're unwell." With that, she approached the door and opened it. At the moment the door swung open, Xiao Yinyan's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the person standing at the threshold. "You." Jibwa Chong greeted her with a smile. "Miss Xiao, it has been a while." Xiao Yinyan stammered. "Why, yes, it has been a long time. Is Yu Sheng here?" He inquired further. "I brought a doctor to check on her. I hope it's convenient for us to enter." Xiao Yinyin quickly replied, yes, of course, come in. Ji Buchang entered with Dr. Chun, who immediately spotted the somewhat haggard Yu Sheng seated in the living room. Yu Sheng was taken aback at the sight of Ji Buchang and Dr. Chun. What brings you here? She asked. Dr. Chun chuckled. Is this Yu Sheng? It's been years since I last saw you. Yu Sheng stood to greet him. Hello, Dr. Chun. You look even younger than you did 4 years ago. Flattered, Doctor. Chun laughed. Thank you. I've become much more cheerful. He continued, Buchang mentioned you were quite ill and asked me to take a look. Doctor. Chun carried a small medical kit filled with various instruments, conducting an examination on Yu Sheng and checking her pulse. He also reviewed the medication she had received from the hospital. It's quite appropriate. Simply continue with this medication. Rest well, drink plenty of warm water, and avoid staying up late. The implication was clear. There was nothing serious to worry about. Ji Buchang inquired, is there anything else she should be cautious about? Doctor. Chun pondered for a moment. Nothing else to note. However, she does seem a bit weak. I will prepare a prescription for her to strengthen her. After the consultation, Yu Sheng and Xiao Yinyin escorted Ji Buchang downstairs. He specifically reminded her to rest and mentioned he would deliver the prescribed medication later. In front of Dr. Chun, Yu Sheng felt it inappropriate to voice her true feelings. In her perspective, her health was not particularly concerning. After all, in modern times, who isn't a bit fatigued? She had been working overtime for an extended period. To feel unwell would be abnormal. Once they bid farewell and closed the door, Xiao Yinyin exhaled in relief. My goodness, that was truly startling. Was that Dr. Qin Xiangnan? He looked so familiar. Yu Sheng nodded in affirmation. Xiao Yinyin gave her a thumbs up. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to secure an appointment with him? Even scalpers struggle to get a slot. Yet Ji Buchang had him come to your home, and to check on a case of the flu. It's utterly extravagant. Yu Sheng remarked, I had not anticipated this either. Xiao Yinyin, filled with curiosity, inquired, what on earth does Ji Buchang intend to do? This is entirely uncharacteristic of him. Yu Sheng shook her head, casting her gaze down as she responded to Su Xianqin's message. Observing her pallid complexion, which, despite her illness, possessed a delicate beauty, Xiao Yinyin felt a lurking thought surge forth. Could it possibly be true? She hastily dismissed the notion, shaking her head, insisting it could not be. If it were true, it would be utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Ji Buchang was escorting Dr. Chun home. Dr. Chun playfully scolded, You rascal. I thought it was a serious ailment when you urgently summoned me. Yet it turns out to be merely a mild case of influenza. Was it truly necessary to create such a fuss? Ji Buchang replied, I appreciate your effort in coming out here, Dr. Chun. Having lived many years, Dr. Chun was certainly perceptive to his intentions. Ah, well, matters concerning the youth are yours to navigate, he concluded. Ji Buchang offered a faint smile and resumed driving. Chapter 30. We still have a chance on Monday. Yu Sheng arrived at the office and encountered Yihuan. How are you feeling? Are you better? Yihuan inquired with genuine concern. Yu Sheng had taken a day off and rested for 2 additional days. She replied, I'm fine now. Yihuan grasped her arm and whispered, Do you know about the bidding results from Friday? Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng sensed an underlying issue. What happened? She asked. Yihuan leaned in closer. I heard the outcome wasn't favorable. After Chun and Lu returned, they hardly spoke. Yu Sheng paused. Do you know why? Yihuan shook her head. I'm not sure. Only they went to Jingrong. And if they don't say anything, how would I know? If I hadn't taken leave that day, perhaps I would have understood the reason. She added, Let us wait. They will likely address it in the morning meeting. As expected, before 10 o'clock, Lu Lan summoned everyone to the conference room. Once all were seated, they noticed Chen Kai was already present. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, Chen Kai expressed concern. How is your cold? Are you feeling better? Yu Sheng politely replied, Much better. Thank you for your concern, Chen. Fen, Kui nodded. That's good to hear. Our health is our greatest asset. While work is important, we must prioritize our well-being. He then proceeded to discuss the bidding results. Although Chan spoke succinctly, it was clear to Yu Sheng that, as Yihuan had mentioned, the results were not promising. The issue did not stem from the quality of their proposal, but rather from inadequate budget control. Compared to the other 2 competing firms, their pricing lacked a competitive edge. This may sound trivial, yet it was the most critical factor. Regardless of the type of event, the ultimate execution hinges on cost-effectiveness. A lack of pricing advantage signifies a poor value proposition. Even a financially robust conglomerate like Jingrong must scrutinize costs. Chen Kai stated, although our quotes were somewhat high. General Manager Liang still recognized the merit of our proposal. We were supposed to finalize the cooperating company last Friday, but Liang specifically mentioned that they needed to hold an internal meeting and report upward, which implies we still have a chance. What we need to do now is revise the proposal, reevaluate the material costs, and provide a new quote. Lu, you will take the lead on this. It is crucial to manage the costs effectively. Lu Lan nodded in agreement. After discussing this matter, they addressed other tasks from the previous week. As the meeting drew to a close, Chen Kai reiterated the importance of health, emphasizing that well-being should come first. Upon returning to their desks, He Huan chuckled. Chen is remarkably composed. Even in times like these, he still cares about the health of his subordinates. Yu Sheng smiled. Health is indeed our greatest asset. Lu Lan interjected. As much as he cares, we must get to work. Today, we need to revise the proposal and reassess costs. While it was said there was still a chance, whether they would be granted one remained uncertain. After completing the proposal revisions, they received no further news regarding the bidding. A sense of unease lingered among everyone. After nearly a week of waiting, Yu Sheng's cold had completely subsided. Chen Kai finally received definitive news, instructing them to go the following afternoon. At that moment, a collective sigh of relief swept through the entire department. The next day, Yu Sheng took Lu Lan's car and accompanied Chen Kai once more to Jingrong Group. Upon reaching the 12th floor and while waiting in the lounge area, Yu Sheng noticed a few unfamiliar faces. Lu Lan Guieli Zima? Those individuals are from the other two companies. Yu Sheng glanced over, and the strangers, sensing her gaze, instinctively turned to look back. The three parties exchanged brief smiles, a silent greeting, yet refrained from further conversation. Everyone understood that this decision would determine their fate, and though it remained unspoken, a palpable tension lingered in the air. When the time arrived, representatives from all three companies were summoned to the conference room. As they settled into their seats, Liang Zhong did not initiate proceedings. Please bear with us for a moment. General Manager Ji will also be joining us shortly, he announced. The mention of Ji Buchang sparked immediate excitement among the attendees, quickly followed by a wave of psychological pressure. They exchanged glances, a silent communication of apprehension. Yu Sheng noticed that Chen, usually so relaxed, could not help but clench his fist. Acknowledging Yu Sheng's gaze, Chen smiled at her, releasing his tight grip. At that moment, the conference room door swung open, revealing Ji Buchang, followed closely by Song Yang. Everyone in the room rose to their feet. General Manager Ji, Assistant Song, Liang Zhong greeted them respectfully. Ji Buchang scanned the room, and when his eyes fell upon Yu Sheng, there was a brief moment of pause before he shifted his gaze elsewhere. Once Ji Buchang took his seat, the presentation officially commenced. The three companies took turns presenting their proposals, with Yu Sheng's team scheduled to present second. In the previous meeting, Lu Lan had taken the lead, but this time, prior to their departure, Chen had entrusted Yu Sheng with the presentation. Feeling uncertain, Yu Sheng questioned, "Can I really do this?" Chen Kai reassured her, "What are you worried about? Just approach it with a calm mindset." Yu Sheng was concerned that Lu Lan might harbor any resentment, fearing she was overshadowing him, and she discreetly sent him a message to explain. Lu Lan, however, seemed unconcerned. "What's the big deal? This actually saves me some effort, and besides, you have the advantage of your looks." Yu Sheng chuckled wryly, realizing she was being seen as merely a decorative piece. Nevertheless, if that was her role, so be it. After Yu Sheng completed her presentation, the question and answer session commenced. The first question came from a product manager involved in the VR project, focusing on issues related to product presentation. Yu Sheng responded satisfactorily, and the manager appeared pleased. Following this, the head of the public relations department, an elegant and astute woman, posed some incisive questions, all of which Yu Sheng managed to address effectively. When it was Liang Zhong's turn, as the project leader, he was more concerned with the overall presentation effects and cost considerations. Yu Sheng answered what she could directly, but for topics outside her expertise, she hesitated, allowing Lu Lan and Chen to step in with their responses. The questioning session concluded, and the third company began their presentation. Repeating the earlier process, After all the questions from the attendees had concluded, Yu Sheng assumed that the bidding session was over and that they would simply await the results, just as they had done previously. To her surprise, Ji Buochang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. He commenced with a series of incisive questions, addressing matters that all three companies had conspicuously chosen to avoid in their proposals. Instantly, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Being peers, everyone was acutely aware of the underlying implications, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment, exchanging a look with General Manager Chun and Lu Lan. She observed Ji Buochang in this unfamiliar demeanor. It was rare for her to witness him in such a serious and formidable state, which evoked a sense of intimidation that made it difficult to approach him. His gaze swept across the room, met with an unsettling quiet. The representatives from the other two companies had lowered their heads. Yu Sheng thought it was unwise, based on her understanding of Ji Buochang. Lowering one's head could be interpreted as a sign of insecurity, likely leading to their proposal being dismissed. She nudged General Manager Liang with her elbow, signaling him. After a brief moment of confusion, he promptly cleared his throat and began to respond. Upon finishing, Ji Buochang did not immediately react, but his expression softened considerably. Once the bidding session concluded, Ji Buochang departed with Song Yang. Before leaving, Song Yang turned back to Yu Sheng and flashed a smile, then quickly exited. Chapter 31. He is my benefactor, father. Just now, I was fortunate to have Yu Sheng remind me. As they exited the gates of Jingrong Company, Chen Kai sighed. Lu Lan, seated beside them, naturally took notice, especially of the subtle changes in Ji Buochang's expression following President Chen's response. It was slight, yet one could sense his satisfaction. He remarked, in truth, the differences among the three companies this time are minimal. That answer, just now, was indeed a point in our favor. After all, these matters have previously been unspoken industry norms. This time, President Chen lifted the veil and offered a commitment. From the perspective of the client, it is undeniably advantageous for them. However, it must be said, offending one's peers may likely lead to future reprisals. President Ji is truly impressive. Lu Lan sighed again. To manage a company worth hundreds of billions at such a young age, it's not child's play. Chen Kai chuckled. The trio drove back, and just a few days later, the official results of the bidding arrived. The company emerged victorious. Chen Kai, filled with excitement, rushed to the public office area to share the good news. Instantly, the public office erupted with joy. Chen Kai, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Tonight, I will treat everyone to a meal as a reward for your hard work lately." With the boss treating, no one could resist. Even before the workday ended, the entire department packed their belongings, shutting down their computers at the appointed time and flooding out the door. The restaurant chosen for dinner was, once again, the venue from their last gathering. Chen Kai had taken the initiative to call Song Yang and Liang Zhong in advance, inviting them to join as a token of gratitude. This time, Song Yang did not decline and readily accepted. With Song Yang's agreement, Liang Zhong had no objections either. I wonder if President Ji is available to join us for a drink. Song Yang pondered briefly. I will need to check with President Ji. He did not give a direct affirmation. Chen Kai remained undeterred. For someone of his stature, it would be an honor if Ji Buochang chose to grace them with his presence. Should he decline, it wouldn't be a source of embarrassment. After all, the attendance of Song Yang was already quite a compliment. Despite his opportunistic tendencies, he possessed an astute awareness of circumstances. The company's current standing was largely due to this very skill. The dinner gathering attracted many attendees, far exceeding the capacity of a single table. Chen Kai specifically arranged for the restaurant to provide a large private room, splitting the group into two substantial tables. Yu Sheng was seated at the innermost table, with Lu Lan beside her and Yi Huan on the other side. When Song Yang and Liang Zhong arrived, Chen Kai, brimming with excitement, was about to extend a handshake when Ji Buochang made his entrance. Chen Kai was almost left speechless. President Ji, I never expected you would actually come." Beside him, Song Yang chuckled. President Ji specifically rescheduled a significant dinner to be here. Chen Kai was even more flabbergasted. Yu Sheng had not anticipated that Chen Kai would invite Ji Buochang as well. She raised her gaze to meet Ji Buochang's. only to find he was already looking back at her. Their eyes locked for a moment before Yu Sheng averted her gaze. Ji Buchong's lips curled into a faint smile. After taking their seats in an orderly fashion, He Huan whispered to Yu Sheng, "Mr. Chun is truly remarkable. He has even managed to invite Mr. Ji." Beside them, Lu Lan chimed in with a smile. "Isn't that why he asked the boss?" He Huan wholeheartedly agreed. Her gaze fell upon Ji Buchong, seated at the head of the table. Even after having met him twice before, she still found him strikingly handsome, exuding an air of noble grace and authority without anger. He was a natural-born leader. She recalled their first encounter on the plane and couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought that one day I would establish a connection with Ji Buchong? Who would believe it? Lu Lan interjected, "You mustn't speak so recklessly. One might think you have some sort of relationship with him." He Huan, ever the provocateur, quipped, "He is my benefactor, father." The mention of benefactor nearly left Lu Lan breathless, and upon hearing father, the water he had just sipped almost erupted from his mouth. "Goodness gracious, everyone is present. Can we discuss this back at the office?" He Huan was not one to be oblivious to the gravity of the situation, replying, "All right." Yet, her curiosity remained unquenched as she turned to Yu Sheng, asking, "Am I wrong?" Yu Sheng smiled and replied, "You're right, it's perfectly fine." With Yu Sheng's endorsement, He Huan felt as though she had received a decree, raising an eyebrow at Lu Lan. "See? Even Yu Sheng agrees." Lu Lan couldn't help but facepalm. Chun Kai stood to toast Ji Buchong, expressing gratitude for his presence that day, and particularly for choosing his company among the three. Yu Buchong replied, "So, there is no need for such formality, Mr. Chun. If your company lacks strength, no amount of drinking would sway my decision." Chun Kai quickly responded, "Indeed, indeed. Talented individuals are common, but true mentors are rare. You are my mentor, Mr. Ji." His words were skillfully crafted, flattering both Ji Buchong and himself. With the boss raising a toast, the employees felt compelled to do the same. Lu Lan led everyone in toasting Ji Buchong. When it was Yu Sheng's turn, Chun Kai discreetly glanced at Ji Buchong before cheerfully saying, "Ladies should refrain from alcohol. Let us stick to beverages as our company culture emphasizes caring for women." He then summoned the waiter to bring in 2 large jugs of orange juice. He Huan couldn't help but scoff. "I never see him respect women. When it comes to overtime, he treats everyone like beasts, with no distinction." Yu Sheng nudged her playfully. The orange juice was served, and as Yu Sheng lifted her glass, she looked towards Ji Buchong, to Mr. Ji. Ji Buchong replied, "There is no need for such courtesy. Have you fully recovered from your cold?" His words cast a brief silence over the room. Everyone exchanged glances. Even Lu Lan appeared momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated his sudden concern for Yu Sheng's health. Chun Kai cleared his throat, breaking the tension. "Ah, Mr. Ji, despite your busy schedule, you still remember to care for our employees' well-being. It is truly our honor. I mentioned it once, but I didn't expect you to recall." Everyone was aware that Yu Sheng had missed the initial pitch due to her cold, and perhaps in search of conversation, he had brought it up. However, no one paid it much mind. He Huan whispered, "I didn't expect President Ji to be so approachable. He even remembers your cold." Yu Sheng's expression stiffened momentarily. The people nearby resumed their conversation about the recent wave of influenza. Aside from Yu Sheng, several colleagues had also fallen ill, and the office was filled with a cacophony of coughs each day. Lu Lan, however, remained unscathed. His wife and daughter had contracted the illness, and their condition was particularly severe. After finishing work each day, he had to prepare meals and take his family to the hospital, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. As the gathering concluded, everyone began to leave the restaurant. He Huan inquired, "How are you getting home?" Yu Sheng replied, "My boyfriend is coming to pick me up. He should be arriving shortly." He Huan expressed her envy, saying, "Having a boyfriend is wonderful. It makes me want to find a partner as well." Is it really that simple? Do you think it's like your experience? Sitting in the office without moving, and suddenly being inundated with offers for contact information? Finding a significant other is truly challenging. With a look of melancholy, He Huan made her way to the subway entrance, humming a tune about the woes of being single. Chapter 32. Your boyfriend has arrived. Su Xiangqian arrived promptly. By the time he did, Chun Kai had just finished a cordial exchange with Ji Buchong and was preparing to see him off. Most of the attendees had already departed. leaving only Lu Lan and Yu Sheng. As the department head, Lu Lan felt it inappropriate to leave while the boss was still present, so he remained to accompany them. Lu Lan was the first to spot Su Xiangqian upon his arrival. Having met him before, he remembered him well and cheerfully remarked to Yu Sheng, "Yu Sheng, your boyfriend is here to pick you up," while waving in Su Xiangqian's direction. Su Xiangqian had been searching for Yu Sheng and, upon seeing Lu Lan's gesture, quickly made his way over. Chen Kai and Ji Buchong, who were engaged in conversation nearby, paused to look over as well. With a smile, Su Xiangqian greeted Yu Sheng, saying, "I finally found you. It was quite difficult to find parking here. I circled around for quite some time before I found a spot." As he was about to greet Lu Lan, his gaze fell upon Ji Buchong, momentarily startling him and leaving him somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, Chen Kai approached with a grin, saying, "Xiangqian, you're here?" Su Xiangqian had previously met Chen Kai and politely responded, "Mr. Chen." He then glanced at Ji Buchong beside him. Chen Kai introduced, "This is General Manager Ji from Jingrong Group." Su Xiangqian respectfully acknowledged, "General Manager Ji." Ji Buchong appraised him with a nod, as a gesture of acknowledgement. Just then, the driver pulled the car around, and Chen Kai stepped forward to open the door for him. Song Yang followed suit and entered the car, which was a Maybach, before it gracefully departed. Watching the Maybach grow distant, Su Xiangqian felt a pang of envy. With Ji Buchong gone, the atmosphere relaxed considerably, and Yu Sheng bid farewell to Chen Kai, Song Yang, and Liang Zhong before heading toward the parking area with Su Xiangqian. On their way back, Su Xiangqian inquired curiously, "When did your company secure the business with Jingrong Group?" "It's a recent development. Our boss negotiated it, and today's dinner is a celebration of that success," Yu Sheng replied. Su Xiangqian chuckled, "Your Mr. Chen is quite impressive. Securing business with Jingrong is notoriously challenging. It's remarkable that your company, lacking any substantial background, managed to clinch the deal. Our company is indeed quite formidable." Su Xiangqian nodded. "It's truly impressive. My company's boss also sought to collaborate with Jingrong, but after half a year of negotiations, we couldn't finalize anything." Reflecting on Ji Buchong, Su Xiangqian recalled an encounter from the last time he picked up Yu Sheng, where he spotted Ji Buchong on the roadside. Fate truly is peculiar. He had never anticipated crossing paths with someone again whom he had not previously considered significant. "Do you remember the last time I came to pick you up?" Ji Buchong was right next to you. Su Xiangqian turned to Yu Sheng and asked. Yu Sheng paused for a moment. "I remember. I thought we wouldn't see him again. Yet here you are, securing business with his company. What a coincidence. Isn't it?" Su Xiangqian replied, "Indeed." Yu Sheng pondered. "At this rate, will you be seeing Ji Buchong every day?" Su Xiangqian replied, "If it's merely business interactions, the likelihood is slim." "Do you think he would have the time to circle around our small company daily?" Su Xiangqian chuckled, remarking, "Indeed, with the chairman of his stature, a queue forms for those wishing to meet him." He sighed, pondering, "When will I ever get to drive a Maybach?" Reflecting on his own laborious routine, he lamented that after toiling from dawn till dusk, the earnings he amassed in a year might scarcely amount to the value of a mere rear end of one such vehicle. Despite this, his salary could still be considered relatively high. Upon hearing him bring this up again, Yu Sheng let out a sigh, unable to comprehend the fervent obsession men have with automobiles. To her, they are merely four wheels. Driving a Maybach or a Wuling seemed no different. Su Xiangqian, however, held a contrasting opinion. "Allow me to share a piece of gossip," he said, turning his head. Yu Sheng, intrigued, inquired, "What gossip?" "A childhood friend of mine, a brother with whom I grew up, upon graduation, took the civil service exam and earned 6,000 yuan a month. In the past, everyone mocked him for being unambitious. While 6,000 may be substantial in other regions, in the capital, unless one is a local, it barely suffices for survival. It merely offers stability." Yu Sheng could not contest this point. Given the exorbitant cost of living in the capital, 6,000 yuan is insufficient for rent, sustenance, and social engagements. "Not long ago, I heard from my mother that he stumbled upon a stroke of luck. His superior took a liking to him, and he is soon to become the son-in-law of a prominent leader. His father-in-law wields significant power and possesses wealth." Yu Sheng listened quietly, grappling with a complex mix of emotions. Perhaps she was overthinking it, but this version of Su Xiangqian felt foreign to her. She had always believed him to be a grounded, diligent, and optimistic individual, the very reasons she chose to be with him. Yet, his recent words left her with an unsettling impression that he might be hinting at something more. Upon further reflection, she reassured herself that perhaps she was merely overanalyzing. Who wouldn't desire a prosperous life, a luxurious vehicle, and disposable income? Yu Sheng turned her gaze towards the window. The night was profound, an abyss with no discernible end, much like her current state of mind. Since returning to the capital, Su Xiangxian had been intent on finding an opportunity for Yu Sheng to meet his mother. With his father having passed away early, it was just the two of them at home. Upon learning of his romantic relationship, his mother was elated and had persistently urged him to arrange a meeting. Su Xiangxian had consented, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, their schedules perpetually clashed. Whenever he found time, Yu Sheng was occupied with work, and when, at long last, she was free, he was engulfed in his own responsibilities. The prospect of a meeting with his mother seemed increasingly elusive, and even their personal time together was scarce. That evening, Su Xiangxian found himself working late, nearing 11 o'clock. As he drove up from the garage and passed by the road in front of the company, he noticed someone waving at him. Dressed in a sharp professional outfit, he furrowed his brow but nonetheless pulled over and lowered the window. Team leader Zhao, is there something you need? It was Zhao Qian, the recently appointed project leader. Zhao Qian bent down, smiling. I apologize, but my car has broken down. Would you be so kind as to give me a ride? Su Xiangqian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Although he wasn't particularly close with Zhao Qian, their interactions had been limited to professional engagements, with little personal communication beyond that. Zhao Qian approaches her tasks with remarkable decisiveness, and her beauty is undeniable. In a project predominantly comprised of men, she often finds herself the recipient of their attentions. However, Su Xiangqian chooses to remain aloof from such flattery. Nevertheless, as colleagues and in light of her superior status, a modicum of respect must be afforded. Otherwise, even the slightest hindrance in the workplace may prove intolerable. Please get in, he said. Zhao Qian graciously expressed her gratitude. Thank you. She opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat, providing her address. Su Xiangqian inputted the location into the navigation system, and they proceeded towards their destination. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhao Qian's residential complex, she once again conveyed her appreciation before alighting from a vehicle. Su Xiangqian, unfazed by the encounter, turned the car around and returned home, where he promptly washed up and retired for the night. Chapter 33. He was upset the following day. Su Xiangqian arrived at the office. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered Zhao Qian, and instead of merely nodding, he greeted her aloud. Team leader Zhao, he said. Zhao Qian smiled. You're here quite early as well. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Su Xiangqian received an afternoon tea delivery. It was ordered by Zhao Qian, consisting of a fruit platter, a cup of milk tea, and a sandwich, which elicited a chorus of playful complaints from the men on the project team. Team leader Zhao, you are being quite biased. Why is it only Su Xiangqian who gets this? Indeed, I would like some too, Team leader Zhao. Zhao Qian chuckled. If you want to eat, go buy your own. This is my way of thanking Su Xiangqian for giving me a ride home last night. In an instant, the air was charged with gossip, accompanied by teasing remarks. Oh, you got a ride home? Sounds intriguing. Zhao Qian playfully scolded. What are you all thinking? My car broke down, and I needed to get it repaired. I simply hitched a ride with Su Xiangqian. What are you all imagining? We haven't said anything. You brought it up yourself. Now get back to work. Wait, did your car get fixed today? I could give you a ride home tonight. Sorry, it's already been repaired. The banter continued as Su Xiangqian listened, opening the bag containing his afternoon tea and popping a piece of fruit into his mouth. Not too shabby, is it? Zhao Qian remarked. Su Xiangqian not that honestly. There's no need for such formality. I was just passing by. Zhao Qian insisted. No, you must accept my gratitude where it's due. Su Xiangqian smiled in response. On Saturday, it was a rare occasion that both Yu Sheng and Su Xiangqian had free time. Coincidentally, a blockbuster film had just been released. Let's go watch a movie, Su Xiangqian suggested. Following the film, their encounters had been brief lately, so this was a perfect opportunity for a date. Yu Sheng agreed. They attended an afternoon screening, and upon finishing, it was still too early for dinner. Seizing the rare outing, they wandered through the mall, visiting several accessory shops, and helping Su Xiangqian select some clothing. As they passed the diamond ring store, Su Xiangqian halted. Yu Sheng, puzzled, asked what's wrong. Su Xiangqian turned to her and said, "Let us go in and take a look." Yu Sheng was taken aback. She had never considered visiting a diamond ring store, nor had she ever been curious enough to step inside. She always thought such places were meant for those about to get married. "Is it necessary?" "We're not buying anything," she said, tugging at his hand. Su Xiangqian laughed. "It's only a matter of time. Come on, let us just have a look." After a moment's reflection, Yu Sheng conceded. Her curiosity about what diamond rings looked like got the better of her, and they entered the shop. The store occupied a prime location on the mall's first floor, adorned with glass windows that showcased its interior. As Jibuchang passed by, he happened to spot the two trying on rings inside. He abruptly halted, prompting the mall executives behind him to come to a stop as well. Song Yang, standing nearby, also paused, cautiously observing Jibuchang's expression. Noticing the tension in his lips, Song Yang thought to himself that things did not bode well. It was clear that Jibuchang was upset. A multitude of people gathered densely at the entrance of a jewelry store specializing in diamond rings, attracting the attention of passers-by and those within the shop. Notably, the strikingly handsome man standing at the center of the crowd was impossible to overlook. Many women shopping nearby whispered among themselves, curious about his identity. Yu Sheng and Su Xiangqian were initially absorbed in examining the diamond rings they were trying on, oblivious to the unusual atmosphere surrounding them. Soon, they sensed something was amiss and slowly raised their heads to look outside the store. There, amidst the throng, stood Jibuchang. Su Xiangqian's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately stood up, eager to step outside, but the attentive shop assistant quickly urged him to remove the ring he was trying on. He promptly complied and exited the store. Yu Sheng hesitated momentarily, then followed suit and took off the ring before joining him outside. Su Xiangqian approached Jibuchang with a smile, greeting him, "Hello, Mr. Ji." Jibuchang regarded him with a gaze as sharp and clear as ice, inquiring, "Su Xiangqian?" Su Xiangqian was taken aback yet elated, exclaiming, "I can't believe Mr. Ji remembers me." However, Jibuchang did not respond to him, but instead fixed his attention on Yu Sheng, glancing at her unadorned right hand before withdrawing his gaze. At that moment, Song Yang approached them and remarked with a smile, "Miss Yu, out for shopping?" Yu Sheng replied with a smile, "Yes. Are you here on a work inspection?" Song Yang nodded towards Jibuchang, saying, "Indeed, this shopping mall is part of the Jingrong Group's holdings." Yu Sheng was somewhat surprised, unaware of this detail. She smiled and said, "I want to keep you from your work. We'll take our leave." Song Yang replied, "Alright." Yu Sheng naturally took Su Xiangqian's hand as they departed. Jibuchang observed their intertwined hands, finding the sight exceedingly jarring. After leaving, Yu Sheng dismissed the encounter with Jibuchang from her mind. They had already arrived at a restaurant, seeking a place to dine upstairs. Once seated, Su Xiangqian expressed his excitement. "I didn't expect Mr. Ji to have such a good memory. He remembered me after just one meeting." Yu Sheng, holding the menu, asked, "Shall we have mapo tofu?" Su Xiangqian zipli hapfi maisi. Yu Sheng chuckled lightly, "But don't you dislike tofu?" Finally, snapping back to reality, Su Xiangqian offered an awkward smile and said, "Let us skip the mapo tofu and opt for spicy chicken instead." Yu Sheng could only smile in resignation. After their meal, Su Xiangqian went to the front desk to settle the bill. The cashier informed him, "Hello, table 27 has already been taken care of." Yu Sheng furrowed her brow, asking, "Who paid?" The cashier, unable to contain a chuckle, replied, "It was our Mr. Ji. He visited the mall today for an inspection and happened to pass by, recognizing you both, so he covered your bill." With that, the cashier's demeanor grew even more cordial. "We didn't realize you two were acquainted with Mr. Ji. We welcome you to visit our restaurant often, and if you enjoyed your experience, we would appreciate a favorable review." Yu Sheng offered a perfunctory smile. The cashier also attempted to provide them with discount coupons for their next visit, but Yu Sheng declined. Exiting the restaurant, Su Xiangqian remained somewhat astonished, exclaiming, "Mr. Ji is incredibly generous." From the moment Jibuchang's name was called until he graciously paid the bill, a series of unexpected events left Su Xiangqian in a state of disbelief. Such occurrences could provide ample fodder for a lifetime of boasting. To dine and have the esteemed Ji Chang cover the expenses. This was indeed extraordinary. Even on the journey home, Su Xiangqian remained enveloped in exhilaration. Yu Sheng, however, could not fathom the source of his excitement. Upon encountering Ji Chang, she sensed something amiss. Was he perhaps upset? The idea seemed implausible. Ji Chang was known for his composure. Yet, she soon realized her instincts were not misleading. After all, having lived under the same roof for many years and held feelings for him for so long, she had grown attuned to his emotional fluctuations, subtle as they might be. But what could have triggered such discontent? Could it be that during a routine inspection of the market, he uncovered a significant issue? It certainly seemed plausible. Chapter 34. Your boyfriend is not quite right for you after dinner. Su Xiangqian escorted Yu Sheng home. As she prepared to bid farewell and exit the car, Su Xiangqian, somewhat reluctant, embraced her tightly. When are you moving? You've been living at your friend's place, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to visit, he remarked, considering that it was Xiao Yinyan's residence. Any unintended encounters could lead to awkwardness. Yu Sheng smiled. I plan to move tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I've already committed to working overtime. Yu Sheng expressed her disappointment. Then you can work overtime. I don't have much to move. I can just have Yinyan accompany me. Su Xiangqian replied, all right. He still felt a pang of guilt. I'll check my schedule tomorrow. If I can leave early, I'll contact you. In the evening, I'll treat you and Xiao Yinyan to dinner. Sounds good, Yu Sheng agreed. Reluctantly, Su Xiangqian departed, and Yu Sheng stood by the roadside, watching him leave. Once he turned the corner and was out of sight, she turned to head back. To her surprise, she found Ji Chang standing behind her, having appeared unnoticed. Yu Sheng was startled. Where did you come from? Ji Chang did not respond directly. His expression was grave. Are you two planning to get married? Yu Sheng was taken aback, then realized he must have seen her browsing engagement rings earlier that day, leading him to suspect such intentions. While she did not intend to marry immediately, it was an eventuality. I am dating with the intention of marriage, she affirmed confidently. Ji Chang's demeanor darkened, even troubled. How long have you been dating? Are you sure you know him well enough? His tone was nearly accusatory, which Yu Sheng found somewhat harsh. What I know or don't know is none of your business. It's my decision to marry, not yours, Ji Chang. You're overstepping, she retorted, her words sharper than usual. Anger surged within her. Besides, how can you presume I don't know him? He is my boyfriend, if I don't know him. Who does? You? Ji Chang looked at her intently, his gaze unwavering. Sheng, you know that's not what I mean. Yu Sheng scoffed. Then what do you mean? I am not a mind reader, Ji Chang. I don't need to know your intentions. With that, she turned to leave, but Ji Chang grasped her arm firmly. Yu Sheng glared at him. Let go. Sheng, why must you speak to me in such a manner? I'm looking out for your best interests. Marriage isn't merely about affection. Family background, character, and compatibility are all crucial factors that require careful consideration. Yu Sheng turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Ji Chang released her arm. Both stood in silence, each lost in thought. Ji Chang lit a cigarette and took a drag. The first time he had smoked in front of Yu Sheng. I have met Su Xiangqian a few times, and I don't believe he is suitable for you, he stated after another puff. Yu Sheng finally turned her head, a light smile gracing her lips. Your opinion is unnecessary. I'm fully aware of whether he is right for me. Ji Chang sighed. Sheng, do not speak to me in anger. I know there is resentment within you. Yu Sheng suddenly lifted her head and fixed her gaze upon Ji Chang. Resentment? What do I resent you for? Ji Chang, you hold yourself in far too high regard. Yes, I admit that I once harbored feelings for you, but that was then, and this is now. I am busy with my work, earning money, and nurturing my own relationships. What is there for me to resent you for? What do you possess that warrants my resentment? Ji Chang's expression darkened further as he took another drag from his cigarette. At this moment, Yu Sheng found her calm. You have your world, and I have my life. I am an adult. I know what is suitable for me. Moreover, if he is not suitable for me, then who is? You? Ji Chang abruptly raised his head to meet her gaze, his eyes profoundly intense. Yu Sheng let out a light laugh, more accurately a scoff. She regarded Ji Chang with indifference, then turned on her heel and walked away, leaving him standing alone. Upon returning to her residence, Xiao Yinyin was seated with a bowl of strawberries. Noticing Yu Sheng's distressed expression, she set down the half-eaten berry. "What's wrong? Did you not go out on a date with Su Xiangqian? Did you have a quarrel?" Yu Sheng shook her head. "Then what has caused you to be so upset?" Xiao Yinyin inquired, intrigued, as it was rare to witness Yu Sheng this agitated. "Ye buchunk," Yu Sheng replied. Xiao Yinyin was taken aback. "Did you run into Ji Buchong during your date today?" Yu Sheng nodded. "What did he say to make you so angry?" Yu Sheng explained. "He claimed that I am not well suited for Su Xiangqian." Xiao Yinyin's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, how suddenly. Why would he bring this up?" Yu Sheng scoffed lightly. "I ran into him at the mall this afternoon while Su Xiangqian and I were trying on engagement rings. He assumed we were getting married and confronted me, insisting we were not suitable." Xiao Yinyin found the situation amusing. "Is that all? He was upset simply because he saw you trying on rings?" Yu Sheng replied. "I cannot fathom any other reason." Xiao Yinyin scrutinized Yu Sheng before tentatively asking, "What is your current stance on Ji Buchong?" Yu Sheng, puzzled, responded, "What do you mean by my stance? How do I perceive my relationship with him?" Xiao Yinyin's question was somewhat convoluted, but Yu Sheng grasped its essence. She frowned. "What relationship? I have no relationship with him." Her response was resolute. Xiao Yinyin's previously lurking thought resurfaced. "Do you think it's possible that he feels this way because he likes you, and thus believes you and your boyfriend are not compatible?" Yu Sheng's expression was one of disbelief. "Likes me? You must be joking. That is impossible," she retorted sharply. The notion that Ji Buchong could harbor feelings for her struck her as utterly ludicrous. "He never liked me. He explicitly stated so back then." Furthermore, Yu Sheng reflected on the fact that Ji Buchong's initial distancing and indifference toward her had begun when she first developed feelings for him. In other words, he had never liked her from the start. In the past, there was the past, and now there is the present. Perhaps for years hence, he might suddenly realize your worth. Xiao Yinyin gazed at Yu Sheng, who, today, wore no makeup save for a mere touch of lipstick, yet possessed an undeniable beauty in her bright and captivating eyes. Even this woman stirred feelings within herself. How much more so for a man? Ji Buchong was indeed a man. Yu Sheng shook her head dismissively. "Let us not entertain that notion. It is impossible. Regardless of what he does, he remains resolutely steadfast. He declared his disinterest back then, and it is inconceivable that he would feel otherwise now. Besides, I am not particularly eager for his affections." Yu Sheng spoke with disdain. Xiao Yinyin pondered. "That is indeed preferable. To be frank, if anything were to transpire, given the nature of his parents, they would part with you once for the sake of their pride, and they could just as easily do so a second time." Yu Sheng found herself in agreement with Xiao Yinyin's words. Changing the subject, she mentioned her moving plans. "By the way, I intend to relocate tomorrow." "So soon?" "The rent has been paid for several days now, and I have yet to move in. I'm rather distressed over my expenditure. I must admit, your abrupt departure leaves me somewhat reluctant. Nevertheless, the distance is not great. We can meet at any time we wish." Chapter 35. Moving and hitching a ride. Su Xiangqian was working overtime while Yu Sheng and Xiao Yinyin were preparing for their move. Early Sunday morning, Yu Sheng awoke and began to organize her belongings. When she returned to the capital earlier, she had already packed her luggage and sent it to Xiao Yinyin's place. Many of the bags remained unopened, and only those she frequently used had been unpacked. After tidying up that portion, she dragged out her previous luggage, and soon everything was packed. Looking at the piles of luggage before them, Xiao Yinyin initially thought of driving back and forth a few times to transport everything. However, Yu Sheng suggested, why not call for a delivery service? It'll all fit in one trip. Xiao Yinyin agreed. Once the delivery service arrived and loaded the car, they set off, with Xiao Yinyin following closely behind. This was Xiao Yinyin's first visit to Yu Sheng's newly rented apartment. She had only seen photographs before. Upon arriving, she was astonished by the community's environment and the apartment's amenities. "This place is absolutely splendid," she exclaimed. Yu Sheng chuckled and replied, "Right? When the agent quoted me the price, I thought there must be some catch." Xiao Yinyin responded, "Not just you, even I found it hard to believe." The apartment was a studio, well ventilated with good light and surrounded by lush greenery, boasting tasteful interior decor. Xiao Yinyin mused. What could have happened for the landlord to rent out such a great place? Upon glancing at Yu Sheng's rental agreement and confirming its legitimacy, she felt reassured. The entrance card for the community and the password for the fingerprint lock had been arranged by the agent in advance. Additionally, to prevent any issues with the fingerprint lock, the agent provided a spare key. Yu Sheng didn't have much to move, so the two of them cleaned the apartment thoroughly, unpacking and organizing their belongings as needed. By the time they had settled in, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. They each sprawled on the sofa and exchanged glances. "Are you hungry? What do you feel like eating?" Yu Sheng inquired. Xiao Yanyan replied, "I don't feel like moving." Yu Sheng then called Su Xiangqian to ask when he would arrive, but he did not answer. After a while, he finally replied via WeChat with a series of apologetic messages. "I'm so sorry, Yu Sheng. I can't leave yet. It will be midnight before I can get away. Don't wait for me." To avoid upsetting her, he added, "Have you finished moving?" Yu Sheng responded, "We're done moving." She added, "Since you're busy with work, just focus on that." She tossed her phone aside on the sofa, choosing not to respond further. Seeing her demeanor, Xiao Yinyan remarked, "Is he not coming back due to work again?" Yu Sheng nodded. He said it would be midnight. Xiao Yinyan frowned. "So, he can't even spare time to help his girlfriend move or share a meal? Has he always been this busy?" Yu Sheng sighed. "He has been quite busy since coming back. He wasn't so occupied when he was in the East City." Xiao Yinyan comforted her, suggesting that perhaps in a while, things would not be so hectic. That's the nature of programmers. When they have projects, they are overwhelmed, and when there are no projects, they can leave work on time. Yu Sheng interjected, "Let us not dwell on that. What would you like to eat? Let's go explore the nearby options." However, Xiao Yinyan was somewhat reluctant to go out and replied, "Let's just order delivery." Yu Sheng ordered several dishes of Sichuan cuisine that Xiao Yinyan adored, and they both sat at the dining table, enjoying their meal. Throughout their dinner, Xiao Yinyan was preoccupied with her phone, her facial expressions fluctuating with emotion. "Curious," Yu Sheng asked, "who are you chatting with that has you so animated?" Xiao Yinyan lifted her phone to show her the WeChat conversation. 6009. Who else could it be? I just commented on a racing photo he posted on his moments, and he came to confront me about it. As she spoke, Xiao Yinyan returned to messaging Li Sheng. Yu Sheng recalled the previous tensions between Xiao Yinyan and Li. "How did you get his WeChat? When did you add him?" Xiao Yinyan put down her phone and replied, "I spent 6009 on him. It's only fair to add him on WeChat." Yu Sheng quickly agreed, "Absolutely. That's reasonable." Xiao Yinyan chuckled lightly. "Just think about these spoiled rich kids. They never seem to work, yet they have endless money to spend. Meanwhile, we hardworking individuals toil endlessly, barely earning enough to match their one-night expenditures." She sighed, "Life is indeed unfair." Yu Sheng remarked, "Li Sheng has always enjoyed a carefree lifestyle. He doesn't harbor any ill intentions and is quite innocent." Xiao Yinyan, reminded of her 6009, felt a pang of regret. "Let us not talk about him. Every mention reminds me of my lost money." With that, she picked up her phone and vented her frustrations about Li Sheng. Once she had released her pent-up feelings, she felt rejuvenated and resumed eating. After finishing their meal, Xiao Yinyan returned home. Yu Sheng found herself in a new environment, feeling somewhat out of place as she gazed out the window, her heart feeling a little empty. Another day passed, and Su Xiangqian was unable to drive to work due to the car restrictions. After working late, he prepared to take the subway home. On his way to the subway station, he heard a car horn and paused to look. A blue BMW had pulled up beside him, and the window rolled down to reveal Zhao Qian smiling at him. "Why didn't you drive?" Zhao Qian inquired. Since their last carpooling experience, Su Xiangqian and Zhao Qian had grown closer, occasionally sharing a table when dining together. Their work interactions had also become less formal, often accompanied by light-hearted banter. Su Xiangqian glanced at her car and replied, "It's restricted today, so I have to take the subway." Zhao Qian responded, "Hop in. I'll give you a ride." Without hesitation, Su Xiangqian opened the door and got in. He had seen Zhao Qian's previous vehicle, a modest Toyota, but this BMW was a first for him. "I haven't seen you driving this car before," he remarked. Zhao Qian explained, "I just got it recently. I had the previous one for several years, so it was time for a change. Plus, I had a bit of money on hand, so I decided to upgrade." Su Xiangqian's company operates with a veil of confidentiality, where employees remain oblivious to each other's salaries. However, it is evident that Zhao Qian, as the project leader, must be earning a considerable sum. Su Xiangqian expressed his admiration, saying, "You are remarkably capable. At such a young age, you have managed to purchase this car, which is something most girls cannot achieve." Zhao Qian replied, "I cannot compare to your girlfriend. I have heard from colleagues on the project that she is exceptionally beautiful and highly competent. Did you meet her in the East City?" At the mention of Yu Sheng, Su Xiangqian could not suppress a smile, responding indeed. He continued, "As for her work capabilities, I wouldn't say they are extraordinary, but her company is quite impressive. They have recently secured a project with Jingrong Group." Zhao Qian blinked. "That is indeed remarkable. The projects with Jingrong are notoriously difficult to negotiate. Only exceptional companies can secure them." Su Xiangqian Zhuge, Absolutin. Chapter 36. The unveiling of her true self. Zhao Qian escorted Su Xiangqian to the entrance of his residential community, where they fortuitously encountered his mother waiting for her son to return from work. "Mom, why are you out here? I told you not to wait for me," Su Xiangqian exclaimed, hastening towards her as he noticed her presence. Su's mother, upon seeing her son emerge from a BMW, driven by an attractive young woman, was instantly captivated. "Is this the girlfriend you've been mentioning?" she inquired with a smile, directing her gaze towards Zhao Qian in the driver's seat. Not wishing to appear rude, Zhao Qian opened the car door and stepped out. "Hello, Auntie," she greeted with poise. Su Xiangqian, taken aback by his mother's assumption, quickly interjected, "Mom, what girlfriend? Please don't say such things. This is my colleague." He then turned to Zhao Qian, apologizing, "I'm sorry, my mother didn't mean it." Zhao Qian chuckled, "It's quite all right." Su's mother, charmed by Zhao Qian's grace, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing her mistake. "I apologize. My eyesight isn't what it used to be. Seeing Xiangqian stepping out of your car at this hour, I mistakenly thought you were the girlfriend he has spoken of for ages. He promised to bring her home to meet me. Yet here we are, still waiting." She glanced at her son. "And you dare to criticize me? If I hadn't been waiting so long to meet her, I wouldn't have made such an error." Su Xiangqian could only laugh. "Mom, I've been swamped with work and overtime. Didn't I tell you I would introduce her to you when I had the chance? Overtime again. All you ever do is work. At this rate, you might as well live at the office." Su's mother expressed her discontent. Then turning to Zhao Qian, she asked, "What shall I call you, dear?" "Auntie, my name is Zhao Qian," she replied with a smile. Su's mother beamed. "You seem like such a kind-hearted young woman, going out of your way to bring Xiangqian home. Please, come in for a moment. Have a cup of tea before you leave." Zhao Qian glanced at Su Xiangqian, who appeared to be at a loss. "Mom, it's quite late. Don't you see the time? We both have work tomorrow." Zhao Qian added with a smile, "Annie, I won tea and true today, but I promise to visit you when I have some time to share a cup of tea." Her words provided Su's mother with a graceful exit, which made her smile. "All right, you must come. Of course, as long as Annie doesn't find me bothersome," Zhao Qian replied playfully. "Bothersome? Not at all. With a lovely girl like you, how could I ever feel that way?" Su's mother chuckled. "Then I won't keep you any longer. I'll take my leave now," Zhao Qian said with a smile as she opened the car door and returned inside, bidding them farewell as she departed. Once Zhao Qian was gone, only the mother and son remained. Su Xiangqian turned to his mother. "Mom, please refrain from making such assumptions in the future. It can be quite awkward." "Oh, it was just this once. When have I ever made such a mistake before?" she retorted. As they walked back, Su's mother mused. "That Zhao Qian girl, does she have a boyfriend? She's quite striking, possesses a wonderful demeanor, and is so warm-hearted. She seems like a delightful person." Su Xiangqian rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Mom, what do you even concern yourself with on a daily basis?" Mother Su asserted with conviction. "What is it? You're at a pivotal moment in your life. How old are you? And still unmarried. When I was your age, I'd already moved on." Su Xiangqian, feeling a headache coming on, pulled his mother back, saying, Enough. I promise to bring my girlfriend home next time." Mother Su replied, "That's more like it." She inquired further, "What is your girlfriend's name?" "Yu Sheng. Such a peculiar name for a young lady," she remarked. "How old are her parents? And what do they do for a living?" After a brief pause, Su Xiangqian replied, "Her parents have passed away." Mother Su was taken aback. "Passed away? Is she an orphan?" "Yes." A silence fell between them as Su Xiangqian discreetly observed his mother's expression, noting her impassive demeanor. Unable to contain himself, he called out, "Mom." Mother Su retorted, "Do not call me Mom. I'm not your mother. Su Xiangqian felt compelled to explain, Mother. Although Yu Sheng has no parents and grew up with relatives, she is truly a good person and very filial. You will see for yourself. Yet, Mother Su remained silent, gazing at her son for a long while before saying, I was wondering why you were so eager to introduce her. It turns out it's because of this. Xiangqian, it's not that I harbor prejudice against anyone, but you have been pampered since childhood and are unaware of the harsh realities of life. When seeking a partner, one must not only consider looks, but also her family background. If you were to spend your life with her, how can you trust someone who has not even had parents to guide her? In my many years, I have crossed more bridges than you have traveled roads. And not a single orphan I have known has been free of character flaws. Not one. Su Xiangqian could not help but argue. But Yu Sheng is truly a wonderful person. Mother Su cut him off sharply. That is only because you are not yet married. She has yet to reveal her true self. Su Xiangqian found himself bewildered by his mother's words. Think about it. When you are together, does she not exhibit a pleasant disposition, respecting your opinions without making demands, never losing her temper or getting angry, always gentle? Su Xiangqian pondered this and realized that indeed, Yu Sheng had consistently behaved in such a manner. They had known each other for quite some time, and during their months of dating, she had never once shown anger or made a demand. In contrast, he remembered his previous girlfriend, who would throw tantrums if he didn't return a call promptly. Yu Sheng, however, was never like that. In fact, when he had to cancel plans, she always seemed so understanding, as she had been during her recent move. It seemed as though she had no temper at all. He had taken pride in having found such a reasonable girlfriend, believing it would save him much trouble. But then, seeing her son's demeanor, Mother Su could not help but let out a cold laugh. I knew it. She does have demands. She's simply biding her time until she has you secured in marriage, and then she will truly put you through the ringer. Suddenly, Mother Su let out a cold laugh. Although I have never met your mother, I can confidently assert that a girl who has grown up without parental guidance is often uncouth and most materialistic. I ask you, you claim to have known her in the East City. She has lived there for so many years, yet she never found a boyfriend from there. Why? The moment you went on a business trip, did she choose to pursue you? Su Xiangqian explained, Mom, I was the one who noticed her first and then pursued her. Mother Su scoffed. That is merely your assumption. Perhaps she had already set a trap, waiting for you to fall into it. Is it not evident that she is attracted to your status as a resident of the capital? Otherwise, why would she overlook everyone else and focus on you? Noticing her son had fallen silent, Mother Su continued, Son, human hearts can be treacherous. Reflect deeply on this. With that, she ascended the stairs without a backward glance, leaving Su Xiangqian standing alone in place. Chapter 37. Wouldn't I be beaten? Yu Sheng had moved to her new residence for half a month. During this time, Su Xiangqian had not mentioned coming over. Yu Sheng pondered whether he was too preoccupied to remember. She sent him a WeChat message inquiring when he might be free to join her for a meal at her new home. Su Xiangqian replied that he had been working overtime lately and would discuss it once he had more leisure time. This response seemed devoid of any issues. However, Yu Sheng, being sensitive and introspective, felt that Su Xiangqian's demeanor had grown somewhat distant. Perhaps it was merely her overthinking, she mused. Since that evening when he had listened to his mother's words, Su Xiangqian had been entangled in his own thoughts. In their previous interactions, he had always felt guilty and worried about Yu Sheng's feelings if he seemed aloof. Yet, after hearing his mother's comments and observing Yu Sheng's reactions, it was evident she was not upset. In fact, she was quite understanding, reminding him to take care of his health. In the past, he would have found such attentiveness endearing, but now, Su Xiangqian fell into deep contemplation. Could it be true, as his mother suggested, that he had yet to reveal his true self? This thought distracted him even from his work. Zhao Qian had been quietly observing him for several days and noticed his lack of focus. Finally, during lunch one day, Su Xiangqian sat alone in a corner, idly pushing his food around. Zhao Qian approached with her tray and asked, Do you mind if I join you? Su Xiangqian looked up to see Zhao Qian's cheerful face. Please sit down. She took a seat and inquired, Have you been going through something? You seem distracted at work. Su Xiangqian hesitated before responding. It's nothing, just didn't sleep well. Zhao Qian was unconvinced. You don't have to hide anything from me. This state of yours has persisted for a while, especially since I drove you home last time. Is something troubling you? Su Xiangqian quickly shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. It's my own issue. Please don't overthink it. Zhao Qian couldn't help but laugh. I thought it might be my fault. I felt guilty for several days. Su Xiangqian was taken aback by her remark about feeling guilty. He reassured her, no, it really has nothing to do with you. Zhao Qian smiled. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to ask. You don't have to be polite with me. Su Xiangqian felt a stir of emotion and looked at her earnestly. Why? Zhao Qian paused. What do you mean, why? Su Xiangqian pressed. Why do you want to help? Zhao Qian, expecting a different line of questioning, was amused by his inquiry. You're quite the character. We're colleagues, and you've helped me before. It's only natural I return the favor. Su Xiangqian felt a sense of relief. Indeed, this was a normal response from a woman. In contrast, Yu Sheng's demeanor was too composed, too indifferent, too considerate, so much so that she did not even initiate any requests. Zhao Qian noticed Su Xiangqian staring intently at her, prompting her to touch her face. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Su Xiangqian snapped back to reality, lowered his head, and took a bite of his dish. No, nothing at all. Zhao Qian playfully tapped his arm. You are acting quite strangely. Su Xiangqian smiled at her and returned to his usual demeanor. That's more like the Su Xiangqian I know, Zhao Qian remarked. Days later, Zhao Qian unexpectedly arrived at work wearing glasses and a mask, fully covered, startling everyone. Being part of the same project team, someone jokingly commented, Team Leader Zhao. What's going on today? Are you cosplaying? Hiding your beautiful face? Zhao Qian, unusually silent, simply pulled out a chair and sat down, observing her demeanor. The others exchanged glances and fell silent, sensing something was amiss. Su Xiangqian looked up just in time to see Zhao Qian raise her head, but as their eyes met, she immediately averted her gaze. Zhao Qian remained mum, even using WeChat for work communication. If they still couldn't discern the underlying issue at this point, it would be a matter of perception. Women often gossip in the restroom and break room, while men congregate in the stairwell for a smoke. During this time, two colleagues from the adjacent cubicle asked Su Xiangqian, care to join us for a smoke? Su Xiangqian stood up, and the three men made their way to the stairwell, clouds of smoke swirling around them. Naturally, the conversation shifted to Zhao Qian. Why is team leader Zhao so bundled up? One mused. Perhaps it's a recent fashion trend? Another speculated. But one can't wear sunglasses and a mask all the time. It must be stifling. I've been observing her. She hasn't spoken a word since she arrived this morning, one noted. It's obvious she's troubled. Could it be an allergic reaction? Women often feel devastated by skin issues, even a single pimple. Allergies shouldn't impede speech. She seems quite serious, as if she's in a bad mood. What she got into a fight? Suddenly, one colleague had a revelation, and the three exchanged knowing glances. Surely not. Team leader Zhao is so beautiful. Who would dare? Su Xiangqian remained silent, extinguishing his cigarette after finishing. Let us head back to work. The casual chatter came to a close as they returned to the office. Upon entering, Su Xiangqian involuntarily glanced at Zhao Qian. She sat rigidly, motionless, her gaze distant, giving off an air of distraction. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to send her a WeChat message. What is wrong with you today? The message was sent, but no reply came. Just when he thought she wouldn't respond, he received 3 words from Zhao Qian. It's nothing. This surely indicated that something was indeed amiss. Su Xiangqian couldn't help but recall the conversation from earlier about the potential for violence while he was smoking. His gaze instinctively drifted back to Zhao Qian. She remained fully equipped with sunglasses and a mask, rendering her face virtually unrecognizable. It then struck Su Xiangqian that she appeared not to have drunk any water at all. Not even a sip. He fell into a deep contemplation. The overtime today was brief, concluding before 8:30. As he drove past the company building, his eyes searched for her, and upon spotting Zhao Qian waiting there, he brought the car to a halt. You didn't drive today? Get in, Su Xiangqian directed. Zhao Qian glanced at him, shook her head, and raised her phone, indicating that she had summoned a ride. Su Xiangqian insisted, get in. Zhao Qian was about to argue further when he added, we cannot linger here for too long. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately opened the door and entered the vehicle. Chapter 38. The truth behind her beating. Once in the car, Zhao Qian remained silent. The atmosphere within the vehicle was tranquil, allowing the sound of their breathing to resonate. Zhao Qian still wore her mask and sunglasses. As they approached an intersection and paused for a red light, Su Xiangqian turned to gaze at her. "Isn't it uncomfortable wearing a mask and sunglasses all day?" he inquired. Zhao Qian remained mute. Su Xiangqian pressed further. "What happened?" Still, Zhao Qian offered no response, merely shaking her head before turning her gaze towards the window. As the green light illuminated, the car began to move gently. Upon reaching the entrance of Zhao Qian's residential complex, the vehicle came to a halt. She prepared to exit, but as she grasped the door handle, she heard Su Xiangqian say, "If you need any assistance, please let me know. If it's inconvenient to speak, feel free to message me on WeChat." Zhao Qian paused her action, turning her head to look at him. After a prolonged moment, she slowly removed her sunglasses. Su Xiangqian gapet in shock. There, at the corner of her right eye, was a pronounced bruise, unmistakably a result of violence. Su Xiangqian's expression darkened. "Who did this to you?" he demanded. Zhao Qian remained silent, continuing to take off her mask. The injuries on her face were more severe. There were wounds at the corner of her mouth, and half of her face was swollen and red. "I will take you to the hospital," Su Xiangqian insisted. Yet, Zhao Qian grasped his arm and shook her head. "I have already received treatment." Su Xiangqian felt a pang of sympathy. Who is such a scoundrel, attacking a woman in broad daylight? Zhao Qian managed a bitter smile. Finally speaking in a hoarse voice, "It was my ex-boyfriend." The mention of her former partner unleashed a torrent of pent-up grievances, akin to a dam bursting. As tears streamed down her cheeks, Su Xiangqian hurriedly searched for tissues, eventually finding some and handing them to her. Zhao Qian silently wiped her tears, and after a long pause, she began to recount, "We were college classmates, and we started dating in our second year after graduation. Since we were classmates and found each other in the same city, we thought we could give it a try. At first, he treated me quite well, checking in on me daily and even bringing flowers for my birthday. Although he didn't have much money, we were happy together. I believed that as long as we worked hard and supported each other, we would eventually be prosperous. However, I never anticipated he had no intention of striving for success. Instead, he sought shortcuts and began associating with dubious friends, falling into the trap of gambling." Upon hearing the word gambling, Su Xiangqian felt an ominous premonition. The vices of gambling, drugs, and vice are often intertwined. If one succumbs to gambling, the others are not far behind. As expected, Zhao Qian continued. Initially, it was just small bets, but gradually it escalated. To avoid detection, he shifted to online gambling and frequently stayed out late. The little money he had was insufficient for his gambling habits, so he resorted to online loans. It was only when the debt collectors began calling my phone that I realized he owed an exorbitant sum. Su Xiangqian inquired, "How much does he owe?" "Almost $1 million, Zhao Qian replied. Su Xiangqian inhaled sharply, stunned by the revelation. "Each time he assures me that this is the last of it and that he shall never gamble again. Yet with every promise, he fails to keep his word. The debts only grow larger. My monthly earnings are modest. How could I possibly repay him? Especially when I need to reserve some for my own sustenance. He resorts to violence, striking me whenever I refuse to hand over money." Su Xiangqian, with a look of deep concern, inquires, "Why not report him to the authorities?" Zhao Qian shakes her head. "It's futile. I have reported him before, but the police, knowing we are a couple, merely mediate, deeming it a domestic matter. They offer a few words of advice, but take no real action. I even approached the Women's Federation, but they exhibited the same indifference. Over time, I realized it was of no use, and I contemplated ending the relationship." Su Xiangqian asks, "What happened then?" Zhao Qian replies, "At first, he was opposed, threatening to kill me if I attempted to break up. His words incited a surge of anger within Su Xiangqian. Does he not have any shame?" Zhao Qian, however, seemed resigned, as if accustomed to his threats. Eventually, he changed his mind, stating that if I provided him with money, he would agree to part ways. At that time, I had less than 100,000 left, all of which I gave to him. Su Xiangqian, filled with frustration, exclaims, "But that was your money. Why would you give it to him?" Zhao Qian self-deprecatingly responds. I was acutely aware of that logic, yet all I desired was to escape, even if it meant relinquishing all my savings. It would grant me freedom. And then? Su Xianqin queries. After the breakup, I moved away, thinking that I was still young and could earn money again. Through hard work, I managed to save a little and recently purchased a new car. Su Xianqian recalls the BMW she drives, surprised to learn of its backstory. However, unbeknownst to me, he somehow discovered that I had acquired a new vehicle, mistakenly believing I was now affluent, and returned to harass me for money. The down payment for the car had consumed my finances. Where would I find more? Su Xianqian's expression turned stern. So he resorted to violence? Zhao Qian nodded, leaning against the passenger seat, unable to suppress her tears. Now that he knows where you live, he will undoubtedly continue to pester you. Where there is one encounter, there will surely be another, Su Xianqian remarked. Zhao Qian agreed, so what am I to do? Am I to be shackled to him for the rest of my life? Just as Su Xianqian was about to respond, Zhao Qian suddenly grasped his arm, her gaze fixated on something in the distance. What is it? He inquired. Zhao Qian trembled uncontrollably. Standing at the entrance of the community was a man whose palpable malevolence could be felt even from within the car. His eyes scanned the surroundings, as if searching for someone. Su Xianqian immediately comprehended. Is that your ex-boyfriend? Zhao Qian nodded. Su Xianqian started the vehicle. You cannot return tonight. It is far too dangerous. Zhao Qian's voice was barely a whisper. But where will I stay? In that moment, Su Xianqian, emboldened by an unknown courage, exclaimed, You can stay at my place. Suddenly, as if realizing he had misspoken, he hurriedly clarified, Please do not misunderstand. That is not what I meant. I simply wanted to. Zhao Qian turned to him, offering a gentle smile. I understand. I won't dwell on it. Thank you. Thank you for your willingness to assist me. You are the kindest man I have ever encountered. Su Xianqian felt a bit bashful at her praise. Please don't say that. I merely lent a helping hand. Zhao Qian wiped away her tears. If it weren't for you, I truly would not know what to do. Su Xianqian replied, During this time, you have also aided me considerably. Zhao Qian couldn't help but laugh. I haven't really helped you much. To be honest, I've just given you a few rides along the way. It has always been you helping me, and I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. We are colleagues. Expressing thanks would be overly formal. However, I sincerely recommend that you find a new place to live. Your ex-boyfriend knows where you reside, and he certainly will not let the matter rest. If you do not change your location, I worry for your safety. He glanced at Zhao Qian's face, hesitating to continue. Chapter 39. How to Spend Valentine's Day. It was said that they would stay at Su Xianqian's house, but upon arriving near his residence, Zhao Qian insisted that he stop in front of a hotel. I appreciate your kindness, but you have a girlfriend. I cannot allow any ambiguity, Zhao Qian remarked. Su Xianqian intended to say something further, but hesitated, recalling Yu Sheng. Zhao Qian smiled and said, I'll stay at the hotel. I'll find a place soon, and everything will be fine then. With that, she opened the car door and stepped out. Su Xianqian watched her retreating figure, feeling a mixture of tenderness and guilt. He followed her out of the car, calling Zhao Qian. She paused and turned to face him. What is it? I usually leave at around 8:20 in the morning. Wait for me at the hotel entrance tomorrow, and I will come pick you up. Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Her face bore a shade of blue, and as she smiled, it was as if a palette had been overturned, radiating a peculiar vibrancy. All right, she replied, seeing her agreement. Su Xianqian also smiled. Did you bring your medicine? He gestured toward the areas on her face that required treatment. Zhao Qian lifted her handbag. It's in here. Su Xianqian nodded. Good. Good night. Good night. He returned to his car and drove away. Zhao Qian watched the vehicle vanish from sight, her smile fading as her expression turned pensive. Lost in thought, after securing the project for the Jingrong VR launch event, the entire department plunged into a new wave of busyness. Although it was not as chaotic as when they took on the Raiyun project, they still found it impossible to leave work on time. That evening, after a long day of overtime, everyone exited the office together. While waiting for the elevator, He-Huan suddenly asked Yu Sheng, Why hasn't your boyfriend been picking you up from work lately? Yu Sheng was taken aback. Indeed, it had been quite some time. She had almost forgotten about it until He-Huan mentioned it. In the past, no matter how busy he was. He would occasionally call or send a message to check on her, let alone come and pick her up. Recently, even phone calls and messages had become scarce. Often, it was she who initiated contact, only to receive a brief response. They hadn't shared a meal together in ages. A sense of heaviness settled in her heart, though her face remained composed. I've moved closer to the office, so there's no need for him to pick me up. Besides, he has been busier than us lately, working late every night. Huan sighed, the plight of a working individual. She then added, by the way, Valentine's Day is approaching. This is your first one together, right? What do you plan to do? He might surprise you. Yu Sheng's eyes brightened with anticipation. Though Valentine's Day was merely a formality, the surprises it could bring were often unforgettable. Amidst the monotony of daily life and work, a touch of ritual could indeed add a delightful twist. Observing her excitement, Huan could not help but exclaim, "Such a dog-loving scenario." A colleague nearby chuckled. "If you're envious, why not find someone too? A three-legged toad is hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. You're not lacking in conditions." Huan remarked, "It's easy to say, but if it were truly so simple to find a boyfriend, there wouldn't be so many single individuals wandering the streets. You must venture out. Remaining at home, except for work, will not yield results. If you disregard the prospects at your workplace, where else will you seek companionship? Are you merely waiting for a thief to come knocking?" Her words elicited laughter from those around her. As the elevator doors opened, they surged in, each returning to their respective homes. Upon reaching her residence, Yu Sheng reflected on Huan's remarks. Unable to resist, she attempted to call Su Xianqian, only to be met with an unanswered phone. A twinge of disappointment washed over her as she set her phone aside, retrieving her pajamas and heading to the bathroom for a shower. As per usual, Yang Qingshan returned home in the dead of night. Mrs. Yang had been waiting in the living room. Upon turning on the lights, Yang Qingshan was startled to find her mother seated on the sofa. "Mom, it's the middle of the night. What are you doing up?" Mrs. Yang, filled with ire, retorted, "You're aware that it's late, yet I must ask you, what time do you think it is? What on earth have you been doing at this hour?" Yang Qingshan, surprised, replied, "You said I was out having fun. What else could I be doing?" Mrs. Yang pointed at her daughter, exasperated. "Look at you. You hardly resemble a young lady. How old are you? All you do is play." Unfazed, Yang Qingshan chuckled, "But you and Dad are here. With you two around, why should I exert myself?" Mrs. Yang interjected, "Enough with the frivolity. Tell me, who brought you home just now?" Nonchalantly, Yang Qingshan settled onto the sofa. "Who else could it be but Marco? You know he has been the one lately." Mrs. Yang was well aware of this. Marco was but an aimless youth. "How many times must I tell you not to associate with such unreliable people? You ought to temper your behavior. With your current lifestyle, how could Bo Chang ever take a liking to you?" At the mention of Ji Chang, Yang Qingshan paused, recalling his indifference towards her over the past months. And her pride surged once more. "Why should I desire his affection? I am content with myself," she declared. Mrs. Yang, incensed by her daughter's response, retorted, "If you don't like him, who else could you possibly like? Look at all the people in your circle. Who surpasses Bo Chang? Are you truly considering marrying that frivolous second-generation heir, Marco?" Yang Qingshan was quick to dismiss the notion. "I'm merely having fun with him. It's nothing serious." Mrs. Yang's heart eased slightly. "Qingshan, you're not a child anymore. You can't continue this reckless behavior. A person like Bo Chang may not voice his thoughts, but if you persist in this manner, he will undoubtedly be affected. In the past, I could excuse your immaturity, but look at you now. Today, I had tea with Aunt G, and she had her reservations about you. At this rate, do you truly wish to be with Bo Chang?" After listening to her mother, Yang Qingshan fell into silence. Madame Yang, noticing her daughter's attentiveness, continued, "You are no longer young. It is time to focus your mind and refrain from indulging your whims." Yang Qingshan remained silent for a considerable time before replying, "I understand, mother." Madame Yang felt a wave of relief wash over her. That is precisely the right attitude. You should visit Aunt G's home more often and show concern for Buchang. Men, when pursuing their careers, require a wise and supportive partner. Your father and I have only you as our daughter. We seek nothing more than for you to marry into a good family and live a life of stability. Yang Qingshan was well aware that her mother had her best interests at heart. "Rest assured, mother, I am well aware of this. As long as you are aware, that is sufficient. Regarding Marco, although there is nothing between you, it is best not to associate with him too frequently. Outsiders may gossip. If you wish to socialize, seek out Xiao Xiaoshuang instead. Yang Qingshan replied, Sister Xiaoshuang is now a lady of high status. She may not be inclined to spend time with me. Madame Yang respondeth. Precisely because she holds such a position, you should seek her out. Do not focus solely on indulgence and merriment. Yang Qingshan stood up, exclaiming, Oh, I understand. You are truly contradictory. One moment I should play, and the next I should refrain from revelry. What exactly am I supposed to do? With that, she ascended the stairs. Madame Yang smiled, knowing her daughter had taken her words to heart. Chapter 40. A Valentine's Day date. The next day, Yang Qingshan woke up naturally from her slumber. When she opened her eyes, it was nearly noon. She unlocked her phone and noticed several missed calls, all from the same individual, Marco. Frowning slightly, she was about to toss her phone aside when it rang again. Hello, Qingshan, have you finally awakened? Marco's voice resonated from the other end. Yanning unworthy, Yang Qingshan replied. Just woke up. What's the matter? Marco inquired. What are your plans for Valentine's Day? Yang Qingshan frowned. Isn't Valentine's Day soon? Didn't we just celebrate the New Year? Marco chuckled. That was the Western Valentine's Day. This one is Qixi, the domestic celebration of love. Yang Qingshan scoffed. What else with all this foreign and domestic nonsense? It's just frivolous distractions. Understanding her temperament well, Marco merely teased her without any offense. I had my friend reserve a table at the renowned Skiayabashi Jiro. It's been booked for half a year. Let us go to Japan together. You've always said you wanted to savor authentic sushi, claiming the domestic version is subpar. Yang Qingshan felt a flicker of intrigue upon hearing this. Skiayabashi Jiro? Jiro Ono. Indeed, even Obama has dined there, Marco affirmed. Curious, she asked, how did you manage to secure a reservation? Sensing her interest, Marco replied with a smile. That is not for you to worry about. I guarantee you'll be able to enjoy sushi in Japan on Valentine's Day. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Qingshan ultimately declined. No, I'm not going. Marco's expression fell instantly. Oh, come on. There's nothing interesting left to do here. We've done it all. Yang Qingshan insisted, I really don't want to go. My stomach hasn't been well lately. I don't feel like eating sushi. Marco persisted. Don't be like that. We can have tempura or sukiyaki. You love those dishes. Even after I mention my stomach issues, you suggest tempura? How could I eat fried food? What do you want to eat then? I can make reservations for you. I don't want anything, and I don't want to go to Japan. Marco looked somewhat despondent. Are you hoping to meet that Ji Buchong? I knew it upon hearing his mention of Ji Buchong. Yang Qingshan felt a surge of irritation. Go away, stop bothering me. With that, she hung up the phone, got out of bed, and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. When she emerged, she had transformed into a stunning young lady with impeccable makeup. As she opened her wardrobe, she initially considered donning her usual trendy attire. However, after a moment's thought, she chose a delicate dress paired with elegant high-heeled shoes. Upon entering the living room, Mrs. Yang, upon seeing her daughter's outfit, nodded in satisfaction. This ensemble is quite lovely. Yang Qingshan smiled and proceeded to leave. Mrs. Yang hurried after her. Where are you off to? Aren't you having lunch? With a loud bang, the door was shut, and Mrs. Yang heard her daughter's voice from outside. Not eating. Sighing, Mrs. Yang murmured to herself, this child. Yang Qingshan did not venture elsewhere. Instead, she drove towards the Jingrong group. Although her visits to Jingrong were infrequent, the receptionist on the first floor recognized her distinctly and greeted her with a smile. Miss Yang, you're here. Accessing the elevators at Jingrong required a card swipe, and the receptionist respectfully assisted her in this regard. Ji Buchong's office was located on the 25th floor, and Yang Qingshan ascended directly in the elevator. Upon exiting, she encountered Song Yang. Surprised by Yang Qingshan's demure attire, he greeted her, Miss Yang. Is Brother Buchong in? She inquired. Song Yang replied with a smile. President Ji is currently in a marketing meeting for the group. You may wait in his office for a while. Hearing that Ji Buchong was in a meeting left Yang Qingshan feeling somewhat disheartened, and she responded with a soft "oh." Song Yang escorted her to Ji Buchong's office before stepping out. Yang Qingshan waited in the office, feeling quite bored for nearly half an hour, until she finally heard the door open. Ji Buchang appeared at the threshold, followed by Song Yang. Noticing Yang Qingshan seated on the sofa, Ji Buchang furrowed his brow. "What brings you here?" he asked. Observing their interaction, Song Yang remarked to Ji Buchang, "I'll leave you two to it, President Ji." Ji Buchang nodded in acknowledgement, and Song Yang departed, leaving only Ji Buchang and Yang Qingshan in the office. Ji Buchang settled into his chair and picked up a document awaiting his signature. Engrossed in its contents, Yang Qingshan felt a twinge of disappointment as he barely acknowledged her presence. "Brother Buchang, I made the effort to come here, yet you remained so indifferent." She couldn't help but complain. Ji Buchang glanced up. "Did you come for something specific?" Feeling even more aggrieved, Yang Qingshan retorted, "Am I not allowed to come by if I have no particular reason? You never seek me out, so I have no choice but to find you." Ji Buchang frowned again and began to focus on his documents. Yang Qingshan broke the silence. "Brother Buchang, what are your plans for Valentine's Day? Will you be free that day?" "Valentine's Day?" Ji Buchang echoed. "Yes, it falls this Sunday on Qixi. Let's go to Japan together. I arranged a reservation at the Sushi God restaurant through a friend. We've waited over half a year for this table. It would be a shame to let it go to waste." Ji Buchang was taken aback by her friend's advanced planning, which seemed uncharacteristic of her. What kind of friend can secure a reservation 6 months in advance? Yang Qingshan hesitated. "That's not important. We could just go. It's not every day we get to celebrate together. We can even visit Nara to feed the deer. I've heard they're quite friendly and enjoy interacting with visitors." She continued, "It isn't even cherry blossom season now, but when spring comes and the flowers bloom, we could wear kimonos for some lovely photos." Ji Buchang appeared disinterested in her description. "You go ahead. I won't be joining you. I have other commitments that day." Yang Qingshan, feeling unsatisfied with his refusal, pressed on. "What commitments? Can't you reschedule? Just think of it as accompanying me." Ji Buchang shook his head as usual. "I won't go. You can go have fun." Yang Qingshan felt somewhat embarrassed as her invitation had been so openly rejected. "Ji Buchang, can't you accompany me just this once? You're always so busy. Every time I try to find you, you are preoccupied. Are you genuinely busy, or is it merely an excuse to avoid spending time with me?" Yang Qingshan's face flushed with anger. Ji Buchang, visibly displeased, wore an expression that bordered on impatience. Just then, Song Yang knocked and entered. "Mr. Ji, the meeting for the VR project is ready. Everyone is here and waiting for you." Ji Buchang rose. "All right, I will head over now." As he spoke, he walked past Yang Qingshan without a sideways glance, leaving her trembling with indignation. Chapter 41. An exceedingly awkward scene on Thursday. Yu Sheng accompanied Chun Kai and Lu Lan to Jingrong Group. The overall planning and communication strategy for the press conference had already been approved by Liang Zhong. What remained was to deliberate on the finer details of the event. As the discussion approached its conclusion, Yu Sheng received a WeChat message from Su Xiangqian. He had sent a link to his summer resort. "Let us go here for a day on Sunday for Valentine's Day. It's south quite close to the city, and we can enjoy farm produce picking, watch a movie, and have some fun. It comes highly recommended by those around me, and it seems quite interesting." Yu Sheng clicked on the link and was captivated by the enticing photographs. Particularly in the sweltering summer heat, the thought of a water-filled retreat was irresistibly appealing. There was also a picking garden, showcasing an array of vegetables and fruits that appeared incredibly tempting. Most importantly, the prices were reasonable, and outdoor barbecuing was available. It truly seemed like a splendid destination, far preferable to waiting in line at trendy restaurants in the city. Yu Sheng readily agreed, feeling a rare lift in her spirits. Lately, her communication with Su Xiangqian had dwindled. His calls and messages had become infrequent, leading her to worry about their relationship. But upon receiving this link, she felt a sense of reassurance. She engaged in a few more exchanges with Su Xiangqian, inquiring about his recent work situation and whether he was still facing heavy overtime. After a brief wait, she received a response. "Things have improved a bit. I can usually leave before 9 in the evening now. Although it's still late, it's a significant improvement." Yu Sheng couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness for him. Just as she was enjoying the conversation, she suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere in the conference room. She lifted her gaze sharply and was met with the sight of Ji Buchang, who had somehow taken the central seat, surrounded by the curious stares of others. She hastily put down her phone, feeling somewhat flustered. Chen Kai looked at her with a warm smile, his face radiating kindness. "Who are you chatting with? You seem so delighted," laughing out loud. Laughing out loud? Yu Sheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Seated beside her, Lu Lan teased. "Isn't it obvious? It must be your boyfriend." Yu Sheng is usually so composed, but the moment she sees him, she transforms entirely. Chen Kai cleared his throat, attempting to interject. "Well, it's not quite that simple." Lu Lan pretended not to hear Chen Kai's cough and continued. "Are you planning a date for the weekend? Qixi Festival? This year, it falls perfectly on a weekend, so it won't interfere with your plans." Chen Kai coughed again. "All right, enough of that. We concluded our discussions, so we won't hold you any longer. Let us refine the plan back at the office." As he spoke, Chen Kai glanced at Ji Buchong, who had remained silent, and then at Liang Zhong across from him. "Mr. Ji, your thoughts?" Ji Buchong replied coolly, nothing further. Chen Kai, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, responded, "Very well." However, Ji Buchong then turned his gaze to Liang Zhong, remarking, "Please ensure that we maintain decorum in future meetings." This was clearly a subtle reprimand regarding Yu Sheng's texting with her boyfriend. Yu Sheng cast an apologetic glance at Liang Zhong and Chen Kai, while Lu Lan offered her a sympathetic smile. Upon exiting the conference room, Chen Kai sighed. "Yu Sheng, for future meetings of this nature, even if you're not required to speak and merely attend, do refrain from being overly ostentatious." Yu Sheng promptly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen." Chen Kai recalled Ji Buchong's expression from earlier and looked at Yu Sheng with a hint of exasperation. "Let's go." While waiting for the elevator, Lu Lan couldn't help but ask, "Yu Sheng, where are you going with your boyfriend this weekend?" Yu Sheng replied, "To the hillside resort." Lu Lan's eyes lit up. "That's a splendid place, truly worth a visit." Noting his tone, Yu Sheng inquired, "Have you been there?" Lu Lan chuckled. "Last year I went there with my wife. There's food and drink, a pleasant environment, and even the option for fruit picking. If you're interested, you can barbecue yourself. The owner provides the venue, and all the necessary equipment is available. They even set up speakers for outdoor karaoke while you grill." Yu Sheng grew even more intrigued. "That sounds delightful." Lu Lan smiled. "You'll see for yourself. It's indeed a lovely place with great value. Your boyfriend has an excellent taste in choosing venues." Just then, the elevator arrived, and the three of them stepped inside and descended. As they departed, not far from the elevator in a corner, Song Yang discreetly glanced at Ji Buchong. "Mr. Ji?" Ji Buchong's expression remained impassive. "Let us go." Song Yang sighed inwardly. "I'll need to give Chen Kai a call later," advising him to be more discreet when they visit the company. "We wouldn't want to create an uncomfortable atmosphere." On Saturday morning, Yu Sheng was out shopping with Xiao Yinyan. During a break, she noticed a WeChat message from Su Xiangqian. It stated that he had received short notice to work overtime at the company on Sunday morning and would leave for the hillside resort at noon. Noon departure? Yu Sheng recalled checking the distance from the city to the hillside resort. The drive would take at least 2 hours, assuming no traffic. Given that tomorrow is the weekend and also the Qixi Festival, it was improbable that the roads would be clear. Furthermore, Was T had said recently that there wouldn't be excessive overtime. Why the sudden need to work on Sunday morning, and just for half a day? Xiao Yinyan, returning with coffee, noticed Yu Sheng's silence as she stared at her phone. She handed her a cup. "Here is your coffee. No ice, no sugar." "What's the matter?" Yu Sheng took a sip, feeling the bitterness of the coffee spread across her palate. "Su Xiangqian mentioned that we would be leaving for the hillside resort tomorrow at noon." Xiao Yinyan, having just taken a sip of her coffee, frowned upon hearing this. "Did he specify what time?" Yu Sheng shook her head. "I suppose it will be after lunch." Xiao Yinyan continued, "So, are you planning to stay overnight and return the next day?" Given the timing of their departure, it would certainly be insufficient to fully enjoy the experience if they returned the same day. Yu Sheng shook her head. "No, we are coming back. I have a meeting on Monday morning and cannot afford to be late." Xiao Yinyan remarked, "If we depart at noon, assuming we leave by 12, we will arrive by 2 at the earliest, provided there are no traffic delays. By the time we reach the summer resort, it will likely be time for dinner. You will also need to return, and we must set off by 9 at the latest. Calculate for yourself how many hours you will truly have to enjoy." Yu Sheng understood this logic all too well. Xiao Yinyan sighed. This Su Xiangqian is utterly inept at organizing matters. Yu Sheng couldn't help but defend him. He mentioned he has to work overtime, and he received the notice only at the last minute. Xiao Yinyan took another sip of her coffee. Working overtime on the Qixi festival? If his company doesn't award him the Outstanding Employee Prize, it would be a disservice to his diligence. Yu Sheng smiled helplessly. She could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Her heart had been inexplicably racing lately, leaving her in a state of unease. Perhaps she was simply overthinking it. She mused to herself. Chapter 42. The disappearance of my boyfriend. Let us rewind time to half an hour before Su Xiangqian sent a WeChat message to Yu Sheng. In truth, no one had informed Su Xiangqian of any overtime. The company had not notified any employees to work on Sunday, which coincided with the Qixi festival. The reason Su Xiangqian communicated this to Yu Sheng was that he had received a WeChat message from Zhao Qian. She had asked him, "I'm moving tomorrow morning. Could you lend me a hand?" Without hesitation, Su Xiangqian agreed upon seeing Zhao Qian's message. It is worth noting that the apartment Zhao Qian was moving into was one Su Xiangqian had assisted her in finding. It was not far from his residence, merely a 10-minute walk. During this time, Zhao Qian had been staying in a hotel, commuting to and from work in Su Xiangqian carpool. Her recently purchased BMW had been parked in the underground garage of her former rental property, as she had refrained from returning there for fear of encountering her ex-boyfriend. She had been utilizing hotel amenities for her daily needs, while Su Xiangqian, using her keys, had been retrieving her clothing and cosmetics. Upon learning of Zhao Qian's moving date, Su Xiangqian felt elated. Her relocation signified an escape from her ex-boyfriend's gaze, and the proximity to his home would allow him to provide support should any issues arise, thereby preventing her from being victimized again. Zhao Qian had numerous belongings to move, anticipating that it would consume the entire morning of Sunday. After sending her message, she glanced at the date on her phone and suddenly realized that Sunday was Valentine's Day. She quickly sent another message to Su Xiangqian. "I apologize. I hadn't paid attention to the date. I just noticed that Sunday is Qixi festival. You must have plans with your girlfriend, so I will manage the move alone and hire a moving company." Following this, she added an apologetic emoji. Su Xiangqian replied, "It's fine. I've already informed her that I will be working overtime at the company in the morning." Zhao Qian responded, "Isn't that inappropriate? If she finds out, she might be upset." Su Xiangqian reassured her, "It's all right. She is very understanding." He then added, "Since I promised to assist you, I shall see it through to the end." Zhao Qian sent a grateful emoji in return, expressing, "With your kindness, I am uncertain how to repay you." Su Xiangqian replied, "If you truly feel indebted, treating me to a meal would suffice." Zhao Qian readily agreed, "That is no trouble at all. The kitchen in my new place is spacious. I shall prepare a meal for you to show my sincerity." Su Xiangqian was taken aback by her willingness to cook. "You can cook? I underestimated you. Not only do you excel at your work, but your culinary skills must also be top-notch. It's just that you seem too busy to cook often." To which he replied, "I shall eagerly anticipate tasting your cooking." Thus, the arrangements for the move were finalized. The following day, as she was to visit the hillside resort at noon, Yu Sheng rose early and meticulously applied her makeup. Approaching noon, she sent Su Xiangqian a WeChat message inquiring about when he would finish his overtime. Su Xiangqian did not respond, and initially, Yu Sheng assumed he had simply overlooked her message. However, as time passed, an unsettling feeling began to wash over her. Over an hour had elapsed since Yu Sheng sent a WeChat message to Su Xiangqian, and the clock was nearing 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yet Su had yet to respond. During this interval, Xiao Yinyan called, inquiring, "Where are you? Have you arrived at the Banshan summer resort?" Yu Sheng replied, "Not yet. We haven't set off." Xiao Yinyan expressed her astonishment. "What time is it? Are you planning to go at all?" Yu Sheng explained, "I have been unable to reach Su Xiangqian." "Su Xiangqian is playing hide-and-seek?" Xiao Yinyan's voice rose in pitch. Although Yu Sheng felt a heaviness in her heart, she maintained a smile, saying, "It's not that dramatic. Perhaps work has delayed him. Let's not jump to conclusions." Xiao Yinyan conceded, "All right, I may have overreacted. By the way, what are your plans for today?" Yu Sheng inquired. Xiao Yinyan lamented, "What plans could I possibly have? Just a single soul at home, avoiding any societal disruption." Yu Sheng paused momentarily, then suggested, "How about I order you some food? Perhaps a bouquet as well? It must be rather lonely to be home alone." Xiao Yinyan chuckled. You go on with your date. Don't worry about me. I'll head out for a stroll shortly. It's not as dismal as you think. Yu Sheng responded with a smile. I heard the place has a variety of fruits and vegetables to pick. I'll gather some this afternoon and bring them back for you to enjoy. Xiao Yanyan was deeply touched. Thank you, dear. You truly are my angel. If only you were a handsome fellow. Yu Sheng laughed at the remark. All right, enough of that. Enjoy your date. Sure, Xiao Yanyan agreed. After concluding her conversation with Xiao Yanyan, Yu Sheng attempted to contact Su Xiangqian once more, to no avail. Her calls went unanswered, and her heart sank further. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Yu Sheng's eyes brightened, and she sprang to her feet, hoping it was Su Xiangqian, although he had never visited her new residence. She had previously sent him the address, making it easy for him to find her. She hurried to the door and opened it. You've come. How? But the words lodged in her throat upon seeing who stood before her. It was not Su Xiangqian, but Jibuchang. What brings you here? Yu Sheng's disappointment was palpable, and she ignored him, turning back toward the living room. Jibuchang followed her inside, casting his gaze around the room before it settled on her face. She had applied makeup today, looking exquisite, her attire meticulously coordinated, perfectly complementing her elegance. Jibuchang could only imagine how many would be captivated by her if she were to step outside. Not to mention, even Su Xiangqian would surely be unable to tear his eyes away from her. The sight was painfully striking to Jibuchang. He pressed his lips together. Never before had he felt so acutely that Yu Sheng had completely regarded him as an outsider. She was distancing herself from him more and more. Noticing his silence since entering, Yu Sheng could not help but glance up at him. Did you come for something? She asked again. Jibuchang raised the thermos cup in his hand. Aunt Zhao has prepared some bird's nest and peach gum. She mentioned you used to enjoy this. So, she asked me to bring you some to try. Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment before quietly accepting the thermos. Thank you. She did not immediately open it, but instead placed the thermos on the coffee table. I have to leave shortly, so I won't be entertaining you. Yu Sheng directly issued the dismissal. How could Jibuchang not perceive the underlying meaning in her words? Is she going out on a date with her boyfriend later? Yu Sheng looked at him in surprise, finding Jibuchang's behavior today rather perplexing. She nodded, yes. Going to the hillside resort? Yu Sheng struggled to contain her emotions and replied with another affirmative. Suddenly, a thought struck her. How did you know? Jibuchang smiled. Didn't you mention it when you came to the office on Thursday? Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng realized he was right. She glanced at the time. It was nearly 1:30. Su Xiangqian still had not reached out. No missed calls, no messages on WeChat. Yu Sheng's heart sank slowly, plummeting into despair. Chapter 43. The police station confrontation. A new call came in. Yu Sheng glanced at the unfamiliar number, her left eye twitching uncontrollably, and her heart began to race inexplicably. Instinctively, she looked up at Jibuchang, who stepped closer. Feeling a bit more at ease, she answered the call. Hello, is this Yu Sheng? I am an officer from a local police station. Your boyfriend has been brought in for fighting. Please come as soon as possible. Yu Sheng was taken aback, momentarily stunned. How could Su Xiangqian be at the police station? Hadn't he been working overtime? There was no time for questions now. She needed to get to the station quickly. Grabbing her bag from the sofa, she made to leave, but Jibuchang caught her arm. What's wrong? What happened? He asked. Yu Sheng looked at him, hesitating briefly before finally admitting, my boyfriend is at the police station. I need to go. Jibuchang frowned. The police station? I'll accompany you. I'll drive. She didn't refuse this time. Without a car of her own, Jibuchang's vehicle would expedite their journey. Upon arriving at the police station mentioned in the call, Jibuchang parked, but Yu Sheng could hardly wait and rushed inside. As she entered the lobby, her gaze immediately fell upon Su Xiangqian, disheveled and with visible injuries. Upon seeing her, his expression grew awkward, avoiding her eyes. It was only then that she noticed two others beside him, a woman, similarly disheveled and hurt, and a man, imposing and brimming with hostility. The woman stood uncomfortably close to Su Xiangqian, well beyond typical social boundaries. Yu Sheng's heart sank, a sense of foreboding enveloping her. A nearby officer approached. Are you Su Xiangqian's girlfriend? He inquired. Yu Sheng nodded. The man beside Su Xiangqian immediately stood up upon hearing this. So you're the mistress's girlfriend? Your boyfriend was caught red-handed with my girlfriend. Do you know that? though Yu Sheng had prepared herself for this moment. His words still struck her like a blow. She turned to Su Xiangqian, who averted his gaze, clearly confirming the accusation. Her eyes then met those of the woman beside Su Xiangqian, who looked back at her calmly. Zhao Qian, the woman, reacted with fury. He is not my boyfriend. We've already broken up. The man's aggression intensified at her words, and he lunged forward, raising his hand as if to strike her. Su Xiangqian immediately stepped in front of her. What do you think you're doing? It's broad daylight. You can't just hit someone, he declared indignantly. Yu Sheng watched in disbelief, finding the situation utterly absurd. The officer intervened swiftly. Everyone stepped back. Do you think this is a street corner? You want to fight in a police station? The man remained reluctant, but Su Xiangqian stood firm in front of Zhao Qian. The officer sternly instructed, "Put your hands down." The man reluctantly lowered his hand. Yu Sheng averted her gaze from the three individuals and approached the police officer. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, the officer reiterated the question he had just asked. Are you Su Xiangqian's girlfriend? Yu Sheng nodded and replied, Yes, officer. May I inquire about what has transpired? The officer sighed, regarding her with a hint of pity. Please follow me. Yu Sheng accompanied him to a small room nearby. Once seated, the officer recounted the sequence of events. We received a call reporting a fight. Upon arrival, we discovered that your boyfriend was engaged in a fierce altercation with another man in the living room. Your boyfriend was shirtless and was being pinned down by the other man, while a woman stood nearby. After our investigation, it became clear that the other man initiated the violence, claiming that the woman was his girlfriend who was caught cheating on him, thus provoking his aggression. Since the man is suspected of assault, we must impose appropriate penalties. As for your boyfriend and the woman, initially, we intended to contact your boyfriend's family. But he provided us with your number, so we reached out to you. Yu Sheng followed the officer back to the main hall, where Su Xiangqian's gaze fell upon her. His expression was tinged with guilt, regret, and an indescribable emotion. Yu Sheng approached him. I just spoke with the police. Although your actions may be considered self-defense, there is a possibility it could be deemed excessive. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Xiangqian interjected, he deserved it. Yu Sheng's expression shifted abruptly. I ask you both, do you want to resolve this issue? If not, I will have the police take you both in for a cooling-off period. Her tone, typically gentle, was unexpectedly firm, proving remarkably effective. Even the other man approached them. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. Both parties consented to mediation, each conceding a little to avoid administrative detention. But they would face a fine and educational punishment. Afterward, as the other man prepared to leave, he spat at Zhao Qian, hurling an insult. He then turned to Yu Sheng, saying, Sister, you seem like a decent girl. Let me offer you a word of caution. A bed cannot harbor two types of people. Your boyfriend is entangled with a promiscuous woman. Who knows what he might do next? With that, he turned and departed without a glance back. Yu Sheng looked at Su Xiangqian, utterly astonished that a Valentine's Day could devolve into such chaos. What was meant to be a delightful rendezvous at the hillside resort had transformed into a police station confrontation regarding her boyfriend's infidelity, which she now had to manage herself. It was absurd. She fixed Su Xiangqian with a cold stare, devoid of any emotion. Is this what you call overtime? With that, she suppressed her disgust and walked away. She had never doubted Su Xiangqian, believing him to be a simple programmer with an uncomplicated social circle and family, incapable of engaging in such sordid affairs. To her dismay, she realized she let out a light laugh, feeling as though her sincere affection had been squandered. Su Xiangqian, seeing her departure, hurriedly pursued her, grasping her arm. Yu Sheng, please let me explain. Yu Sheng turned to face him and asked, Explain what? You claim to be working late, yet in truth, you find yourself entangled with another woman in the sheets? Su Xiangqian retorted. No, it's not like that. Yu Sheng inquired. Then what is it like? Su Xiangqian was rendered speechless. He could scarcely fathom how events had spiraled to this point. Initially, he had intended merely to assist Zhao Qian in her relocation. Yet somehow, after completing the move, he ended up in bed with her, only to be confronted by her ex-boyfriend who caught them in the act. This was not how things were meant to unfold. He had envisioned a delightful celebration of the Qixi festival with her. Su Xiangqian remained perplexed, unable to discern where it all went awry. Nor could he pinpoint the moment when everything began its reckless descent into chaos. Chapter 44. All men like this? Yu Sheng wished to no longer entangle herself with him. Given the developments, there was no need for further discussion. She looked at Su Xiangqian and said, "Take care of yourself." Having known Yu Sheng for such a long time, Su Xiangqian sensed an ominous premonition upon hearing her words. He grasped her arm and asked, "What do you mean?" Yu Sheng regarded him coldly, her eyes devoid of their usual warmth. "Let go." Su Xiangqian stubbornly refused to release her. "Let go," she reiterated firmly. Yet, he remained unyielding. At that moment, Zhao Qian stepped forward and apologized to Yu Sheng. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Her face bore bruises. Her eyes reddened, and she appeared utterly pitiful. Yu Sheng frowned. Zhao Qian continued, "This is all my doing. Xiangqian is a good person. I've been harassed by my ex-boyfriend, who is abusive and demanding money from me daily. It was Xiangqian who helped me find a new place to live, and today he assisted me with the move. We had a few drinks, and I don't know how it happened. If you must blame someone, blame me. It truly has nothing to do with Xiangqian." Listening to her words and observing her expression, Yu Sheng turned to Su Xiangqian, asking, moving, "Su Xiangqian hestita." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. "Weren't you supposed to be working overtime?" Su Xiangqian found himself momentarily speechless. Yu Sheng couldn't help but connect the dots, especially in recent times when he frequently claimed to be busy with work. She found it hard not to suspect whether he was genuinely working late or merely using it as a pretext to rendezvous with someone else. "Were you with her every time you claimed to be working late?" Su Xiangqian instinctively denied it. No. However, he soon recalled that he had indeed been in less contact with Yu Sheng lately, had not picked her up from work, and hadn't even visited her since her move. He found himself at a loss for words. Seeing his reaction, Yu Sheng understood everything. With a light laugh, she shook off his hand and turned away, striding out of the police station. Upon exiting, she spotted Ji Buchong waiting by the entrance. She halted in surprise, not expecting him to still be there. Ji Buchong approached her, glancing briefly at Zhao Qian and Su Xiangqian before returning his gaze to Yu Sheng. "Is everything settled? Let us go." Yu Sheng felt disheartened. What was meant to be a lovely Valentine's Day had turned into this ordeal, and being seen by Ji Buchong only added to her embarrassment. She contemplated leaving, but felt uncertain about where to go. Returning to the capital had hinged not solely on work, but significantly on Su Xiangqian, for he was a local. She had agreed to come back to avoid a long-distance relationship. Yet, she had not anticipated such an outcome. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, and after a moment, opened them again. She entered the car, which then began to move away. Not far off, Su Xiangqian noticed Yu Sheng getting into a Maybach, a vehicle that seemed somewhat familiar, though he couldn't immediately recall why. Beside the car stood a man whose profile, though only partially visible, exuded an extraordinary aura. Su Xiangqian was puzzled. When had Yu Sheng come to know such an individual? At that moment, the words of his mother echoed in his mind. Zhao Qian, standing nearby, remained silent, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the departing Maybach. Once inside the vehicle, Yu Sheng maintained a profound silence, refraining from conversation. Ji Buchong glanced back at her several times, but she seemed oblivious to his presence. "Where to?" He finally broke the stillness of the car, inquiring softly. Yu Sheng continued to gaze ahead, offering no reply. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. "Are all men like this? No matter how much sincerity one offers or how understanding one is, they never cherish it, taking everything for granted." Her tone was calm, yet beneath that tranquility lay a tempest. Ji Buchong paused thoughtfully before responding. "No, he is merely an exception. Not all men are like that." Yu Sheng let out a light laugh, turning to face him. "An exception? No, that's not it. I have always believed that if I poured my heart into someone, they would surely see my worth." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. "But I have realized my folly. If he no longer cares for me, no amount of effort will matter to him. He only values those he chooses to cherish. I should have recognized this sooner. Yet I comforted myself with the notion that he might simply be busy with work. Only now do I see how naive I was. If he truly cared, he would make time, no matter how hectic his schedule." Unable to contain her sorrow any longer, Yu Sheng broke down in tears. Ji Buchong halted the car, enveloping her in his arms. She struggled to break free, but he only held her tighter. Clutching his shirt, she struck his shoulder, demanding, "Why treat me this way? Why?" Ji Buchang's heart ached as he allowed her to vent her emotions in his embrace. When Yu Sheng's turmoil finally subsided, he reluctantly released her. She wiped her tears, her eyes red, staring blankly ahead. This time, she appeared remarkably calm, almost indifferent. Ji Buchang was reminded of 4 years ago when she had left home for the East City. The memory pierced his heart, leaving him breathless, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. "Please take me back," Yu Sheng said, turning to him with a cool detachment. Ji Buchang hesitated, then earnestly replied, Sheng, you need not be so formal with me." Yu Sheng attempted to smile, but found her eyes too dry to do so. "Also, thank you for today," she added, expressing gratitude for his driving her to the police station and for bringing her home. Although she could have taken a taxi, she felt it necessary to acknowledge his willingness to go out of his way for her. Ji Buchang could not help but sense the distance in her words. For years later, their reunion lacked the intimacy of their past. She now maintained a polite formality that widened the chasm between them. His heart ached even more. Upon arriving at the entrance of her residential community, Yu Sheng alighted from the vehicle, intending to depart. However, as she made her way to her designated unit, she was taken aback to discover Ji Buchang trailing closely behind her. "What are you following me for?" Yu Sheng inquired, her surprise evident. "I happen to have some spare time and thought I might drop by for a glass of water. After all, I served as your chauffeur for the entire afternoon. I wouldn't want to be deprived of even a sip," Ji Buchang replied. Yu Sheng cast a fleeting glance in his direction before averting her gaze. Once inside the elevator, she ascended to her residence and promptly entered her bedroom. "If you wish to drink water, help yourself to the kitchen. I'm a bit fatigued and need a rest for a while. Make yourself at home," she stated before shutting the bedroom door firmly and drawing the curtains. Lying down upon her bed, Ji Buchang remained in the living room, seated on the sofa, gazing at the closed bedroom door. He recognized that his claim of thirst was merely a pretext, a reflection of his concern for her well-being. As she retreated to her room, he moved to the balcony, staring out the window, lost in contemplation, uncertain of the thoughts occupying her mind. Chapter 45. It felt as though he had been possessed. Yu Sheng thought she would be unable to sleep. In her earlier affection for Ji Buchang, sleepless nights were a frequent occurrence, especially whenever he neglected to answer her calls. She would find herself alone in bed, lost in a tumult of thoughts, her eyes wide open until dawn. Since her teenage years, the nights of torment had disrupted her biological clock. Eventually, even when her mind was at ease, sleep eluded her. It was during those 4 years in Dongsheng, when her heart felt as though it had turned to ash, that she surrendered to apathy, ceasing to ruminate. Curiously, sleep came easily then. Coupled with the relatively low pressure of small city, she developed a routine of rising early and retiring early. However, upon returning to the capital, her schedule was once again disrupted by frequent overtime. Yet compared to the torturous nights of yore, things had improved considerably. Now, she simply found herself sleeping 1 or 2 hours later, rather than being entirely unable to sleep. As she turned off her phone and settled down, Yu Sheng was surprised to find herself drifting off to sleep swiftly. When she awoke, the night had fully enveloped the world. She powered on her phone to discover a plethora of missed calls and messages. A glance revealed that most were from Su Xiangqian, prompting her to dismiss them. She tossed aside the covers and made her way to the kitchen for a drink. Just as she reached the doorway, she was startled to see Ji Buchang, donned in an apron, standing at the stove. "Awake?" Ji Buchang greeted her with a gentle smile upon seeing her at the kitchen entrance. "Just a little longer. The last dish will be ready shortly." Yu Sheng stared in disbelief at this unfamiliar version of Ji Buchang. Noticing her astonishment, he chuckled. "What's wrong?" Yu Sheng shook her head and turned to sit at the dining table. Several already prepared dishes adorned the table, their presentation tantalizing and sure to stimulate the appetite. Soon after, Ji Buchang emerged with a beautifully prepared braised fish, garnished with red and green peppers, looking utterly delectable. After placing the fish down, he returned to the kitchen to serve 2 bowls of rice. "Let's eat," he said casually, placing a bowl in front of Yu Sheng. He added a piece of fish to her bowl. "Give it a taste. It's been a while since I last cooked." Yu Sheng gazed at the fish in her bowl, making no move to pick up her chopsticks. Instead, she lifted her gaze to Ji Buchang. "Why are you looking at me? Aren't you hungry?" He teased, but Yu Sheng remained silent. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Ji Buchang rose, remarking, "So soon?" When he returned, he bore a bottle of red wine and a large bouquet of roses. Yu Sheng's expression shifted to one of surprise once more. "What is this?" she inquired. Ji Buchang presented the roses to her, saying, "Happy Qixi Festival." Yu Sheng felt a wave of disbelief wash over her, her eyes widening. Ji Buchang pressed the bouquet into her hands, then added with a smile, "Regardless of circumstances, today is Valentine's Day. A boyfriend can be replaced, and this is a token of compensation." His words were laced with humor. Yu Sheng had not anticipated waking up to such a scene. After Ji Buchang finished speaking, he rose and made his way to the kitchen. Upon his return, he carried 2 elegant goblets and a wine opener. He deftly uncorked the red wine, pouring 2 glasses, one of which he placed before Yu Sheng. She set the bouquet of roses on the adjacent chair, observing Ji Buchang's skilled movements. Her mind was in a haze, and she felt somewhat disoriented. After finishing the wine, her state of bewilderment only deepened. Yu Sheng gazed at Ji Buchang, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. He set his glass down and smiled. "What is it?" Yu Sheng's mind was a muddle. The events from noon until now had been overwhelming, inundating her with an excess of information. She yearned to sort through her thoughts. With a faint smile, she replied, "Nothing, let us eat." She lowered her head to take a bite of rice, followed by some vegetables. The flavors eluded her, rendering the meal tasteless. Once they had finished dining, Ji Buchang departed. Left alone on the sofa, Yu Sheng found the room eerily quiet. As she reflected on the day's absurdities, it felt as if she had witnessed a surreal farce, steeped in magical realism. She turned her gaze towards the bouquet of roses on the dining chair. It was a grand arrangement, far too voluminous for her to embrace. And she had no idea how many were there, certainly not 99, but rather over 500. She approached the dining table, momentarily perplexed by how to manage such an extravagant bouquet. As she reached out to touch a rose petal, she felt something sharp at the center. Leaning closer, she noticed that the middle of the bouquet was hollow, surrounded by delicate ornamental flowers, and at its core lay a small box. The box was exquisitely crafted, with a metallic sheen and devoid of any logo. Upon lifting the box, the moment she opened it, the light reflecting off its contents momentarily blinded her. Inside was a diamond bracelet. These were not ordinary stones. Each diamond was substantial, far larger than the largest one she had seen in the jewelry store display during her last mall visit. Each gem could easily fetch a fortune at auction. Having lived with the Ji family for 8 years, Yu Sheng had encountered her fair share of treasures and recognized that this bracelet was custom-made, impossible to find on the ordinary market. She held it under the light, where it sparkled brilliantly, before carefully placing it back into the box. Confusion washed over her regarding Ji Buchang's actions. He seemed as if possessed, utterly unaware of his own deeds. Meanwhile, Su Xiangqian returned home, his spirits low. Upon seeing his demeanor, Su's mother was taken aback. "What happened? Why do you look like this?" Su Xiangqian shook his head and walked straight to his room. Concerned, Su's mother queried, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to celebrate Valentine's Day?" He shook his head again, pushed the door open, and collapsed onto his bed, shutting his eyes. Su's mother, anxious, implored, "What on earth is the matter? Please, just tell me. You're going to drive me mad." Su Xiangqian opened his eyes, but remained silent. Su Mama's thoughts stirred. "Have you had a falling out with your girlfriend?" Su Xiangqian, already feeling irritable, became even more agitated at the mention of Yu Sheng, recalling the scene at the police station that afternoon. "Oh, Mom, could you please let me sleep for a while? I am utterly exhausted." Su Mama, having a profound understanding of her son, sensed that her conjecture was likely accurate. "Have you truly broken up? Did she reveal her true colors in front of you? Let me guess, did she bring up marriage? Or perhaps ask you for money? I must be right. I've warned you before that girls without parents can be quite cunning, presenting one facade while concealing another. Their methods are intricate and unpredictable." Su Xiangqian, feeling increasingly frustrated, abruptly sat up in bed and dashed out of the room. Su Mama was taken aback by his sudden action and hurried after him. Where are you going at such a late hour? Don't you even care to check the time? The only response she received was the sight of Su Xiangqian's retreating figure. Chapter 46. The unruly hero saving the beauty. Su Xiangqian stepped out, momentarily engulfed in confusion, uncertain of his destination. He retrieved his phone once more to check for WeChat messages and missed calls. Yu Sheng had yet to respond. He could not fathom how matters had spiraled to this point. Everything had seemed perfectly fine just last Thursday. They had even been planning a romantic getaway to the hillside resort for Valentine's Day. Yet, in the span of a single morning, everything had changed. At that moment, his phone rang again. Glancing at the screen, he saw a missed call from Zhao Qian. He swiftly declined the call. When Zhao Qian attempted to reach him again, he rejected it once more. After several rounds of this back and forth, he finally relented and answered the call. To his astonishment, the moment he picked up, a piercing scream erupted from the other end. "Xiangqian, please help me." He asked back. Before Su Xiangqian could utter a word, he heard the sound of the phone crashing to the ground. Instantly, he understood the gravity of the situation, and without hesitation, he dashed toward the community where Zhao Qian had recently moved in. He summoned the security guard and rushed to Zhao Qian's residence. The door was firmly shut, and he could only hear a series of thuds from within. Without a moment's pause, he banged on the door, shouting, "Open up, quickly." He pounded with such force that the door vibrated under his blows. Yet, it remained closed, and silence enveloped the room. The property security guard joined him, adding his voice to the urgency. "Listen carefully. If you do not open the door, we will be forced to enter." Still, there was no response. Anxious and frantic, Su Xiangqian continued to strike the door, calling out, "Zhao Qian, Zhao Qian, are you all right?" A faint feminine voice emerged from inside, tightening his heart with concern. "Zhao Qian? Zhao Qian." Just then, the door swung open from within. A man, exuding an aura of hostility, yanked at his clothing, swaggering out of the apartment. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xiangqian rushed inside to find Zhao Qian seated on the sofa. Upon seeing him, Zhao Qian could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward and embraced him, weeping uncontrollably. Su Xiangqian gently patted her shoulder in comfort, murmuring, "It's all right, it's all right." Zhao Qian sobbed, "What am I going to do? He does this every day. What am I to do?" Her voice was laced with despair, and Su Xiangqian felt a profound ache in his heart, wishing desperately to shield her from all harm. With her ex-boyfriend having tracked her down, this place was no longer safe. He realized that now that he knew her location, he would likely return time and again. One could guard against a single instance, but not against countless intrusions. "Come with me to my house. Let us find refuge there," Su Xiangqian suggested. Zhao Qian's sobs ceased abruptly as she lifted her head to look at him. "Your house?" He nodded affirmatively. "Yes, my home." Su's mother could hardly comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Her son had returned in a fit of anger and now brought home a woman. Initially, she assumed she was his girlfriend and felt a twinge of annoyance. However, upon closer inspection, she realized it was a colleague she had met before, the one who had accompanied her son home that fateful night. "Hello, Annie," Zhao Qian greeted, her voice trembling. As Su's mother gazed at her appearance, a wave of concern washed over her. "What has happened? Why do you have injuries on your face?" "Su Xiangqian in the. Let us not linger at the door. We can discuss this inside." Once they entered the house, Su's mother guided Zhao Qian to the sofa. "What on earth has transpired?" With a heavy sigh, Su Xiangqian recounted the incident involving Zhao Qian's ex-boyfriend demanding money. Su's mother, upon hearing this, was filled with righteous indignation. How can such a person exist? Is there no law in this world? Truly shameless. She then turned her attention to Zhao Qian. "The last time I saw you, you appeared so beautiful and capable. I thought you were a strong woman. I never imagined you were a vulnerable girl. How can such a wonderful person be treated this way?" Overcome with emotion, Zhao Qian began to weep. Su's mother felt her heart ache even more. "You can stay here with me, dear. With me around, no one will dare to disturb you. We have the neighbors on our side. They wouldn't hesitate to intervene." Deeply touched, Zhao Qian replied, "Thank you, Annie." There was a vacant guest room in the house, and Zhao Qian was assigned to it, with Su's mother even providing her with fresh bedding. This chaotic Qixi festival had finally come to an end. The following Monday, Yu Sheng went to the office as usual. After the routine meeting concluded, everyone returned to their desks. He Huan noticed Yu Sheng's pronounced dark circles, clearly indicative of a restless night, and teased her. What time did you stay up until last night? Those dark circles are practically panda eyes. Others joined in a light-hearted banter. Having a partner changes everything. You can balance work and life while contributing to the GDP. We should all learn from Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain that her dark circles were a result of insomnia the previous night. Lu Lan, intrigued, inquired, the Banshan resort must have been nice, right? I bet it was crowded yesterday. Yes, indeed. Lu Lan continued. Yu Sheng, how was that resort? If it's enjoyable, I might go there for a few days during the National Day holiday. Yu Sheng managed a wry smile. It was fine, quite decent. She considered this a sufficient response. Throughout the day, Yu Sheng felt somewhat distracted, nearly making a mistake at work. Lu Lan, who was generally not stern, noticed her demeanor and asked her a few questions, leaving Yu Sheng feeling somewhat embarrassed. This seemed to bring her back to focus, less lost in thought. Su Xianxian sent numerous WeChat messages and made several calls during lunch, all of which Yu Sheng ignored. When it was time to leave, she gathered her belongings and headed downstairs. Instead of going home directly, she took a taxi to the restaurant where she had arranged to meet Xiao Yinyan. Upon entering the Cantonese restaurant, Yu Sheng was somewhat surprised. Why the sudden craving for Cantonese cuisine? Aren't you usually all about spicy food? Xiao Yinyan, appearing to be in high spirits, poured Yu Sheng a cup of tea. Is it not permissible to change things up once in a while? As she lifted the teapot, Yu Sheng's attention was drawn to a bracelet on her wrist, which was unusual as Xiao Yinyan typically wore chains and had never been seen with a bracelet before. Yu Sheng gazed at the bracelet's design. A Cartier rose gold love bracelet adorned with a plethora of diamonds, valued at approximately 300,000. It was an extravagant piece, far beyond the means of an ordinary wage earner. Curiosity piqued, Yu Sheng inquired, this bracelet of yours? Xiao Yinyan set down the teapot, lifting her wrist to let the bracelet sway gracefully. Her slender, fair wrist complemented the piece beautifully, creating an exquisite harmony. Isn't it lovely? She exclaimed, giving her wrist another gentle shake as the myriad of diamonds sparkled brilliantly under the light. Yu Sheng nodded in agreement. It is indeed lovely. Xiao Yinyan smiled. I think so too. Who gifted it to you? Such an opulent item could not possibly have been purchased by Xiao Yinyan herself. With an air of mystery, she replied, I found it. Yu Sheng was taken aback. You found it? Xiao Yinyan nodded. Indeed, I found it. Chapter 47. What do you plan to do? Break up? Yu Sheng, of course, did not believe that the bracelet was something she had found. Xiao Yinyan was merely jesting. However, Yu Sheng played along and inquired, where did you find it? Take me there, and I shall find one as well. Xiao Yinyan laughed. Well, you must seek out a foolish benefactor to find such a treasure. Do you really think one can simply bend down on the street and pick it up? Yu Sheng retorted. Where does one find such a fool? Xiao Yinyan took a sip of water and replied, 6009. Yu Sheng was taken aback. Li Sheng? Have you encountered Li Sheng again? Xiao Yinyan replied, indeed. Yesterday was the Qixi festival, and I was feeling rather bored at home, so I decided to take a stroll. That's when I happened upon Li Sheng. Xiao Yinyan shook her head, but not entirely. I was dining at a trendy restaurant when I saw Li Sheng confessing to someone. Reflecting on the scene of Li Sheng's confession, Xiao Yinyan scoffed. I never would have imagined that Li Sheng could be so earnest. Yu Sheng took a sip of tea and continued to listen. However, that girl must not have been interested, as she outright rejected him. So how did you come by this bracelet? Yu Sheng could roughly guess the rest. Xiao Yinyan explained, how else could I have procured it? After the girl turned down Li Sheng, she left. Seizing the opportunity, I promptly went over and sat down. Yu Sheng could not help but facepalm. This was indeed something Xiao Yinyan would do. I lost 6009, and I can't even tease him about it? Xiao Yinyan said defiantly. I did make a few jabs at him, but surprisingly, when he previously made me compensate for his clothing, he was quite sharp-tongued. This time, however, he said nothing and just asked me to share a drink with him. Seeing him so pitiful after such a rejection, I felt a twinge of sympathy and agreed to drink with him. To my astonishment, after we finished, he gifted me this bracelet. As she spoke, Xiao Yinyan raised her hand to admire the bracelet on her wrist. Though it was intended for someone else who declined it, I do not mind in the least. Such a significant bargain should not be overlooked. Worth several $100,000, I can always sell in the second-hand market if I find myself in need of funds. Xiao Yinyan chuckled. Yu Sheng nodded. That was indeed true. The advantage of luxury goods lies in their continued value in the second-hand market. If one were ever short on cash, selling it for tens of thousands is certainly feasible. I have decided to forgive Li Sheng from this day forth. After all, he allowed me to seize such a great bargain. In comparison, the 6,009 she had spent seemed trivial. Xiao Yinyan lifted her cup and downed the tea in one go. By the way, how did you spend your Qixi festival yesterday? Yu Sheng smiled wryly. Don't even mention it. Xiao Yinyan paused. What happened? Yu Sheng picked up the cup before her, but did not drink, merely turning it absent-mindedly in circles. We did not go to the Mutin resort at all yesterday. Xiao Yinyan, unfamiliar with the details, inquired. Then where did you go? When I spoke to you on the phone yesterday, you hadn't even left yet. I mentioned that you wouldn't be able to enjoy it for long. After all, you weren't staying overnight, and time simply wouldn't allow it. Yu Sheng smiled slightly. I didn't go anywhere, just made a trip to the police station. Xiao Yinyan's expression grew grave. What happened? Yu Sheng replied. Su Xiangqian cheated and was caught in bed by the woman's ex-boyfriend. They ended up at the police station yesterday, and the officers called me to handle it. Goodness. Xiao Yinyan was taken aback by such a scandalous turn of events. Wasn't he working overtime? How could he find the time to cheat? He didn't work overtime. He lied to you, Yu Sheng said. Xiao Yinyan suddenly lifted her head, realizing the crux of the matter. Yu Sheng nodded. He helped that woman move yesterday morning. Unbelievable. This man is truly despicable, Xiao Yinyan exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Yu Sheng sighed and looked down at the cup in her hands. Who is that woman? How did they meet? Helping someone move indicates they have known each other for quite some time. The last time he was supposed to help me move, he claimed he was working overtime. Yet he found the time to assist another woman. Yu Sheng scoffed, recalling how he had promised to help her move, only to stand her up with the excuse of working late. Meanwhile, he willingly rushed to assist another woman, even ending up in bed with her, all while maintaining the facade of being busy with work. Overtime had become his convenient excuse. Yu Sheng dared not contemplate whether his previous claims of working late were genuine or merely fabrications. The police informed me that the woman is his colleague, she said flatly. Xiao Yinyan gasped. A colleague? They see each other more often than you do. If they're having an affair in the office, it must have been going on for quite a while. Yu Sheng nodded in agreement. What do you plan to do? Xiao Yinyan inquired. Forgive him? Or just break up? She felt a pang of sympathy for Yu Sheng, her college friend of many years. Despite her calm demeanor, Yu Sheng was deeply sentimental. If it were a person she loved, she would spare no effort, willing to give her all. Over the years, she had repeatedly urged Yu Sheng to return to the capital, but the latter had always resisted, only to come back because of her relationship with Su Xiangqian. She had claimed it was due to the branch office being shut down, but Xiao Yinyan believed that was merely an excuse. Jobs could be found again. Had it not been for Su Xiangqian being from the capital, Yu Sheng would have never returned. But now, with Su Xiangqian's infidelity revealed in such a scandalous manner, Xiao Yinyan could hardly fathom the pain and torment Yu Sheng was about to endure. Previously, she thought Yu Sheng had already suffered enough. This time she grasped Yu Sheng's hand, wishing to lend her strength. Regrets crept in for not being by her side the previous day, as she had been preoccupied with her own matters. Yu Sheng, in turn, held Xiao Yinyan's hand and smiled at her. I'm not as fragile as you think, she said quietly, her gaze as serene as a still lake. Since he chose to cheat, he has already relinquished any claim to our relationship in his heart. Regardless of the excuses, be it impulsiveness or indiscretion under the influence of alcohol, it ultimately reveals that he places greater significance on that woman. In truth, such signs have been apparent for quite some time. I merely chose not to acknowledge them. Xiao Yinyan's expression grew solemn. Signs? What signs? Did you sense he was on the verge of infidelity? Yu Sheng shook her head. He has been distant lately, rarely reaching out. When he does, our conversations are brief and superficial. He used to pick me up from work frequently, but now he always claims to be working late. Not to mention, despite my having moved for quite a while now, he has yet to visit even once. Xiao Yinyan had never probed deeply into the dynamics between Yu Sheng and Su Xiangqian, unaware that there were such underlying issues. After hearing Yu Sheng's account, She let out a cold laugh. Then he must have been involved with that woman for quite some time. Yu Sheng chuckled softly. Indeed, I was too naive. When he mentioned working late, I genuinely believed him. Chapter 48. You have long been unfaithful after dining with Xiao Yinyan. Yu Sheng hailed a taxi to return home. Xiao Yinyan offered to accompany her, but she politely declined. The distance between their residences was considerable, and by the time Xiao Yinyan returned, it would be well past midnight. Upon alighting from the vehicle and walking towards the entrance of her community, just as she was about to swipe her card, a figure emerged from the shadows, startling Yu Sheng. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Xiangqian. An immediate heaviness settled in her heart. What are you doing here? Su Xiangqian, noticing her troubled expression, stammered. Yu Sheng, can we talk? Yu Sheng chuckled lightly. About what? She quickly added, about how you have been unfaithful. Su Xiangqian's face turned increasingly uncomfortable. It's not as you think, he replied. Yu Sheng laughed at his words. Not as I think. Pray tell, what do I think? Su Xiangqian found himself at a loss for words. Yu Sheng, I swear, Zhao Qian and I only had that one encounter yesterday. Truly, I promise. There was never any prior transgression. He raised his right hand, mimicking an oath. Yu Sheng queried, only once yesterday? Su Xiangqian nodded vigorously. Indeed, I can swear to it. It was just because I got caught by the police. Otherwise, had there not been a commotion at the police station yesterday, were you planning to help her move in the morning and then rendezvous with me in the afternoon for a romantic getaway? He fell silent, for indeed, that had been his intention. However, the intimacy with Zhao Qian had truly taken him by surprise. He conceded that he harbored feelings for her, which led him to deceive Yu Sheng under the pretext of assisting her with the move. I never anticipated things would escalate to that point. I merely helped her relocate. And then she insisted on treating me to dinner. And we had a few drinks, Su Xiangqian explained. Treating you to dinner? It seems it escalated to something far more intimate, Yu Sheng retorted, as he fell silent once again. You've been using overtime as an excuse all this time to spend time with her? Haven to you? Yu Sheng smiled faintly. Su Xiangyan instinctively protested. No. I genuinely had to work late. But occasionally I would leave early. As he continued, his tone weakened, lacking conviction. Actually, her ex-boyfriend kept harassing her and even assaulted her. I merely helped her as a colleague. He sought yet another excuse. Yu Sheng gazed at him, prompting him to continue. And then every day after work you drive her home, assist her at work, bring her meals, order afternoon tea, help her find a place to move, correct? Su Xiangqian fell utterly silent, for Yu Sheng's words were irrefutable. Many office romances blossom from seemingly trivial matters, gradually intertwining lives until they spiral out of control. Yu Sheng regarded Su Xiangqian and suddenly smiled. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. Xiangqian, if you help once, that reflects kindness. If you tacitly continue to assist, that suggests ulterior motives. When you voluntarily offer to drive her home every evening and help her find a new place, you must realize in your heart that you have crossed the line, Yu Sheng calmly assessed. Su Xiangqian attempted to explain, no. I truly just. Yet, Yu Sheng abruptly interrupted him. Before she encountered you, she consistently returned home alone after work. Why is it that upon meeting you, she cannot return by herself and insists on your company? Her ex-boyfriend. You acknowledge him as her ex, indicating they have known each other for considerable time. Their breakup was not a mere fleeting moment, and their entanglement could not have occurred only a couple of times. She managed before. Why now does she require your assistance? If her ex-boyfriend is indeed a malevolent individual who resorts to violence, there are numerous avenues for resolution. Contacting the police, seeking community support, or, if necessary, applying for a restraining order through the courts. Why must you be her knight in shining armor? Are you truly so innocent? Or perhaps you derive some enjoyment from this situation? After all, you would not squander such a rare opportunity for intimacy. Claiming that her ex-boyfriend harasses her is merely a convenient excuse for your desire to draw closer to her. No, I am not. Su Xiangqian felt exposed, his face flushing with embarrassment. Yu Sheng, understanding him deeply, realized at once that she had struck a chord. Xiangqian, though you refuse to admit it, you have already crossed the line. Yesterday morning, during the move, you claimed that your actions resulted from intoxication. Ask yourself sincerely, is that truly the case? Yu Sheng's gaze pierced through him, illuminating his hidden thoughts. Su Xiangqian felt increasingly guilty. Yu Sheng smirked. I recall you once shared a professional medical study with me, stating that those who are genuinely intoxicated lack the capacity for indiscriminate intimacy. Su Xiangqian's face turned ashen. He had indeed sent that study to Yu Sheng. At the time, when they had just begun their relationship, he had stumbled upon the research while browsing public accounts and promptly forwarded it to her, joking that those who claimed to engage in indiscriminate intimacy while intoxicated were merely making excuses for their irresponsibility. Little did he know that this boomerang would swiftly return to strike him. It seems you have not forgotten, but do you recall what you once said? Su Xiangqian lowered his head once more, wishing to vanish into the ground. Those who claim to engage in indiscriminate intimacy while intoxicated are merely making excuses for their irresponsibility. Indeed, Yu Sheng reiterated his previous words. Moreover, you were fully aware that you would be driving to the summer resort in the afternoon and still chose to drink with others. Su Xiangqian, your true intentions have long been exposed. Yu Sheng regarded him with disdain, feeling repulsed. How had she not realized he possessed such traits before? Once again, Yu Sheng found herself questioning her judgment in men. Both Ji Buchang and Su Xiangqian had proven to be disappointments. This is where it ends, Su Xiangqian. Do not return. Upon hearing her declaration of a breakup, Su Xiangqian shot up his head. Yu Sheng, after all this time together, you can simply walk away? Are you truly unwilling to grant me another chance? I confess that I was enchanted by Zhao Qian, yet aside from yesterday's encounter, I truly have not crossed any boundaries with her. As Yu Sheng listened to his fervent declarations, she suddenly felt that continuing this argument was futile. All she felt was exhaustion. Once is bound to lead to a second time. Su Xiangqian, you know I'm not one to tolerate insincerity. Upon hearing her words, Su Xiangqian was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled. His true nature had finally been revealed. Yu Sheng furrowed her brow, gazing at him. My mother was right. One should avoid men like you, who lack parental guidance. You feign gentleness and kindness, but it is all a fade. I thought you were different. Yet you're just like the rest, a product of poor upbringing. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Xiangqian was abruptly knocked to the ground by a sudden punch. Chapter 49. Is he out his mind? Su Xiangqian collapsed onto the ground, his vision clouded with golden stars from the blows he had received. Yu Sheng stood there, stunned, unable to fathom that one day Su Xiangqian would hurl such harsh words at her, striking at her most vulnerable spots. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips. Indeed, she had been blind, and to such an extent. Ji Buchang observed Su Xiangqian, who was rolling on the ground, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The urge to obliterate him grew stronger with every glance. Su Xiangqian shouted, Who are you? I'm talking with my girlfriend. What business is it of yours? Why did you hit me? Upon hearing the words girlfriend, Ji Buchang's fury surged anew. He raised his hand, ready to retaliate, but Yu Sheng quickly restrained him. In that brief moment, Su Xiangqian regained his composure, pushing himself up from the ground. Anger bubbled within him, and he opened his mouth to curse, but froze when he recognized the man before him, Ji Buchang. How could he be here, and why was he standing with Yu Sheng? What was their relationship? Mr. Ji, Su Xiangqian stammered, but Ji Buchang paid him no heed, instead grasping Yu Sheng's arm and urging, Let's go. The security guard willingly allowed them entry, and Ji Buchang and Yu Sheng entered the community without obstruction. Su Xiangqian watched their retreating figures, a nagging feeling that he had missed something crucial. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, who had been waiting in the car, opened the door and approached Su Xiangqian. Xiangqian, she called softly. Her face still bore signs of fatigue. Though the bruises had faded significantly, they were only slightly red, hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. Seeing her like this, Su Xiangqian's heart softened once more. What are you doing here? Who sent you? He frowned. In the midst of their conversation, he glanced back towards the direction Yu Sheng had departed. Relieved to find no one there, Zhao Qian could easily perceive his unease. After work, you left without waiting for me, so I followed you, she explained. Su Xiangqian felt a surge of anger. You were stalking me? I was worried about you, Zhao Qian replied. So much happened yesterday, and I knew you would want to explain things to your girlfriend. I came to help you. If you need assistance, just tell me. I owe you so much. I would even kneel before her if it means helping you. Su Xianqian's irritation dissipated significantly upon hearing her words. The mention of kneeling transformed his anger into guilt and sorrow. Reflecting on Yu Sheng's remarks, he sighed. Please don't say that. I've already broken up with her. Further explanations are pointless. Zhao Qian paused, surprised. You broke up? Yes, Su Xianqian replied with resignation. Before Zhao Qian could respond, he interrupted her. Let's go back. She nodded and fell a few steps behind him, glancing back towards the community, lost in thought. Ji Buchang followed closely beside Yu Sheng as they entered the rental apartment. As he turned on the light, his gaze was immediately drawn to the roses adorning the living room. In the center of the bouquet, there was a conspicuous void, revealing that Yu Sheng had discovered the diamond bracelet and taken it out. He couldn't help but smirk. Why are you here? Yu Sheng inquired. Ji Buchang hesitated momentarily. I happened to be passing by and thought I would stop in. Yu Sheng regarded him with evident skepticism. Their residences were in completely different directions, making his claim implausible. Nevertheless, given that Ji Buchang had just aided her, she refrained from voicing her doubts. Reflecting on the recent events, she glanced at Ji Buchang's hand. Is your hand all right? Ji Buchang met her gaze before lifting his hand, revealing several abrasions at the joints. These injuries likely resulted from his earlier confrontation with Su Xianqian, where he had inadvertently scraped against a button or zipper. Though the wounds were not severe, Ji Buchang exhaled sharply. Does it hurt? Yu Sheng asked, frowning. Ji Buchang nodded slightly, a little. Wait here, she instructed, rising to search for antiseptic and band-aids. Lacking a proper first aid kit, she stored her emergency supplies in the bedside table of her bedroom. Unable to locate antiseptic, she found only alcohol, and there were no cotton swabs. Instead, she retrieved a few of her makeup pads from the bathroom for Ji Buchang. Since we have no cotton swabs, use this, she offered, presenting the items to him. Ji Buchang observed her before glancing down at the alcohol, band-aids, and makeup pads on the coffee table, remaining silent. Yu Sheng frowned. What is wrong? Ji Buchang lifted his injured hand, and Yu Sheng was at a loss for words. One might think he was gravely injured. She approached him, sitting beside him, opening the alcohol and pouring it onto a makeup pad. Gently, she took Ji Buchang's hand and began to clean the wound. It was a minor injury, likely healing before needing a band-aid. Yu Sheng shook her head, and after applying the alcohol, she tore open a band-aid and affixed it to his wound. All done, she announced, gathering the items from the table and returning them to their rightful place. As she opened the drawer, her eyes fell upon a box, the one she had extracted from the roses yesterday, containing the exquisite diamond bracelet. She retrieved it and walked into the living room, placing it before Ji Buchang. He looked up at her, perplexed by her intentions. This must have been misplaced. Since you're here today, you should take it with you when you leave, Yu Sheng stated matter-of-factly. Ji Buchang cast a glance at the bracelet and replied, it wasn't misplaced. Yu Sheng paused, studying him in silence. This bracelet was meant for you. So were the flowers, Ji Buchang explained. Yu Sheng, slightly irritated, responded, Ji Buchang, have you had a falling out with Yang Qingshan recently? Using me as your target? Sending me this on Valentine's Day without reason? Or did you intend to give it to someone else and decided to pass it on to me? Ji Buchang replied calmly. No, I have no conflict with Yang Qingshan. Our relationship was never significant, Ji Buchang explained. Yu Sheng let out a cold laugh. Whatever your relationship is, there's no need to clarify it to me. It is of no concern to me, nor do I wish to know. Observing her demeanor, Ji Buchang pressed his lips together. The flowers and this bracelet are specifically for you. Yu Sheng abruptly raised her head to gaze at him, astonished. Ji Buchang, what do you mean by that? Are you simply toying with me out of boredom? Do you find this amusing? To manipulate someone at your whim, to summon and dismiss them at will, gives you a sense of accomplishment, doesn't it? Yu Sheng's expression darkened as she regarded him. Ji Buchang continued to watch her, his gaze profound, akin to an unfathomable lake. Chapter 50. The initiative has never resided within oneself. Xiao Yinyan entered the bar with an unadorned face, appearing quite out of place. Upon entering, she surveyed the establishment and eventually spotted Yu Sheng in a corner. She briskly approached her, inquiring, what is the matter? Why summon me out for drinks at such an hour? Yu Sheng lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Yinyan's, her cheeks slightly flushed. She rarely indulged in alcohol and seldom visited bars, possessing a rather low tolerance. Having consumed just one drink, she was already feeling the effects. Xiao Yinyan beckoned to the bartender, ordering herself a glass of whiskey along with a lemon juice. When the drinks arrived, she handed the lemon juice to Yu Sheng, saying, "You should drink this instead. You can hardly hold your liquor, and I wouldn't want you to end up intoxicated." She took a sip of her whiskey. Yu Sheng raised the lemon juice to her lips, taking a sip, but finding it too bitter due to a lack of honey. She couldn't help but frown. Observing her reaction, Xiao Yinyan asked, "Have you broken up with Su Xiangqian?" It was evident that only emotional turmoil would drive such a composed person to seek solace in alcohol at this late hour. Yu Sheng nodded, responding, "Yes. We have parted ways." Xiao Yinyan was taken aback by the suddenness of it all. "Have you thought it through?" Initially, she had a somewhat favorable impression of Su Xiangqian. He was, after all, a diligent and earnest young man, a native of the capital, working as a programmer. His credentials and income were commendable, making him a suitable match for Yu Sheng. Most importantly, his social circle was uncomplicated, devoid of any insidious motives. Who would have anticipated that, despite all precautions, he would ultimately betray her trust? Xiao Yinyan lamented. In this world, the notion of a good man is merely a facade. It all hinges on the magnitude of temptation and the consequences of one's missteps. Yu Sheng let out a light laugh, indeed. The concept of a good man is a mere illusion. Su Xiangqian is not one, nor is Jibuchang. Perhaps it is for the best that you have separated, Xiao Yinyan sighed. You had only recently established a relationship with him, and amidst the euphoria, I hesitated to voice my concerns. You two were not truly compatible. Xiao Yinyan glanced at Yu Sheng, continuing, "Dear sister, I understand your disillusionment with men from your circle, perceiving them as hypocritical and heartless. But have you considered that your disappointment with the Ji family's insincerity may lead you to believe that an ordinary man would be inherently more loyal and affectionate? In reality, this so-called ordinary man might be just as hypocritical, unfaithful, or even abusive. Being ordinary could also mean harboring insecurities and frustrations. The world is not merely black and white, nor is love." Seeing Yu Sheng remain silent, she gently patted her shoulder. "Fear not, we possess ample qualities. If this one is unsuitable, another will surely come along, perhaps even better. What is the saying? A three-legged frog is hard to find, but two-legged men are abundant. Just think, in this very bar, if you stood up and called out for a boyfriend, I believe at least half the men would respond, while those that do not are likely already in relationships or married." Yu Sheng burst into laughter at her words, taking a sip of her lemon juice, which tasted somewhat better this time, less bitter. "It's not solely because of Su Xiangqian," she remarked. Xiao Yinyan furrowed her brows. "What do you mean?" Yu Sheng chuckled lightly. "Su Xiangqian has been unfaithful, and I am indeed heartbroken. I had truly envisioned a future with him. Yet on Valentine's Day, I found myself alone at the police station, witnessing him and Zhao Qian disheveled in the lobby. When I learned of his infidelity, my initial reaction was not despair, but absurdity. It was as if I were watching a farcical comedy." Yu Sheng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Xiao Yinyan was taken aback by her perspective. "So when you say it's not entirely about Su Xiangqian, what does that imply? Are there others?" "No way. Are you playing both sides? When did this happen?" "It's hard to tell. You're so skilled at this. Teach me your ways." In an instant, the flames of gossip ignited fiercely within Xiao Yinyan. Yu Sheng, slightly inebriated yet still lucid, found herself bemused by her friend's words. "What do you mean playing both sides? Do you see me with enough time or energy for that?" Xiao Yinyan's curiosity was abruptly doused. However, Yu Sheng's next statement rekindled her interest. "On Valentine's Day, Ji Buchang gifted me something." Just as Xiao Yinyan took a sip of whiskey, she nearly spat it out upon hearing Yu Sheng's words. "What? Are you aware of what you're saying? Yi Buchang? Gifting you something on Valentine's Day? Is it what I think it is?" Yu Sheng nodded, retrieving her phone to show several photos. The images depicted the roses and diamond bracelet Ji Buchang had given her. Xiao Yinyan eagerly took the phone, enlarging the photos for a closer inspection. "My goodness, there must be at least 999 roses." Yu Sheng shook her head. "I didn't count. I'm unsure of the exact number." Xiao Yinyan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This isn't just about counting. It's roses given on Valentine's Day. And this diamond bracelet, it's customized, isn't it? I've never seen such a large diamond. How many carats is it? It feels like it could go to auction, wow. As she spoke, Xiao Yinyan touched the bracelet on her wrist. The novelty and freshness had completely faded. Although her bracelet, priced at 6,009, was not inexpensive. It paled in comparison to Yu Sheng's exquisite piece. Truly, one's worth is magnified by comparison. Are you certain Ji Buchang didn't mistake you for someone else? Xiao Yinyan, regaining her composure from the shock of the photos, questioned. Yu Sheng shook her head. I specifically asked him. He did not. Xiao Yinyan pondered. Then what does he mean by that? Why choose Valentine's Day for such a gift? Yu Sheng sighed, a hint of confusion evident in her expression. Recalling their previous encounters with Ji Buchang, Xiao Yinyan reflected on his demeanor and the details she had gleaned from Yu Sheng. Particularly memorable was the time Ji Buchang personally brought a doctor to Yu Sheng's home when she was unwell, coupled with his unusual behaviors. The vague thoughts that had lingered in her mind now crystallized into clarity. She couldn't help but cover her mouth in disbelief. No way, no way. Is it truly the case that Ji Buchang harbors feelings for Yu Sheng? Did he not explicitly reject her in the past, even expressing his disinterest? Or has it been 4 years, and he has suddenly come to appreciate her virtues and fallen in love? Regardless of the scenario, Xiao Yinyan finds it utterly astonishing. Should he indeed have feelings for Yu Sheng, what actions would Ji Feng and Madame Ji undertake this time? Back when he had no affection for her, they were intent on sending her back to Dongsheng. If they were to learn that their only son, who is also the chairman of Jingrong Group, has fallen for Yu Sheng, what would their response be? A shiver of unease ran down Xiao Yinyan's spine. She turned her gaze towards Yu Sheng, only to find her expression serene and demeanor unruffled. How remarkably composed you are, able to maintain such poise in this situation. Xiao Yinyan couldn't help but admire her. Yu Sheng, with a touch of self-deprecation, replied, What else can I do? The initiative has never rested in my hands. Since I am here, I shall make my peace with it. Chapter 51. How close were you before? As Yu Sheng and Xiao Yinyan departed from the bar, Yu Sheng was already feeling somewhat inebriated. She struggled to maintain a straight path, perceiving the world around her in double vision. Xiao Yinyan supported her and sighed. Perhaps we should refrain from drinking next time. With your tolerance, a visit to the bar could lead to unfortunate circumstances. While assisting Yu Sheng, she extended her hand to hail a taxi. Just as she did, she spotted Ji Buchang approaching from a distance. Xiao Yinyan's mind momentarily froze. In the blink of an eye, Yu Sheng had already been taken into his arms. You! Xiao Yinyan gazed at him, the words poised on her lips. But ultimately, she chose silence. She observed Ji Buchang cradling Yu Sheng with utmost care, his gaze so tender it seemed to glisten with emotion. Though Xiao Yinyan had limited interactions with Ji Buchang, she had gleaned some understanding of his character. Such a natural-born leader, typically aloof and decisive, operating with the precision of a finely tuned instrument, would not squander time on women, let alone exhibit tenderness. While they might be inclined to spend money on women, investing emotional energy was an entirely different matter. For them, thoughts and feelings were reserved for those they truly valued. Any attention bestowed upon ordinary individuals was deemed a waste. Thank you for your efforts today, Miss Xiao, Ji Buchang remarked with a casual tone. Do not mention it. Yu Sheng is my friend as well, Xiao Yinyan replied. Ji Buchang nodded, his gaze shifting downward to find Yu Sheng peacefully asleep. He intended to carry her away, but Xiao Yinyan called out to him, Mr. Ji. He paused, turned to face her. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yinyan fixed her gaze upon him and asked, Have you contemplated the future? Yu Buchang, taken aback by her inquiry, listened intently as she continued. For years ago, due to your actions, Yu Sheng was sent to Dongsheng by your parents, enduring solitude for 4 long years. Now that her life has finally found some stability, you suddenly appear. Have you considered her feelings? Can you truly protect her? Ji Buchang met her unwavering stare, as though awaiting a response. He suddenly smiled. You are indeed a commendable friend. He continued. What transpired 4 years ago is in the past. The present is what matters. Whom I choose or the decisions I make are no longer open to interference. Xiao Yinyan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response from him. Ji Buchang added with a smirk, Is Miss Xiao satisfied with this answer? With that, he turned and departed, cradling Yu Sheng in his arms, leaving Xiao Yinyan to watch their retreating figures. Yu Sheng had fallen ill once more. This time, her symptoms differed from the previous bout of influenza. She exhibited no cough or fever, but felt utterly unwell. After Dr. Chen's examination, he informed Jibuchang. The psychological factors are significant, coupled with a decline in immunity. A few days of rest should suffice. Coincidentally, following her previous illness, Yu Sheng had expressed a desire for recuperation, and now, illness had provided the opportunity. Dr. Chen prescribed a regimen for her recovery, advising her to consume the medicine twice daily, half an hour before meals, alongside a light diet, avoiding spicy and greasy foods. To ensure Yu Sheng adhered to the doctor's orders, Jibuchang arranged for Aunt Zhao to assist in her care. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Aunt Zhao, Yu Sheng was taken aback. "Aunt Zhao, what brings you here?" Aunt Zhao approached with a smile, saying, "You child, even when you're unwell, you don't inform the family. I only learned of your condition after Buchang asked me to take care of you for a few days." Yu Sheng furrowed her brows. If Aunt Zhao was aware, it implied that the Ji family was also informed. Immediately, Aunt Zhao handed her a bowl of traditional Chinese medicine, urging, "Drink it while it's hot." Yu Sheng gazed at the dark concoction, tightening her frown further. Since childhood, she had detested this remedy. A single sip left her mouth overwhelmed by bitterness that lingered for ages. Hesitantly, she replied, "I'll drink it later. First, I need to request leave from work." However, Aunt Zhao was resolute, insisting, "You must take the medicine first. You can request leave afterward." Knowing she could not evade it, Yu Sheng pinched her nose and drank it all. After finishing, Aunt Zhao rose with the empty bowl, stating, "I'll prepare some nourishing food for you. You need a good supplement. Look at you, you've grown so thin that your face has become quite petite." As Aunt Zhao left, Yu Sheng called Lu Lan to request leave. To her surprise, Lu Lan chuckled. "Haven't you already asked for leave?" Yu Sheng inquired. "Asked for leave?" Lu Lan confirmed, "Yes. Manager Chen specifically mentioned it to me, saying you were unwell and needed a few days off, so I should delegate your tasks to others." "Did you forget?" Yu Sheng quickly clarified, No, I just wanted to inform you to avoid disrupting the workflow." Lu Lan reassured her, "There's no need for such formality. As long as you've communicated with Manager Chen, don't worry about work. Focus on recuperating at home. You can return when you're well." After expressing her gratitude, Yu Sheng ended the call. Hesitating for a moment, she decided to send a WeChat message to Jibuchang. Beyond him, she could not fathom who else might have arranged her leave. Jibuchang did not deny it, stating, "I requested leave from Manager Chen on your behalf." Yu Sheng felt a surge of anger. Who permitted you to do that? She could easily envision the scenario of Chen Kai receiving Jibuchang's call. Was this not akin to a clumsy attempt to conceal the truth? Even if there was nothing between them, the implications were convoluted. What kind of relationship allowed one party to request leave for the other in times of illness? How could she navigate her professional life thereafter? Jibuchang quickly replied with a brief message. "Chen Kai is a clever man. What could that possibly mean?" Yu Sheng paused, then chuckled softly, tossing her phone aside. Indeed, individuals like Chen Kai, who thrived in the business realm, were astute. He might have already discerned their connection. Reflecting on how their company secured the Jingrong VR launch project, it was evident he possessed sharp intellect. No wonder he insisted on bringing her along during visits to Jingrong Group. Yet, Jibuchang's unexpected favoritism in professional matters was quite surprising. Had he not always been known for his cold demeanor? Never mind, she thought, as she got out of bed and made her way to the living room sofa, turning on the television. As dinner approached, Jibuchang arrived again. Aunt Zhao greeted him with delight. "Buchang, have you eaten?" "Perfect timing. Come and join us for dinner." Yu Sheng acknowledged him with a nod, treating it as a mere greeting. "How are you feeling? Is your health improving?" Jibuchang inquired. Yu Sheng remarked, "Much better." Reflecting on the visit from Dr. Chen and Aunt Zhao, she was not one to be ungrateful. "Thank you, Dr. Chen and Aunt Zhao." She expressed her gratitude softly. Jibuchang gazed into her eyes earnestly, stating, Sheng, you need not be so polite with me." Yu Sheng smiled and replied, "You have assisted me, so it is only right that I express my thanks." Politeness, however, felt distant. Everything was well, yet there lingered a lack of intimacy. Ji Chang felt a twinge of disappointment, thinking that given the time that had passed and the events that had transpired, it was only natural for her to harbor some reservations. Aunt Zhao brought the final dish to the table. "What are you two standing there for? Come and eat," she urged. They moved to take their seats, and Aunt Zhao served 2 bowls of rice, placing them before them. Observing the duo seated together, Aunt Zhao sighed. "It's been a long time since I've seen you both sitting harmoniously like this. You used to be so close." Yu Sheng would always chase after Wuchang, insisting on waiting for you to have meals together, chatting animatedly at the table. Upon hearing Aunt Zhao's words, Yu Sheng could not help but glance at Ji Wuchang, their eyes meeting momentarily. She quickly lowered her gaze, pushing a spoonful of rice in her mouth to chew. She had nearly forgotten what the past had been like. Aunt Zhao's remarks felt so distant, as if they belonged to a realm of dreams rather than reality. Yu Sheng spoke calmly. "Aunt Zhao, I have grown up." Aunt Zhao observed Yu Sheng, noting her composed demeanor, and recalled the scene from 4 years prior when she had departed, letting out a sigh. Ji Chang, holding his bowl, hesitated for a moment before setting it down and standing up to leave. Yu Sheng remained unfazed, nonchalantly picking up a piece of fish to eat. The steam base was tender and the sauce delightful. After finishing, she took another piece. Chapter 52. It was originally my failure to protect you. When Aunt Zhao visited the house, Yu Sheng realized that the Ji family would inevitably learn of her whereabouts. Sure enough, just a few days later, Mrs. Ji's phone call came through. "Why haven't you returned in such a long time? Are you distancing yourself from us?" Yu Sheng hurriedly responded, "I've been quite busy lately." "How busy can one be? Don't you have time, even for a meal?" Mrs. Ji expressed her dissatisfaction. "You must return in the next couple of days." With that, Mrs. Ji issued an ultimatum, and Yu Sheng, knowing she could not evade this request, acquiesced. This time, it was Ji Chang who came personally to collect her. Understanding that Yu Sheng might refuse, he said, "My father specifically instructed me to ensure you were brought back." Yu Sheng nodded, lifting a gift to place in the trunk, but Ji Chang stepped out to take the item from her, placing it inside. Upon arriving at the Ji residence, Mrs. Ji, observing the two returning together, seemed poised to speak but ultimately refrained. Instead, she merely remarked, "You're back?" Yu Sheng called out, "Aunt." Mrs. Ji replied, "Come inside. Your uncle is here as well." Shortly thereafter, Ji Chang approached, carrying the items from the trunk. Casting a reproachful glance at his son. During dinner, Ji Feng inquired, "I heard you were ill. Why didn't you inform the family?" "It was only because Chang had Aunt Zhao look after you that I found out." Yu Sheng glanced at Ji Chang and replied, "It wasn't anything serious. I was just exhausted and needed a few days of rest. There was no need for such fuss." Upon hearing her mention her fatigue, Ji Feng frowned. "Is the pressure at your company that intense? If it's too much, perhaps you should consider coming back to work. A young lady shouldn't tire herself out like that. Our family doesn't require you to be a strong woman supporting us." Yu Sheng shook her head. "It's just that there have been a lot of matters overlapping lately. I'll be fine after a little break." Ji Feng, recognizing her reluctance to return to her own company, ceased to press the issue. Mrs. Ji, who had been silent, set down her chopsticks. "I heard you were broken up with your boyfriend?" Yu Sheng paused, her expression momentarily awkward. "Yes," she replied, casting a glance at Mrs. Ji. She had never disclosed her romantic life to her, so how was she aware of the breakup? Mrs. Ji chuckled lightly. "Did you think that by not mentioning it, I would remain oblivious?" Yu Sheng picked up a meatball and began to chew, sensing that being summoned back for a meal was not the sole purpose of this gathering. Ji Feng, seemingly unaware, expressed his surprise. "When did you even start dating?" He had always assumed she was single. She hadn't mentioned any boyfriend during her last visit. Yu Sheng set down her chopsticks. "I was dating while in East City." Ji Feng asked, "Is he from East City?" "No, he is from the capital." "How did a person from the capital end up in East City? Where does he work?" Yu Sheng nodded. "His company assigned him to East City on business, and that is how we met." Yi Fugun nodded. "What does he do?" "A programmer." "And why did you break up?" Yu Sheng felt a tinge of discomfort at this inquiry. After all, it was not a matter of pride. He had an affair with a female colleague. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng's expression changed instantly, his face suffused with anger. How could someone dare to bully them? What district and capital was his family from? And what did they do? To think they could intimidate the Ji family was utterly outrageous. He then turned to Ji Buchang, who had remained silent beside him. What kind of brother are you? Your sister is being bullied outside, and you just sit there without a care? Yu Sheng felt somewhat awkward, surprised by Ji Feng's fierce reaction. She regretted having said too much. It was Mrs. Ji who finally spoke up in defense. Why are you getting so worked up? It's perfectly normal for young people to date and break up. Ji Feng dismissed her words. How can that be normal? If it were a matter of incompatible personalities leading to a breakup, that would be one thing. But to be in a relationship with Yu Sheng while cheating with a colleague? Is this not a blatant affront to the Ji family? He continued. Where is his family located? I wish to see what kind of person dares to play both sides. Yu Sheng genuinely did not wish to be entangled further with Su Xiangqian. It's fine, uncle. We have already broken up, and I don't want to dwell on it. Ji Feng observed Yu Sheng before him. She was far more independent than 4 years ago, yet there was a certain distance between them. The trust that once existed had diminished. He sighed, if you ever face any grievances outside, don't keep it to yourself. The Ji family will always be your home. Hearing this, Yu Sheng felt a pang of emotion, lowering her head in acknowledgement. The dining table fell into silence. At that moment, Ji Buchang, who had been quiet, spoke up. This situation is indeed my fault. I should have intervened when I first sensed something was amiss. His words rendered the table silent once more, all eyes turning towards him. Ji Feng furrowed his brows. Have you met Yu Sheng's boyfriend? Ji Buchang nodded. I have met him a few times. He is rather unremarkable in every aspect and does not deserve Yu Sheng. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng's anger dissipated significantly. If he is unworthy, then it is for the best that they have parted ways. Uncle will introduce you to some promising young men. Ji Feng then turned to Yu Sheng, smiling. Ji Buchang tightened his grip on his chopsticks upon hearing Ji Feng's words. Mrs. Ji interjected. Let us not discuss these matters at the dinner table. Let us just enjoy our meal. As she spoke, she stood up to serve a bowl of soup to Yu Sheng, who was pleasantly surprised. You should nourish yourself. You've lost weight since your last visit. Yu Sheng accepted it gratefully. Thank you, Auntie. Mrs. Ji replied. We are family. No need for thanks. Go ahead and try it. Yu Sheng took a spoonful. The soup was delicious, though it had cooled. Nevertheless, she finished it. After the meal, Yu Sheng lingered for a moment before preparing to leave. But Ji Feng insisted she stay. Since you come back, why the rush? Stay the night. You can leave tomorrow. Yu Sheng looked up at Mrs. Ji, smiling. I have something to attend to later, perhaps next time. Ji Feng did not press the matter further. Madame Ji felt a twinge of guilt and instructed Aunt Zhao to bring a substantial supply of nourishing supplements for Yu Sheng, urging her to take care of her health. Yu Sheng expressed her gratitude with a smile, saying, Thank you, Annie. Madame Ji appeared somewhat uncomfortable, responding, There is no need for such formalities. As she observed Ji Buchang retrieving the car from the garage, she contemplated saying something but ultimately refrained, merely waving goodbye and specifically reminding Ji Buchang to drive safely on the road. Yu Sheng, seated in the passenger seat, waved back at them. The Maybach smoothly exited the villa area and embarked on its journey. As Yu Sheng gazed at the retreating scenery outside, she hesitated for a moment before apologizing to Ji Buchang. I'm sorry for earlier. Ji Buchang, taken aback, turned to her and inquired, What are you apologizing for? During dinner, I inadvertently caused you to be scolded by your uncle, bringing you undue misfortune. Ji Buchang offered a wry smile and replied, My father was right to chastise me. Ultimately, it was my failure to protect you, leading you to endure such unwarranted distress. This has been true in the past and remains so now. Upon hearing his words, Yu Sheng's pupils constricted. Suddenly, she turned her head sharply to look out the window, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 53. Influential figures. Yu Sheng returned to work. Upon her arrival, her colleagues approached her with concern. You have lost so much weight. Indeed, you seem to have shed a significant amount. Your face has become noticeably smaller. Yu Sheng, have you encountered some trouble? Someone could not help but inquire. Yu Sheng offered a gentle smile. I was merely unwell and unable to eat. Another colleague expressed envy. I have been trying to lose weight, but to no avail. Perhaps if I fell ill, I might shed 20 pounds. Laughter erupted among them. You would be better off sorting packages. Just a month of that would surely help you lose at least 20 pounds, and you'd earn some money too. Oh no, with my fragile frame, I wouldn't last a day, let alone a month. And that's precisely why you are losing weight. Lu Lan entered the office, interjecting, enough chatter. We need to accelerate the preparations for the Jingrong VR product launch. This afternoon, we must inspect the venue. Otherwise, we shall run out of time. Everyone returned to their respective workstations, diving back into their tasks. Lu Lan turned to Yu Sheng. Shall we visit the venue for the launch together this afternoon? General Manager Liang will be there, and we can finalize some details all at once, preventing any further revisions that would waste our time. Yu Sheng nodded in agreement. The venue was a renowned hotel auditorium capable of accommodating over 1,000 guests. By the time Yu Sheng and Lu Lan arrived, Liang Zhong was already present. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, Liang Zhong smiled. It has been several days since I last saw you, Yu Sheng. I heard from Lu that you were unwell. Are you feeling better? Yu Sheng replied politely. I am much improved. Thank you for your concern, General Manager Liang. Liang Zhong chuckled. You are too courteous. Throughout her interactions with him, Yu Sheng had sensed Liang Zhong's amiable nature. Although he typically exuded an elite aura, he was quite approachable in private settings, devoid of any airs. Unlike some clients who flaunt their authority, he was straightforward and candid, never leaving conversations half-finished for others to interpret. Yu Sheng held a favorable impression of him. The trio circled the venue, finalizing numerous details for the launch. By the time they exited, it was time for lunch. Liang Zhong remarked, I recall there is an excellent Huaiyang cuisine restaurant nearby. Let us dine there before returning. It is my treat. With someone offering to pay, Lu Lan naturally did not decline. You are too generous, General Manager Liang. Liang Zhong laughed. Generous? Given the effort you have all put into the launch preparations, treating you to a meal is the least I can do. Lu Lan responded, this is merely part of our duties. The three drove to the Huaiyang restaurant. Though modest in size, the establishment boasted an elegant, traditional decor. The dishes were exquisitely prepared, particularly the Wincy tofu, which was visually stunning. During the meal, Yu Sheng mostly focused on eating while listening to Liang Zhong and Lu Lan converse. Lu Lan, being well-informed and loquacious, could engage anyone in conversation. Yu Sheng listened with rapt attention. At one point, Liang Zhong, noticing Yu Sheng's keen interest, could not help but chuckle. Curiosity sparked within him, and he inquired, Which university did you graduate from, Yu Sheng? Beside them, Lu Lan chuckled. Yu Sheng is undoubtedly a distinguished student from Peking University. Liang Zhong widened his eyes in surprise. I didn't realize you were from Peking University. He continued, By that logic, I should consider myself your senior. You appear younger than I am. Yu Sheng replied, I'm 25 this year. Liang Zhong laughed. Indeed, you are my junior. I never expected to encounter a fellow alumnus from Peking University, especially a younger junior. Allow me to toast you with a cup, substituting tea for wine. Yu Sheng graciously accepted and drank, mindful of the need to drive home later, hence abstaining from alcohol. Liang Zhong was quite taken with Yu Sheng, appreciating her grounded and diligent demeanor, particularly as she was his junior. Their conversation flowed, reminiscing about their school days. Yu Sheng found it amusing to learn that someone as elite as Liang Zhong had once lit candles to confess his feelings at a girl's dormitory. Youth is meant for exuberance, Liang Zhong remarked with a smile. Unable to resist, Yu Sheng inquired, did it succeed? At this, Liang Zhong couldn't help but sigh. If it had been successful, do you think I would still be single? This elicited hearty laughter from both Yu Sheng and Lu Lan. She never even came down. I was left shivering in the cold. He didn't shy away from recalling his past misadventures. Yu Sheng comforted him. It's no matter. That was her loss for overlooking such an outstanding young talent. Liang Zhong chuckled. You're quite right. After graduation, I encountered her again at a class reunion, and she expressed her regrets. Lu Lan interjected. She regrets it? Liang Zhong, with a hint of pride, replied, indeed. By then, I had joined Jingrong, having just become the head of the VR project, the youngest in the management team. As you mentioned, I have entered the ranks of young elites. Liu Lang, understanding Liang Zhong's sentiments, couldn't help but chuckle. She must truly regret it. As they mentioned the management of Jingrong Group, the conversation inadvertently shifted to Ji Buchang. In truth, Ji was the real youth, just 30 years old, managing such a large corporation. Lu Lan couldn't help but express his admiration. Liang Zhong echoed this sentiment, indeed. I rarely admire anyone, but I hold G in the highest regard. I heard that when he first took over the company, many in the internal board were resistant, and numerous individuals attempted to undermine him. Yet, within less than 2 years, he replaced everyone. Since then, no one dared oppose him. The company has thrived these past few years, with its market value increasing nearly tenfold compared to when a previous G was at the helm. Yu Sheng listened to their discussion about Ji Buchong, quietly sipping her tea. Lu Lan suddenly recalled, by the way, I remember reading Ji's biography. He also graduated from Peking University. Liang Zhong laughed. Yes, I'm actually 2 cohorts ahead of him. During our school days, I often heard tales of his exploits. Lu Lan, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, what kind of tales? During his freshman year, he collaborated on a project with a senior, which yielded an astonishing profit of over 10 million. At that time, we were all in awe, unaware of his family background. Once we learned of his origins, our admiration deepened. Numerous female classmates pursued him, a throng of admirers, yet he remained indifferent to all. This left us utterly envious. Liu Lan Zestet, the one you confessed to with a candle back then. You don't like him too, do you? Liang Zhong wore a knowing expression, replying, what do you think? He then chuckled, adding, if I were to lose to someone else, I would be indignant. However, if it were to COG, I would wholeheartedly accept it. After all, he is exceptionally formidable, almost a divine being. Yu Sheng remained silent, quietly listening to their conversation, occasionally sipping tea. The tea was this year's freshly harvested Longjing, but had steeped too long in the pot and had turned somewhat bitter. Yu Sheng waved to the waiter, requesting a fresh pot. Chapter 54. A new rival arrives after finishing their meal. Liang Zhong inquired about Yu Sheng's residence. Yu Sheng shared her current address. Liang Zhong chuckled, what a coincidence. I happen to be going that way. Allow me to drive you. Yu Sheng glanced at Lu Lan, who raised an eyebrow. He replied with a smile. That will be quite a favor, Liang. Please ensure our lovely beauty reaches her destination safely. Having shared a meal, their relationship had grown notably closer. Liang Zhong reassured her. Rest assured, she is my little junior sister. As Liang Zhong pulled up in his car and lowered the window, he called out, Junior sister, hop in. Yu Sheng bid farewell to Lu Lan, saying, Mr. Lu, I shall take my leave now. Lu Lan responded, all right, do send me a WeChat message when you arrive. Yu Sheng smiled, certainly, take care on the road. She settled into the car, waved goodbye to Lu Lan, and departed. On the way, Liang Zhong asked Yu Sheng, what do you typically do in your leisure time, junior sister? Yu Sheng replied with a grin, I tend to be quite the homebody, mostly staying in, with occasional gatherings with friends. Do you not venture out? Liang Zhong probed. Yu Sheng explained, I don't go out much, primarily due to the lack of vehicle. It's rather inconvenient. Liang Zhong laughed. That's easily remedied. Should you wish to go anywhere, just give me a call. I will be delighted to play the role of your chauffeur. Yu Sheng paused momentarily before saying, thank you, Liang. Liang Zhong replied, no need for such formality. Addressing me as Liang Shixiang suffices. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Sheng acquiesced, Liang Shixiang. Liang Zhong beamed, that's the spirit. Once Liang Zhong had escorted Yu Sheng to her residence, he watched her swipe her card to enter the community before driving away. After Yu Sheng returned home and completed her evening routine, she remembered to send Lu Lan a WeChat message. Just as she did, Lu Lan's call came through. Have you just arrived? He asked. Yu Sheng responded, I've been here for a little while. Have you reached home yet? Lu Lan answered, I just got back. I thought your place was much closer than mine. I imagine Liang Zhong must have taken you out for a late-night snack. Yu Sheng laughed at this hour. We've only just finished dinner. Lu Lan suggested, since you're home, it's best to get some rest. All right, she replied. After hanging up, Lu Lan smiled softly, still holding back the words he had intended to say. He had sensed it during dinner. Liang Zhong seemed to have a certain interest in Yu Sheng. Yet he wondered how Yu Sheng felt about it. Not having seen her boyfriend around lately, he pondered whether there might be issues in their relationship. Objectively speaking, from Lu Lan's perspective, Liang Zhong significantly surpassed Su Xiangqian. He was humorous, down-to-earth, and had promising prospects. Having such a partner would at least ensure a comfortable companionship. Lu Lan was rather pleased at the idea of Yu Sheng developing a relationship with Liang Zhong. This was also the reason he had agreed to Liang Zhong driving Yu Sheng home after their dinner. However, when it comes to matters of destiny, Mutual feelings must be considered. Time was on their side. There was no need for haste. On the 25th floor of Jingrong Group, Song Yang knocked and entered Ji Buchong's office. "Mr. Ji, you called for me?" Song Yang inquired. Ji Buchong set aside the documents in his hands and raised his head, saying, "There's a matter that requires your attention." Song Yang responded, "Please go ahead." Ji Buchong continued, "A stage play titled The Peacock Queen is set to be performed soon. Could you arrange for 2 tickets?" Song Yang was somewhat taken aback that Ji Buchong would ask him to procure tickets. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. "All right." Upon returning to his office, Song Yang discovered online that the tickets were extraordinarily sought after, making them nearly impossible to secure. The performance was scheduled for this Sunday, and the demand was so high that tickets were scarce. Everywhere he looked, subway stations, shopping malls, and along the streets, there were promotional advertisements for the Peacock Queen. During lunch, Yu Sheng emerged with her eyes glued to her phone, pulling Yihuan along as they prepared to vie for tickets during the 1:30 p.m. slot. Simultaneously, Yu Sheng sent a WeChat message to Xiao Yanyan, enlisting her assistance in the ticket hunt. Xiao Yanyan replied with an affirmative emoji. At 1:30 p.m., Yu Sheng rushed in to secure tickets. After managing to access the site, she was disheartened to find that all the tickets had been sold out by the time she was ready to make her payment. She let out a sigh. Glancing at Yihuan, who also set down her phone and waved her hand in resignation, "I didn't manage to get any either." She then lamented, "What kind of performance is this? Are stage plays really this popular now? It's not like it's a Jackie Chung concert." Yu Sheng sighed. "Jackie Chung's concerts are currently easy to book. Scalpers can't even sell their tickets." Yihuan remarked, "For a stage play, is it really that significant? I had never even heard of it before." Yu Sheng responded with a smile. "Generally, other stage plays are quite accessible, but the Peacock Queen is particularly well received. It has a dedicated fan base and is returning to the capital after 5 years, thus making the tickets even harder to come by." Yihuan admitted her ignorance on the subject. "All right then." She then turned to Yu Sheng. "What should we do? Should we consider contacting scalpers?" Yu Sheng had already inquired about the scalpers' prices, which were more than triple the original ticket price, making her hesitant. She messaged Xiao Yanyan again, asking if she had managed to secure any tickets. Xiao Yanyan quickly sent a screenshot indicating that she had not succeeded. Yu Sheng responded with a crying emoji. "Let's wait a bit longer. There are still several batches of tickets to be released," she suggested. Unbeknownst to her, the news of her ticket pursuit had reached Liang Zhong. After the online communication meeting that afternoon, Liang Zhong sent her a message. "I heard you were trying to get tickets for the Peacock Queen?" Yu Sheng replied, "Yes." Liang Zhong inquired further, "Did you manage to get any?" "Not yet. These tickets are quite competitive," she explained. "Let me see if I can help. I have a friend in the industry who might be able to assist in obtaining tickets." Yu Sheng was surprised by Liang Zhong's eagerness and quickly expressed her gratitude. Liang Zhong chuckled, "It's nothing. I'm just casually asking. You can thank me once you secure the tickets." Yu Sheng had not initially placed her hopes on Liang Zhong, and while she appreciated his willingness to help, she merely viewed it as a kind gesture. To her astonishment, as the workday drew to a close the following afternoon, he indeed procured a ticket, and it was a VIP seat in the front row. Yu Sheng was elated and inquired about the cost, to which he responded with a smile, saying, "Discussing money would only strain our relationship. I merely lent a hand." Yu Sheng insisted on transferring money to him via WeChat, yet he consistently declined. Feeling a sense of indebtedness, she was not one to relish being beholden to anyone. Liang Zhong remarked, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply treat me to a meal at a later date." Yu Sheng pondered this and thought it was a reasonable request, so she agreed. She then asked Liang Zhong when he would be available. Instead of providing an immediate answer, he replied, "I'll let you know when the time comes." Yu Sheng assumed he was simply busy lately and paid it no further mind, responding with an acknowledgement. Chapter 55. Rejected upon returning home. Yu Sheng noticed a message from Ji Buchong. "The Peacock Queen will be performing in the capital this Sunday. You used to adore it. I've reserved 2 tickets. Shall we go together?" Yu Sheng paused for a moment upon reading the message. Checking the time it was sent, 6:30 p.m., she realized it coincided perfectly with her commute home. Without much contemplation, she replied, "I can't go. I have other commitments that day." Ji Buchong inquired, "What could be so important? You were once so fond of the Peacock Queen." Yu Sheng preferred not to divulge too much, simply responding, "I no longer have an interest." After that, she did not respond to any further messages from Ji Buchang. Noticing her silence, Ji Buchang felt a twinge of disappointment as he gazed at the 2 tickets on his desk. When Song Yang entered to report on work matters, Ji Buchang seemed somewhat distracted. Song Yang, spotting the tickets, surmised they were meant for Yu Sheng and tentatively asked, "Ji, should I inform you?" Ji Buchang lifted his head to look at him, paused for a long moment, and then shook his head. Observing his reaction, Song Yang suspected Ji Buchang had encountered a setback and felt a pang of sympathy for his superior. To the outside world, Ji Buchang appeared infallible. Yet he repeatedly faced challenges with one particular woman. After leaving Ji Buchang's office, Song Yang ran into Li Sheng at the elevator. Surprised, he greeted him politely. "Long time no see, Li." Li Sheng smiled. "Is Buchang in the office?" "Yes, not in a meeting." "Is he?" "No meeting. Yes, in the office now." "I was just passing by and thought I'd check on him," Song Yang replied. "Ji, Li is here," he announced as Li Sheng walked into the office. Smiling as he addressed Ji Buchang, "It's hard to catch you these days. At this rate, you'll become a workaholic." He seated himself opposite Ji Buchang's desk. Ji Buchang told Song Yang, "You may continue with your tasks." Song Yang closed the door on his way out. "Why are you here?" Ji Buchang asked. Li Sheng replied, "I happen to be passing by. If I didn't come to see you, I would regret it." Ji Buchang remarked, "I've been rather busy lately." Li Sheng chuckled. "When are you not busy? Every time I call, you're working. You wouldn't believe how often my father lectures me, urging me to learn from you. If you keep this up, there won't be any opportunity for us regular folks." Li Sheng teased. "Do you know what my father says? He claims that if I could match even a fraction of your diligence, it would be a blessing for our family." Ji Buchang couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't your club doing quite well?" he asked. Li Sheng, who had opened a club out of personal interest, initially intended it as a pastime, but unexpectedly flourished. "Let us not discuss my club. Every time it comes up, my father's blood pressure skyrockets, complaining that I'm neglecting my responsibilities and tarnishing the family name." Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he asked, "Have you once again angered Yang Qingshan?" Ji Buchang often lifted his head. "What is the matter? On the day of the Qixi festival, I heard she went to Japan with that Marco." Li Sheng continued, "Given Yang Qingshan's temperament, no matter the circumstances, she wouldn't be so reckless on Valentine's Day." Ji Buchang remained indifferent, not even furrowing his brow. Li Sheng inquired, "Do you have no thoughts on this at all?" Ji Buchang's gaze was frosty. "What thoughts?" Li Sheng lamented. "It seems Yang Qingshan is completely out of the picture. After all these years of effort, she hasn't garnered even a glance from you. I had thought that regardless of the situation, you two would end up married. After all, you are from the same circle, familiar with each other, just like Liang Qian and his wife." Ji Buchang expressed some displeasure. "Who I marry is not for others to interfere." At this moment, Li Sheng realized Ji Buchang was in a foul mood. "I say, Buchang, what's made you so unhappy? I haven't provoked you. You shouldn't treat me like this." As he spoke, his eyes landed on the tickets for the Peacock Queen on the table. "You managed to acquire tickets for the Peacock Queen, and 2 of them. Wait, 2 tickets? There must be something going on. Who are you going with? It wouldn't be with Sister Yu Sheng, would it?" Upon considering this possibility, Li Sheng's gaze fixated on Ji Buchang. "Sister Yu Sheng is already in a relationship. You should think this through." Ji Buchang raised his head and replied coolly, "We've already broken up." Now, it was Li Sheng's turn to be surprised. "Broken up? When did that happen?" Ji Buchang, already troubled, was reluctant to answer. "Do you have any other matters?" Li Sheng immediately smiled and said, Okay, I want to ask." Yet his eyes remained fixed on the tickets for the Peacock Queen. Just a few days ago, Xiao Yinyan, the formidable woman, had unexpectedly softened and actively messaged him, asking if she could help procure tickets. He had asked several people without success and had been mocked by Xiao Yinyan. Since Ji Buchang could obtain them, then Li Sheng flashed a sycophantic smile. "Buchang, could you do me a favor?" Ji Buchang replied, "What favor?" Li Sheng's smile became even more ingratiating. "Where did you get those tickets for the Peacock Queen? Could you possibly get 2 more? I would like to see it as well." Under Ji Buchang's penetrating gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. "No, please don't look at me like that. It's rather frightening. As if to explain, he added, it's just that I couldn't get any. The tickets are too sought after, and it's tough to find scalpers now. Please help me out. He continued, you have no idea. I've already promised someone else. If I can't even secure a single ticket, it would be quite embarrassing. Ji Wuchang shifted his gaze, contemplating the message he had just received from Yu Sheng. Since she was unwilling to attend, keeping the 2 tickets served no purpose. You can take them, Ji Wuchang said indifferently. Li Sheng was taken aback by Ji Wuchang's direct offer of the tickets and couldn't help but feel elated. Great. Thank you, Wuchang. You always take care of your brother. With that, he grabbed the tickets and prepared to tuck them into his pocket. With his hand extended halfway, he lifted his gaze towards Ji Wuchang and said, no, Brother Wuchang, you have given it to me. What will you do? Are you not planning to invite Miss Yu Sheng to watch it? Upon hearing Yu Sheng's name, Ji Wuchang's mood soured instantly. Do you still want it? Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Brother Wuchang. I shall not disturb you further. I will take my leave. Li Sheng, quick-witted, swiftly pocketed the ticket and exited the room. Once outside the gates of Jingrong Group, Li Sheng began driving while dialing Xiao Yinyan. Hello, I have secured the ticket for Peacock Queen that you requested. How shall you express your gratitude? Xiao Yinyan, at home watching television, paused her drama upon receiving his call. Oh, it's rare that you have actually accomplished something. Didn't you say it was unattainable before? You ought to consider who I am. Is there anything beyond my reach? Indeed, you are the one and only. Chapter 56. The new rival takes action. Li Sheng felt a twinge of annoyance when she brought up the matter of the 6009 again. Could you refrain from mentioning that? It's merely a code. If you truly desire it, I can gift you one later. No need to bring it up incessantly. Xiao Yinyan replied, please, spare me. I'd rather sell my blood than let you trick me into spending 69,000. Li Sheng, exasperated, said, all right, my dear aunt. Can we agree on that? I beg you, let us drop this subject. I admit my earlier folly in not recognizing your worth. I sincerely apologize. Xiao Yinyan relented slightly. That's more like it. Li Sheng inquired, do you still want the tickets? I could deliver them to you. Xiao Yinyan responded, just hold on a moment. While still on the phone, she sent a message to Yu Sheng on WeChat. I have tickets for the Peacock Queen. Did you manage to get any? Yu Sheng, having just emerged from the shower, saw Xiao Yinyan's message. I got some already, she replied, sending a screenshot as proof. You actually managed to get them? Xiao Yinyan exclaimed. Yu Sheng explained, not really, a client provided them. A friend of theirs is involved in the production, so they secured them internally. Xiao Yinyan remarked. Your client is quite impressive. With Yu Sheng securing her tickets, Xiao Yinyan saw no need to pursue any further. Turning back to Li Sheng, she said, no need for the tickets. Li Sheng, feeling a bit anxious, protested, wait, dear aunt, you were so eager for tickets before. I went to great lengths to procure them. And now you're saying you don't want them? Are you playing with me? Xiao Yinyan felt a twinge of guilt and softened her tone. A friend needed them. And I was helping her out, but she has already secured her tickets. Li Sheng contemplated asking who this friend was, but decided against it. Knowing Xiao Yinyan's fiery temperament might lead to a confrontation. Since someone else no longer needed the tickets, it would be a shame to let them go to waste. Li Sheng suddenly had an idea. Since your friend has tickets now, we shouldn't let the ones I acquired go to waste. How about we go together? Xiao Yinyan regarded him with a hint of disdain. You have an appreciation for the arts? All you do is drink, race cars, and chase women. Li Sheng feinat surande. No, dear aunt, I've changed. I've truly transformed. Please grant me this opportunity to accompany you and immerse myself in the world of art. Xiao Yinyan mused that Sunday was free, and going out wouldn't be a bad idea. All right then, Li Sheng, overjoyed at her agreement, exclaimed, excellent. I will drive over to pick you up. Xiao Yinyan frowned. I have my own car. I don't need you to pick me up. Li Sheng Shukulat. You're taking me to experience the arts. I must repay you in kind. Xiao Yinyan found his demeanor amusing. Li Sheng had an interesting side. Previously, she had only seen him as a frivolous youth, but now she realized he possessed a certain emotional intelligence and charm. He had turned the situation around, suggesting he was merely seeking to be enriched by her artistic influence, making her feel as though she had genuinely assisted him. Are you particularly popular with young women? Xiao Yinyan inquired. Your flattery is quite skilled, she added, bemused. Li Sheng hastily retorted. Come on, If I were truly likable, would I ever face rejection? Xiao Yinyan glanced at the Cartier bracelet on her wrist, recalling the scene of his confession on Valentine's Day, and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, enough of that. I need to continue watching television. I've been so engrossed in our conversation that I've lost track of the plot. With that, she picked up the remote control, canceled the pause, and the drama resumed its broadcast. Li Sheng then stated, "Let's settle on this. I will come to pick you up." Xiao Yinyan responded with a soft appreciative of someone willing to take the initiative as a driver. Just as she was about to end the call, Li Sheng suddenly inquired, "By the way, may I ask you something?" "What is it?" She replied, "Did Yu Sheng's sister break up with her boyfriend?" "How do you know that? Did they really part ways?" "Yes, they did, on Valentine's Day, no less. That man is a scoundrel. He was caught cheating with a female colleague." Xiao Yinyan remarked disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Li Sheng was taken aback by the gravity of the revelation. "Is that true? Did Yu Sheng's sister confront them herself?" Xiao Yinyan, somewhat disapproving, responded, "Do you really think Yu Sheng would stoop to such lowly behavior? It was a case of two people engaging in an affair, and they were caught by that woman's boyfriend, leading to a police involvement, which subsequently notified Yu Sheng." "Wow, that's quite intense," Li Sheng mused, imagining the scene. Feeling exhilarated even without being present. Men could be such scoundrels. Recalling the sacrifices Yu Sheng made for Su Xiangqian, Xiao Yinyan felt a surge of indignation. Li Sheng, sensing her displeasure, quickly added, "Hold on, you can't generalize. That man may be a rogue, but not all are. At the very least, I am not." Xiao Yinyan scoffed, her tone laced with sarcasm, "You?" and promptly hung up the phone. Li Sheng stared at the concluded call log, reflecting on Xiao Yinyan's words, his fragile heart feeling as though it might shatter. On Sunday, Yu Sheng was set to attend a performance of The Vacant Queen. The venue, a renowned theater in the capital, was not particularly close to her residence. She departed an hour and a half early, navigating several subway transfers. Upon arrival, there were still over 20 minutes until the performance commenced, and many attendees were already entering. Yu Sheng redeemed her electronic ticket and followed suit. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder from behind. Turning around, she was greeted by Liang Zhong's beaming face. "What a coincidence, little junior sister," Liang Zhong exclaimed. Yu Sheng was somewhat taken aback. "What brings you here?" Liang Zhong smiled. "Isn't it a delightful coincidence?" Once seated, Yu Sheng discovered that Liang Zhong was right next to her. Liang Zhong wore a self-satisfied grin, and, at that moment, it seemed rather foolish for Yu Sheng to remain oblivious. Liang Zhong explained with a chuckle, "I simply wanted to surprise my little junior sister. Please don't be upset." Yu Sheng could hardly be angry over such a trivial matter. She merely felt a sense of resignation. She was not upset, just somewhat surprised. Liang Zhong explained, "I had a friend procure 2 tickets. Initially, I intended to inform you in advance, but then I thought, wouldn't it be more delightful to encounter you at the venue?" Yu Sheng found this amusing. He had not anticipated that the junior sister had a penchant for theatrical performances. "Next time there are essay play, I shall have my friend secure additional tickets." Yu Sheng genuinely feared he would continue to present her with tickets, and politely declined, saying, "It's not that. I merely attended The Missing Queen 5 years ago and thoroughly enjoyed it. It's rare for it to be staged again after 5 years, so I felt I cannot miss it. I don't have much interest in other performances." Liang Zhong, not particularly attuned to such matters, was a quintessential STEM individual, a novice in the realm of art. "You watched a play 5 years ago. You were only 20 at that time. Your artistic taste is truly commendable." Yu Sheng's expression stiffened. Chapter 57. Is this a collision? Yu Sheng was never particularly fond of stage plays, and even The Peacock Queen failed to capture her interest. 5 years ago, Jibuchang somehow acquired tickets and took her to see it. At that time, she was infatuated with Jibuchang, and her greatest wish each day was to awaken beside him. Yet, Jibuchang remained indifferent towards her. That occasion coincided with her birthday, and she had resigned herself to the thought of not seeing him again. To her surprise, he took her to watch The Peacock Queen. The memory of that evening was etched in her mind. She entered the venue with Jibuchang, seated in the front row, captivated by the actress portraying the peacock as she danced gracefully upon the stage. It was an unprecedented moment of happiness. Thereafter, Yu Sheng developed an appreciation for stage plays and later watched numerous video renditions of The Peacock Queen online. She found herself utterly enchanted by the play itself. No longer merely enamored because of Jibwuchang, but rather due to the brilliance of the Peacock Queen. Thus, when Jibwuchang informed her he had tickets and invited her once more, she declined without hesitation. Not only because she had already secured tickets, even had she not, her refusal would have remained steadfast. As the venue dimmed and the performance was about to commence, Yu Sheng ceased her conversation, straightened her posture, and directed her gaze towards the stage. Beside her, Liang Zhong was equally captivated by the performance. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yinyin and Li Sheng stealthily entered through a side door. After scanning the room, they located their seats, an excellent vantage point in the VIP section. As they made their way in, Xiao Yinyin quietly complained, "The show has already begun. Had you not taken the wrong path, we would have arrived earlier." Li Sheng followed behind, pleading, "All right, my lady, you mentioned it all along." They finally settled into their seats, just as the performance commenced. Li Sheng remarked, "Look, isn't this perfect? We need not wait. We've arrived just in time for the start." Xiao Yinyin cast him a sidelong glance, huffed in response, and was about to turn her attention back to the stage when she caught sight of a familiar figure in her peripheral vision. Instantly, she pivoted and leaned forward to look at a position diagonally ahead. Li Sheng, curious, asked, "What are you looking at?" He too half stood, bending to peer in the same direction. Though only half a face was visible, he was certain it was Yu Sheng. "Yu Sheng? She's here." Attending the play alone before he could finish his thought, he noticed Liang Zhong leaning closer to Yu Sheng, his gaze fixed on her face with evident affection. Li Sheng could not help but open his mouth in surprise. If one cannot discern the situation from this, then one's eyes are of little use. It was clear she was not alone. A man accompanied her. Despite the dim lighting obscuring the full view, the profile of the man was undeniably handsome, and he certainly did not resemble her boyfriend. Li Sheng's internal alarm bells rang. Hadn't Yu Sheng just ended a relationship? Who was this man? Not only Li Sheng, but even Xiao Yinyin was taken aback. Who is this man? I've never seen him before. Li Sheng turned to her. "You don't know? Have you not always been inseparable from Yu Sheng, dear sister?" Xiao Yinyin shot him a glance, retorting, "Everyone deserves their personal space, you know." She then murmured to herself, "I was wondering where the sudden tickets came from. Could it be that man who procured them?" Li Sheng, taken aback, inquired, "Tickets? Surely, it cannot be for the Peacock Queen. You asked me for tickets before. Was it for Yu Sheng?" Xiao Yinyin replied, "Indeed, otherwise. Why would she keep lamenting about not being able to get tickets? When you finally acquired them, I texted her, and she mentioned she already had some, given by a client. It couldn't possibly be that man, could it?" The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Such elusive tickets, unless one was truly determined, were nearly impossible to obtain. If that man harbored feelings for her, everything would fall into place seamlessly. With this thought, Xiao Yinyin felt a sense of calm wash over her. Yu Sheng was undeniably beautiful, and having recently parted ways with Su Xiangqian, it was entirely natural for someone to be enamored with her. However, Xiao Yinyin's mind promptly drifted to another individual, Jibwuchang. She recalled the last encounter at the bar's entrance, his gaze and the words he had spoken. Xiao Yinyin sensed that matters might not be as simple as they appeared. Meanwhile, Li Sheng appeared somewhat anxious. He discreetly took a photograph with his phone and promptly sent it to Jibwuchang. Noticing his actions, Xiao Yinyin queried, "What are you up to?" While typing, Li Sheng replied, "What do you think? Just giving Buchang a heads up, so he doesn't let some unknown pauper whisk away Yu Sheng." In the midst of their conversation, the message was sent. Xiao Yinyin furrowed her brow at the implication. "What do you mean?" Li Sheng chuckled. "Buchang should have seen it by now, just wait." Throughout the performance, Xiao Yinyin found her mind wandering, failing to remember what transpired on stage. During this time, her gaze frequently drifted towards Yu Sheng, who appeared fully engrossed, occasionally engaging in hushed exchanges with a man beside her. Though she could not discern their exact conversation, she sensed that the man was quite affable and likely possessed a pleasant disposition. As the play concluded, the lights illuminated the space, prompting the audience to rise and make their way out. Yu Sheng and Liang Zhong also stood up. Before reaching the exit, Yu Sheng heard someone calling her name. "Yu Sheng." She paused, scanning the crowd, and spotted Xiao Yinyin and Li Sheng behind her. Surprised, she awaited their approach. You both came as well? Where were you sitting? I didn't see you, Yu Sheng exclaimed with a smile. Xiao Yinyan discreetly assessed Liang Zhong, noting his refined demeanor, an air of sophistication surrounding him, and his commendable height and appearance, which exuded an intellectual charm. We were just behind you. We arrived late. We were about to call you as soon as it ended. But you two left so swiftly that we nearly lost sight of you, Xiao Yinyan replied with a grin, turning her gaze back to Liang Zhong. And who might this be? Liang Zhong smiled warmly. Hello, I am Liang Zhong. Xiao Yinyan's fondness for him deepened further. Yu Sheng remarked, allow me to introduce Liang Zhong, a valued client of our company, who graciously provided these tickets. This is my dear friend, Xiao Yinyan, and also Li Sheng. Xiao Yinyan smiled and said, hello, I am Xiao Yinyan. I was quite curious about how you managed to acquire such hard-to-obtain tickets. It turns out they were gifted by such a handsome gentleman. Liang Zhong, flattered by the compliment, remained humble and replied, I simply had a friend who could procure them, and I was happy to assist. Xiao Yinyan's impression of him improved significantly. You are far too modest. This is no ordinary favor. Nearby, Li Sheng scoffed. Xiao Yinyan playfully nudged him. What's wrong? Are you feeling competitive? Li Sheng, with his hands in his pockets, scrutinized Liang Zhong from head to toe. Indeed, he possessed a certain charm, far surpassing that of Su Xiangqian. However, when compared to Ji Buchang, the difference was stark. Chapter 58. You really overestimate your importance. The four individuals made their way towards the entrance. Before they reached the door, they spotted a man standing there. He possessed striking good looks and an extraordinary demeanor, causing nearly everyone who passed by, regardless of gender, to steal a few glances. It was evident that several women were whispering amongst themselves. Upon seeing him, Li Sheng quickened his pace, exclaiming, Bo Chang, brother. Yu Sheng had initially overlooked Ji Bo Chang, but upon hearing Li Sheng's words, she turned to see him standing at the entrance. She paused for a moment, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Previously, when Ji Bo Chang had invited her to see the performance, she had declined, citing prior commitments. Encountering him at the theater door felt somewhat like being exposed. Beside her, Yam Chong also noticed Yi Bo Chang. He was taken aback, pleasantly surprised, and somewhat astonished. Hurrying over to greet him, General Manager Ji, you're here to watch the show too? Ji Bo Chang offered a brief nod in acknowledgement. Liang Zhong couldn't shake the feeling that Ji Bo Chang's gaze towards him was less than cordial. Ji Bo Chang then turned to Yu Sheng, speaking in an affectionate tone. Why did you take so long to come out? I've been waiting for you. As he spoke, he reached out to adjust the silk scarf around her neck. This scarf is new, isn't it? I haven't seen you wear it before. His words were excessively intimate, crossing the bounds of mere friendship. Liang Zhong's eyes darted back and forth between the two, utterly astonished. Not only he, but even Xiao Yinyan, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. However, her surprise stemmed not from their relationship, but rather from Ji Bo Chang's gentle demeanor towards Yu Sheng. Is this really Ji Bo Chang? Goodness. The usually aloof Ji Bo Chang spoke with such tenderness. Recalling the way he had looked at Yu Sheng outside the bar, she felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed inevitable that Yu Sheng was ensnared in this situation. Ji Bo Chang then addressed Yu Sheng, saying, let's go back. He did not say, I will send you back, but rather, let us go back, clearly intending to provoke misunderstanding. Curious about who might be the recipient of such implications, Xiao Yinyan glanced at Liang Zhong, who was still reeling from shock, unable to maintain even the gentle smile he had just worn. Liang Zhong remarked, I never expected you and General Manager Ji to be so close. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. Without waiting for Yu Sheng's response, he hurriedly departed. Once Liang Zhong left, Li Sheng immediately pulled Xiao Yinyan to follow suit. Bo Chang, brother, we should leave too. Xiao Yinyan was still somewhat reluctant, but with a gentle tug from Li Sheng, she acquiesced. Before departing, Li Sheng turned to Ji Bo Chang and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the tickets, Bo Chang. Xiao Yinyan turned back to him, saying, your tickets were given by Ji Bo Chang. To which Li Sheng replied, what else could it be? Xiao Yinyan could not help but utter a colorful expletive, glancing back at Ji Bo Chang and Yu Sheng. What was this all about? Clearly, Ji Bo Chang's tickets were not given without reason, and he had provided 2 tickets. given Yu Sheng's fondness for this play. It was evident he had intended to invite her. Yu Sheng acquired Liang Zhong's ticket, which undoubtedly meant she had declined Ji Buchang's offer. Consequently, the ticket found its way into Li Sheng's hands, leading to an unexpected encounter at the theater entrance. Such a twist could hardly be scripted in a drama. She expressed her surprise at Li Sheng's sudden possession of a ticket, initially suspecting he had leveraged some connections to obtain an insider's pass. Xiao Yinyin couldn't help but facepalm. Once they had all departed, Ji Buchang regarded Yu Sheng with a light chuckle. Didn't you say you had matters to attend to? Is this what you consider being busy? Watching with another man? Yu Sheng felt a twinge of awkwardness at first, but his mention of Liang Zhong ignited her annoyance. This is none of your concern. Who I choose to watch with is my prerogative, Ji Buchang. I am an adult, and your oversight is rather excessive. Ji Buchang recalled the photograph Li Sheng had sent him, in which Liang Zhong gazed at Yu Sheng with unmistakable affection. That look was painfully clear to any man. Jealousy surged within him, rendering him nearly frantic, his eyes tinged with red. Do you have feelings for him? He asked, followed by, when did this all begin? How far has it progressed? His jealousy was overwhelming, manifesting in a fervent grip on her arm as he demanded, how far has it progressed? It seemed that unless Yu Sheng provided an answer, he would not relent. His grip was firm, and despite her attempts to break free, she found herself unable to escape. Let go, she pleaded. Yet, Ji Buchang remained undeterred, repeating his question. Yu Sheng winced from the pain in her arm, finally exclaiming, "There's nothing going on. I don't like him, all right?" Upon hearing her words, Ji Buchang's demeanor softened, and he loosened his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Sheng freed her arm and rubbed the spot where he had held her. It dawned on Ji Buchang that he may have exerted too much force, and a pang of regret washed over him. Are you all right? I'm sorry about earlier. Yu Sheng lifted her gaze to meet his, her anger flaring. Ji Buchang, are you out of your mind? Running amok at the theater entrance at this hour. Are you simply idle? At that moment, Ji Buchang's emotional turmoil had subsided, and he returned to his usual self. I saw the photo Li Sheng sent me. You turned me down, yet arrived with Liang Zhong. I thought. Yu Sheng let out a cold laugh. Thought what? That I was with someone else? When Ji Buchang fell silent, she felt an exasperation rising within her. What do you truly want, Ji Buchang? You sent me roses and a diamond bracelet for Valentine's Day, and now you're here like a sentinel at the theater. She scoffed. Don't tell me you actually have feelings for me. Ji Buchang abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixed on her, but Yu Sheng found the situation ludicrous. Ji Buchang, you are rather hypocritical, you know that? In the past, when I cherished you, you paid me no heed. Each time I attempted to reach you by phone, there was only silence. Even on my birthday, I found myself unable to connect with you. I waited each day, yearning for just a glance in my direction. Reflecting on those years filled with turmoil and heartache, my eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Yet, there was nothing, not even a fleeting gaze. For years ago, I was cast aside by you, and, upon my return to East City, do you recall the question I posed to you? Ye Buchankis gaze darkened. How could he possibly forget? Yu Sheng let out a soft laugh. I was so naive back then, thinking that since I was leaving, you might at least feign some sentiment for me. How foolish. Ji Buchang took a step closer, calling out, Yu Sheng. She turned to him, her eyes devoid of the tenderness they once held. Ji Buchang, do you believe that every woman in the world should adore you, that they should revolve around you? When you grow disinterested, you can simply cast them aside, yet when you desire them, you expect them to come running like a loyal dog. Pain filled Ji Buchang's eyes. Yu Sheng, I have never thought that way. Yu Sheng scoffed with derision. Indeed, you never considered it, yet your actions speak otherwise. Who do you think you are, Ji Buchang? Why should I revolve around you? Wasn't the price I paid for my affection towards you sufficient? How dare you assume that after enduring so much suffering and indignity, I would still harbor feelings for someone as cold and heartless as you? You truly overestimate your own significance. With a bitter smile, Yu Sheng turned on her heel and departed without hesitation. Chapter 59. Late affection is worth less than weeds. Since that day, Liang Zhong had not sought her company beyond what was necessary for work. Yu Sheng could discern the reason behind this. She chose not to say much, opting instead to transfer a sum of money to Liang Zhong via WeChat, representing the cost of the tickets he had purchased for her that day. Upon seeing the transaction, Liang Zhong could not help but smile wryly. The amount Yu Sheng had sent was several times the ticket price, rivaling that of Scalper. He decided against accepting the money, allowing it to be automatically refunded the following day. On the eve of the press conference, Yu Sheng accompanied Lu Lan once more to the venue. During a break, Liang Zhong approached her with a smile, addressing her as little junior sister. Yu Sheng responded politely, calling him senior brother Liang. Hearing her address, Liang Zhong smiled bitterly, surprised at how familiar she seemed with Ji Zhong. I didn't expect you to be so well acquainted with him, Liang Zhong remarked. His word choice implied a lack of other relations. Given Ji Buchang's demeanor that day, it was evident their connection was far from ordinary. It was rumored that Ji Buchang had no girlfriend, but he had concealed it adeptly. Liang Zhong felt somewhat unfortunate. Yu Sheng, upon hearing his words, smiled helplessly. Your secret affair is quite well hidden, Liang Zhong commented. Yu Sheng pondered for a moment before replying, We are not lovers. Liang Zhong turned to her, You are not. Then you too. It was implausible that there was no connection at all. Ji Buchang was not one to engage in frivolous relationships. Yu Sheng laughed lightly. We have known each other since childhood. She refrained from mentioning her experience living with the Ji family, knowing that outsiders could easily misinterpret the situation maliciously. Now, she somewhat understood why Madame Ji had sent her away all those years ago. Liang Zhong was taken aback, recalling another man who had been quite familiar with Yu Sheng. It was clear he was also acquainted with Ji Buchang. They belonged to the same circle, one that was undoubtedly affluent. Liang Zhong felt a twinge of admiration in his heart, thinking, You truly are low-key. Yu Sheng chuckled, aware of his thoughts, which likely revolved around her being a child of a wealthy family willing to experience life modestly. She opted not to elaborate, merely smiling in response. At that moment, Lu Lan called Liang Zhong over to discuss a particular detail. Liang Zhong waved his hand, coming. Rising, he walked towards Lu Lan, but halfway there, he turned back to Yu Sheng, reverting to his usual demeanor. Little junior sister. Yu Sheng looked up at him. Let's remain friends. Yu Sheng smiled indeed. Liang Zhong grinned. Remember, I will always be your senior brother. If you ever feel wronged, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall stand up for you. Yu Sheng was quite surprised by his words, then admired his magnanimity, truly able to both hold on and let go. After a brief pause, she replied, All right. Liang Zhong beamed even more, waved goodbye, and continued on his way. The diamond bracelet remained tucked away in the drawer of Yu Sheng's bedside table. Having already been honest with Ji Buchang last time, she felt it inappropriate to continue keeping the bracelet as it would no longer serve a purpose in her life. From the very beginning, when she unearthed the diamond bracelet from the rose, she had no intention of keeping it. She had long comprehended a fundamental truth. There is no such thing as a free gift in this world. Everything comes with a price. To obtain something, one must be prepared to give something in return. Consequently, there are no gratuitous gifts without an underlying obligation. She sent a WeChat message to Liang Tuan, inquiring about his availability. Since they reconnected on WeChat, Yu Sheng had not reached out to Liang Tuan privately. Their chat history remained devoid of messages. Liang Tuan promptly replied, It is rare for you, Sister Yu Sheng, to contact me. I must make time for you. He further asked, What's the matter? Have you encountered some trouble? Yu Sheng responded, I would like to ask for your assistance. Liang Tuan readily agreed, without even inquiring about the specifics. Unlike Yu Sheng, who had to clock in at her job daily, he enjoyed a more flexible schedule working at his own family business. They arranged to meet at a restaurant they used to frequent, and Yu Sheng declined Liang Tuan's offer to pick her up by car. Upon arriving at the designated location after disembarking from the subway, she found Liang Tuan already waiting for her. As soon as he spotted her, he waved. After she took a seat, he poured her a glass of water. He then suggested, Why not let Buchan buy you a car? It must be quite inconvenient to take the subway every day. Yu Sheng sipped her water and replied, I find it quite convenient. Owning a car also requires a parking space, and since I live in a rented apartment, it would be too much hassle. Moreover, in the capital, driving may not necessarily be faster than taking the subway. Liang Tuan sighed, Why must you be so stubborn? If you only thought about it, you wouldn't even need to ask. Wuchang would readily buy it for you. Yu Sheng smiled. I prefer to rely on my own efforts to make a purchase. Gifts from others always feel somewhat unreliable. With that, She retrieved the diamond bracelet, carefully encased in its box, and placed it before Liang Tuan. He glanced at the box and then back at her, questioning, "What is this?" Yu Sheng gestured for him to open it. As Liang Tuan lifted the lid and beheld the diamonds adorning the bracelet, he inhaled sharply. Despite his extensive experience, he recognized that such diamonds were not easily acquired. The sheer size of the stones fashioned into a bracelet seemed almost wasteful. He looked up at Yu Sheng, who calmly stated, "This was a gift from Jibuchang. No reward without effort. I would appreciate your help in returning it to him." She added, "It's far too valuable to send via courier, so it falls upon you, Brother Liang Tuan, to make the trip." "Wuchang sent this?" Liang Tuan maintained his composure outwardly, but internally he was rendered speechless by shock. He began to grasp Yang Qingshan's fury. It was primarily due to Jibuchang's blatant favoritism. When Yang Qingshan celebrated her birthday, Jibuchang gifted her a Hermes bag. Albeit not inexpensive, it lacked sincerity, and it was reportedly purchased by Song Yang. Given Yang Qingshan's temperament, it was hardly surprising that she was upset. Now, when Yu Sheng casually makes a gesture, it manifests as a diamond bracelet. This undoubtedly involves first enlisting someone to procure the diamond, and upon securing a quality gem, engaging a professional designer to craft it into a bracelet. Each phase requires not only financial investment, but, more importantly, a considerable expenditure of effort. If one does not hold a deep regard, no man would dedicate such substantial energy to a mere bracelet. Indeed, the distinction between love and indifference is strikingly apparent. Liang Tuan sighed inwardly. "Yu Sheng, are you aware of the true value of this bracelet?" Yu Sheng remained silent. Having been exposed to the world, she could certainly make an educated guess. Noticing her demeanor, Liang Tuan could not help but add, "This is not merely something that can be purchased. In truth, Bo Chang has invested considerable thought into you. I believe you can sense it. He loves you deeply. He has done much for you in private, yet has refrained from disclosing it." Yu Sheng, however, was unmoved by his words, her expression remaining cool. "Must I love him simply because he loves me?" She replied with a smile. "I was cast out from the Ji family for 4 years. What was he doing during that time? Late affection is worth less than a mere grass blade. Had you spoken these words 4 years ago, I would have been touched. Now it means nothing." Chapter 60. I have never liked you, Liang Tian sighed, choosing to remain silent. Matters of the heart are often clearer to outsiders, who hold no authority to comment. After all, was it not the same with him and Xiao Shuang back in the day? When the bracelet was presented before Jibuchang, Liang Tian noticed a change in his expression. He anticipated that Jibuchang would inquire about what Yu Sheng had said. After a prolonged silence, Jibuchang said nothing, merely reclaiming the bracelet. It was evident that he appeared somewhat dejected. Liang Tian gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "In a few days, I will celebrate my 30th birthday. You should come to unwind." Before departing, Liang Tian informed Jibuchang. The preparations for Liang Tian's 30th birthday had been meticulously arranged by Madame Liang, to be held at the family's ancestral home. Ever since his marriage, Liang Tian had resided with his parents at the old residence. As he reached this milestone age, he had extended invitations to all those he could. Yu Sheng also received an invitation. Having recently asked Liang Tian for a favor, she felt obliged to show her appreciation. Checking her bank balance on her phone, she wandered through a mall and ultimately purchased a Mont Blanc pen as a gift. Watching her bank account dwindle by nearly 10,000 yuan, Yu Sheng lamented once more that her earnings never seemed sufficient. Despite her thriftiness, expenses had flowed like water since her return. 2 trips to the Ji family, renting accommodations, and gifting had each cost a substantial sum. Coupled with daily living expenses, it felt as though her earnings were woefully inadequate. On the day of Liang Tian's birthday, Yu Sheng deliberately donned the attire and shoes that Madame Liang had previously gifted her, applied makeup, and took a taxi to the Liang family's ancestral home. To her surprise, upon entering, she encountered Xiao Shuang. She was arm in arm with her husband, Lu Hongzhang, holding the hand of their son, Lu Haoyu. Yu Sheng felt somewhat taken aback. First glancing at Xiao Shuang, she sensed no discomfort. Then, observing Lu Hongzhang, his expression was as tranquil as ever, devoid of any hint of resentment. Yu Sheng couldn't help but admire her. It seemed that Sister Xiaoshuang had truly married well, having entirely put her past behind her. Otherwise, she would not attend Liang Tian's birthday celebration so composedly, accompanied by her husband and child. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, Zhao Xiaoshuang smiled and remarked, "I was just betting with my husband on whether you would come." Yu Sheng affectionately patted Lu Haoyu's head. "Who won?" Zhao Xiaoshuang beamed with pride, "Of course. It was me." Lu Hongzhang beside her wore a look of indulgence. "Let us go in." As they entered the Liang residence, they were guided by attendants. With Zhao Xiaoshuang exuding poise, she was no longer the Cinderella of yesteryears. Upon their arrival in the banquet hall, whispers circulated among the guests. But as they glanced at Lu Hongzhang beside her, the murmurs quickly diminished, clearly intimidated by his presence. Madame Liang was attending to her guests when she spotted Zhao Xiaoshuang, her expression briefly faltering. Yet, aware of Zhao Xiaoshuang's status, she refrained from neglecting proper etiquette by failing to greet her. From the moment Zhao Xiaoshuang entered, Liang Tian had been acutely aware of her presence, his body stiffening. Zhao Xiaoshuang approached with a warm greeting. "Congratulations, happy birthday." She laughed without a hint of reservation, which only made Liang Tian feel more uncomfortable. He managed a strained smile, murmuring, "Thank you." Lu Hongzhang was surrounded by others, engaged in pleasantries, leaving only Zhao Xiaoshuang holding her son's hand. Zhao Xiaoshuang gently ruffled Lu Haoyu's hair, urging, "Say hello to uncle." Lu Haoyu, somewhat unwilling, turned his head aside. He was not particularly fond of this uncle. Zhao Xiaoshuang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, flashed a smile at Liang Tian. "I apologize, he is having a bit of a tantrum." Liang Tian felt a pang of melancholy, but forced a smile. Children can be like that. He did not take offense, merely lost in thought as he watched the child. Unbeknownst to him, his wife had approached at some point, smiling as she linked her arm with his. Greeting Zhao Xiaoshuang and Yu Sheng. "Mrs. Lu, it's been a while. You're more beautiful than ever." Her tone, though seemingly casual, was laced with subtle hostility. Zhao Xiaoshuang found the encounter tedious. How could she not perceive Liang Tian's wife's intentions? Yet, she had no interest in a comparison. Having severed ties with Liang Tian, she had completely moved on, deeming it unnecessary to cling to past grievances that could lead to mutual discomfort. Zhao Xiaoshuang offered a faint nod in acknowledgement. "Mrs. Liang." Before taking Lu Haoyu's hand, "We won't disturb you any longer. Do enjoy yourselves." Yu Sheng couldn't help but notice the change in Liang Tian's wife's demeanor, finding it amusing. Subsequently, as if to assert her presence, Liang Tian's wife fussed over his attire, adjusting his clothes and tying his tie. During the cake cutting, she even insisted on feeding him, showcasing their affection ostentatiously. Yu Sheng, seated beside Zhao Xiaoshuang, observed the spectacle with amusement. The indifference displayed by Zhao Xiaoshuang revealed a profound truth. The greatest punishment is not in confrontation, but in apathy, in refusing to respond or engage. Feeling a bit stifled, Yu Sheng seized the opportunity to slip outside for some fresh air. Passing by a secluded courtyard, she noticed the hibiscus blooming splendidly and was about to approach when she overheard raised voices from behind screen. More accurately, it was a one-sided lamentation. The voice was familiar. It sounded like Yang Qingshan. She heard Yang Qingshan lamenting, "Every time I call you, you say you're busy, 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 busy. What exactly keeps you so occupied?" Then came the piercing inquiry. "Tell me, what did you do on Valentine's Day?" "Don't say it was work. I specifically checked. And you weren't even at the office that day." The person who had drawn Yang Qingshan's ire piqued Yu Sheng's curiosity. She had just been wondering why Ji Buchang was absent. Given his ties with Liang Tian, he should have been present. To her surprise, he was indeed there. She soon heard Ji Buchang respond, "My schedule is my own. I have no obligation to report to you." She chuckled softly, rising to leave but hesitated, wary of making noise that might alert the disputants behind the screen, as if she were eavesdropping on purpose. Finding a more discreet spot to conceal herself, she once again caught Yang Qingshan's voice. "Ji Buchang, how can you treat me like this? I like you so much. How could you behave this way? You were never like this before." Only the words of Ji Buchang echoed. "I have never changed from beginning to end." Yu Sheng could not help but chuckle. She recalled his past demeanor towards Yang Qingshan and the gaze he cast upon her. Never changed? It appeared that men could be so fickle. Nevertheless, Ji Buchang remained consistently unyielding. When he did not love you, he was as cold and indifferent as ever. This, Yu Sheng had already experienced 4 years ago. She had not anticipated that one day, such a fate would befall Yang Qingshan. Yang Qingshan seemed unable to accept Ji Buchang's words, trembling with rage. She questioned, "What do you mean?" Ji Buchang replied, "It means exactly what it says. I have never liked you." Yang Qingshan, aflame with anger, pointed at his hand, trembling slightly. You, Ji Buchang, you are too much." Unable to endure any longer, Yang Qingshan turned and fled. Chapter 61. I have never liked anyone else. After Yang Qingshan departed, Yu Sheng was contemplating her exit when she was unexpectedly addressed by Ji Buchang, who called out to her location. "Come out." Yu Sheng was taken aback, realizing she had been discovered. She had not noticed when he became aware of her presence. Despite her carefulness, since her concealment had been futile, she decided to step out from behind screen. "I had no intention of eavesdropping. I merely sought some fresh air." Unaware that you were here, Yu Sheng explained, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Ji Buchang lifted his gaze to meet hers. The two had not seen each other since their unpleasant parting at the theater, and even the return of the diamond bracelet had been handled through Liang Tian, making a face-to-face meeting unnecessary. Ji Buchang's eyes were deep, fixed upon her intently. Yu Sheng felt increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze. "Rest assured, I won't divulge what you just discussed," she asserted, raising her right hand in a gesture of promise. "I swear." Ji Buchang approached her, his gaze unwavering. Instinctively, Yu Sheng recoiled, her eyes reflecting her wariness. "You, Ji Buchang," she stammered. It seemed he did not hear her, continuing to advance. Yu Sheng stepped back several paces, pressing against the screen, feeling trapped with no further retreat. Yet, Ji Buchang drew nearer, so close that Yu Sheng could perceive his breath, laced with the scent of alcohol. He had been drinking, she noted, observing the flush on his face, indicative of his inebriation. "Ji Buchang, you are drunk." Upon hearing his name, Ji Buchang chuckled softly. "What did you call me?" he inquired. Yu Sheng furrowed her brows, her tone carrying a warning. "Yu Buchang." His laughter grew more exuberant. "You heard everything, didn't you?" Yu Sheng pressed her lips together, her eyes wary. "What did I hear?" "I told you. I didn't hear anything." However, Ji Buchang inched closer, his voice imbued with certainty and an intimacy that bordered on audacity. You heard all. Since you did, there's no need for me to repeat it." A chill ran down Yu Sheng's spine, a foreboding sensation rising within her. "Ji Buchang, what do you intend to do?" With a tipsy smile, Ji Buchang replied, "What do you think I want to do?" Yu Sheng extended a hand, attempting to create distance between them, but he seized her wrist firmly. She struggled against his grip. "Ji Buchang, you are intoxicated." His breath grew closer, his presence enveloping her, revealing the fervor in his gaze. His lips brushed against her cheek, his breath warm against one side of her face and whispering in her ear. Never had she experienced such proximity to a man, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Ji Buchang murmured softly, Sheng, I think of you every single day." Startled, Yu Sheng pushed him away, colliding with a large screen behind her, nearly losing her balance. Ji Buchang often sought to assist her, only to be brusquely pushed aside by her as she fled in a panic. Upon reaching the corner, she collided with Li Sheng, who had come looking for someone. Li Sheng had never witnessed such a disheveled Yu Sheng and was taken aback. "What has happened to you, Sister Yu Sheng?" he inquired, concerned. However, Yu Sheng was in a state of disarray, too preoccupied to engage in pleasantries, merely muttering an apology before hastily departing. Li Sheng's curiosity intensified. What could have transpired? Turning around, he spotted Ji Buchang, whose face bore an unusually flushed hue, clearly indicating he had been drinking. "What did you do to upset Sister Yu Sheng?" Darting away like a rabbit without so much as a greeting, Ji Buchang withdrew his gaze from the direction Yu Sheng had just vanished, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a drag. At that moment, his demeanor had regained clarity, shedding any semblance of the drunken stupor he had exhibited earlier. The day after Liang Tian's birthday banquet, Ji Buchang was summoned home by Madame Ji, whose tone was uncompromising. No matter how busy you are, you must return today. Ji Buchang had anticipated this and was not particularly surprised. Upon driving back to the Ji residence, he entered the living room to find Yang Qingshan and Madame Yang seated on the sofa alongside Yu Sheng. Upon seeing him, Yu Sheng's expression remained indifferent. She cast a fleeting glance before lowering her head to sip from her cup. In contrast, Yang Qingshan shot Ji Buchang a fierce glare. Noticing this, Madame Yang nudged her gently and then smiled at Ji Buchang. Buchang, you're back. Meanwhile, Madame Ji, upon spotting Ji Buchang, was filled with ire. I ask you, did you not make Qingshan cry at Liang Tian's birthday banquet yesterday? Ji Buchang met the gazes of Madame Yang and Yang Qingshan with a detached calmness that made Madame Yang somewhat uncomfortable. Madame Ji's tone grew stern. Qingshan is a young lady. You two grew up together. Why could you not resolve your differences amicably without reducing her to tears? Madame Yang, realizing her purpose was not to incite further reprimand, quickly interjected with a smile. Oh, do not scold Buchang. It is partly my fault for spoiling Qingshan since childhood, indulging her to the point she is unaware of her limitations. Young people often bicker, yet such disputes can strengthen relationships. As she spoke, she nudged Yang Qingshan. You should apologize to your brother Buchang. Reluctantly, Yang Qingshan stood, and with a warning glance from her mother, she finally addressed Ji Buchang. Brother Buchang, I was in the wrong yesterday. I should not have spoken to you that way. I was just a bit upset upon hearing you did not go to the office on Valentine's Day, which made me anxious. I promise I will not be so willful in the future. After speaking, she looked at Ji Buchang expectantly. Normally, he would have offered some reassuring words in response. But the room fell into an anticipatory silence, with Ji Buchang remaining reticent, not even sparing a glance at Yang Qingshan as he calmly poured himself a cup of tea. Madame Yang's expression was somewhat displeasing, yet she managed to maintain a semblance of a smile. Yang Qingshan, lacking her composure, displayed a myriad of emotions across her face. Madame Yang grasped her hand and remarked, Ah, Buchang truly exemplifies a person of great ambition, growing ever more composed. Seeing her son in such a state, Madame Ji felt a tad awkward. Over the years, he had become increasingly reticent, often returning home for a meal with hardly a word exchanged. This was a subtle invitation to ease the tension. How could Madame Yang fail to perceive this? Turning to her, she smiled and said, Those destined for greatness ought to behave in such a manner. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the previously silent Yu Sheng. It had been several years since they last met, and she had become increasingly enchanting. Do you have a partner yet? Chapter 62. What kind of man do you prefer? Yu Sheng was taken aback by how swiftly the conversation shifted to her. She raised her head, feeling the collective gaze of everyone, including Ji Buchang, upon her. After a brief pause, she replied, I just broke up. Yang Qingshan, seated beside her, expressed surprise. You broke up? Is it with that man from last time? What prompted the split? Yu Sheng managed an awkward smile, pondering how to respond, when Mrs. Yang interjected, My dear, must you speak so candidly? Following that, Mrs. Yang turned to Yu Sheng with a smile. What kind of man do you fancy? I know quite a few outstanding young men. Allow me to introduce you to them. Mrs. Ji was quite pleased with this proposition, remarking, That sounds splendid. Yu Sheng is already 25. It's high time she considered marriage seriously. Instinctively, Yu Sheng felt inclined to decline. However, upon sensing Ji Buchang's gaze and recalling his word from the previous day, she nodded and said with a smile, Thank you, Auntie. I have no particular preferences. As long as we get along well, that's sufficient. Mrs. Yang chuckled at this. Oh dear, one cannot be so nonchalant. Choosing a partner for marriage is a significant matter for a woman. It requires careful selection. She continued, Let me thoroughly inquire and find someone who meets all your criteria. With your beauty, Yu Sheng, you cannot settle for an ordinary fellow. Yu Sheng expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Annie. Mrs. Yang replied, No need to be so polite with me. Reflecting on the past, she couldn't help but lament to Mrs. G, in the blink of an eye. Yu Sheng has grown so much. I still remember her when she first came to your home, with her hair in braids and her large, innocent eyes. I envied you for having such an adorable and well-behaved daughter, unlike Qingshan, who is so mischievous and headstrong. Upon hearing her mother's remarks, Yang Qingshan felt a twinge of displeasure. Mom, Mrs. Yang shot her a glare. What? Have I wronged you? Look at you. Always out playing or throwing tantrums and making Buchang upset. If only you possessed a fraction of Yu Sheng's obedience, I wouldn't have to worry about you constantly. Although Mrs. Yang seemingly criticized her daughter, the affection in her words was unmistakable. It was merely her way of defending Qingshan from any disparagement. As expected, Mrs. Ji chimed in. Qingshan has her own merits. She is vivacious and dutiful. A little capriciousness is not a flaw in a girl. Hearing Mrs. Ji's praise made Yang Qingshan beam with joy. She approached and linked her arm with Mrs. Ji's, affectionately resting her head on her shoulder. Annie Ji cares for me, unlike my mother, who only knows how to scold me. Mrs. Ji patted Qingshan's hand. Your mother only wishes the best for you. Yang Qingshan playfully replied, I know. I'm not one of those ungrateful people. Mrs. Yang was quite pleased with the interaction between her daughter and Mrs. Ji. While she scolded her daughter for her lack of decorum, her eyes sparkled with delight. In families like theirs, maintaining a good relationship with one's mother-in-law is of utmost importance, and she fervently wished for Ji Buchang to become her son-in-law. The two families were of comparable standing, well acquainted with one another. Moreover, Ji Buchang was undeniably the most exceptional among his generation. No one could be more suitable than he. She believed that Mrs. Ji harbored similar sentiments. However, her gaze shifted towards Ji Buchang, who had remained silent since entering. Yesterday, her daughter had returned home in tears, and she had inquired about the reasons in detail. Listening to her daughter weep and lament, her heart sank progressively. She had witnessed Ji Buchang's previous attentiveness towards her daughter. Although his words had been few, he would always attend her birthday celebrations or gatherings, presenting gifts with genuine care. Regardless of the circumstances, his consideration for her daughter had been palpable. Yet, in recent years, that attentiveness had entirely dissipated, replaced by an undercurrent of impatience. Initially, she had attributed this to her daughter's capriciousness and penchant for amusement, which she believed displeased Ji Buchang. However, witnessing his demeanor today further deepened her despondency. Ji Buchang seemed utterly indifferent towards her daughter, exhibiting a complete lack of interest, bordering on disdain. Coupled with her daughter's revelation that he had declined to celebrate Valentine's Day with her under the pretext of being busy, while in reality, he was not even at the office, her anxiety intensified. Ostensibly, she had come to the Ji residence to mediate between the two, encouraging her daughter to apologize. Yet her true intention was to gauge Ji Buchang's feelings. It was evident now that he held no affection for Yang Qingshan. Since entering, his gaze had not once lingered on her daughter. Rather, it frequently shifted to Yu Sheng, seated across from him. Yu Sheng? She recalled the circumstances surrounding Yu Sheng's relocation to the East City 4 years prior, and a sense of alarm surged within her. Could it be that Ji Buchang had feelings for Yu Sheng? She raised her head, taking advantage of a moment while sipping tea, her eyes darting between the two. Although Ji Buchang appeared casual, his attention remained fixated on Yu Sheng. Conversely, Yu Sheng sat silently on the sofa, seemingly detached, never casting a glance at Ji Buchang. Her heart settled a little. It seemed Yu Sheng had long since severed her ties after being away for 4 years. If Yu Sheng had no interest here, then Ji Buchang was indeed her daughter's. Given that Yu Sheng had just mentioned a breakup, Mrs. Yang resolved to find an excellent suitor for Yu Sheng, completely extinguishing any lingering feelings. With this thought, Mrs. Yang's demeanor towards Yu Sheng softened, shedding the previous indifference. She smiled at Yu Sheng, inquiring about her workplace and her usual busyness. Yu Sheng was taken aback by Mrs. Yang's sudden warmth, but responded politely. Oh, the more I see Yu Sheng, the more I like her. You are indeed fortunate, she remarked, glancing at Mrs. Ji, her words dripping with envy. Subsequently, she praised. A 4-year experience abroad makes all the difference. Mrs. Ji's expression faltered momentarily before she regained her composure. Since Mrs. Yang and Yang Qingshan had made the effort to visit, Mrs. Ji naturally insisted they stay for a meal. She specifically instructed Aunt Zhao to prepare some dishes that Yang Qingshan favored, while Mrs. Yang graciously declined. She was secretly delighted. This illustrates Mrs. Ji's esteem for Yang Qingshan. As long as Mrs. Ji is content, the likelihood of the two families uniting through marriage is significantly heightened. Even if Ji Buchang is reluctant, he must still respect Mrs. Ji's wishes. Liang Qian stands as a testament to this. While Mrs. Ji has calculated her strategy well, she has overlooked a critical aspect. Ji Buchang is not akin to Liang Qian. Liang Qian's compliance stems from his reliance on his family's protection and the necessity to heed his parents' opinions. In contrast, Ji Buchang has ascended to his current stature through his own merits, becoming the new generation chairman of Jingrong Group, where his voice carries immense weight. He possesses absolute authority over his matrimonial affairs. No one can sway him unless he permits it. Chapter 63. The Unexpected Kiss. Once Yang Qingshan and Madame Yang departed, Yu Sheng informed Madame Ji of her intention to leave as well. She had felt rather bewildered about being summoned back today. Witnessing the interaction between Madame Yang and Madame Ji solidified her resolve to distance herself from Ji Buchang. Madame Ji smiled and said, "It's rare for you to return. Why not accompany Annie for a cup of tea before you depart? There's no need to rush." Yu Sheng paused for a moment, appreciating Madame Ji's unusual warmth, and agreed. Madame Ji inquired, "How was the birthday party for Liang Qian yesterday?" A fleeting moment of embarrassment washed over Yu Sheng as she recalled Ji Buchang's words from the previous day. She forced a smile and replied, "It was quite enjoyable. Brother Liang and his wife were very welcoming." Upon hearing her response, Madame Ji glanced at Ji Buchang, who was seated nearby, and let out a sudden sigh. "You know, Buchang is of the same age as your brother Liang, and he is already married, while Buchang has yet to make any moves." Upon hearing his mother mention him, Ji Buchang turned his gaze towards Yu Sheng, their eyes meeting briefly before she averted hers. Having lived in the Ji household for 8 years, Yu Sheng was well acquainted with Madame Ji's temperament. She would not express such sentiments without reason. As expected, Madame Ji soon asked, "What do you think of Qingshan and your brother?" Yu Sheng thought to herself that it was indeed predictable. She could sense Ji Buchang's gaze upon her without needing to look up. She smiled and replied, "They seem quite compatible. My brother has always favored Sister Qingshan and knows her well." Satisfied with her answer, Madame Ji felt a weight lift from her heart and responded with a smile. "Indeed. Though Qingshan can be a bit headstrong, she is not ill-natured." Yu Sheng chuckled softly and took a sip of her tea. Ji Buchang, who had been silent until now, stood up and declared, "I have matters to attend to at the company. I must leave." Madame Ji, unable to contain her disappointment, remarked, "Why are you so busy? You can't even spare a moment to sit at home." Despite her words, she rose from her seat. With Ji Buchang's departure, Yu Sheng felt awkward remaining any longer and decided to take her leave as well. This time, Madame Ji, devoid of her usual reservations, suggested, "Let your brother drive you home." Yu Sheng hesitated, feeling a reluctance to accept the offer as she contemplated how to decline. Just then, Ji Buchang said, "Let us go." With that, there was little left to discuss, and they exited together. On the journey back, Yu Sheng kept her gaze fixed outside the window, deliberately maintaining her distance from Ji Buchang. Previously, they had managed to uphold a semblance of civility and communication, but since Valentine's Day, a series of events had brought her to a point of complete avoidance. Upon arriving at the entrance of her residential complex, she eagerly sought to exit the vehicle, only to discover that the doors were still locked. Turning to him, she found Ji Buchang smiling. "Finally willing to look at me?" he teased. Yu Sheng furrowed her brow. "Ji Buchang, what exactly do you want?" He did not respond to her question, instead asking, "Do you truly wish for me to be with Yang Qingshan?" Yu Sheng was taken aback. "Brother, you jest. Your feelings for Sister Qingshan are well known. Everyone is aware of the lengths you went to for her. There is no need to question me about it." Ji Buchang paused momentarily. "I do not harbor any affection for her. I have never liked her." Yu Sheng chuckled lightly. "Whether you like her or not is a matter between you two. There's no need to discuss it with me. We are merely siblings, and such conversations are rather inappropriate." Ji Buchang raised an eyebrow. "Siblings?" He suddenly leaned closer, enveloping her in his arms, and before Yu Sheng could comprehend the situation, he pressed his lips against hers. Yu Sheng was taken aback, her mind momentarily blank, feeling his lips gently tracing hers, and then his tongue attempting to invade. A shudder coursed through her, and she pushed against him with all her might, but to no avail. Instead, Ji Buchang tightened his embrace, their bodies interlocking so closely that she could even sense the firmness of his muscles. Frustrated and anxious, Yu Sheng seized the opportunity when he was distracted and bit him. She exerted considerable force, not bothering to hold back, and Ji Buchang winced at the sudden pain, soon tasting the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. The corner of his lip was torn by her bite. Yet, he remained unfazed, only releasing her when Yu Sheng felt her brain teetering on the brink of suffocation. Desperate for air, he chuckled softly, his hand leisurely caressing her face. Have you ever encountered a brother who treats his sister in such a manner? Yu Sheng, incensed, raised her hand to strike him, but he did not flinch. The slap resounded sharply against his cheek. Taken aback by his willingness to endure her strike, she momentarily lost her composure. Ji Buchang, observing her reaction, inquired, "Does that relieve your frustration?" Gazing into his eyes, which still held a glimmer of amusement, Yu Sheng felt a peculiar sensation within her. He was nothing short of deranged. Increasingly convinced of Ji Buchang's abnormality, she yearned to escape, to distance herself from him. With renewed vigor, she shoved him away. This time, Ji Buchang relented, loosening his grip. The car door unlocked, and she flung it open, departing without a glance back. Ji Buchang watched her retreating figure with a wry smile, realizing that the consequences of his actions were his to bear. Upon returning to her residence, Yu Sheng collapsed onto the sofa, her mind swirling in confusion. She found it incomprehensible to grasp Ji Buchang's recent demeanor, as if he were possessed by some unclean spirit, steeped in enigma. Did he harbor feelings for her? The thought was unfathomable, and she dare not believe it. In the past, despite her profound affection for him, he remained indifferent, even when she had secretly kissed him while he was inebriated, only to be discovered by Madame Ji. He had shown no concern. Time had passed, 4 years without contact, making it utterly implausible for him to suddenly develop feelings. Yu Sheng resolutely clung to her convictions. Yet, what was the purpose behind his actions? She meticulously recalled Ji Buchang's various behaviors since her return. Aside from Yang Qingshan, it seemed he had no romantic entanglements. Conversations overheard between Li Sheng and Liang Tian indicated that he led a life devoid of personal pursuits, consumed solely by work. Reflecting on the last time she had awoken in his home, she noted the conspicuous absence of any female presence. Yu Sheng furrowed her brow. A 30-year-old man, in the prime of his vitality, living such an ascetic life was indeed illogical. Could it be that the absence of women to alleviate desires is the root of the problem? Otherwise, it is utterly inexplicable. Yu Sheng spent the entire night unable to sleep, tossing and turning in contemplation. After much reflection, it seemed that this reasoning was the most plausible. Just as Yu Sheng was about to call her, Xiao Yinyan rang her up. "What have you been up to lately? I haven't received a single call from you," Xiao Yinyan remarked. After a moment's thought, Yu Sheng suggested, "Why not come over for hot pot?" Xiao Yinyan, having not seen her for quite some time, readily agreed. "You say moving out is inconvenient, but it was far better when we lived together," Xiao Yinyan complained. Nevertheless, she swiftly drove over to Yu Sheng's residence. Chapter 64. The authority is bewildered. The bystander sees clearly as soon as Xiao Yinyan sat down at the table. She curiously inquired, without even touching her chopsticks, "What happened after Li Sheng and I left early last time?" Yu Sheng, gazing at the bubbling pot, dropped a piece of beef into it. "What else could have happened?" she replied with a smile. Xiao Yinyan rolled her eyes at her. "Come on, you must know." Ji Buchang looked just like a husband who caught his wife cheating behind his back that day. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng set down her chopsticks. Xiao Yinyan paused. "What's wrong? Is there something else?" After a moment of hesitation, Yu Sheng decided to share Ji Buchang's unusual behavior with her. Xiao Yinyan couldn't help but gasp. "Goodness, sister, you truly have nerves of steel. Ji Buchang forcibly kissed you, and you still manage to calmly enjoy hot pot." Yu Sheng chuckled lightly. "What else could I do?" Xiao Yinyan replied. "If I were treated like that by Ji Buchang, I'd probably lose sleep for 3 days and nights." Yu Sheng pondered for a moment. "I actually don't quite understand." Xiao Yinyan shot back. "What is there not to understand? Why would he act that way?" After careful consideration, Yu Sheng remarked, "Ever since I returned, his demeanor has been quite peculiar. When he was with Su Xiangxian, I never thought of it in that way. But recently, Everything seems off. Xiao Yinyan comprehended Yu Sheng's sentiments well, particularly since Ji Buchang's behavior was so conspicuous that even she, an outsider, could perceive it. Xiao Yinyan asked, "So what do you think?" Yu Sheng furrowed her brow. "I believe he doesn't genuinely like me. Rather, he simply seeks someone to satisfy his desires due to the absence of anyone else." Xiao Yinyan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you truly think that?" Yu Sheng nodded. "I can't think of any other reason." Xiao Yinyan sighed, overwhelmed by helplessness. "Do you not realize that a man like Ji Buchang, with status, wealth, and power, can have any woman he desires? Just look at Yang Qingshan. If he were to ask, she would eagerly come to his door and undress." Yu Sheng found it strange how Xiao Yinyan's attitude had shifted so dramatically. "Why are you suddenly defending Ji Buchang? Weren't you the one who despised him the most?" Xiao Yinyan sighed. "Sister, it's not that I'm defending him. It's just that after interacting with him recently, I've come to realize he may not be as terrible as you think." "What do you mean?" Xiao Yinyan responded. "I sense that he might genuinely have feelings for you." Yu Sheng shook her head firmly. "That's impossible. He wouldn't like me." Xiao Yinyan lamented internally. "Truly a case of once bitten, twice shy. Have you considered why he would invest so much thought into you if he didn't like you? Remember that diamond bracelet he gifted you on Valentine's Day? It's not something one can casually purchase. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. You have had little interaction with men and may not fully understand them. A man will only invest time and money in a woman he truly cherishes. And wealthy men are even more so inclined to show their affection through such gestures. Such a vast diamond, and yet you seek so many others. Do you believe it is as simple as it appears? One must also engage a professional designer for the creation. Consider the time and effort involved. It requires at least 3 months, perhaps 6, or even longer. This endeavor is certainly not akin to an impulsive purchase made at a shopping mall. Moreover, there is a significant point to ponder at this moment. Xiao Yinyan hesitated. Yu Sheng turned to her, inquiring, "What? You were with Su Xiangqian just a few months ago." This implies that he was fully aware of your relationship with Su Xiangqian, yet still arranged for such a bracelet to be crafted. Do you truly believe his feelings for you are merely a fleeting desire? A man's affections lie where his thoughts dwell. Additionally, there is something I have yet to disclose. Noticing Yu Sheng's silence, Xiao Yinyan continued. On that night at the bar, you were inebriated. As we were leaving, I encountered Ji Buchang at the entrance. Yu Sheng was taken aback. Didn't you escort me home that night? Xiao Yinyan shot her a glance. Sister, we are nearly of the same weight. Do you think someone who weighs less than 100 pounds can carry you home? Yu Sheng found herself at a loss for words, muttering a defense. You could have supported me. Xiao Yinyan chuckled softly. Are you not aware of your own tolerance? You were so intoxicated that you could hardly walk. How could I possibly assist you? She then added, All right, let us not dwell on that. I will continue. Ji Buchang must have been waiting for you at the bar's entrance. When we departed, I posed a question to him. Xiao Yinyan regarded Yu Sheng earnestly. A sense of unease stirred within Yu Sheng. What question? I inquired if he had contemplated the future. Given your respective positions, although not siblings by blood, you have lived under the same roof for 8 years. If not handled properly, there would inevitably be whispers, scandals. 4 years ago, Mrs. Ji sent you to Dongcheng, likely with this consideration in mind. Yu Sheng did not dispute this. To sacrifice you for the sake of reputation, while ruthless, is perhaps their best choice. My inquiry to Ji Buchang regarding the future was to discern how he would navigate this situation. It could be a matter of great significance, contingent upon his ability to protect you. Xiao Yinyan's words struck home, and Yu Sheng understood all too well. Do you know how Ji Buchang responded? Yu Sheng asked. What did he say? He stated that 4 years ago was a different time, and now is the present. His affections and decisions are his own, free from external interference. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng was momentarily stunned, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over her, her eyes becoming misty. Xiao Yinyan observed her with a sigh. Sister, the events of 4 years ago may not be as straightforward as you perceive. Perhaps he once held affections for you, yet was bound by circumstances he could not disclose. Yu Sheng felt a sense of melancholy, yet when recalling his attitude towards Yang Qingshan at that time, it was evident that he had promised to attend his graduation ceremony only to turn around and seek out Yang Qingshan instead. Moreover, prior to his departure to the East City, he had answered without hesitation that he did not harbor any affection. Throughout the 4 years in the East City, he had shown a complete lack of concern. How could he possibly have feelings for her? She chuckled softly, shaking her head. No. What reason could he have? He simply does not like me. Xiao Yanyan, with a sense of helplessness, recognized the clarity of an outsider's perspective compared to the confusion of those involved. It seemed that the emotional knot from 4 years ago was not so easily untangled. Regardless of the reasons that led to Yu Sheng's departure, the consequences were his to bear alone. Chapter 65, introducing a boyfriend. Yu Sheng initially believed that Mrs. Yang's introduction of a potential partner was merely a formality. However, to her surprise, just a few days later, Mrs. Yang called her and invited her out for dinner. The chosen venue was a Western restaurant. Upon arrival, Yu Sheng noticed a stranger seated beside Mrs. Yang. The man was dressed in a fashionable and trendy manner, sporting a neat buzz cut and clad in contemporary hip-hop attire, exuding an aura of vitality. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, his eyes sparkled with delight as he extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Yang Xin. You must be Yu Sheng. I did not expect you to be so beautiful." His sunny smile revealed a pair of twinkling eyes and charming dimples adorning his cheeks. Yu Sheng was quite taken with him and shook his hand in return, replying, "Hello, I am Yu Sheng." Mrs. Yang, witnessing their interaction, chuckled and remarked, "Yu Sheng, do not mind him. My nephew has always been outgoing and easily makes friends." She then turned to Yang Xin, saying, "This is Yu Sheng, who grew up at your Aunt Ji's place. You two met when you were children. Do you recall?" Yang Xin smiled at Yu Sheng and said, "So you are the Yu Sheng from Aunt Ji's house. I remember meeting you when you first arrived. I accompanied my mother to visit the Li family. It has been so many years. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would not have recognized you. How stunning you are." Mrs. Yang shot him a disapproving glance, saying, "You really have no filter, do you? After all these years abroad, you seem to have forgotten your manners." "Yu Sheng, please excuse him. That is just his nature." Yu Sheng replied, "I do not mind." Yang Xin laughed and said, "Your name is quite melodious, Yu Sheng. Which Sheng is it?" Yu Sheng responded, "It is the Sheng in Xingji." Yang Xin raised an eyebrow. "The musical instrument?" Yu Sheng nodded, "Yes." Yang Xin grinned broadly. "What a coincidence. I am involved in music, and your name contains a musical instrument. Truly a fateful connection." Yu Sheng was somewhat taken aback, not expecting him to be a musician. Yang Xin inquired, surprised. Yu Sheng glanced at his attire again. "Your style is very hip-hop." Yang Xin looked down at his clothes. "This is the typical attire for musicians. I formed a band with some friends. We used to perform abroad and have only recently returned to the country." Yu Sheng, intrigued, asked, "What genre of music do you play?" Yang Xin replied with a grin, "Take a guess." After conversing for a while, Yu Sheng formed a general impression of him. His lively thoughts and hip-hop style indicated he was certainly not a conventional singer. "Hip-hop? Rock?" Yang Xin snapped his fingers. "I did not expect your powers of observation to be so astute. You are correct. I play rock." Mrs. Yang, overhearing this, wore a pained expression, saying, "Please do not bring up your band." Turning to Yu Sheng, she added, "You have no idea. He frequently has to rehearse with his band, and while abroad, the neighbors often complained about the noise." Yang Xin, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his aunt's teasing, protested. "Aunt." Mrs. Yang continued to expose him. "Can you honestly say you haven't caused any disturbances? You are unaware, Yu Sheng, that they rehearse daily, often at night, to the extent that even the bird raised by his father could no longer endure it and flew away." Yang Xin could not maintain his composure, stating that the bird was not scared away, but had attempted to fly off several times before. Mrs. Yang remarked that it was their incessant clamor that was too much to bear. Yang Xin chose not to engage in a debate with Mrs. Yang and turned to Yu Sheng. "What kind of music do you enjoy?" Yu Sheng pondered for a moment, realizing that she did not possess a particular affinity for any music genre. Typically, she listened to songs merely to pass the time while commuting and did not pursue concerts of any artists, rendering her unable to specify a favorite. After some thought, she replied, "I don't have a specific preference. I usually just listen casually." Yang Xin assumed her modesty was the cause and smiled. "No worries. Music is meant to be enjoyed in abundance. I'll take you to a concert sometime." Since I returned, I've discovered that the music scene in our country is thriving, with many incredible live performances. Yang Xian was quite talkative and outgoing, passionately discussing his field of expertise. Yu Sheng could sense his genuine love for music, one not driven merely by the need to make a living. Over the course of their meal, she was enlightened by the wealth of knowledge he shared about rock music. After dining, Mrs. Yang asked Yang Xian to escort Yu Sheng home, to which he gladly obliged. Yu Sheng initially intended to decline, but Mrs. Yang insisted, emphasizing that young men should take the initiative, leaving her without further argument. Yu Sheng assumed he had driven there, only to discover he arrived on a motorcycle, an obviously modified one at that. By this time, Yang Xian had donned his helmet. The powerful engine roared as he approached Yu Sheng, performing a stylish tail whip. He removed his helmet, patted the back seat, and cheerfully urged, "Hop on." Mrs. Yang, both amused and exasperated, reprimanded, "Why are you riding that motorcycle again? Drive slowly. Yu Sheng is a girl." Cautiously, Yu Sheng mounted the motorcycle's rear seat, feeling somewhat unstable as she had never experienced this before. Yang Xian noticed her hesitation and reassured her, "Don't worry, my riding skills are excellent." Once he confirmed she was secure, he revved the engine, and the motorcycle roared to life once more. Yang Xian waved goodbye to Mrs. Yang. "Annie, we're off." "Mrs. Yang repeatedly cautioned, "Be careful on the road." "Rest assured, Annie, we will arrive safely," he promised. In the blink of an eye, the motorcycle sped forward, racing to the intersection. Yu Sheng was startled by his sudden acceleration and contemplated grasping his clothing, yet felt it inappropriate. Yang Xian, however, took hold of her arm and placed it around his waist, turning his head to say, "Hold on to my waist. It will be faster this way." Instinctively, she hesitated, but the motorcycle's speed was overwhelming, and it felt unsafe to refrain from holding on. Ultimately, she reached out and embraced his waist. The wind whipped past her ears as the trees blurred by, and Yu Sheng unexpectedly felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, an indescribable sensation. Following this, Yang Xian frequently invited her to join him in various outings. Most of the time, Yu Sheng declined due to work commitments. However, he did venture out a few times, accompanying him to a bar to witness his performance. Yu Sheng had never seen him perform before, and as he stood on stage clad in his performance attire, his voice resonated with an ethereal quality, pure and untainted. Yu Sheng was somewhat astonished. His singing voice was utterly distinct from his everyday speech. Below, a chorus of enthusiastic female voices erupted in cheers. He seemed remarkably accustomed to it all, poised and composed. He even took a moment to greet Yu Sheng, who was seated in the corner. He appeared to be a person born for the stage. Chapter 66. A public confession as Yang Xian sang midway through the performance. An uproar erupted in the bar, the shrieks of the audience threatening to lift the roof. The female patrons, in particular, rose to their feet, their cries piercing the air. A girl seated across from Yu Sheng also stood, her excitement escalating into an even louder scream. Yu Sheng sensed a shift in the atmosphere as a throng of people encircled her. When she looked up, she found Yang Xian standing before her, having seemingly materialized from the crowd. Amid the surging waves of applause, he extended his hand towards her. Bewildered, Yu Sheng hesitated, but Yang Xian took a step closer, gesturing for her to take his hand. She complied, extending her palm. The cacophony intensified as Yang Xian grasped her hand firmly, leading her toward the stage. The moment they stepped onto the platform, the bar erupted in a crescendo of excitement. Yu Sheng, for the first time, found herself under the scrutiny of so many eyes, the stage lights blinding her. As the song came to a close, the bar gradually fell silent. Yang Xian then lifted the microphone, addressing the audience. "This next song is dedicated to my muse, the most beautiful girl beside me, Yu Sheng. May she always be happy and joyful." He announced, "Here is my original composition, Light." The accompaniment resumed, breaking the brief stillness, and as Yang Xian began to sing again, another wave of screams filled the air. Yu Sheng's hand was held tightly in his, almost painfully so. Meanwhile, in a booth on the right, Ji Wuchang's face darkened considerably. Beside him, Li Sheng and Liang Tian exchanged glances as they observed Yu Sheng being led by Yang Xian on stage. Li Sheng's expression was particularly one of shock. He had never anticipated that, after finally coaxing Ji Buchang out for a drink, he would witness Yu Sheng holding hands with another man, and so ostentatiously at that. Ji Buchang's expression was one of barely concealed fury, and Li Sheng felt a swarm of expletives surge through his mind. Who is this? When did Yu Sheng become his muse? Hadn't she just ended a relationship? Liang Tian scrutinized Yang Xian on stage, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed. Yang Xian? He frowned. Li Sheng, intrigued, asked Yang Xian. Is he not that cousin of Yang Qingshan? I thought he was abroad. When did he come back? Liang Tian glanced at Ji Buchang, chuckling. He has been back for a while. Yang's mother took him to a social gathering once. You missed it, so you didn't meet him. Buchang should remember. Ji Buchang remained silent, but his gaze was fixed on the stage. Li Sheng followed suit, casting a surprised look at Yang Xian. I only recall him as a sobbing child. He has transformed so much. When did he become a singer? Liang Tian shrugged. I haven't seen him often. Weren't they supposed to have immigrated? Perhaps he has returned to pursue a career here? Who knows? It's been years since I last saw him. Li Sheng quickly inquired. By the way, how did he come to know Yu Sheng's sister? They shouldn't have any intersections, and calling her such affectionate names, like Muse, is rather nauseating. Liang Tian glanced at Ji Buchang and took a sip of his drink. At that moment, Ji Buchang rose and headed towards the stage. Noticing his departure, Li Sheng asked, Hey Buchang, where are you going? Liang Tian restrained Li Sheng, lifting his chin towards the stage. Can't you see? Li Sheng, feeling a twinge of concern, remarked. I hope they don't end up fighting. Liang Tian replied, nonchalantly, what do you think? Still uneasy. Li Sheng looked at Liang Tian and questioned, Aren't you worried? What good is worrying? What is meant to happen will always come to pass. Let's go see. If a fight breaks out, we can lend a hand. With that, he pulled Liang Tian along to catch up with Ji Buchang. In the brief moment that followed, Yang Xian had finished singing on stage. Yu Sheng, holding his hand, stood there, feeling utterly tormented. Now that the performance was over, she was eager to descend. Yang Xian released her hand, and they walked down together. Upon looking up, they spotted Ji Buchang standing below the stage. Yang Xian had seen Ji Buchang not long ago, and encountering him in the bar brought him great joy. Among their generation, Ji Buchang was the most accomplished, and having heard numerous stories about him, Yang Xian held him in high regard. He approached quickly. Long time no see, Buchang. You came to play too? How come I didn't see you earlier? Yu Sheng's heart raced upon hearing him call Ji Buchang's name and lifting her gaze. She noticed Ji Buchang's face darkening. Behind him stood Li Sheng and Liang Tian, who had just arrived. Yang Xian, having recently returned to the country, had little interaction with Ji Buchang, and thus failed to detect his displeasure, assuming he was simply serious. He laughed as he reached out to pat Ji Buchang on the shoulder. Don't be so stern. We're here to have fun, after all. Turning to Yu Sheng, he added, right, Yu Sheng? Li Sheng, overhearing Yang Xian's words, recoiled slightly, sensing that Yang Xian was treading on dangerous ground. He had unwittingly stepped on a landmine. As if struck by a sudden thought, Yang Xian tapped his head and chuckled. Almost forgot, Yu Sheng and you are siblings. From now on, we're all family. Upon hearing the term family, Ji Buchang appeared to be further provoked. What had initially been a darkened expression now teetered on the edge of rage. The atmosphere suddenly turned icy, silence enveloping the group. Even Yang Xian recognized that something was amiss. He surveyed the room, uncertain if he had misspoken. What is going on? Why is everyone so serious? Ji Buchang turned to Yu Sheng and stated, just now our parents called, mentioning they have something to discuss and want Sheng to return home. Let us go, Sheng. The mention of parents calling was a transparent excuse. Anyone with discernment could see that. If it were truly important, they wouldn't have called at such a time. However, Ji Buchang has begun to speak, and whether or not everyone believes it, they must accept it. Yang Xian still wished to share a few drinks with Ji Buchang, saying, what is the rush? Let us have a drink before you leave. No one paid him any heed. Yu Sheng, having caused quite a stir on stage moments ago, now desired to return. I'm heading back. Yu Sheng turned to Yang Xian and said. Yang Xian felt a twinge of disappointment, You're leaving so soon after arriving? How about I escort you home? It's quite late. Beside them, Ji Buchang interjected, no need, she can ride in my car. Yang Xian's gaze flitted back and forth between Ji Buchang and Yu Sheng, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate what felt wrong. Very well, then. Yu Sheng, I'll invite you out again next time. I'll take you to a music festival. Yu Sheng politely replied, let us discuss it next time. Ji Buchang said, let us go, never once casting a glance at Yang Xian. With that, Yu Sheng and Ji Buchang departed, leaving Li Sheng, Liang Tian, and Yang Xian behind. Li Sheng glanced at Yang Xian and teased, brother, you're quite bold. Chapter 67. Sheng, do not speak in anger. Ji Buchang, having indulged in libations, was unfit to drive and summoned a chauffeur. As they exited the bar, the driver had yet to arrive. Ji Buchang's countenance remained dark as he glanced at the side of Yu Sheng. Is this the young talent that Madame Yang introduced to you? Yu Sheng met his gaze and replied coolly, indeed. When was he introduced to you? How long has it been? About half a month. Upon hearing that their acquaintance had spanned merely half a month, Ji Buchang's expression darkened further. The memory of their hands entwined on stage ignited the pent-up frustration within him, which he could no longer contain. You've known him for only half a month, and you dare to visit a bar with him? Have you no sense of safety? Yu Sheng found his outburst bewildering. Ji Buchang, I am 25 years old, an adult. What is wrong with visiting a bar? Even if I'd known him for just half a day, why should I fear? She scrutinized him anew. On the contrary, why are you so agitated? What is your relationship with me? Ji Buchang, stung by her retort, felt his temper flare. Sheng, I am concerned for your well-being. You, a young woman, out at night with a man you barely know. Have you considered your safety? Are you unaware of the dangers of society? What if he harbors ulterior motives? Yu Sheng scoffed lightly. Then I must thank you for your concern regarding my safety. Ji Buchang turned to her, imploring, Sheng, do not speak in anger. Yu Sheng was taken aback. Ji Buchang, it is not I who speaks in anger. It is you who has been irate from the start. Tell me, what constitutes a stranger, and what are these supposed ulterior motives? Is visiting a bar inherently unsafe? Does that mean he intends harm? Yu Buchang, you seem to think far too ill of others. Moreover, I am merely getting to know someone with the intention of pursuing a relationship. Should I hide at home and engage in an online romance? The mention of a romantic pursuit reignited Ji Buchang's repressed fury, and he inhaled deeply, striving for composure. Do you have feelings for him? The possibility only heightened Ji Buchang's unease as he scrutinized her, as if attempting to pierce her soul with his gaze. Yu Sheng replied nonchalantly, feelings? He is quite nice, and Madame Yang introduced him. At the mention of Madame Yang, Ji Buchang retorted, her intentions in introducing you to a suitor are far from benevolent. Yu Sheng chuckled softly, and who among us has benevolent intentions? You? Yu Sheng's aversion to him stirred a sense of helplessness within Ji Buchang. Sheng, do not speak to me in such a manner. You know my feelings for you. Upon hearing his words, Yu Sheng experienced a complex mix of emotions. She turned to Ji Buchang, who was intently gazing at her, his eyes filled with an indescribable sentiment. She could even sense sorrow emanating from him. Sorrow? Yu Sheng averted her gaze to the scenery by the roadside, refusing to meet his eyes. At that moment, Ji Buchang's driver arrived, the car halting beside them. The driver exited and opened the door for them. Ji Buchang turned to Yu Sheng and said, come, I shall escort you home. Yu Sheng hesitated, reluctant to share a vehicle with him, even less to be confined in the same space. No need. I can just take a taxi back, Yu Sheng replied. Ji Buchang insisted. It's unsafe for you to go back alone. I will escort you. Yu Sheng stubbornly insisted on hailing a cab. Ji Buchang stood by her side, neither entering the car nor leaving. When the taxi Yu Sheng summoned arrived, he glanced at the driver, who immediately understood and approached. Sir, we will not be needing the ride after all. You may leave, he said. The driver, noticing Yu Sheng and Ji Buchang, along with a luxurious Maybach beside them, felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, it was not every day he received a fare. Only be stood up. Couples quarrel on their way home. Please do not take us for fools, he muttered as he drove off in a huff. Yu Sheng was infuriated, exclaiming, Ji Buchang, when will this end? Ji Buchang replied calmly, I will take you back. Weary of the argument, Yu Sheng climbed into the car without further dispute. Once the door closed, the vehicle began to move slowly. Yu Sheng took out her phone and canceled a ride she had just ordered, then stared out the window, not once glancing at Jibuchang until she alighted from the car. As usual, she went to work at the office. During lunch, He Huan suddenly inquired, "Why haven't you mentioned your boyfriend lately? I haven't seen him come and pick you up. Is work still keeping him busy?" Yu Sheng paused, taken aback. And it took her a moment to realize she was referring to Su Xiangqian. So much had transpired recently that she had nearly forgotten about her breakup with him. Setting her chopsticks down, Yu Sheng replied nonchalantly, "We broke up." He Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You broke up? How could that be? Didn't you both go to the Banshan resort for Valentine's Day? What happened so suddenly?" Yu Sheng opted for vagueness, saying some things occurred, and it felt inappropriate. So we ended it. Noticing that Yu Sheng did not exhibit the typical emotional turmoil expected after a breakup, He Huan couldn't help but admire her composure. "You truly are unflappable. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have never guessed. I thought your relationship was quite strong." Yu Sheng smiled faintly. Regardless, life must go on. He Huan still felt it was a pity, recalling how well they had gotten along before. "You were so sweet together. I envied you immensely," wishing to find a considerate boyfriend like him. She then added, "Yu Sheng, I know your temperament. You appear aloof, yet you are incredibly gentle. Your boyfriend must have done something truly wrong to you. Otherwise, you would not have broken up. What are men thinking? They can squander someone as wonderful as you. He will undoubtedly regret it later." Yu Sheng paused, recalling the last time Su Xiangqian sought her out and the venomous words he had uttered, describing himself as fatherless, motherless, and uncultured, words that sent chills down her spine. It was in that moment that she truly recognized his true nature. Regret? He was likely reveling in Zhao Qian's company daily now. He would not be regretting anything. Noticing her silence, He Huan quickly changed the subject. "By the way, since you arrived in the capital, have you returned to Dongcheng?" Yu Sheng shook her head, admitting she had not been back. He Huan chuckled and said, "Let me tell you, I returned last weekend, and I was quite surprised by the changes. Do you remember the road in front of our former branch office?" Yu Sheng certainly recalled it. Construction had been ongoing since her return, and it remained unfinished when she left. Each day, she had to take a detour on her way to work. "Has the road been completed?" she inquired. He Huan replied, "You hit the nail on the head. It has been completed, and it looks particularly beautiful now. They planted 2 rows of sycamore trees along the sides. Quite impressive." Yu Sheng was somewhat taken aback. "I also encountered your Aunt Chun, the one you stayed with for 4 years. Back then, I even mistook her for your mother." Hearing Aunt Chen's name made Yu Sheng laugh. "How is she doing now?" she asked. He Huan shook his head. "Not too well. She is hospitalized. I went to visit a cousin in the hospital and unexpectedly ran into her. She is alone in the hospital, with her son not by her side, feeling quite lonely." Yu Sheng furrowed her brow, concerned. Aunt Chun is hospitalized? A pang of worry gripped her heart. Chapter 68. The jealousy consumed, Aunt Chun fell ill and was hospitalized, causing Yu Sheng to feel a sense of urgency. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to return and check on her. Her affection for Aunt Chun ran deep. Years ago, after her parents' tragic accident, she was sent to Aunt Chen's home, where, as a frightened child, she found solace in Aunt Chen's unwavering support. For years prior, upon arriving in Dongcheng, it was again Aunt Chun who helped her navigate through her darkest days. At that time, she had just returned and succumbed to a severe illness. Alone in a hotel, feeling utterly desolate and despondent, the illness struck swiftly and violently. Lying there, she felt that perhaps death would not be such a misfortune. It was the housekeeping lady from the hotel who, noticing her prolonged absence from the outside world, insisted on taking her to the hospital out of concern. It was there, during her foretreatment, that she fortuitously encountered Aunt Chun. Aunt Chun recognized her instantly, calling her name with familiarity. Upon learning of her illness and solitary hotel stay, she expressed her disapproval, chastising Yu Sheng for neglecting her health and reminding her of the responsibility she owed to her mother. It had been many years since anyone had mentioned her mother, and in her vulnerable state, tears streamed down her face. Aunt Chun quickly sat beside her, wiping her tears, and stayed with her until the 4 was completed. Concerned about the costs and her solitude, Aunt Chun invited Yu Sheng to stay at her home. Initially hesitant to impose, Yu Sheng was met with Aunt Chin's cheerful insistence. What trouble could you possibly cause? Your presence would be a delightful company for me. It was then that Yu Sheng learned Aunt Chin's son was away working, leaving her alone. Accepting the invitation, she moved in without further protest. Throughout her stay, Yu Sheng occasionally pondered whether she was a burden, yet Aunt Chin never exhibited any signs of disturbance. She felt at ease in Aunt Chin's warm home, where her culinary skills shone, delighting Yu Sheng with her favorite dishes, including osmanthus cake. Aunt Chun had a passion for gardening, and on weekends, she often took Yu Sheng to the flower market to indulge in their shared love of blooms. To those unaware of their true relationship, like Huan, it often appeared that they were mother and daughter. Such was the harmony between them. When the branch office faced closure, Yu Sheng found herself torn about returning to the capital, reluctant to leave Aunt Chin behind. Aunt Chin reassured her, "What does it matter? It's not far. Should you wish to return, a high-speed train will have you here in a matter of hours." Encouraged by her words, Yu Sheng boarded a flight back to the capital, promising to visit Aunt Chin frequently. However, months passed without a visit, and she learned of Aunt Chin's hospitalization only through Huan. Overcome with guilt, Yu Sheng called Aunt Chun to inquire about her condition. Although Aunt Chun reassured her that it was nothing serious, a fall that required a few days of observation, Yu Sheng remained apprehensive. Without waiting for the weekend, she requested leave from Lulan that very afternoon, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her sudden decision. "Having just arrived at headquarters, I have already taken 3 days off." Each time for a valid reason, yet it cast a somewhat unfavorable shadow. Lulan inquired about the reasons and chuckled, saying, "What is the matter? Just return home and take care of things. Every family has its issues. You are not absent without leave." Yu Sheng felt a tad embarrassed, but fortunately, the launch of the new VR product by Jingrong had concluded, and currently, there were no particularly significant projects, only minor tasks, so my absence would not cause too much disruption. "Thank you, General Manager Liu." Yu Sheng expressed her sincere gratitude. Lulan replied, "No need for formalities. We are colleagues." After completing the leave procedures, Yu Sheng promptly booked a flight back to Dongsheng. After work, she packed her belongings and headed straight to the airport. While waiting at the gate, she received a call from Yang Xin. "Would you like to come watch our rehearsal? I can pick you up," Yang Xin suggested. Over the past few days, Yu Sheng had exchanged sporadic messages with him on WeChat, learning he was preparing for a music festival, rehearsing daily aside from essential work commitments. Yu Sheng politely declined. "I'm at the airport." Yang Xin sounded somewhat surprised. "What are you doing at the airport? Are you on an impromptu business trip? Why the urgency to catch a late flight?" Yu Sheng explained, "It's not a business trip. I'm returning to Dongsheng. An aunt of mine is ill and hospitalized, so I'm going to see her." "Dongsheng? I remember your hometown is there. Is it a relative?" Yu Sheng was not surprised he knew about her origins, as her return to the Ji family had been common knowledge among their circle. "Yes," she confirmed. Yang Xin paused for a moment and asked, "How long will you be gone?" Yu Sheng replied, "I'm not certain yet. I haven't purchased my return ticket, but I'll stay at least until the weekend." Yang Xin expressed regret. "I'm sorry, Yu Sheng. I was aware you were going back home. Our music festival is on Saturday, and the program schedule is set, so I can't afford to cancel. Otherwise, I would accompany you." "It's all right. I can manage on my own. You focus on your work," Yu Sheng reassured him. Yang Xin said, "When you return, let me know in advance, and I'll drive to the airport to pick you up." Yu Sheng did not hesitate to accept. "All right, I appreciate your kindness." Yang Xin's cheerful voice resonated. Why the need for formality? Recalling the last encounter at the bar, where Ji Buchang had hurriedly called her back, she inquired, "By the way, what was the matter last time? Buchang seemed so eager to have you return." Yu Sheng paused. "It was nothing significant. My aunt just wanted to see me since I hadn't visited in a while." Yang Xin responded with a chuckle. "You startled me with Buchang's serious demeanor. I thought he had some grievances against me." He then added, "After all, he is going to be my future brother-in-law. If I upset him, I might not have a pleasant time ahead." Though he spoke in jest, Yu Sheng frowned at his words. They had not yet reached the stage of being a couple, and such comments could easily lead to misunderstandings. It seemed she truly needed to contemplate whether they were suitable for each other. However, at that moment, Her urgency to visit Aunt Shun made it inappropriate to discuss such matters over the phone. After exchanging a few more words, she ended the call. By the time the plane landed in the eastern city, it was already midnight. Yu Sheng hailed a taxi to the city center and found a hotel near the hospital to settle in. The thought of seeing Aunt Shun upon awakening the next day filled her with a long-lost joy. After taking a shower, she lay down in bed. Habitually, before sleep, she checked for any unread messages. Among the unread notifications at the top, she was taken aback to see one from Yu Sheng. "Aren't you home? Why haven't you returned at this hour? Out with that young exiled again?" Yu Sheng glanced at the timestamp of the message on WeChat. It had been sent merely half an hour ago. Is this person out of their mind? What could he possibly need at his own place in the dead of night? She set her phone aside, ready to drift off to sleep. After a moment contemplation, she decided to reply with a message. "I've returned to the eastern city." Without waiting for his response, she turned off her phone and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 69. Are there really such good people in this world? The following day, upon awakening, Yu Sheng refreshed herself and enjoyed breakfast at the hotel before heading directly to the hospital. At this early hour, the hospital was relatively empty. Yu Sheng purchased a fruit basket nearby and, following Aunt Chen's instructions regarding the ward number, entered the hospital. Aunt Chen was reclined on her hospital bed, engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, she attempted to sit up, exclaiming, "You've arrived so soon?" Yu Sheng placed the fruit basket down and assisted her in sitting up, propping a pillow behind her. "I'm staying at a hotel nearby, just a short walk away," she replied with a smile. Aunt Chen scrutinized her with concern. "You've lost weight. How did you become so thin? Is the work pressure in the capital too much?" Yu Sheng playfully touched her face. "I've been on a diet lately. It took quite an effort to lose this little bit." Aunt Chen admonished gently. "As a young lady, you shouldn't be recklessly dieting. You're not overweight. Don't follow the trends of being excessively thin, looking so gaunt that a gust of wind could blow you away. That's not beauty. That's self-torment." Yu Sheng chuckled, knowing Aunt Chen had always disapproved of dieting. In her aesthetic view, girls should have a bit of flesh to look appealing. According to her, a little extra weight signifies good fortune, capable of holding blessings in place. Yu Sheng had often teased her for being superstitious, yet Aunt Chen would passionately provide examples to support her beliefs. Yu Sheng chose not to argue, simply listening with a smile, finding solace in her words. Aunt Chen continued, "You're not fat. Your figure's already quite lovely. Stop obsessing over dieting. Have you eaten breakfast?" Yu Sheng replied, "Yes, I had at the hotel." Aunt Chen nodded approvingly. "That's right. One must eat." Yu Sheng then inquired about Aunt Chen's health. Although Aunt Chen spoke nonchalantly, Yu Sheng couldn't shake her worry. As one ages, the fear of falling becomes paramount. "How did you suddenly fall? What did the doctor say?" Aunt Chen explained, "It's a natural occurrence with age. I was out buying groceries, and while passing the intersection of the community, I lost my footing and fell. At the time, I thought I was fine, but by evening, my leg began to ache. It was the couple from next door, Xiao Li and her husband, who insisted on taking me to the hospital. I planned on just getting a chiropractic adjustment, but the doctor insisted on an x-ray. After the scan, they informed me that my bone was slightly fractured and I had to be admitted." Yu Sheng frowned upon hearing this. A fractured bone was far from a trivial matter. "Why didn't you call me about such a significant issue?" she chided gently. Aunt Chen chuckled. "You're so busy with work, it's not easy for you to return. Besides, Shally had already called your brother Yong, and with him back to take care of me, it was sufficient." Yu Sheng scanned the ward, her eyes brightening. "Yong is back," Aunt Chen replied. "He has been here for a few days now. He stayed with me quite late yesterday, but I insisted he go home. He'll be back this afternoon." Speaking of her son brought a radiant smile to Aunt Chen's face. Yu Sheng realized she hadn't seen Yong a while. Her memory of him was that he was often away for work, only returning during the new year, and sometimes not even then. Yu Sheng had lived with Aunt Chen for 4 years and had only met Shen Yong a handful of times. With his return, Aunt Chen, as a mother, was undoubtedly elated. It was no wonder her spirits were so high. "By the way, your brother Yong has a girlfriend now, and she has accompanied him this time." Yu Sheng was astonished. "Brother Yong is in a relationship? They came back together. That must mean a wedding is not far off." Aunt Chen replied, "Indeed, I never anticipated this. You know, he grew up without a father, is rather introverted, and his academic performance was not stellar. I often worried during those times. At this point, Anshin paused. Fortunately, he later secured a stable job and now has a girlfriend. I can finally rest easy. Yu Sheng smiled. This is indeed a joyous occasion. Anshin agreed. Yes, a moment of great happiness. She then turned to Yu Sheng and inquired, how are things with that young Su? Yu Sheng took an apple from the fruit basket and began peeling it with a knife. Upon hearing Anshin's question, she chuckled softly. We broke up. Anshin sighed. Broke up? What happened? Did he mistreat you? Yu Sheng replied calmly. It was simply not a good match. She chose not to elaborate further. Observing her demeanor, Anshin refrained from probing further. Perhaps it's for the best. Don't think I'm speaking retrospectively, but I felt it wasn't quite right when you two were together. You are such a sincere child, while Su, although he has a decent job, he lacks boundaries and discretion. Such a person is clearly spoiled by their parents, never having to shoulder any responsibilities, living as though they can brush off their duties. If life remains smooth, that may suffice, but when challenges arise, he would be unable to cope. Not only would he falter, but his lack of experience would likely exacerbate the situation, leaving you to bear the consequences. Hearing this from Anshin for the first time struck Yu Sheng deeply. Had these words been spoken before their breakup, she might not have fully grasped their significance. Yet now, reflecting on their separation, Anshin's insights seemed remarkably astute. She let out a bitter smile and said to Anshin, you truly possess foresight. Anshin gently patted her head. After all, I have lived several decades longer than you and have tasted life as tribulations for many years. Many young women today believe they should marry someone wealthy to alleviate their struggles, but the truth is, marriage is a profound discipline. Choosing a life partner requires discernment regarding character, family background, and, importantly, the influence of their parents and upbringing. A seemingly compatible match does not guarantee a happy union. Even affluent couples may face divorce, while impoverished youth and their Cinderella counterparts might not endure the hardships of life together. There is much to consider. As she spoke, Anshin gazed at Yu Sheng with warmth and affection. You, my dear, have always been sensitive and have endured numerous challenges and hardships. What you truly need is someone who can embrace you completely, love you unconditionally, and provide unwavering support. Only then will you feel secure in your life, without the fear of being abandoned. Yu Sheng felt a surge of emotion, her eyes growing misty as she called out, Anshin. At that moment, the apple peel she was slicing broke. Yu Sheng hurriedly bent down to pick it up and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Is there really such kindness in this world? She mused sarcastically. Anshin took the apple from her hand and looked at her earnestly. Perhaps such kindness is right beside you. You simply have not noticed it. Yu Sheng laughed. Anshin, please don't jest. If it were truly nearby, how could I possibly overlook it? Anshin replied with a smile. You must learn to feel with your heart. Do not close off your senses, understand? Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng regarded it as mere consolation and chuckled, dismissing it lightly. Chapter 70. An unexpected encounter. As they conversed, a knock echoed at the door of the hospital room. The other patients in the vicinity glanced at the entrance and, not recognizing the visitor, returned to their own affairs. Yu Sheng lifted her head, curious at first, and then a wave of delight washed over her. Is that you, Sister Qinshi? Before her stood a woman in her 30s, holding a basket adorned with fresh flowers. This was Zhao Qinshi, Yu Sheng's former supervisor at the branch office. Zhao Qinshi was equally surprised to see Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, when did you return? She hurried over, placing the flower basket down, and scrutinized Yu Sheng from head to toe. You've lost weight, yet you've become even more beautiful. Yu Sheng smiled in response. You too, Supervisor Zhao, are looking increasingly lovely. Zhao Qinshi took a seat and said, Please, no more flattery. I'm of a certain age now. My child is already in preschool. She then inquired about Yu Sheng's experience at the headquarters in the capital. How have things been? Is the pressure overwhelming? Are you getting along with your colleagues? Yu Sheng replied cheerfully. Everything is quite pleasant. Everyone has been very kind to me, and President Shun has taken good care of me. The new department head has also been supportive. When I requested leave to return, it was approved without hesitation. That is wonderful to hear, Zhao Qinshi remarked. When you first moved to the capital, I was quite concerned. But seeing your rosy complexion, it seems life is treating you well. If it weren't for my age and family obligations here, I would have loved to visit the capital myself. After all, big cities have their own charm. Yu Sheng reassured her, you must stop mentioning your age. If you don't bring it up, no one would guess that you are married with children. They would think we are of similar age. Zhao Qinshi playfully pinched Yu Sheng's cheek, saying, you've become quite the charmer. Once a quiet girl, now you've learned to be so eloquent. Aunt Chen chimed in, it's good to be lively. Zhao Qinshi agreed. Indeed, she was too quiet before. Yu Sheng was astonished to learn that Aunt Chen and Zhao Qinshi were acquainted. What did you two meet? I had no idea. She had lived with Aunt Chen for 4 years without witnessing any interaction between them. Zhao Qinshi hesitated for a moment, her expression briefly faltering. Well, you're allowed to be close to Aunt Chen, but I'm not permitted to spend time with her? The East City is not that vast. We inevitably cross paths. ISNT that right? Aunt Chen? Aunt Chen quickly affirmed, yes. I happened to meet Qinshi at the flower market, and upon chatting, I learned you two were colleagues. What a coincidence. Yu Sheng marveled at the serendipity. What are the odds? Zhao Qinshi laughed. All right, let's not dwell on this any longer. Aunt Chen, has the doctor indicated when you might be discharged? Aunt Chen replied with a smile. I should be able to leave in a couple of days. Though the doctor advises, I take it easy and recuperate well at home. Yu Sheng frowned. Is it that serious? Are you able to get out of bed now? Aunt Chen reassured her, getting out of bed is no issue. I can manage going to the restroom on my own. Zhao Qinshi remarked, this truly requires careful nurturing. Injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal, and it is unlike any ordinary ailment. Aunt Chen sighed. With age, such matters are inevitable. Yu Sheng, still somewhat apprehensive, suggested, how about I find a professional caregiver to look after you? It must be quite inconvenient otherwise. Aunt Chen waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. Having Yonga here is sufficient. I may be a bit restricted, but I am not entirely immobile. Zhao Qinshi lingered in the hospital room for a while longer before receiving a phone call that compelled her to return. Oh dear, I almost forgot about my daughter. I promised to take her to the amusement park, and by now, she must be anxiously waiting at the hospital entrance. Upon hearing this, Aunt Chen urged, then you should hurry back. I am perfectly fine here. Once I am discharged and back home, I will invite you over. Zhao Qinshi replied, all right, Aunt Zhao. I shall take my leave now. I will visit you at home soon. Yu Sheng stood up, offering to escort her, and added to Aunt Chen, I will see Zhao Qinshi off. Aunt Chen smiled, go ahead. Zhao Qinshi did not refuse, and the two exited the hospital room together. Seeing you like this truly brings me joy, Zhao Qinshi said, smiling at Yu Sheng. They navigated through the hospital corridor, opting for the stairs instead of the elevator. Yu Sheng reminisced about her initial job search in Dongcheng, where she had faced numerous unsuitable interviews. It was during that anxious time that she encountered Zhao Qinshi. Despite Yu Sheng's lack of work experience, sent her an offer less than 2 hours after their interview. Consequently, she spent 4 years at the branch office. Yu Sheng chuckled, I owe you much gratitude. Otherwise, finding a job would not have been so easy. Zhao Qinshi laughed and gently patted her hand. You need not thank me. You are inherently exceptional. Yu Sheng smiled. By the way, I forgot to ask, how is your job search going? Zhao Qinshi replied. Nothing is finalized yet. The current economic climate is quite challenging, making job hunting difficult. However, this gives me the opportunity to spend time with my child. Otherwise, on a weekday like today, I wouldn't be able to come out. Zhao Qinshi had a daughter named Xiao Xiao, who was over 4 years old and at an age that required companionship. Hearing her mention her child, Yu Sheng remarked, Xiao Xiao must be in kindergarten now. Zhao Qinshi softened at the mention of her daughter. She started last year, but she is quite mischievous. Every day, it's a battle of wits to get her to go. She finds all sorts of excuses to stay home. Yu Sheng observed. She cannot bear to be apart from her mother. Zhao Qinshi, both delighted and troubled, responded, Indeed, but that is my greatest concern. While kindergarten is manageable, what will happen when she starts primary school and still refuses to attend? As they conversed, they exited the hospital, where Xiao Xiao eagerly awaited at the entrance, standing beside her grandmother. Upon spotting Zhao Qinshi, Xiao Xiao's face lit up, and she ran over with open arms, exclaiming, Mama. Zhao Qinshi knelt down to embrace her. Oh, my precious. She lifted her daughter into her arms. Mama, why are you only back now? Didn't you say you would be down in a few minutes? Xiao Xiao complained softly, her gaze shifting towards Yu Sheng. In the past, Yu Sheng had encountered Xiao Xiao numerous times, and Xiao Xiao, unreserved, gazed at her with wide, blinking eyes. Yu Sheng reached out to gently touch her little braid, asking, "Do you remember me, Xiao Xiao?" With a cheerful smile, Xiao Xiao greeted Aunt Yu Sheng. "How endearing." Zhao Qinshi chuckled and inquired, "Are you happy to see Aunt Yu Sheng?" Xiao Xiao replied, "I am happy," but then furrowed her brow and asked, "Aunt Yu Sheng, did you come alone?" "Yes, why?" Yu Sheng responded, "Where's Uncle Ji? Why didn't he come along?" Yu Sheng paused, her heart stirred. "What Uncle Ji?" Zhao Qinshi hurriedly interjected, "Don't mind her nonsense. Children often forget things." Chapter 71. There were hidden circumstances back then. Upon hearing her mother's words, Xiao Xiao felt a twinge of displeasure. "Mom, you cannot say that about me. Every time Aunt Yu Sheng visited, I could quickly see Uncle Ji, and he would bring me my favorite chocolates and blind boxes." Yu Sheng's expression shifted, and she was about to inquire further when Zhao Qinshi interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Sheng, do not listen to her. I still plan to take her out to play. We must leave now." In a fluster, Zhao Qinshi hurriedly departed, her footsteps betraying a hint of anxiety. As Yu Sheng observed her retreating figure, cradling the child, she fell into deep contemplation. In the afternoon, Aunt Chen's son, Chen Yong, arrived at the hospital. To her astonishment, he was accompanied by Ji Buchang. Yu Sheng rose, watching him stride in with an air of nonchalance. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Yu Buchang replied, "So, didn't you mention yesterday that you were returning to East City? I sent you a WeChat message, saying I was free and thought I'd come by. Did you not see it?" Yu Sheng furrowed her brow. Indeed, she had barely glanced at her messages since last night. Yet, how had he discovered her location? How did you know I was here? Her gaze bore into him, laden with myriad speculations. Could it be that he had installed a tracking app on her phone? The mere thought ignited a surge of anger within her. At that moment, Chen Yong spoke up. "I informed General Ji. My mother mentioned yesterday that you were returning to East City, and I figured you would be at the hospital. Coincidentally, late last night, General Ji inquired about you, and I relayed the information." Noticing Yu Sheng's frown, Chen Yong added, "Oh, I forgot to mention, General Ji is technically my boss." Yu Sheng's expression transformed into one of astonishment. "Your boss?" Chen Yong chuckled, "Indeed. Our company is a property management firm under the Jingrong Group. Without General Ji, I would have secured the position of property manager." A shadow crossed Yu Sheng's face as an unsettling premonition took root within her. Aunt Chen had once mentioned that Chen Yong found a stable job 4 years ago, around the time Yu Sheng first arrived at Aunt Chen's home. Subsequently, she had often heard Aunt Chen speak fondly of Chen Yong's job, noting it was not demanding and paid well, an impressive feat for someone with his limited education. Yet, she had never heard Aunt Chen mention any subsequent job changes. If that were the case, then Chen Yong's position was. Yu Sheng turned her gaze toward Ji Buchang. There are never coincidences without reason in this world. Moreover, this coincidence aligned perfectly with her return to East City. If there were no external influences, she found it utterly unbelievable. As expected, Ji Buchang stated, "Chen Yong's position was arranged by me." Yu Sheng's complexion paled, and upon glancing at Aunt Chen, she discerned an unmistakable discomfort etched on her face. It was all too clear. Before arriving at the ward, Chen Yong had evidently conferred with the doctor and was there to facilitate Aunt Chen's discharge. He had already purchased a wheelchair in advance, assisting Aunt Chen into it before wheeling her out of the hospital. At Aunt Chen's home, Yu Sheng encountered Chen Yong's girlfriend. She is a gentle and virtuous girl, evidently a person capable of managing a household. She assisted Chen Yong in helping Aunt Chen to the bedroom. The bed had already been neatly arranged, and even the air conditioning was set to a perfect temperature. Yu Sheng, standing aside, wanted to lend a hand, but found no opportunity, so she merely held onto the clothes. Once Aunt Chen was comfortably settled, Chen Yong called for his girlfriend to join him in entertaining Ji Buchang. The bedroom was left with only Yu Sheng and Aunt Chen. Yu Sheng sat beside her, while Aunt Chen reclined on the bed. "When I can move freely again, I will make you osmanthus cake. I still have some osmanthus flowers that I personally picked last year. I have dried and saved them. I will find a time to prepare it, and when the osmanthus blooms again in September, I will pick some fresh ones. Reflecting on Yu Sheng's current residence in Beijing, her tone held a hint of regret. I wonder if you will be able to return to enjoy it. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng felt a pang of sadness. Of course I can return. It won't take long for me to buy a ticket. I can come back anytime. After all, they had lived together for 4 years. And before her mother's incident, she had sent Yu Sheng to Aunt Chun's house, where she endured one of the most harrowing nights of her life. Remembering those times, Yu Sheng couldn't help but feel her heart soften. Aunt Chun sighed. I know what you are thinking. She reached out to grasp Yu Sheng's hand. You are not mistaken. 4 years ago, I invited you to stay with me because Bo Chang approached me, asking me to take you in. Upon hearing this, the last remnants of hope in Yu Sheng's heart were shattered. Finally, she closed her eyes. Seeing her distress, Aunt Chun sighed again. Otherwise, do you think such coincidences exist in the world? You fell ill and were receiving treatment just as I happened to run into you? It was Bo Chang who informed me of your illness, that you had just returned to East City, alone and vulnerable, pleading with me to take care of you. At this thought, Aunt Chun smiled gently. You asked why you returned to East City. Bo Chang did not elaborate, yet he visited every week but consistently avoided meeting you. I had my suspicions. In truth, I was not in a position to take you in back then. Speaking of those days, Aunt Chun offered a wry smile. Yu Sheng was taken aback and surprised by her words. Aunt Chun chuckled. Are you surprised? Yu Sheng nodded. Aunt Chun continued. I had been unemployed for many years then. Your brother's father had passed away early and left us with little. To make ends meet, I took on various odd jobs. Your brother did not attend university and earned very little. It was already commendable that we could maintain basic expenses. As she spoke, she turned to Yu Sheng. Bo Chang found me in the kitchen of a restaurant where I was working. I still remember it vividly. I was squatting on the floor washing dishes when he appeared before me. He asked if I remembered you, mentioning your name. How could I forget? The incident with your parents was well known throughout East City. How could I possibly not remember you? Besides, your mother loved to bring you to play with me. Mentioning her mother cast a shadow over Yu Sheng's heart. She recalls the times when her mother would indeed take her to Aunt Chin's house, often during the night, as her mother was occupied with work during the day. At that time, she could sense the weight of oppression that burdened her mother, and each time they departed from Aunt Chin's home, she noticed her mother's eyes were slightly red. Later, in the orphanage, she pondered more than once. If only she had comforted her mother more, if only she had been older and stronger. Could she have stood up to protect her when that man tormented her? Would her mother have made a different choice? Yet, life offers no such hypothetical scenarios. Chapter 72. Understanding the truth, he told me that you would be staying in the East City for a few years, and as a solitary individual, you would inevitably feel lonely. He asked if I could let you reside in my home, adding at this point, Aunt Chun paused. Yu Sheng had a rough prediction of how things would unfold. Sure enough, when she heard Aunt Chun say, Bo Chang immediately added that he wouldn't let me contribute without compensation. He would arrange a job for your Yongge and provide me with a monthly stipend as rent. At that moment, I could hardly believe that such fortune could befall me, yet the lack of money at home left me with no choice. I did not wish to witness your Yongge toil away for a lifetime, unable to find a bride, so I acquiesced. When it came to self-sufficiency, Aunt Chin's voice trembled slightly. I never expected it's all thanks to Bo Chang otherwise. I truly cannot imagine what our situation would be. Yu Sheng found herself at a loss for words, observing Aunt Chun. From her perspective, she had done nothing wrong. However, the thought that her kindness over the past 4 years was intertwined with Bo Chang left her heart slightly heavy. It turned out that these 4 years, believing she had distanced herself from Bo Chang and the life in the capital, was merely an illusion. Rather, it was a glass box meticulously crafted for her by Bo Chang. The place she resided in was arranged by Bo Chang. As for work, given his disposition, he had already interfered in her life and could not possibly refrain from meddling in her career as well. No wonder Xiao had voiced those sentiments. Seeing Yu Sheng's reaction, Aunt Chun assumed there was some resentment in her heart, hastily saying, Yu Sheng, if you wish to blame Auntie, then go ahead. I understand that it was wrong of me to keep this from you for these 4 years. However, when faced with the realities of life, one must bow their head. Do not blame Bo Chang either. Although I am unaware of the reason for your return from the capital, I have witnessed how he has treated you over these 4 years. His sacrifices for you far exceed what you can imagine. Yu Sheng gazed at Aunt Chen, knowing full well she could never hold her responsible. Though it was Ji Bo-chong who sought her out, she was acutely aware of Aunt Chen's care over the past 4 years. She could say that apart from her mother, Aunt Chen had been the most attentive to her, akin to a benevolent elder providing companionship during her most trying times, even if that companionship came with conditions. How could there be resentment? How could there be any grievance? How could she fault Ji Bo-chong? Yu Sheng fell into deeper silence. Had she remained ignorant of all this, she would have unhesitatingly blamed him, even harboring resentment. Just as in the past 4 years, each sleepless night was filled with her grievances. Even upon returning to the capital, her demeanor towards him had always been anything but courteous. Now that she was enlightened, she was at a loss for what to do. Yu Sheng felt a sense of bewilderment. Previously, her attitude towards him had a foundation to lean on. Now, that foundation had crumbled. If one were to suddenly discard their crutch and look around, feeling lost and disoriented, hatred had no room to exist. If there was no hatred, then what manner of attitude should she adopt towards him? Ji Bo-chong came to her home, and Yu Sheng returned as well. Aunt Chen insisted on having the two of them stay for dinner. He still needed to sit in a wheelchair to the kitchen area to prepare the meal as a gesture of gratitude. However, he was stopped by everyone. It was Chun Yong and his girlfriend who stepped forward, saying, "Mom, please don't bother. We can handle it. Mr. Ji and Yu Sheng are not outsiders." Chun Ai relented and ceased her insistence on cooking, yet she remained steadfast in directing from her wheelchair. Aside from not personally frying the dishes, she participated in all other aspects. Chun Ai even asked Chun Yong to purchase a few bottles of fine wine to accompany the lavish spread, signifying respect. Although Chun Yong was not particularly loquacious, he raised his glass several times during the meal. To him, Ji Bo-chong was like a benefactor reborn. Without Ji Bo-chong, he would not have his respectable job today, likely toiling away in menial labor. His gratitude towards Ji Bo-chong was genuine, extending his affection towards Yu Sheng as well. Ji Bo-chong, in turn, did not decline the toasts and drank each time. Seeing him and his girlfriend seated together, someone inquired, "When do you plan to get married?" Chun Yong replied, "The date has yet to be determined. I would like to invite you to our wedding when the time comes." Chun Ai, overhearing, quickly interjected, "You silly boy, how can you be so thoughtless? Mr. Ji is incredibly busy every day. How could he possibly find time to attend a wedding?" She then smiled at Ji Bo-chong, saying, "Bo-chong, please don't mind him. He just speaks without thinking." Ji Bo-chong, exuding warmth today, did not exhibit his usual aloofness. He replied, "Life's significant events should be well prepared for. Once the wedding date is set, do let me know in advance. I will surely attend." Initially chastised by his mother, Chun Yong felt a tinge of disappointment, recognizing his request might have been unreasonable and impulsive. However, hearing Ji Bo-chong's genuine agreement, he grinned broadly, saying, "All right, thank you, Mr. Ji. I will definitely inform you in advance." Chun Ai also smiled with joy. Having Ji Bo-chong attend her son's wedding was a tremendous honor for both her and her son. After all, Ji Bo-chong's status commanded respect, and no one dared overlook it. Her earlier reprimand was merely a verbal dismissal. Yu Sheng observed their cheerful interaction and glanced at Ji Bo-chong, who maintained a constant smile. She felt a mix of astonishment and shock, never imagining that Ji Bo-chong could be like this one day. This day's experience completely transformed her perspectives built over the years, leaving her even more perplexed. Ji Bo-chong sat beside her, naturally sensing the gaze she cast in his direction. He turned and smiled at her, offering her some ribs with his chopsticks. Yu Sheng immediately lowered her head, fiddling with the ribs in her dish, avoiding his gaze. After the meal, Yu Sheng returned to the hotel, with Ji Bo-chong following her. Having arrived that day, he had yet to check in. She watched as he adeptly retrieved his identification to complete the check-in process. When selecting a room, he inquired with the front desk staff about Yu Sheng's room number, requesting to stay next to her. The staff glanced at him and then at Yu Sheng, smiling. "The adjacent room is still being cleaned. It will take a little while." He casually remarked, "You two appear to be a couple. You could easily share a room." Yu Sheng felt a sudden wave of discomfort, while Ji Bo-chong chuckled, "Then I'll wait for a while." The attendant cast a momentarily surprised glance at the pair but chose not to press further. As they awaited their room, the two settled in the hotel lobby, each occupying a corner of the sofa. Yu Sheng's gaze remained fixed on the outside, while Ji Buchang glanced at her several times, recognizing her reluctance to engage and opting for silence. After a brief interval, the room was ready. The attendant informed them of their accommodation and handed over the key card. Ji Buchang, holding the key card, entered the elevator alongside Yu Sheng as they ascended. Upon reaching the door of their room, Yu Sheng looked up at Ji Buchang, who returned her gaze with a smile. He reached out, brushing his fingers through her hair, reminiscent of the way he often did many years ago. "You should rest early," he advised. In a flurry, Yu Sheng grabbed the key card, swiped it to unlock the door, and quickly slipped inside, shutting the door with a resounding thud. Chapter 73. His agonizing torment. Yu Sheng spent an entire night immersed in dreams. In her reverie, she found herself once more in the early days of her arrival at the Ji family's residence. In this dream, Ji Buchang frequently appeared, taking her hand to lead her to grand gatherings, laughingly assisting her in planting tomatoes in the garden, and during those restless nights following a horror film, he would call her to alleviate her fears. She recounted how, eventually, drowsiness overwhelmed her terror, and she fell asleep without realizing it. It was only after Ji Buchang had called her name several times to confirm she was soundly asleep that he hung up and returned to his own affairs on his computer. These dreamlike details felt like distant memories, almost forgotten by Yu Sheng herself. Yet that night, they surged back like a tidal wave. She had hardly slept soundly, awakening to a sense of fatigue that left her eyes aching. As she reached for her phone by the pillow to check the time, it was still not yet 5 o'clock. Throwing off the covers, she made her way to the bathroom and caught sight of herself in the mirror, her eyes shadowed by dark circles. She turned on the faucet, splashed some water on her face, and felt her slightly swollen mind begin to clear. Having returned, she felt compelled to visit her mother. Unable to fall back asleep, Yu Sheng decided to change her clothes, descend the stairs, and summon a cab outside the hotel, making her way directly to the cemetery. When a tragedy had occurred, her mother's family had turned their backs, ashamed to be associated with the incident, while her father's relatives deemed her mother deserving of her fate and refused to intervene, only arranging for her father's burial. Ultimately, it was the neighborhood committee and the police who took responsibility for her mother's interment. Yu Sheng recalled the bleakness of the funeral. It had been a somber affair attended by no one, save for those from the neighborhood committee and the police, whose eyes bore pity as they looked upon her. Indeed, who would not feel compassion for someone who lost both parents overnight? On her way, Yu Sheng bought a bouquet of flowers, and by the time she reached the cemetery, the sun had fully risen, illuminating the surroundings. Her mother's grave lay unattended, overgrown with weeds, a testament to her solitary presence. Yu Sheng cleared the weeds and arranged the flowers, then sat down to converse with her mother. Though she called it a conversation, it was merely her own monologue. "Mother, I just learned yesterday that during these past 4 years, my stay at Aunt Shin's was orchestrated by Ji Buchang. I had thought it was mere fortune. What do you think his motives were? When I was cast out, he was so heartless. My heart is in turmoil, and I am unsure how to face him. Last night, I dreamed of you. You took me to Aunt Shin's house to play. How wonderful it would be if you were still here." Yu Sheng remained seated until nearly noon, the sun bearing down upon her, rendering her skin uncomfortably warm. At last, she stood to leave. On her way back, she noticed several missed calls from Ji Buchang. Upon opening WeChat, she indeed found messages from him inquiring about her whereabouts. Just as she exited the cab of the hotel, she spotted Ji Buchang in the lobby. He had clearly been waiting for some time. Upon seeing her, he rose instantly. Yu Sheng approached and settled onto the sofa beside him. The front desk attendant remarked that you had left early in the morning, inquiring about your whereabouts and the reason for your flushed cheeks. Ji Buchang observed her sun-kissed complexion with a furrowed brow. Yu Sheng turned to him and replied nonchalantly, "I went to see my mother and lingered a while." Ji Buchang rose to seek the front desk staff, requesting a towel and a bottle of water. He handed her the towel, saying, "Wipe your face." He then placed the water in her hand, preparing to twist off the cap. Yu Sheng accepted the towel, but did not use it to wipe her face. Instead, she grasped it tightly in her hand. After a prolonged silence, she inquired of Ji Buchang, "For years ago, Were you the one who contacted Aunt Shun to take her to the hospital? Ji Wuchang's motion of opening the bottle slowed for a moment, and the faint sound of the cap twisting off followed. It was me, he replied. Yu Sheng continued. Was it also you who arranged for Yong Ji's job? Yes. And what about mine? When I returned, I struggled to find work for quite some time until I met Sister Qinshi. The company is conveniently close to Aunt Shen's home. Reflecting on her past, job-seeking experiences, Yu Sheng once considered herself fortunate to have encountered someone who appreciated her talents. Now, however, she realized such luck was rare. Yes, but I didn't contact Zhao Qinshi directly. Who did you reach out to? Chen Kai. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended. She pondered how Chen Kai had organized a welcome banquet for her upon her return to the capital. Furthermore, Chen Kai knew Ji Wuchang, which seemed improbable. No wonder Mr. Chen has been so considerate. He always greets me warmly. Ji Wuchang regarded her earnestly, perhaps initially, but you have proven to be quite exceptional. Yu Sheng countered. No amount of excellence can rival your connections, Ji Wuchang. My talents merely embellish the situation. So when the branch office was dissolved and I was summoned back to the capital, was that Mr. Chen's decision or yours? Ji Wuchang remained silent for an extended moment, his gaze fixed upon her. Though he did not speak, the answer was clear. Why? Yu Sheng asked, her eyes locked on his, not wanting to miss a single expression on his face. Ji Wuchang suddenly reached for a cigarette in his pocket, but paused, remembering that this was not a smoking area and that Yu Sheng was seated beside him. I wanted you back. Jingrong is entirely under my control now. No one can send you away again. I no longer have to consider them, and they will not dare to threaten me any further. Yu Sheng's head snapped up. What do you mean? Ji Wuchang suddenly smiled. They originally intended to send you abroad. Yu Sheng was taken aback. Because I liked you? Ji Wuchang shook his head. No. It was because I liked you. The astonishment was evident on Yu Sheng's face as Ji Wuchang finally revealed the feelings he had kept bottled up for years. Sheng, do you think I distanced myself from you for no reason? It was because I realized I had fallen for you, and they discover my feelings. At that time, I was utterly helpless. I could not resist even the most casual decisions made by my father. When I discovered their intention to send you away to preserve the Ji family's reputation, I felt completely powerless to intervene. The memories of that helplessness once again reignited the pain within Ji Wuchang. Yu Sheng was rendered speechless by the shock. She had never imagined that Ji Wuchang might harbor feelings for her. Finally, she mustered the courage to inquire about his relationship with Yang Qingshan. Ji Wuchang lifted his head and shook it, declaring, I do not have feelings for her. He continued, Sheng, I have never loved her, nor entertained any thoughts of affection towards her. It seemed he feared she might doubt his sincerity. Yu Sheng was even more astonished than you. He explained, I merely wished to convey to my parents that I would not develop feelings for you, believing that would prevent them from sending you away. My original plan was to fully accept Jing Rong and gain absolute authority, at which point they would not dare interfere. By then, we could be together without any obstacles. It wouldn't take long, at most 5 years, and perhaps as little as 3. However, I never anticipated. As he spoke, Ji Wuchang gazed at Yu Sheng and suddenly smiled. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and her ears burned with warmth. On Ji Wuchang's 26th birthday, she had secretly kissed him, only to be caught by Madame Ji. Chapter 74. His thoughtful intentions. Zhao Qinshi called Yu Sheng, inviting her to dinner at her home. After a long-awaited return, it was only fitting that she extended a warm welcome. At that moment, Yu Sheng was in a hotel with Ji Wuchang by her side. After hanging up, Ji Wuchang looked over and inquired, Zhao Qinshi? Yu Sheng nodded in affirmation. She has invited me over for dinner, she replied. Yu Wuchang smiled. I suppose it's been a while since you've seen each other, and she wishes to catch up. He added, with a tone of admiration. Zhao Qinshi is a person of integrity, principled in her actions, devoid of malicious intent. Yu Sheng gazed at him, surprised by his rare praise. It's unusual to hear you speak so highly of someone, she remarked. Ji Wuchang chuckled. I merely speak the truth. It was her commendable qualities that led me to decide you should work under her. Yu Sheng felt a profound realization about her past 4 years, recognizing that every individual she had encountered was not without reason. Do you perceive me as so fragile lacking even the basic ability to fend for myself? Yu Sheng questioned. Ji Buchang shook his head. You are all alone in the East City. I merely wish for you to be happy and unburdened, free from unnecessary sorrow. He continued, allow me to escort you. Yu Sheng declined. You haven't driven here. It would be the same to take taxi. I can manage on my own. This time, Ji Buchang did not insist further. He called the hotel front desk to arrange for a car, saw Yu Sheng off, and then turned back. Yu Sheng had visited Zhao Qinxi's home numerous times before. After alighting from the taxi, she made her way confidently forward. At the entrance of the community, Zhao Qinxi was already waiting with her daughter, Qiao Qiao, holding her hand. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, Qiao Qiao ran toward her with open arms, exclaiming, Aunt Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng lifted her into her embrace, and Qiao Qiao peered behind her, asking, Aunt Yu Sheng, did you come alone? Yu Sheng glanced at Zhao Qinxi and smiled, yes. Who else would you hope would accompany me? Without hesitation, Qiao Qiao replied, Uncle Ji. Zhao Qinxi shot her daughter a look of reproach. Aunt Yu Sheng is here, and you're not pleased? Qiao Qiao innocently responded, I would be even happier if Uncle Ji came too. Didn't Team Mommy say he would join us this time? Yu Sheng, observing Qiao Qiao's innocent expression, understood that children often speak the most genuine truths. It was evident that Ji Buchang and Zhao Qinxi had met frequently over the past 4 years. Otherwise, Qiao Qiao would not have made such a remark. Yu Sheng replied, Uncle Ji has other commitments today and cannot make it. Hearing this, Zhao Qinxi turned her gaze toward Yu Sheng. Zhao Qinxi, known for her culinary skills, had prepared an abundant feast, ensuring no detail was overlooked in welcoming Yu Sheng. This seems a bit excessive, Yu Sheng remarked, with just the 3 of us. Can we really consume all this? Zhao Qinxi chuckled. It's a rare occasion for you to dine at my home. I cannot be remiss in my hospitality. After the meal, Zhao Qinxi's mother-in-law arrived to take Qiao Qiao out for some fun. Once Qiao Qiao was taken away, it left Yu Sheng and Zhao Qinxi alone in the living room, engaged in pleasant conversation. The television flickered to life, showcasing a recently popular period drama. 2 individuals sat casually, discussing the fate of their colleagues who had chosen not to relocate to the capital following the withdrawal of the Eastern City branch. A few had ventured to the southern city of Su. And do you recall that young Wu from the marketing department? Yu Sheng chuckled. How could I forget? He often came to our department to share jokes. Zhao Qinxi remarked, that wasn't mere jesting. He sought your attention. He has feelings for you, didn't you notice? Yu Sheng appeared taken aback, reflecting on the various antics of young Wu. He seemed cheerful with everyone, and she had never sensed anything peculiar directed toward herself. Zhao Qinxi sighed in resignation. You, my dear, are quite perceptive in many ways, yet rather oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart. Then, turning her gaze towards Yu Sheng, she exhaled deeply. So, you are aware? This cryptic statement would surely baffle an outsider, yet Yu Sheng understood immediately. She referred to the myriad of actions taken by Ji Buchang over the past 4 years. Yu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Qinxi smiled. In my years of experience, I have encountered numerous men, yet I have never witnessed one go to such lengths for a woman. He truly loves you. As Yu Sheng looked at her, Zhao Qinxi added, do you have any idea how he appeared when he sought me out 4 years ago? Curiosity piqued. Yu Sheng inquired, how so? Zhao Qinxi responded, at that time, I had already received your resume from General Chun and was informed that someone would be joining my department. I thought it was just another connection trying to coast through. However, the day before your interview, General Chun summoned me to his office, and there I met Ji Buchang. He seemed quite anxious, detailing your habits and preferences, while cautioning me against numerous pitfalls to avoid. He even inquired about the backgrounds of other colleagues, what families they came from, their schools, parents' occupations, personalities, and how well they got along. I was utterly overwhelmed. I had encountered connections before, but nothing like this. It felt as if I was about to host a deity. Recalling that moment, Zhao Qinxi couldn't help but press her forehead in disbelief. You know, my first impression of you was rather poor. I assumed you would be quite difficult to deal with, given your remarkable connections. I was even prepared to resign if it became too unbearable. Yu Sheng was genuinely astonished to learn of these past events, as Zhao Qinxi had been exceedingly amiable during her interview. Zhao Qinxi continued, it wasn't until I met you and conversed that I realized you were quite easy to get along with, which eased my concerns. Yu Sheng protested. I am hardly a menace. Zhao Qinshi laughed. You may not be, but Jibuchong certainly could be. You have no idea. During the first 3 months of your tenure, he observed your every move from the building opposite our company. I assured him repeatedly that I would take good care of you. Yet he remained uneasy until he finally witnessed your genuine happiness and the harmonious relationships you fostered with your colleagues. Only then did he truly relax. Yu Sheng was taken aback. He has been here for 3 months? Zhao Qinshi cast her a sidelong glance. Yes, and he even checks the company surveillance every day. Yu Sheng found this hard to believe. I had no inkling at all. She thought everyone was exceedingly kind to her, attending to her needs with almost meticulous care, and she believed herself fortunate to have encountered such a humane company. Little did she realize that all of this was orchestrated by Jibuchong. He had repeatedly instructed me not to let you hear a single word about it. If you were to find out, it would reflect poorly on us. Chapter 75. The truth unveiled. During the 4 years you spent in East City, he visited almost weekly after the initial 3 months. Many times he returned overnight, his eyes bloodshot, clearly having rushed back without the luxury of proper rest. As we grew more familiar, I urged him to come less frequently, for what was the point? Yet he remained silent, continuing to show up each week, merely to glance at you from a distance. At first, it seemed inconsequential, but soon I began to feel he was inflicting unnecessary suffering upon himself. Why merely observe from afar when a simple conversation could suffice? He shook his head, asserting that you were unwilling to see him and that the timing was not right. At this juncture, Zhao Qinshi furrowed her brow and glanced at Yu Sheng. I was uncertain about what he meant by not the right time. Was it familial opposition or something else? I believed that having come this far, no one could resolutely reject him. Yet he persisted in shaking his head until Su Xiangqian appeared. Hearing Su Xiangqian's name filled Yu Sheng with an odd sensation. You cannot fathom the sorrow he felt upon discovering your relationship with Su Xiangqian. He spent an entire night sitting across from the office, and when I visited him the next morning, the floor was littered with cigarette butts, the air thick with smoke. As Zhao Qinshi recounted this, she looked up at Yu Sheng and remarked, Sometimes I think you're quite cruel to Jibuchong. As an observer, witnessing his plight makes it hard for me to bear. Yu Sheng found herself at a loss for words. The matters Zhao Qinshi spoke of were never disclosed to her, leaving her utterly unaware. She had always believed that over the past 4 years, she and Jibuchong were parallel lines, never having crossed paths or shared any intersections, frequently lamenting his coldness in her heart. Little did she know, they were not parallel at all. Beneath the facade of parallelism lay a multitude of intricate intersections. Unbeknownst to her, after departing from Zhao Qinshi's home, Yu Sheng chose to walk alone rather than take a cab. Overwhelmed by the multitude of revelations she had just absorbed, she found it difficult to process them all. If Aunt Chen's remarks had struck her profoundly, then Zhao Qinshi's words were akin to detonating an atomic bomb within her heart, obliterating all past notions and reducing them to rubble. How had he endured all these 4 years? As she walked halfway, waiting at a traffic light, Yu Sheng instinctively looked up, sensing something profound. Across the street stood Jibuchong, patiently waiting. The traffic light counted down the seconds, each tick feeling like an eternity. The 30 seconds of red felt like half a century. When the light finally turned green and the car surged forward like a tidal wave, Yu Sheng blended into the crowd, hastily crossing the crosswalk. Jibuchong remained stationary on the opposite side, awaiting her approach. What brings you here? She inquired as she reached him. Jibuchong replied, You never returned, so I came to fetch you. How do you know I walked back? Exiled. I was on the phone with Zhao Qinshi, and she mentioned you had returned long ago. If you had taken a taxi, you would have arrived by now. His tone was casual. Yet Yu Sheng was acutely aware that the path from the hotel to Zhao Qinshi's neighborhood was riddled with several diverging routes, making a chance encounter quite improbable. She lifted her gaze to Jibuchong, who appeared unchanged, his expression as serene as a placid lake, leading one to believe his inner thoughts mirrored this calmness. But was that truly the case? Yu Sheng subtly curled her lips. She had been deceived by his fade. Let's head back, she murmured softly. Jibuchong replied, All right. They walked side by side along the tree-lined sidewalk, flanked by fragrant camphor trees. The evening air was cool and pleasant, a perfect moment of tranquility in the day. As they strolled, Yu Sheng experienced an unprecedented sense of peace and security. She reached out to pluck a camphor leaf, bringing it to her nose to inhale its unique, subtle fragrance. How delightful it was! Upon returning to the hotel, Yu Sheng took a shower. After drying her hair, a knock resounded at the door. She opened it to find Ji Buochong standing there. "Would you like to go for a late-night snack?" he inquired with a smile. His question stirred her own hunger, having dined at Zhao Qianqi's earlier. She had walked back to digest, but after her shower, she had missed dinner altogether. "Sure, just give me a moment to change," she nodded. Ji Buochong waited at the door. A few minutes later, she emerged in a flowing green dress. His eyes brightened momentarily before he quickly averted his gaze. "Let's go." Instead of dining at a restaurant, they ventured to a nearby night market for some barbecue. Halfway through their meal, Yu Sheng's phone rang. It was Yang Xian. Ji Buochong noticed too, his gaze shifting momentarily, pausing as he took a sip of his beer. Yu Sheng couldn't help but glance at Ji Buochong, feeling a twinge of discomfort as though caught in an indiscretion. Coughing gently, she answered the call, striving to maintain her composure. "Hello, Yu Sheng. When are you returning to Dongsheng?" "I bought a ticket for tomorrow afternoon," she replied. "What time? Please send me your flight details so I can pick you up." Yu Sheng glanced at Ji Buochong again, noting that although he feigned indifference, his gaze subtly lingered in her direction. How had she never noticed this side of him before? Amused, she gently declined. "No, it's all right. I'll just take a taxi back. It's quite convenient." "Oh, come on. I've already promised to pick you up. I must keep my word. It would be remiss of me not to see you off. Just send me your return flight details, and I'll take you out for a meal." The music festival was spectacular. The atmosphere was electrifying. "I'll share all the details with you." Although on the phone, Yu Sheng could still sense Yang Xian's excitement. Once he began discussing topics of his interest, he became quite loquacious, stealing a glance at Ji Buochong's expression, which had darkened somewhat. She offered a few perfunctory remarks before ending the call. As she placed her phone back on the table and reached for a skewer of lamb that had just been served, Ji Buochong set down his beer and inquired, "Yang Xin?" Yu Sheng nodded in affirmation. "Yes." "Did you tell him you returned to Dongsheng?" "Yes, on the very night I came back. He happened to ask. So I informed him." Ji Buochong recalled the day he had sent her a WeChat message, to which she took a considerable time to respond, and his expression soured further. "Is he picking you up from the airport tomorrow?" Yu Sheng felt a twinge of awkwardness, knowing that Ji Buochong had likely overheard her conversation with Yang Xian. Although the call volume had been low, his keen intellect would allow him to deduce the essence of their exchange from just a few words. "Yes," she replied, and Ji Buochong's demeanor darkened even further. Chapter 76. No more suffering for her. The afternoon flight landed in the capital city as evening descended. Upon disembarking, Yu Sheng spotted Yang Xian waving at her from the waiting area. She was momentarily taken aback. She had not disclosed her return time to Yang Xian. So how was he aware? A glance at Ji Buochong, who was trailing behind, revealed that his expression had darkened the instant he saw Yang Xian. Yang Xian approached Yu Sheng with quick strides, arms outstretched for an embrace, which Yu Sheng deftly evaded. Unfazed, Yang Xian continued, while Ji Buochong's frown deepened. "Surprised to see me?" He grinned, resembling a child who had just pulled off a successful prank. Yu Sheng regarded Ji Buochong and inquired, "How did you know I was on this flight?" Yang Xian replied, "Isn't it simple? You mentioned you were on an afternoon flight, and it would land in the evening. There are only a handful of flights from Dongsheng to the capital. I arrived early and was bound to catch you." During their conversation, he observed Ji Buochong standing behind him. "Buochong, did you also go to Dongsheng?" Ji Buochong replied coolly, "Yes." Yang Xian sensed an undertone of hostility in Ji Buochong's gaze but pressed on. "Were you on a business trip? Why didn't you bring an assistant?" Ji Buochong was disinterested, finding Yang Xian's chatter merely a nuisance. Just then his phone rang, an incoming call from his assistant, Song Yang. Shortly after hanging up, Song Yang approached with a brisk pace. "Apologies, Mr. Ji, there was some traffic." He seamlessly took the luggage from Ji Buochong's hands, instinctively knowing it all belonged to Yu Sheng. Seeing Song Yang arrive, Yang Xian assumed he was there to pick up Ji Buochong. With a smile, he turned to Yu Sheng. "Later, I shall take you to a charming bar with an exquisite atmosphere. Everyone is free tonight, and the band is here." Ji Wuchang's pace faltered slightly as he turned to Yang Xin. Yang Xin, mistaking Ji Wuchang's interest, continued, "Wuchang, are you interested in joining us? I had hoped we could share a drink last time, but you and Yu Sheng had to leave early. There's no time like the present. Let us enjoy a drink together." Ji Wuchang decisively replied, "No, I have other matters to attend to." Yang Xin feigned disappointment. "All right then, a busy man like you, always occupied. If you're not going, Yu Sheng and I shall go." He added, "I deliberately didn't drive. I'll ride my motorcycle after drinking." Before he could finish, Ji Wuchang interrupted him. "Sheng is not available. She will return with me." Yang Xin was momentarily stunned, his expression stiffening as his gaze flitted between Yu Sheng and Ji Wuchang, finally resting on Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, feeling a twinge of regret, replied, "I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired today and want to be joining you. Enjoy yourselves." At this, Yang Xion's smile faltered completely. Sheng, let us go," Ji Wuchang said, leading her towards his Maybach parked nearby. Yang Xian watched as Ji Wuchang opened the door for Yu Sheng. The door closed, and the car slowly departed. He was seething with anger. It is utterly disrespectful. The Maybach came to a halt at the entrance of the community. Yu Sheng opened the car door and stepped out, only to find Ji Wuchang following suit. Song Yang retrieved the luggage from the trunk. As Yu Sheng reached for the bags to depart, Ji Wuchang intercepted her, taking the luggage into his possession and addressing Song Yang. "You may head back now." Song Yang nodded, sensing an altered atmosphere between his boss and Yu Sheng since their return from Dongqing. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Nevertheless, as the boss had instructed, Song Yang decisively drove away. Yu Sheng assumed he intended to escort her upstairs and remarked, "I can manage on my own. I don't have much luggage." Ji Wuchang replied, "I'm feeling a bit parched. Would you mind if I joined you for a cup of tea?" With his words hanging in the air, Yu Sheng felt that refusing would appear rather petty, so she acquiesced. Upon entering the community, ascending the staircase, and unlocking the door, she was greeted by the coolness of an empty home after several days away. Changing her shoes and removing her coat, she instructed Ji Wuchang, "Just place the luggage on the sofa." As she made her way to the kitchen to fill a kettle, she noticed Ji Wuchang entering. Turning to him with a smile, she began to ask, "How come?" but was abruptly silenced as Ji Wuchang embraced her and kissed her. Yu Sheng was momentarily frozen, her mind blank, utterly unable to process the moment. In that instant, the man she had longed for over 4 years was finally in her arms. Overwhelmed with joy, he tightened his grip around her, eager to meld her into his very being. Yu Sheng, feeling flustered, struggled to breathe, eventually pushing Ji Wuchang away after several attempts. Breathlessly, she leaned against him, gasping for air. Seeing her flushed complexion, Ji Wuchang's heart softened, and he couldn't resist nuzzling her cheek. "What is wrong all of a sudden?" he teased. Yu Sheng felt a tinge of embarrassment at his words and forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, "It's not you." Immediately realizing her indiscretion, she noted Ji Wuchang's amused expression. The kettle had already boiled, and Yu Sheng shot him a glare before bypassing him. "You can pour it yourself," she declared, striding into the living room alone. Ji Wuchang had claimed he merely wanted a drink, but it was merely a pretext, and he soon followed her into the living space. Noticing his presence, Yu Sheng instinctively shifted to the opposite end of the sofa, brimming with apprehension. "Aren't you thirsty? Why aren't you getting water?" Ji Wuchang approached her directly, sitting beside her and wrapping his arm around her waist. Yu Sheng was taken aback by this sudden shift, her body tensing as she instinctively sought to evade him. Yet, Ji Wuchang tightened his embrace. Sheng, don't shy away from me. Let me hold you closely. I've longed for this moment." He enveloped her, resting her head against his chest. As Yu Sheng heard the rhythmic thumping of his heart, an unfamiliar sensation washed over her. Ji Wuchang rested his chin upon her crown. Remaining in such a position, he resembled a being long frozen, his entire frame rigid from traversing an arduous journey, having endured countless nights, only to finally behold a flicker of flame. At this moment, the chill enveloping him gradually melted away under the fire's warmth. He too began to soften, as the profound solitude within him was replaced by a comforting warmth, a sensation of unprecedented ease and security. Ji Wuchang looked down at the Yu Sheng nestled in his embrace, his eyes brimming with tenderness and joy. How delightful it was to have her by his side. Indeed, it was utterly wonderful. After 4 years of torment, this moment finally bore fruit. In the days to come, he would never allow her to depart again, nor would he permit her to suffer even the slightest hardship. The Yu Sheng he adored deserved to be proud, indulgent, and free-spirited. She could pursue any endeavor, unrestrained and unencumbered, for he was capable of providing and protecting her, ensuring she would never again face any injustice. Chapter 77. Caught while dropping her off that evening, Wuchang was urged by Yu Sheng multiple times before reluctantly returning home. The following morning, as he was heading to work, he unexpectedly encountered her at the entrance of the community. Initially, Yu Sheng thought she had mistaken him, but it was only when he honked his car horn that she realized it was indeed him. "What brings you here?" she inquired. With a smile, Wuchang replied, "I couldn't sleep. As I was driving, I found myself here." Despite the faint redness in his eyes, he appeared remarkably lively. "You didn't sleep at all last night?" Yu Sheng asked, noticing the signs of his sleeplessness. One hand on the steering wheel, Wuchang took hold of one of her hands, playing with it. His fingers were slightly coarse, teasing the palm of her hand with a gentle tickle, reminiscent of a feather brushing against her heart. "I couldn't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, you fill my thoughts." Yu Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words, withdrawing her hand from his grasp and turning her head away to avoid looking at him. As they approached the office, Yu Sheng, wishing to avoid unnecessary gossip, insisted Wuchang stop the car a street away. "Why bother? Everyone already knows," he chuckled. Yu Sheng, however, remained adamant. "It's better to keep a low profile. Your car draws too much attention." Understanding her aversion to unwarranted speculation, Wuchang conceded, "I'll switch to another car later." As she prepared to exit, Wuchang halted her. "Did you forget something?" he asked, locking eyes with her. Yu Sheng frowned. "Forget what?" She glanced around, noticing only her bag, which contained all her belongings, and nothing was left in the car. With a resigned sigh, Wuchang seized the opportunity while she was distracted and kissed her. By the time Yu Sheng processed what had happened, he had reverted to his usual demeanor, as if nothing had occurred, smiling as he bid her farewell. Yu Sheng, taken aback, shot him an accusatory glance. Wuchang raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you getting out? You'll be late for work." Immediately, Yu Sheng opened the door and stepped out, silently critiquing him in her mind. As she turned toward the office building, she encountered He Huan, who had just alighted from the subway. "He Sheng," He Huan called, waving at her. Yu Sheng paused, waiting for her to catch up. Upon reaching her, He Huan scrutinized Yu Sheng from head to toe, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What else with the look?" Yu Sheng asked, feeling slightly uneasy. He Huan grinned. "Will you confess, or shall I interrogate you?" With wide, innocent eyes, Yu Sheng responded, "Confess what? Interrogate about what?" He Huan rolled her eyes. "Stop pretending. You think I didn't see that Maybach? You were dropped off in a Maybach. Don't even try to say there's no connection. Come on, spill it. When did you meet him? I had no idea that after your trip to Dongsheng, you'd encounter such an exceptional man. Where did you meet him?" Yu Sheng, slightly exasperated, replied, "I just happened to run into him and hitched a ride. It's not as dramatic as you're making it out to be." He Huan playfully pushed her, still pretending. "Hitching a ride in a Maybach? What is next? Are you planning to fly tomorrow? How come I never get such lucky breaks? I've noticed since your breakup, your luck with romance has skyrocketed. You seem to attract such extraordinary men. How can one be certain that a man driving a Maybach is undoubtedly exceptional? Perhaps he is merely a refined rogue." Reflecting on what Wuchang had just done in the car, she couldn't help but voice her thoughts. He Huan exaggeratedly replied, "If he drives a Maybach, what more could one desire? Regardless of whether he is refined or a rogue, even if he were an octogenarian, he would still embody the elegance of a distinguished gentleman." Yu Sheng shot her a disapproving glance. "You seem to value the car over the person." He Huan shook her head. No. If someone lacks sufficient means, they cannot afford a Maybach. Perhaps it's rented," Yu Sheng suggested. He Huan paused, then playfully slapped Yu Sheng's arm. "You are quite clever. I hadn't considered that possibility." Yu Sheng chuckled. "Isn't this a familiar narrative we've seen in the news over the past few years? Someone suddenly acquires a Maserati or a Lamborghini, when in reality, they merely snap a picture. They don't even need to rent it. How many people have been deceived, and how many laughs have resulted from that?" Hearing this, Yuan couldn't help but laugh as well. They're all deceivers. Wait, don't change the subject. I almost let you evade my question about the man who drove you to work. Yu Sheng was taken aback by her quick reaction, internally lamenting. As she pondered how to respond, she spotted Lu Lan approaching with a bag. Lu Lan noticed them and smiled as she greeted them. After a brief exchange, they all headed to the elevator, making it inappropriate for Yu Sheng to press further on He Huan's earlier inquiries. Yu Sheng sighed in relief. She vowed never to allow Ji Buchang to escort her again. It was far too conspicuous. Upon returning to the company after her trip to East City, Yu Sheng sensed that everyone was aware of her connection to Ji Buchang. Chun Kai, without hesitation, inquired about the health of Aunt Chun during the morning meeting, knowing she had taken leave due to a relative's illness. In the past, Yu Sheng would have appreciated Chen's concern for his employees, but now, she perceived it differently. Recalling her own illness and the care Chun Kai had shown her since her arrival in Beijing, coupled with the responsibilities he had entrusted her with, she began to reassess. Back then, He Huan remarked on how much Chun valued her. Yu Sheng had thought it was due to her capabilities, but now she realized her naivety. It was no wonder Ji Buchang referred to Chun as a shrewd man. The company's rise to its current stature and status within the industry could not be separated from Chen's acumen. Surely, he was also leveraging his influence to negotiate the Jingrong VR launch project with Ji Buchang. Reflecting on this, Yu Sheng smiled, feeling a mix of resignation and acknowledgement that her current standing was indeed due to Ji Buchang's favor. She expressed her gratitude to Chun Kai for his concern. Their brief exchange during the morning meeting was merely a side note. No one paid much attention, other than perceiving that Chun had a particular regard for Yu Sheng. On the surface, there was nothing inappropriate about it. Yu Sheng once again marveled at the shrewdness of seasoned veterans. What about the others? Unable to resist, she scrutinized the other attendees in the conference room. Aside from He Huan, everyone else was from the headquarters. Everyone possesses commendable character. They collaborate harmoniously on official matters without any underhanded schemes. Is this the inherent nature of their camaraderie, or has it been meticulously curated? Yu Sheng hesitated to ponder further. Observing Lu Lan and He Huan, Yu Sheng was certain that Lu Lan had no clandestine connections with Ji Buchang. His words conveyed a clear sense of detachment. Had there been any private communication, he would not have casually mentioned Su Xiangxian and the Banshan Summer Resort during their meeting at Jingrong. Nevertheless, one cannot deny Lu Lan's admirable qualities. His integrity, professionalism, insight, and character are all exceptional. Is it for this reason that Yu Sheng finds herself drawn to work in his department, much like Zhao Qianxi? A substantial question lingered in Yu Sheng's mind. Chapter 78. Congratulations on your wishes fulfilled. If Lu Lan did not know He Huan, then how could Yu Sheng? Memories flashed through Yu Sheng's mind like a film reel. Reflecting on the moments shared with He Huan, it became evident to her that He Huan likely did not know Ji Buchang. If she did, her reaction upon encountering him on the plane would have been entirely different. With this thought, Yu Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over her. Upon Ji Buchang's arrival at the company, those who had previously encountered him sensed a distinct change. What was different, one might ask? His attire remained the same, exuding the same charming allure. His face. Yes, the face was different. This realization struck Song Yang during a meeting. He was certain that the other executives in the conference room had also noticed. Ji Buchang smiled more often today, radiating a gentle joy from within. He appeared rejuvenated, as if enveloped in a luminous aura. Of course, Ji Buchang was not one to shy away from laughter. He often smiled. Yet, today a smile was warmer, more inviting. By the end of the meeting, the attending executives whispered among themselves. Has President Ji encountered some good fortune? He seems like a completely different person. Have you noticed? Such a dramatic change is hard to overlook. Even more astonishing, he actually posted on Moments last night at 3:30. Ji Buchang, who rarely engaged with social media, had shared something? Those who knew him were astounded. He was known to only share significant corporate news. When they opened his Moments, they were taken aback. What is this? They exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The post was incomprehensible, featuring a blurry image that seemed out of focus. The subject of the photograph was unclear, but it appeared to have been taken in a room. An indistinct window could be discerned, though everything else was shrouded in darkness. What could this mean? Did it bear some special significance? Many were left perplexed. However, the quality of the photograph was undeniably poor. Almost immediately after posting, Ji Wuchang received a call from Li Sheng. Wuchang, what on earth did you post? That picture is ridiculous. You could have at least hired a professional photographer. It's the middle of the night, and I'm utterly confused. Ji Wuchang replied, I like it. On the other end of the line, Li Sheng's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. What? You like it? You haven't encountered something unclean, have you? Not wishing to engage further with his friend's foolishness, Ji Wuchang ended the call abruptly. Li Sheng, feeling disgruntled by the abrupt termination, decided to rouse Liang Tian from his slumber in the middle of the night. Did you see Wuchang's moments? He actually posted something. It's a bizarre photo, and I'm starting to suspect he's been possessed. He urged Liang Tian to take a look at the post. Liang Tian, awakened in the dead of night, was not particularly irked. He had always been a light sleeper, and having someone to chat with in the quiet hours held little inconvenience for him. He located Ji Wuchang's WeChat and delved into his moments. Liang Tian remained silent for a moment. Li Sheng, noticing his friend's reticence, grew anxious. Speak up. Have you discovered anything? Liang Tian inquired. Was Wuchang not in the capital a few days ago? It seems so. I heard from Song Yang that he went to East City. Liang Tian remarked. Yu Sheng's sister also returned to East City recently. Li Sheng instantly grasped the crux of Liang Tian's words. No way. Upon realizing this fact, Liang Tian felt an indescribable melancholy within him, and he recalled Zhao Xiaoshuang, pouring himself a drink from the cabinet. You should get some rest, he said indifferently. Li Sheng replied, how can one sleep with such significant matters at hand? Liang Tian took a sip of the liquor, its spiciness enveloping his palate. It may not necessarily be true. I am merely speculating. Li Sheng, agitated, exclaimed, how could that possibly be inaccurate? You know Wuchang better than anyone. If his usual icy demeanor suddenly melts, and he posts such an ambiguous moment in the dead of night, it must be related to Yu Sheng's sister. At this point, Li Sheng hesitated. But what about that Yang Xin? How does he plan to handle it? Liang Tian chuckled softly. It was never really his concern. He is merely indulging in his own sentiments. Li Sheng disagreed. Not necessarily. That fellow is rather invested in Yu Sheng's sister. Liang Tian retorted. Do you think Wuchang cannot manage him? Li Sheng fell silent. Liang Tian took another drink. You should get some rest. After hanging up, Liang Tian found himself unable to sleep. He changed his clothes, retrieved his car keys, and ventured out alone. He aimlessly wandered the streets. Since his 30th birthday celebration, the relationship with his wife had grown tense. Due to Zhao Xiaoshuang's presence that day, his wife suspected lingering feelings for her, causing a ruckus. Growing weary of the turmoil, he moved out on his own. Solitude brought peace, yet also felt profoundly lonely, especially in the stillness of night. He admired Ji Wuchang even more. For so many years and countless nights without Yu Sheng, how had he endured? With a bitter smile, he glanced ahead and realized, without noticing, that he had driven to the villa where Zhao Xiaoshuang and her husband, Lu Hongzhang, resided. He parked by the roadside and quietly smoked in his car. That night, some were restless with excitement over love, while others mourned in sorrow. Some grasped their beloved, while others forever missed their truest love. Ji Wuchang's moment remained untouched. The comments beneath were a kaleidoscope of reactions, an array of sentiments. Yu Sheng only saw it during lunch. She opened the image separately, magnifying it, but discerned no meaning. Noticing the flood of congratulatory remarks in the comments, she felt utterly perplexed. She sent Ji Wuchang a WeChat message. What does the image you posted in your moments mean? What are people congratulating you for? Have you encountered good fortune? After sending the message, she set her phone aside and focused on her meal. As she picked up her phone and opened WeChat, the first thing that caught her eye was a message from Ji Wuchang at the very top. Congratulations on fulfilling your wishes, it read. Yu Sheng was about to inquire what wishes had been fulfilled, but instantly comprehended the implication. Her ears felt warm, and she was engulfed by a sense of discomfort. Were those congratulatory replies from a band of Sherlock Holmeses able to deduce such things? Did they possess eyes that could see through flames? Seated across from her, He Huan noticed Yu Sheng's flushed face as she gazed at her phone and curiously asked, Who are you chatting with? What are you discussing that makes your face so crimson? Yu Sheng hastily set her phone down and picked up her spoon, focusing intently on her soup. However, Hewan was not one to easily relinquish her curiosity. Is it that man with the Maybach who dropped you off this morning? What did you two talk about? Yu Sheng quickly denied it, saying no, it's just too hot here. With that, she placed her spoon down and stood up, declaring, I'm done eating. Let us head upstairs. Hewan retorted, stop deflecting. You still haven't answered me about that Maybach man from this morning. Yu Sheng quickened her pace, almost fleeing forward. Chapter 79. You probably don't like me, right? Li Sheng is a person who cannot keep secrets. Upon learning about the relationship between Ji Buchang and Yu Sheng, his first instinct was to share the news with Xiao Yinyan. As Xiao Yinyan exited the company after work that evening, she spotted Li Sheng's conspicuous vehicle waiting by the roadside. His bright yellow car was particularly eye-catching, much like his flamboyant personality. Xiao Yinyan approached and tapped on the window. Are you just passing by? Li Sheng lowered the window. Passing by? I specifically came to pick you up. Aren't you under a driving restriction today? Surprised, Xiao Yinyan replied, Oh, how generous of you. You didn't get rejected by some woman again, did you? Is that why you came to seek my comfort? Li Sheng felt a bit embarrassed by her teasing. Let's not bring that up again. I haven't even asked another woman out for a meal lately. It makes me seem overly sentimental. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Yinyan questioned, Is that true? Li Sheng asserted confidently, Absolutely true, more genuine than a diamond. When have I ever deceived you? With a scoff, Xiao Yinyan retorted. Then what happened to the 6009? Li Sheng sighed. All right, I admit my mistake. Can we move past this? Get in the car. Didn't you say you wanted to try Japanese cuisine? I know a newly opened restaurant with exceptionally fresh ingredients. Xiao Yinyan scrutinized him from head to toe, making Li Sheng feel a bit uneasy. What's wrong? Are you trying to ask me for help? First, you picked me up, and now you want to treat me to sushi. If I didn't know better, I'd think you have feelings for me. She gazed at him with a scrutinizing look. For a fleeting moment, Li Sheng appeared flustered, but quickly regained his composure. You know, I might actually like you a little. How about we give it a try? After all, I already sent you a Valentine's gift. His tone was playfully mischievous. Xiao Yinyan playfully smacked him. Get lost. Nonetheless, she climbed into the car, and they headed to the Japanese restaurant Li Sheng mentioned. When she heard about Ji Buchang and Yu Sheng from Li Sheng, she nearly dropped her sushi in shock. Is that for real? She inquired. Li Sheng chuckled. Who else could possibly have the ability to keep Buchang up all night, posting a ridiculously blurry photo on social media? He proceeded to pull up Ji Buchang's social media feed for her to see. Xiao Yinyan scrutinized the image repeatedly, but could not discern any meaningful information. What is this nonsense? Li Sheng laughed at her reaction, recalling that he had the same response when he first saw the photo. Are you really convinced that Ji Buchang and Yu Sheng are together based solely on this ambiguous image? Frowning, Xiao Yinyan expressed her skepticism. Do you genuinely believe this? Li Sheng replied with a grin. Would I lie to you? Xiao Yinyan scrutinized him further. Have you verified this with Ji Buchang? Li Sheng's smile faltered slightly. He had indeed called Buchang, but had hung up after a brief conversation without broaching the subject. No. Then how can you be so certain? Xiao Yinyan pressed on. Having confirmed with Liang Tian and observing that the comments below are all congratulations, Li Sheng attempted to defend himself. Xiao Yinyan could not help but rub her temples. As for Ji Buchang's matter, what significance does your confirmation with Liang Tian hold? It's not Liang Tian who is in a romantic relationship. Regardless of whom you consulted, I am absolutely certain that Buchang has something going on, Li Sheng asserted vehemently. In truth, Xiao Yinyan shared this sentiment upon glancing at the comment section. However, she resolved to verify with Yu Sheng. She was a woman of action, neglecting her meal. She set off directly to Yu Sheng's residence. Li Sheng, witnessing her urgency, inquired, What are you doing? Xiao Yinyan replied, What do you think I'm doing? I'm going to ask Yu Sheng in person. Li Sheng suggested, Why not eat first? Xiao Yinyan retorted, How can I possibly eat at a time like this? With such a significant event at hand, can you really eat? Li Sheng countered, But you could just call and inquire. There is nothing that cannot be discussed over the phone. Xiao Yinyan raised her chin defiantly. I simply wish to ask her face to face. What is wrong with that? Having been challenged in this manner, Li Sheng dared not oppose her. Fine, let us go. I'll drive you. It's already late. We'll arrive at Yu Sheng's after 10. Xiao Yinyan responded. It's all right. Our sisterhood is strong. I won't disturb her no matter the hour. If worst comes to worst, I can stay at her place. Upon hearing this, Li Sheng found it difficult to contain himself. If you stay there, what about me? Xiao Yinyan cast him a sidelong glance. What about you? Just chill. What, do you want to stay with us? Have you consulted Jibuchang? Realizing she had misunderstood, Li Sheng hurriedly clarified. No, that is not what I meant. What I meant was, I'll take you there, and if you stay, I'll be returning alone. The thought of returning alone left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Xiao Yinyan frowned. Are you really hoping to return with someone else? Who would that be? Li Sheng quietly explained. Who else could it be? Of course it's you. I came to pick you up for dinner. Naturally, I must return you home. Xiao Yinyan was somewhat touched, yet amused by his response. I didn't expect you to possess such gentlemanly qualities. How come I never noticed before? I've always had them. You just never realized it. Xiao Yinyan scrutinized him from head to toe. Truly, I never perceived it. You've hidden it quite well. Before she could elaborate further, Li Sheng, as if anticipating her next words, promptly interrupted. Let us not discuss the matter of 6009, all right? I implore you. Xiao Yinyan shot him a glance. Who said I was going to bring that up? You mentioned it yourself. Mind you. All right, I brought it up. You didn't. Li Sheng had never been to Yu Sheng's place before. Following the address provided by Xiao Yinyan, he arrived at the community and, standing at the entrance, looked up at the name of the complex. Turning to her, he asked, Are you certain this is the right place? Xiao Yinyan, sensing his uncertainty, assumed he questioned her navigation. Of course. I've been here several times. How could I possibly get the location wrong? Li Sheng remarked, That is not my intention. I recall that Brother Bo Chong purchased an apartment in this community 6 months ago. Xiao Yinyan furrowed her brows. Is that true? Li Sheng glanced at the name of the community, which indeed seemed familiar, though he pondered if he might be mistaken. Perhaps I am misremembering, he mused. Xiao Yinyan teased him. Are you reliable at all? One moment you assert something, the next you seem uncertain. I have not visited this place before. I merely accompanied Brother Bo Chong once when he instructed Song Yang to acquire a property, and it appeared to be this community. I found it rather peculiar to buy an ordinary apartment, yet it could also be a case of a name overlap. Li Sheng concluded, adding a final thought. Xiao Yinyan expressed her discontent. Let us go inside and take a look. Li Sheng inquired. Have you informed Sister Yu Sheng? After all, visiting at this late hour warrants a prior notice. She might already be asleep. What sort of relationship do we have that necessitates such formalities? Rest assured, she won't retire this early. Come on, she insisted. Li Sheng hesitated momentarily, but was then grasped by Xiao Yinyan, and together they entered the community.